Respect is due. No, let this begin. Let us begin. A pilot stands before you. Respect is due. No, let this begin. Let us begin. A pilot stands before you. Respect is due.
Avance, hey, don't be going back to sleep now, man.
No, let us
Good morning. Oh man,
A pilot
I'm just
stands
actually. Let me just switch my scene because we can get right into it.
due.
Because they are already playing here.
Fans can live
Your
on and reign
ass
supreme
got me
here
getting
in
up
Birmingham,
late and
but
shit.
KCP have done very well to
I'm
assert
up
their
this
dominance
morning.
on this eastern side. As things start to slow down a little bit, it's Jailings on the other side.
Oh, let me get in the Discord too.
Both these teams can happily reside next to one another as well. They don't have to force any sort of fight. They just need to kind of clear out those other teams that were nearby, and it seemed like they did work hand in hand to ensure that happened.
Noise is trying to pick up the scraps off these boxes as well, bringing back a purple mag and an alt excel, which is certainly going to help out in the long run. But just looking across the economy of the team at the moment, not a huge amount of energy ammo in that
Oh
vault.
shit. Hold
Double
on.
SMG is going to be good for them as well because they can
Let
just
me,
hold down this
go
position towards the end game. But not being able to output a huge amount of damage, but they also don't really have the LOS to do that. They can't play the hype because there's a building across from them. They're going to take unnecessary damage by doing so, and with so many teams in the vicinity at the moment on that building we're looking at, you know that if you get chip damage, if a team hits a few shots into your back and breaks those shields, another team is so aware of that being the priority building, they're going to push you and try and take it.
And this is one of those zones that is quite predictable, and that's why we see so many teams have already made their way over to this eastern side. We've only got, what, 4 teams outside of this current circle with a lot of distance to travel for Le Site de France and for Kick, but they're going to be happy to just be in the game at the moment, whereas everyone else has found somewhere to call home, and you can see how clustered it is to the eastern side of Stormcatcher. There's always that worry that maybe it will pull away from you if you've committed that early, but you kind of have to in a zone like this. There's some damage coming out of LG Chivas.
Yeah, wanted to go over to this fight. Great job from our observing team in the back to catch this, because LG at the moment are having a fight with Red Lorder. Dreamfire are in the vicinity, holding down the choke just to the north of them. So if this starts to get a little bit messy and takes a little bit longer with Nox not being exchanged in a kill, turning into a squad wipe almost immediately, then they will be in position here, Dreamfire, to clean up the pieces, and not only that, completely clear the southern side of this zone.
Well, LG Chivas constantly moving forward to try and push it. They're considering how they're going to be able to break this, and I tell you what, the Vault doing damage will at least give the chance to push it if they want to go forward.
Yanya takes a huge amount of damage though, and Yanya will go down, and once again it's Red Lorder, who seem to turn a fight around when they seem like they're on the back foot.
Chance maybe to go for a little quick res. Get the blockades down onto the door. Dark Veil also for extra cover.
Savage,
Now that's where you
baby,
need to have
listen,
ears to the
girl.
ground. Hoping you don't hear any footsteps
I
behind you.
fucked
Back
around
against
and
the 3
took
now,
a nap
LG Chivas.
yesterday
He's all trying to
after I
stay
got
alive
off
here.
of
He was
here.
bait, and he manages to do so, and
I
I'll tell you
woke
what,
up,
Jack
it was
Juarez
9
is now
o'clock.
turning this fight around.
I was
He
like,
gets the kill,
oh
he
shit,
gets
this is
2.
GG for a night
All of a
stream.
sudden it's a 1v3. The first knock did go down to Red Lorder, but now they know how Ascend feel. They know how they were made to feel. As Red
Oh,
Lorder will fall when it's Nizel who picks up the final kill.
Great stuff
hey,
there,
I woke up, I
Jaguars
said,
make
oh
sure
yeah, it's a GG, baby. I'm gonna have to see them in the morning.
Instantly was on his
I
teammate
said,
to get
"Damn."
that 5 as Exet also will fall. We saw
I can't
members
do
of
that
Exet going
today.
down
Hey,
earlier,
I
but
cannot fuck
the
around
last
with the
remaining
naps.
players
I ain't
eliminated.
took a nap in the daytime in so long.
Dreamfire just having a little scout around to see if anyone's going to be joining them from the south, because they would have heard that commotion coming from LG Chivas. So they know someone will be arriving sooner or later. So they'll be more than happy to hold this choke, because they can't really push any further north because they're being held out by Moist.
Chef Rock, hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Imagine LG
Oh
very
my,
unlikely
good
to
morning.
rotate up towards Stormcatcher.
Lion,
just
why
because of
you
fact that
on the
there's so
way
many
to the
teams,
hospital?
as
Wait,
you would
what?
imagine, going to be around that POI,
What's
having to
wrong,
rotate from
man?
the western side of Storm Point here. This is a look again at the map overhead. You can see KCP holding down that little compound outside of the building. Jailing's still holding down the main
My mama
building
water
that
broke and
everybody
she
would want to
having
be
a
a
lot
part
of.
of. And this is
Oh,
the,
your
what we were
mama
talking about a few
pregnant?
moments ago.
Oh,
Moist Esports in
damn.
this egg building, holding out Dreamfire. And Dreamfire at the moment kind of sandwiched between.
Just laying
LG
here
Chivas still trying to work their way
unglazed.
north.
Not unglazed.
Boys were
Hey,
very
you is
consistent to end the
nasty.
day
Chef
yesterday with
coming
55 points
in
across
with
their
the
second
resub
set
for the
compared to
25
18
months. Thank
in
you,
their
baby.
first. If they can find somewhere in between
Let's
just
go.
for this set 3, then they should find themselves in the winners bracket.
We're
But
gonna
they
try
would
to hit.
have
Let's try to
a
hit
similar
40.
performance,
Let's
only
try to hit
around 18, you can
45
find yourself
today.
kind of in that risky
Resubs,
zone.
new
Very
subs, whatever.
interesting
Let's
to
just
see
get the
these
number to
sorts of
45.
came
We
in
at
on the care
36.
package,
We
and
at
they know there's a creeper
36.
down there. And so do Moist Esports. Now, this is a problem for both teams. If they
I
have to rotate a little bit
know.
longer,
Well,
right,
that's just here
there's
though. You know what I'm saying,
definitely thought that they
Chef?
want to try
Let's
and take
go.
control of that.
Appreciate you,
They could. It'd be
baby.
such a useful thing to have in the
I
armory
seen that
to hold down any
seared. What
teams
you had cooked?
rotating
Some
in,
seared?
but as you move
Something you
back
cooked.
towards the
It was some
zone,
pan
bang in the
seared.
center of it, you can
All
see
I
Black
seen was
Hand
some
under a little bit of pressure here.
potatoes,
Yeah, Black
and it
Hand
just
just
looked
trying to
so
assert
good.
their
I said,
dominance in the
dang.
center zone, as you mentioned. You don't want anyone to really be pushing up on you and taking this away from you. It's just about getting rid of what is a smelly old caustic
Ooh.
that was there with you. Area 310 go down, and Black Hand will hold on.
Yeah, dominating that building. Moist
Oh,
Esports do try and
yeah.
move up. You can see on our map
Oh,
overhead,
yeah,
but also
man,
we
we
can see
see them.
the Dreamfire fight that we were talking about starting to break out, and it's going to be Sandwich who gets the first knock. 3MZ.
So your mama,
taking down the Azor. Now
damn. So you
Dreamfire
finna have
looks to clean
a
up the
baby,
pieces.
LGG's
baby
maybe
brother
were
or
caught unaware here.
sister?
Dreamfire just waiting.
See, that's why I can't do it no more. Cause mine about out of school. I can't. I'm not finna start over. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way.
They retreat, which they do. They're going to try and
I
make a
can't
different
do it,
rotation,
man.
which
Hey,
might mean they
y'all
run
finna
into
have the
another
biggest
squad,
age
but
gap
Dreamfire
in
will just be
history.
happy
Nah,
that they
that
won
ain't
the
in
side.
history,
Yeah, they've done a
but
great job here.
damn.
I mean, they could kind of forget about LG for a minute.
Line
If
finna
LG
be
got
a
the
old
ban, then they can
nasty
get out there to
babysitter.
Making available to them that they can go back to. But Dreamfire also might be aware that Moist Esports have moved up as well. We saw the fight in
These
the
folks
building
love
with
starting up,
Black
baby. I
Hand.
can't
Well,
do it.
that
I
kind of
fucked up
created
with
a
Joy.
vacancy, and you can see
I
on the
ain't
screen
gonna
right
say I
now on the
fucked up
left-hand
with it because I
side,
love my baby.
they did not have
But
to be asked
I
twice,
started
boys. I'll
over
tell you what,
because
boys
like
wanna keep
if
pushing
there
it.
is a
They wanna be
7-year
aggressive
age
and they
gap
wanna take
between the
off like
twins
that.
and
But
Joy.
Moist want this building.
With
They wanna
7
take it off them.
years,
They see this
you
as
know,
prime
it's
real estate
long,
and
but
say,
it
hey, we
ain't
can grab this.
17
This is a
years.
potential win for us now.
Hey, ain't no way.
Taking control of the doors is fussy.
Shit, my mama oldest 25, her
from the
youngest is
outside.
9. Damn.
Having decided
Yeah,
that
7
maybe
ain't
this isn't
bad.
quite going
Like 7 ain't
the way
bad.
they
You know what I'm
wanted as
saying?
quickly as they would have wanted. Now they have to retreat back to their building. Black Hand do a good job there of holding, doing a little bit of damage to make them retreat.
But I
But
felt
Moist
like
Esports,
it
I
was
the
like, cause I had
proactiveness
got the
of that.
girls, they in
However, one thing
school
you can't
already,
account
and
for
then now
is
here I
that
go again,
creeper.
back on daycare
When all of a
shit,
sudden
and
Black
you
Hand
know,
lose
baby,
one, Otis
baby
will see the
stuff,
bronze.
and
Elsewhere,
waking up.
Stormcatcher is
Ooh.
going to be where all the action's going down. Lasita France versus SAF, as SAF will try and get the better here, but it's a trade 2 for 2. Ironblood Gaming go down, Lasita
Ironblood
France
Gaming
are
down.
out, so SAF do very well to ensure they win that one. Black Hole goes down as a last resort to try and stay alive.
Sleep trying to do what he can, but you can see he's under so much pressure. Has to play the knockdown shield, does have the Prowler from the package. So he might be able to win a little close
Ooh.
1v1 if someone does push, but this isn't looking like a 1v1. This is
Ooh,
looking like a lobby
shit.
versus 1. It's 100 Thieves who are wrapping to clean up the pieces. You also have FC Destroy
Unmove,
overlooking
okay.
this. Start fight eliminated. As now 100 Thieves have to deal with FC
Kicker
Destroy.
also there, Singularity also there. LG Chivas now arriving as a 2. This western side is full of teams
Hey,
right now. You wanna
Chef
be the
with the
last
2
team to win this if you
gifted.
can, but great damage from 100 Thieves.
Really important that the Digis in the hands
Yeah,
of Backslide.
thank
Here
you,
he saw it
Chef,
smoked
for
in
the
on Bangalore,
gifted.
and
Let me
he's
get
got
some
all the
sub hype in
vision
the chat,
you could
y'all.
possibly want. They don't get the clean
me get
wipe,
some
but they
sub
create
hype
enough
in
space
the
and time
chat.
for them to move forward.
But now here comes Kick as well. Can they surprise them? Because FC Destroyer is still
Kick.
distracting
Kick's
100
there.
Thieves here. Even though they go down,
Oh,
much
shit.
damage as 100
Okay,
Thieves
Kick
taken.
coming
It's
in for a
enough
third
Kick to
party.
bolt on in and say, we'll clean that up. Thank you very much.
100 Thieves will be eliminated. So
Damn,
as you say,
100
Kick moved
Thieves.
in. And who would have thought, right, if you're not contesting off drop, maybe you can put a game together here. And Kick Esports re-evaluating the game plan from day 1 and changing it up in game 2. But the question is now, can they survive? Because there's pressure coming in, but they do get the knock.
Yeah, LG Chivas coming in as a 2, but Team Singularity are watching on from a distance. This is a nightmare for Kick. They thought they were the ones doing the third party, but unfortunately they're going to be the ones getting third party as Kick go down, as well as LG Chivas. And it's Team Singularity,
buy
the
Joy a
last ones
t-shirt.
to the party on the western side, that will survive.
And how important is
For
that for
field
Singularity?
day.
19th place coming into this lobby, 68 points
Ooh, these
overall.
churns,
As we
baby.
go back over to the
Yeah,
point of view
I
of
ain't having no
Dreamfire.
more
Peter has
kids.
gone down
And
there.
I wanted a boy. I really wanted a
So
boy,
with 8
but
squads remaining, we are gonna see
Joy
LG
is the closest
trying
I'm gonna get
finish
to a
off the
boy,
pieces. Big
because she,
damage coming
you
in
know,
for
she's
it, though.
something like a
This isn't as
tomboy.
comfortable as you
Oh
would've
shit,
wanted. But
Dreamfire.
the shots from the teams inside of the rings even
Oh
more uncomfortable.
shit, the True 357 coming in with the raid. Good morning and welcome, Raiders.
And will be able able to put down damage and will eliminate NRG. So Dreamfire might be able to escape.
Lion, how far along is your mama? Is she already 9 months?
Side, almost like a hurricane in the moment, blowing everything in their wake.
I always wanted a boy.
Dreamfire, the next team to get eliminated.
Ooh,
Moist.
ooh, that was moist right there. Come on now.
That's certainly going to leave a bruise from MT. That shot coming out of the Kraber is not a headshot. It's not the sleeping pill, but it certainly is going to be doing a huge amount of damage to just a worn-off Team Singularity.
I'm having a brother.
I don't think they're too put off by that. Is
this your first sibling? Like, are you the only child?
Sneaking up behind them. And you have to say, range for that Kraber.
She's 39 weeks.
But in the close range,
I'm up for adoption. Nah, I'm full on grown kid. I'm full is. But thank you though. I'm full.
Well, as round 4 closes, the 2 winners.
Definitely the only child. Wow.
Remember, we saw
and what's so crazy is your baby brother is gonna be raised like the only child because you're gonna be at the house. You know what I'm saying? Like when your brother get old enough, he's basically gonna be raised like an only child as well. That is so crazy.
What's fascinating about this final zone, right? We were talking about the bubble teams. Who are those bubble teams? We mentioned KCP. We mentioned Onyx.
I would adopt. If the economy wasn't as, you know, like if stuff wasn't as high as it is, I would definitely adopt the baby.
They fought for it early on, and they can convert so much pressure.
Because I can definitely love a baby, like a child that ain't mine physically. I can definitely love them just like it's mine. Yo, appreciate that follow. Appreciate the lurk. I hope you had a good stream, and thank you for sharing your community.
Elysium's back, and he's looking to take over the lobbies once more. Moist Esports will be eliminated. As Team Singularity continue to scrap here with Blackhand. They did get some good damage down initially. They did get a first knock, but now Big goes in. Can he finish off the kills though? It's looking a bit messy here. It's all up to Elysium.
Well, you said Elysium's back. Can he do the unthinkable here? It's a 1 versus 3. Onyx still not getting involved just yet. And maybe Blackhand recognizing they need to reset ever so slightly. They can't allow a solo to just ruin their day because they need these 15 seconds to get their shields back up, get any extra utility they might find in the death boxes.
Listen, me and my older sister are 13 years apart. Damn, for real?
Singularity has moved over to the eastern side, and it's kind of
me and my sister are like 3 years
scared
apart.
nature from J-Lings as Pioneers. They both kind of panicked, take some shots at one another because they heard the commotion.
Well, Pioneers have been forced into this play. I think they thought the zone might pull out a little bit more towards the open field, away from the building, towards them. It didn't, and therefore they've had to reposition. And J-Lings off the back of that information as well, seeing where the zone is going to be pulling. They've decided now, with the height going to be taken out of those other buildings, across from them, you can see Onyx Esports shooting at right now, that they can take the height, they can play it for the late game.
J-Lings certainly in
here behind me
right
smell
now.
like a wet damn dog.
From the south and could just pinch
I knew you was out there
the
for no
Pioneers,
good.
and that isn't going to be fun for them.
You can't go outside like a normal dog.
One of these teams that has ran through the lobby. Remember, they were holding that building from an early stage, and they were comfortable in their fights. They were confident in their fights, and they need to wait for all of these dark veils to dissipate.
Might have to eat up this bang ult as well. We'll be able to survive though. Smokes go out as well. They do get the gen down right on the edge of zone, which is going to stop any more barrages coming in, any more grenades being thrown at them, and it's also going to eat up those Qs from Catalyst. So, Blackhand, full Evo shields for them. It's only a corner they have to play, but you're in a corner.
Ooh, yeah, I always wanted a little boy.
It becomes a much more
I was so happy. Well, I ain't gonna say I was so happy when I got pregnant with Joy, because I was
the last remaining player from Singularity
miserable because I tried to leave her daddy before I had got pregnant. Yeah.
Pioneers in the moment, their biggest worry is
I was like, oh, maybe I'm gonna have a boy.
Elysium just saying,
I gotta find my little reveal video we did.
Please ignore me.
I was so mad. I was like, oh, hell. I said, oh, shit. I think I said, oh, shit. I seen that pink pop out. I said, oh,
taken down Nasty from KCP, and now Blackhand see that as the trigger to push forward.
Zane goes down as well. KCP starting to potentially fall
here. I gotta find my reveal. Hold on, where is it in my phone?
And the Pioneers will find Singularity. So unfortunately, the final member goes down. 4 squads remain. Make it 3, because the Pioneers eventually do get eliminated. So Onyx Esports, Blackhand, and J-Lings. Now J-Lings hold the height. They've got the Watson fences down. They have made their fortress. And they say, catch us if you can, get up here. We will hold this for as long as possible. And the circle is pulling towards them.
One thing that's very good, J-Lings They're so good at closing out these end games. They know they have the priority position, and they are very, very adept in making sure they aren't the team to make that first mistake. They can also try and force Blackhand and Onyx into each other because they're going to be close together by the circle. It's about just doing damage and forcing them to fight.
Well, the corner that Noises was just on, just outside of this building, that's where the circle's going to be finishing. So J-Lings, they can wait, they can force that damage between Onyx and Blackhand, and it should be as simple as arriving to the fight last. As now you see Onyx and Blackhand taking the fight against one another.
Blackhand taking damage. Strafing Flame's going to be there. JMW getting involved.
Oh,
Still
shit, who left?
picking up a few kills with a triple take.
Blackhand been shooting. So who played earlier
J-Lings
as
in a
we?
premium position to surely close this game out. They pick up yet more kills as they take to the high ground.
Ooh.
The flank comes in from Nags. He's just going to be shooting fish in a barrel. Onyx Esports eliminated. And now
Oh
it's
shit,
just
but
about
J-Lings
closing
got
out.
the high
Blackhand done well,
ground.
though, to stay as a full 3. If they can reset, this is still winnable.
There's the EMP coming in though. The EMP is
Oh,
a problem for
shit.
Blackhand. They're down to just 2, and look at the shields. Look at the
J-Lings
health here
got
for
this.
J-Lings. It's the perfect game. If they can convert, it should be a simple job. Send in Nags, get the damage done, and call yourself the champions.
Yep. Come on, J-Lings won that.
Was it ever in doubt for J-Lings with a position like that? Maybe a small amount of worry when they saw that 3 members of Blackhand were still alive, but the damage that they'd already been taken, J-Lings quickly made sure they capitalized
Have a
off
good
that
stream.
damage.
We will. We sitting here
And it
chilling,
was a
watching the
very early
ALGS.
move
We'll be
from
here all
J-Lings to
day.
ensure they were on
True.
that far eastern side. They were joined for...
Hold on. Let me see if this video did it send. Hold on. Oh yeah, it did. Hold on. This is my reveal. I say, ain't that some shit? I was mad as hell seeing that goddamn pink. I was so motherfucking mad. I said, ain't that some shit? I was mad as hell.
them for an entirely different reason.
Well,
I was so mad.
They never kind of risk adverse. They put themselves
Because
in a
my
position at the right
neighbor,
time
she
to
had
advance.
got the test
You can see here,
result.
they're not overcommitting to the fight.
I
They
was
know
so
that they are
mad.
going
I
to
was like,
win
ain't
this
that some
game.
shit?
The
I
only
wanted
way
them boys
that
so
they don't win this
goddamn
game is if
bad.
someone drops, if someone throws,
They were so
essentially,
little.
that
I
puts themselves in a
know.
position
Them
where all of a
little
sudden you've got the other team with a
babies.
belief because they've got that first knock. And they can maybe isolate someone off the back of
The
it. But
dojo
EMP
popped off,
just slowed
apparently.
things down
Really?
once again. JMW flies in, and I think what was almost as important
Damn.
for J-Lings in that final circle was not just
So
the
B
beatdown,
and
but
C
they also
played
got a few
earlier.
KP
Okay.
from the team scrapping on that low ground.
Yeah, they made
Automatically.
sure that they
Okay.
took advantage of a circle that was close enough to their drop spot of high
I think
point,
they end up number
quickly rotated to get in
what?
what they felt was one of the prime positions, and the circle kept pulling towards them, so they were rewarded for their early move. I'm still impressed that the Pioneers were able to get all the way east, considering they drop over towards Mill, by the way, so they should still be happy with a top 5 finish, considering how far they had to go.
Yeah, nothing quite like evac tower from command center to get across the map. Very, very impressive stuff coming out of that rotate, and I'm sure they
Okay,
want to thank
the
XZ as well,
dojo.
because I'm not sure if that was their evac tower that they kind of followed them on, but it certainly worked for them, and they managed to get in a pretty good position. But that's a very interesting game, isn't it? Because that's going to change the leaderboards significantly. And we talked about pressure, how things are going to change up. Well, before we get into overalls, let's check out match 1 results, and it is J-Lings with 19 points on the board. So important to get those points early. 7 kills, I think, a big contributor. We talked about J-Lings are good at winning games, but sometimes you don't see the KP alongside it. That is not the case here in this first game.
And we mentioned right at the top of this show, 53 points is what they were on, so now they're on 72. Again, still a little bit off that kind of bubble amount that we were talking of 92 to 100, but with more games like that, J-Lings could still find themselves in the winner's bracket. Blackhand, 18 points they were able to pick up. Onyx getting 10, Singularity getting 10, and Pioneers getting 7. And also, shout out, Kick Esports getting 9 points.
Okay,
Not being
Kick.
contested right at the start, and they were able to play the game of Apex Legends.
They certainly were.
Baby, did y'all see what Hal said about Kick last night?
At the bottom side, though, you can see Ascend. They lost that contest, even though they got the 1 point for one of those limbs. E6, very
Oh,
quiet
B
game
and
for
D
them, and it's been a
playing
quiet
now.
tournament so
Okay,
far, but
okay.
the crowd certainly aren't quiet when they come on our screens. Except
The
as
noise
well,
canceling
0
on
points
them
for them.
headsets
We saw
has to
them
be
get
top tier.
pinched
Oh,
a little bit
yeah.
earlier on as they were kind of shadowed through the skies by
Hold on.
Pioneers on their
What
rotate.
was it at?
And then you've got the likes of 100 Thieves who
Posted.
might be starting to think that it's getting to a little bit of a worrying
Hold
moment
on,
for them.
let
They
me
want to
find
be
the
in the
tweet.
in the winner's side of the bracket. They don't want to be in the elimination side of it and have to fight their way through that. They're going to have to step up here as we head into game number 2.
Yeah, I think that when you look at how far you are beyond that points total that we were trying to look at, it's always easy to worry, but I think for a lot of these teams, they can maybe say, all right, well, we're not as good at Stormpoint, we're going to be good at World's Edge. There's still lots of games here. It's not too much of a worry after map number 1. You can see
He
J-Links,
said-
the damage they were able to
Hal
put down.
said, "This
is what
I have
expect
actual
from
brain
J-Links,
damage
right?
after
I mean, I know
those
I
6
mention it all the
games.
time,
Holy
how they used
shit!
to be such
Please
a good
get
World's
me
Edge
out of
team,
kick
they're very good
lobby.
at playing zone
Dear
and
God."
holding on to the circles when they are able to get them coming their way, but they were able to get the kills as well. I think it's right that you highlighted that.
Yeah, it's the big thing. It's always been the big thing for me in J-Links. It's like, they read zones brilliantly. They always find themselves in great positions. They rotate so well, but I just feel like sometimes they're not willing to take a little bit more of a risk to clear space around
said,
them.
"I
But
got
the way they
brain
controlled that
damage."
building was
He said,
perfect,
"Dear
right? They
God."
controlled the roof, they held off the push coming in from KCP, and then they were able to clean up that end game, and that's what you got to do. It's not just about getting a position. It's not just about hunkering down in a building. You have to try and control
Somebody
the space
said,
around
"Kick
it
on
and
track of
force
beating
other
Vex
teams
for
to fight
40th
away
place."
from the position that you are holding.
Now, if I'm E6, if I'm 310, I'm asking myself, how did I
Oh,
let J-Links
shit,
get
big
past
brain
us and
damage.
get to that position
Oh, my
before
gosh.
us? Definitely something that these teams need to be looking at when it comes to circles that are pulling their way. But I think that is credit to J-Links knowing these ring pulls, knowing these circles, and knowing which areas to be heading towards when they see a pull start to happen. So J-Links take match number 1.
Listen,
Black
it said
and
that
Doe,
Ori
we saw
sent
they
them
were
on
in the building for
on
quite some
flights
time,
and
they
got them
really asserted
accommodations
their
and
dominance.
everything,
Certainly
all for
did.
them
We
to
saw
grief
some of the
off
stats coming in, like
spawn.
you're saying.
Everyone
Actually
playing
ninth place
Apex
in the
and these
overall
guys are
standings
playing a
coming into
flight
game 1 as well.
simulator.
So Black Hand going under the radar a bit, and I think it's about time that we give them the spotlight because they are performing so
somebody
well
said,
so
"Give them
far
Vex
here in
treatment for
Birmingham."
40th place
Who knows, maybe
finish.
they could be a little bit of a sleeper team, an
Listen.
underdog going into the later days.
I mean, certainly, even with the points they
I
just
said,
got
"Wait,
in match
who is
number
Kick?
1,
Is that a
should be
player or a
enough to
team?
get
I
them
never
into the
heard of
winners
them.
bracket, most likely, but they still want to be consistent. They
If
still want to be
Kick
finding
can
themselves in those final
qualify for
circles.
land, so
Not
can
just
I.
for the
That's how I
points, but
feel.
it's
That's
about
really
getting
how I
those
feel.
reps in, right? It's getting as many final
That's really
circles as
how I
possible.
feel.
So when
Like,
you do
I
get into
feel
the
like
bracket, when you do
I
get
could have
into
just
the
put a
grand
squad
finals,
together and be
you
like,
have
"Hey, we
those reps,
qualify.
you
Bam,
understand
we
how
in
the
there."
lobbies are playing, and you
Yeah,
know
this
how
they
to
first
navigate.
and probably
Game one
last
is done and dusted. A lot
ALGS.
more Apex
Yes.
Legends to come your way though. Game 2 coming up on Stormpoint right after the break.
Somebody said Kick unemployment soon. Oh shit. Kick still be like, "We aren't contesting for Cloud. We thinking we are good enough to take POIs from top teams." Even Vex learned their lesson and stopped contesting because it was costing them. Right. That's my whole thing. Like, if you still getting contested, like you still contesting this spot, each time you're contesting the top teams and you're getting beat up, at some point you gotta be like, "Okay, y'all, damn, hey, we can't have that POI. Like, we gotta move around, y'all. We gotta go somewhere different." Baby. Oh shit. Oh, I thought that said 49 minutes. I was about to say, not for the next goddamn game. It better not be. No, let me take these start taking these goddamn braids out. Last game they ended up playing Ring and Craft. I don't know what place they got though. Wait, they were just playing the Ring? Won the third to immediately die and struggle to get points the rest of the day. Listen, I don't know what they were doing. I feel like they got potential. Only reason I say they got potential is because they made it to lane. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they ass compared to the rest of them.
Welcome back to the ALGS Championship
But
this week. There'll be $2 million in prizing given out, Dan. What a time to be alive.
I just don't
Game
know.
one done
I
on
just don't
Stormpoint here.
understand.
As we saw, the two groups going up against each other, and now we have the opportunity to go back to Stormpoint and see if we can have a repeat winner, or if things are going to change up a little bit.
Yeah, a few things we need to look out for is, are we going to see the consistency from these bubble teams that we were mentioning earlier, the likes of KCP?
They might
Voice,
not be
Singularity,
last.
Onyx. Or are we going
What?
to see some of the teams who are a little bit lower down in those tables, 100 Thieves and Jay Lings, who were the winners
Who
of
worse
match
than them
number
in
one?
here?
Can they suddenly propel themselves up the leaderboards and find themselves in that winner's bracket?
We'll have to find out if that
who
is
is
going to be the
worse
case.
than
There's also
them?
a couple of teams who are kind of lingering down the bottom who are going to start to worry for just a second, I think, knowing that there's 5 games left in groups
They
for them
definitely
to get
was
the
in
job done and
barometer
get
in the
themselves
storm.
into the winner's side of
That
that
second
bracket.
ring was
I want to
closing.
talk about one of those teams because I can certainly see over there in the crowd they've got a
2
lot of
milli
fans.
show
That's
is,
gonna be
man.
E6.
Good morning,
E6
man.
need to put in a performance now, Dan. And the big thing
They
for
said
E6
next year
for
the
me
prize
is
pool
they
supposed to
can
be
be a
5
little bit
milli.
hot and cold, right? They can go through these periods where it's like, oh, they have a couple of very low point games that all of a sudden they just burst into
I
life,
might have to go
momentum,
and get
adrenaline. I don't know what it
game
is
to go
about
to
them, but you
team.
can never count them out. And one big game here for them, and they can start to take over.
Well, you've got the E6 Ultras chanting, and maybe that can give them the confidence in this match number 2, because we're in the drop ship, and we are ready to go for match number 2. And if you are E6, if you're any of those teams who are around that northeast area, you're asking and you're scratching your head saying, how did we let teams get there first? Rotations and quick moving is everything in this current meta. You want to be the first team to lock
I
down
had
one of those
one
buildings.
hell of a night. What
Be
you do last
confident in
night?
your belief of where that zone is going to go, because it can be the difference
Riddle
maker.
is
certainly
at
can
18 points and
indeed.
39th place.
Get
Kick
loud
is
as
at
well, which is
14
what we
points. They
love
fight
to
not
hear.
to
And
be
let me tell you,
last
the
place
volume's
right
signing
now.
up day by
Oh
day
yeah,
here in
Riddle.
Birmingham. The crowd
I
have been
forgot Riddle. I
amazing
forgot
so
about Riddle.
far, and you know it's only going to get better.
I
as we
fell
get into
down
the
my
juicier
stairs and
parts
barely
of the
sprained my
tournament.
wrist.
But
Damn,
speaking
how you
about
do
fly
that?
path, it's
You
gonna
had
be
some socks
north to
on?
south, straight down the middle of the map, and for a team who just won
I
things,
do not go
Jay Lings,
downstairs
that's
with
gonna
socks
be great
on no
news. But for
more.
Ascend,
If I
they're looking
do,
for a different
I am
result from this
tiptoeing.
contest.
Yeah, Sen contesting again.
Because
down
I done
at
slipped and
launchpad
failed
with
a couple of
Red Order,
times, fucking with
as we
socks.
mentioned, it didn't go their way the first time, and for Red Order,
There
it
was a
massive
damn
because
dry
they
shit.
were
I
down
knew
in
it had to be something that was
39th
made to
position
slip.
and really need some
Damn.
points on the board if they are going to find themselves in the winners
Oh,
bracket. This
well,
has
at least
to
you
be a
didn't break
miraculous
nothing.
run here
Damn.
in set number 3 for them. But they were able to get the victory last time, but nothing really
I done failed
snowballed
too many
after that.
times.
They still went down shortly after. But they're well aware now that Ascend are going to be there as all. It's a little lineup with Ascend,
Fucking with
but
them
not
damn,
enough to get a shot.
I think Ascend will be
who
fuming,
Riddle contesting a
to say
sin?
the least, about how the last contest went down. They got that first knot, and then one player, I think it was Miak, managed to just flank, get up on height and drop down behind 2 Ascend players and essentially take them out single-handedly. So Ascend playing a little bit
Damn,
tighter
you had to
this
get a
time around.
cast?
They're going to be able to hit the ring console as well to get a bit of info, but I
Riddle
think
beat
it's,
Ascend
you know,
last
one of
time?
those games that certainly
Okay.
refocuses you if you're Ascend, but also frustrates you more than
I couldn't
anything
even
with how
watch
things went down.
because
I think Ascend in general feel like they are
Joy,
disrespected
I had
in the
woke
Apex
up
scene,
when
even
my
though they've
alarm
had
went
great
off, and
achievements.
then I
Second
closed my
place
eyes
at the Split
again.
1 playoffs,
And
what
then
could have
Joy,
been
she
the-
usually come
well,
get
certainly
me.
it could have been a first place. I guess they were in
She
the
usually
fight,
come get me
weren't
like
they? They technically did
8:05.
not
She's
get
like,
second
"Mommy, it's
place, but they had
8:05,"
the
but she did
chance
not
to
come get
win
me this
at
morning.
Split 2 playoffs,
I'm coming.
losing
I
out
wake
to
up.
TSM.
I'm just some told me wake
We'll
up.
have
It
to
was
see now whether
8:24. I was like,
Ascend
Joy, why
can
you didn't come
replicate
get me? You
that
up here on this
success that they
damn
had, because at Split
iPad,
2, they really struggled. They looked
and
like
now
a
you
different
late for
team
fucking
compared to Split
school.
1.
They got to the finals, but we know how tough the finals lobbies can be. It just seems like there's just a step up. And for Ascend, maybe just wasn't their day. But for now, it looks like this contest is
Hey,
going to be
quit
kind
shooting
of,
it. Quit shooting it. You can't see nothing.
shall we say, there's a gentleman's agreement going down between the two. A few pop shots, but Ascend, I think, happy enough with their loot to start their rotate. And for a team like Ascend, who are so dependent upon their
She
rotations
ain't
and how
taking
they
no
get to
damn
zone
days
early,
off because you know
these
she don't
kind of
like going to
things
school
really
half
does
the
hurt them.
time anyway because she
It
like
really
at
does,
least once
and I think that
a
they've always
month
been a team who is
she's
happy
sick
to move
and she
quickly,
can't go to
and sometimes
school.
they get targeted because of that. But I think they were the ones targeting Riddle Order in this particular instance, but they don't take the fight now as
She
NRG
said her
are
brain be
making their
tired.
move. But as we start to look at the zone, we are heading up to the wall for this
Oh,
circle.
shit.
Exet are already
Exet.
making their move, and they're already trying to take down some players as Fussy has fallen. And unfortunately for Moist, it looks like they might be pushed here.
Oh, Nocturnal got a little bit of a shock there, but the Knuckle Cluster will clear the way for Noct to move in. They know this is a 3v2. They know they want to clear this up. However, they also know that they can't make too much of a mess of this because there are teams already stacking
Already
up
looking at 'em.
inside of the wall. You have Area 310, you have Blackhand playing the tunnel. Start a fight at their kicker there. Jailings are already there as well. So if you're going to fight, you've got to make it quick. And that's
Quick and
exactly
clean it
what
up.
Exet are doing.
Yeah, Waltzy is going to be the next player, and it should be 3 for 3 here for XA. It's going to be relatively comfortable. A white knockdown shield is not really going to help you in this scenario.
Show lane,
And there we
show
go.
lane.
Moist,
Moist
eliminated in
eliminated.
20th position. And again,
Come
it
on,
starts
fun
to get a little bit worrying. Even though Moist
FPS. Come
doing
on,
pretty
baby.
well, and they're closing in on that total they'd like to get to find
Yeah,
themselves
that's
in
my
this.
boy.
The more
I
losses
love
and the
fun.
more points that you kind of throw away in these games, it makes it more difficult for you in the later matches.
That's my
NRG
boy
have
right
managed
there.
to move all the way around to the northern side here, just above Jay Lings. And they're going to be happy to reside here. And you can see ears to the ground. They're trying to listen. They're trying to sneak up. This could be a potential ambush.
This is where if you're inside of the building, you've got to be aware. You've got to make sure that you're watching
We
every
love an acting
angle.
queen, baby, and she be acting, baby. She be.
As the smoke comes in, I'm not sure if that
I'm
was
just
an
sick,
NRG
mama.
smoke
No,
or if
and
that
what
was
she'll
one
do
coming
is,
out of the
Joy,
wall
I'll take her to
say, hey,
school.
we
She'll
see
be like,
you.
Mama ain't feeling good, so I'll be like, Nah, Joy,
Think
you gotta
about
go to
doing
school.
anything funny.
Well, I think
Joy
they
can
well,
control
they put
her
that smoke down
temperature,
because you saw
y'all.
Sweet's face.
I
As
don't
soon
know
as he had
what
looked
she
into
be
that
doing
building,
because
he
she'll
felt
leave the
his
house
eyes
and
lock
she'll be
with
fine,
someone
and then
else,
she'll
and he
go to
instantly turned
school.
around and
She'll
said,
stay there for about
"No
30
fancy
minutes
it.
to an
This is not
hour,
a fun fight
and
to
then
try
she'll
and
give
take, and
herself
now
a
it's
fever.
about
I
what
don't
do
know
you wanna
what
do
she
here
be
from
doing,
NRG,
like
because this
legit.
tunnel
You
is
can
not
ask
where you
Nicole,
wanna
I'm
play.
not making
It's
this
too much
up.
of a choke point
She
where
will
you
give
be
herself a
focused, so you need
fever.
to try and force
So
your
she
way
can go to
in
the nurse's
to the wall
office,
at
and she
some
know they're gonna
point.
call for me to come pick her up because she got a
Exit
fever.
at the moment, just control
And
all
it
the
could
space
be
within the wall. Picking up some loot on their way
she.
as
I
well.
don't know
FC
what she
Detroit
do. I don't know what kind of
holding down
power she
this
got,
area
but
outside
Joy
of
can
the
control her
This is,
temperature.
the southeastern side
And
of the
I'm
zone
not making
where it's
this
going
up.
to be going. Elsewhere, 100 Thieves making their way through Jurassic at the moment. LG taking their time. It's
Listen,
a really tough zone
she
for LG
can
to try and
control her
access.
temperature, y'all.
So
She'll
jump
be
on board with
perfectly
Pioneers, so a
fine
pretty
when
good
she
result
leave
in
this
that
house,
first game.
and then she'll go to school. Like if
Smiles on
she's
the faces,
sleepy or something,
understandably
she'll give
so.
herself a fever just so they can call me to come pick her up.
Into a win here.
I promise you, right hand to God, y'all, she can give herself, like she can control her temperature, like she got some kind of magic powers or something. And Nicole was like, you know she ain't sick. I was like, I know, but the school done called and somebody, she got a fever. Now I gotta go get her. I mean, I have to go pick her up because now the nurse done called.
Yeah, we know that Apex
And when I
Legends
say
and
nurse,
esport really,
they school
a lot
don't
of
have
mentals
nurses that we
involved,
had.
and
They
just
got
having that
actual
extra little bit of confidence
RNs
will do you
as
wonders.
nurses at their school.
Speaking of, Element 6
Like-
on the struggle bus at the moment in this tournament.
I can make myself start
New addition of
sweating.
Tyler coming in, and a lot of hope of how this roster might do.
She will give herself
See
a
whether they can find
fever.
something in these
And
next
when they
5
check my
matches, they
temperature,
keep
it will
their
be
chances
high. That's
alive of being in
crazy.
that
Joy
winner's bracket.
has that
Otherwise,
superpower.
It'll have to be an elimination run
What's
forward,
up, RSS?
which is
How
still
you
very
doing? Good
achievable. Sometimes when
morning.
you make a change, it's not the worst thing to play more games of Apex Legends to give yourself
Oh,
that
hell no.
extra
I
little
don't
bit of
need
time
help
to build
sweating.
that chemistry and make sure
She
you're
won't
ready
be, she don't sweat none, but
find
she will
yourself
raise her
in Elim
motherfucking
2
temperatures
and then
up.
maybe into the grand finals.
I can
Great
make
job
myself,
from
yeah, I can make myself
observing
tear
here in the
up.
back.
I can make myself
Jumped
tear
over
up
to
to
the
a certain
POV of
extent.
Onyx Esports, and I was just thinking, hey, this isn't NRG. Where are NRG?
I have
That's
to- I have to
exactly where
think
they
about
are. They've
something
crept their way
sad.
Into wall.
Because,
trying
you know,
to
I'm a
get ahead
gangster.
of
I
the
don't be
traffic.
crying like that.
Gold charge rival here for Raki, and let me tell you, even though I would say not the most consistent output of damage these days from the charge rifle, after it was retuned completely, if you hit a shot from distance and you connect with a headshot, well, it's game over for the other player, quite simply.
I mean, it's still bloody annoying, isn't it? It's
Oh,
just one
yeah.
of those guns
Oh,
where
he
you
got
get
a
shot by
gold
it,
charge?
you don't really fancy.
Now, let me see if the
the
pro
team
can
that is
hit
doing
his
it from a
shots with that
distance, and
motherfucking
actually,
charge.
It aggravates me a little bit. It makes me want to push that team.
I feel like I've just unlocked some sort of anger in you.
Yeah, he's just... Yeah.
Let me find out you pinching your
Real worries,
nipples.
it's fine. No, it's
Calm
not.
down.
It's fine.
Keep yourself composed.
Breathe.
Well, NRG just playing the backside of the concrete structure you can see.
No, I'm just
at the
depressed.
top of your screen, a couple of teams inside of the wall building itself.
Yeah,
As
that's
the
okay.
France
We
making a
all be
really big
crying,
zone wrap as
shit.
well to the north, which is interesting for the likes of NRG. Start a fight, who are going to be having to keep their heads on swivels, so to speak, to watch that zone wrap coming in.
So only 5 teams
Oh,
outside
shit.
of this next circle. It's going to be the late rotation again from ALGS Chivas. Riddle Order going to be arriving late. 100 Thieves have just gone up to Thunderwatch, by the way. But Onyx seem like they're happy here for now, and they're well aware that as they wrapped on the
I was
northern
in the
side, they
middle
could
of
certainly
sending
be
my
joined
tweet out.
by
Did I
other
send that
teams.
tweet
And,
out?
well, it could happen. Here's the Seat de France, who
I
are
don't
taking
think I
a
ever
very
hit send now that I think about
northern
it.
route and will be potentially arriving
No,
in a very
I
similar
didn't.
position.
Like, hold on. I was sending a tweet out.
Interesting to see if this pays off for the
Now that I
City
think
France.
about it,
This
I
is
don't
kind of
think I hit send.
all
I
eggs in
didn't.
one basket play, right? Because if the meds aren't there and they have to re-wrap through zone, they might be taken down by that zone. Onyx Esports taking damage at just the wrong time here as well. And you can see that the Seat de France are probably popping those last meds and getting ready to re-engage here. Or should I say, engage and pop up behind them.
It was a coordinated, all 3 medkits at the same time. They maybe sense there's a team around this corner. And now they've got that info. And now suddenly you want to push up, but Psychop's taken so much damage.
Psychop will be down as well, and that was the worry for me about this play. The longer they're in zone, the longer this fight takes, then the longer and the more likely it is that this will be the end of the game for Le Seat de France. Onyx Esports look pretty frustrated, but all of a sudden, look how this game is changing. Crusader's down, Shady's down, Racky's left on his own.
That was an Uno reversal card, played onto an Uno reversal card there from Lecite de France as they managed to stay alive. Psycho back on his feet, Exet eliminated over towards the wall. So all this commotion started happening as all these teams arrive a little bit late and force teams into one another.
They have to go here though, the meds are so low for Lecite de France. They have to get inside of that zone, and the zone is going to start shifting away from them in the next few moments as well. They have to get this KP, they have to push in, they will be safe. But do they know? Do they know? They know now!
But all the better for NRG, who have been pleasantly waiting at the other end of the tunnel, but this will draw attention towards them, so they have to be careful. This is good from NRG. You don't want to overcommit to this fight.
They do know they have them trapped, however, they did use the Horizon ult, so they're not going to have that available, but Lecite de France aren't going to have much utility either. They did get that knock, which means now they can move in to clean up the damage. NRG doing a great job of clearing their back here, and I think the decision to move through that tunnel, get into wall, and ahead of the expected traffic from the northern side, which is what puts them in such a good position.
All the meanwhile, the teams that arrived here early have just been kind of watching, peeking out of their curtains, checking on their neighbors every now and then. Have they put the bins out? Yes, they have. We'll do that later. Jailings, they arrived early. 100 Thieves are there. SAF also in a building as well.
Looks like it.
All these teams should be comfortable for now, but we mentioned E6 earlier. They're trying to stay alive on the opposite side of NRG.
Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. They will not be participating in the end of game number 2. Element 6 had to use a lot of utility to get into this position. You saw K-Swinny on the fuse hitting the ult just to give them enough space to retreat. And even though they are safe and will be safe for quite some time, they have to be worried about the likes of Ascend in this building being able to roll a few grenades their way.
On this southern side, there are about 6 teams that are all going to be moving at a very similar time, and I tell you what, it's going to be carnage when they all do.
Finish taking these things out.
The last team to enter that fight might be able to hold the southern side and threaten the tank, but it looks like, yeah, E6 fancy it.
E6 are going to go in, and I talked about momentum. I talked about adrenaline. Well, E6, maybe they're feeling it right now as Tyler goes in. He'll do so much damage. The Peacekeeper's going to be a problem, but so is Tyler. It's all up to Slayers and K-Swinny to clean up the pieces here. They will win the fight against Ascend, but can they hold off the third party?
It's going to be 100 Thieves.
Oh my God, get out of here!
Sometimes you just got to be aggressive as Slayers denies any sort of push and will allow E6 to just about hold on.
But Slayers got more work to do here. You can see it. He's doing so much of it himself. K-Swinny still alive. Can he get the shield swap here, Slayers? He does get the perp, but Tyler is still down. As it's going to be another team flushing themselves into this building, and now you can see that E6 are in a pinch.
Slayer's just trying to make himself as big as possible, and I tell you what, he's a very big man, very tall man, but he will fall as K-Swinny now tries to escape. E6 was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but it looks like K-Swinny may just be able to get this Phoenix off and at least re-engage if he wants to, or rat out, because it was 2 teams that were pressing them.
NRG under a little bit of pressure themselves as well, but able to survive. Now, if I was not mistaken, Lecite de France have somehow managed to get them back up, themselves up to a 4-3. But the Digi being dropped off here would suggest that NRG want to send Nathan in through the smoke to try and deal with that.
Nathan gets the cover. Sets the
The
pick
headset
and
is
sets his teammates onto Lecite
1600.
de France, but they are still residing in that
The
corner.
30-30
This
just
is
on.
frustrating for NRG. NRG are desperate to clear this northern side because then they can be far more comfortable
Damn, that
in
car
the
is
area they currently
shredding.
reside in. They just can't get out the pesky Lecite de France.
Not
I'm
quite
good
sure
with
how
my
this has happened, by
earbuds.
the way, but
Not
E6
with
I'm pretty
earbuds.
sure
You
that
play
they
with
managed to get
earbuds,
everyone
right?
back in the game. Elsewhere,
That's
though,
why you don't be hearing
down on the
shit.
southern side of zone, these are the teams who have had to traverse across Storm Point, and now they are running into each other. FC Destroyer going to be the first ones to fall, as here come Dreamfire.
Yeah, this was the southern side scrap that I was talking about, but I tell you what, there is damage coming out from everyone at the moment who are on the south. Dreamfire trying to rescue and will rescue because Roy going hard with the R301 and make sure he helps his teammates as best as he can.
Team Singularity eliminated, deleted, but now Roy and 3MZ have to do what they can to try and survive the onslaught. The fight breaks out finally between Lecite de France and NRG. Nathan through the smoke. through the flames, manages to survive. Area 310 in the meantime gone. Dreamfire have been eliminated as well on that southern side, but NRG still having to deal with this into
Oh
France.
no, I don't like Razer headsets. Only headsets I always used was Logitech, or Astros. I always had Astro 850s for the longest up until recently when my thing went out, and I'm not ordering no more.
As LG now on this southern
Because it's
side find
always
themselves
the
under a little bit of pressure. Yanya has
charging
fallen, but
dock.
Riddlorder will be
So I was
eliminated.
like, yeah,
We're
I'm
down
not
to
getting
our
no more
final
unless they send me
9
some.
teams now as everybody tries to enter the wall.
Yeah,
So
not
I
over yet
use,
on the
I
southern side,
love
but also
Logitech
still
or
scraps
Astro.
happening on the northern
That's
side.
it.
NRG
I
down
can't
to
do
2.
Razer.
J-Lings are involved in this one. JNW and Noises have gone down into 2 versus 1,
Oh!
making it 1
The
versus
big ones
1.
make my head
Nathan's
hurt,
still
all the
alive.
over the head, because
Nathan,
your
all
head's
up
so
to you
big.
for NRG fans here.
Yeah,
Trying
it's a
to
big
escape,
head
trying
problem.
to survive.
Still
LG
sign the
Shivas
other days
have
that
gone
hurts
down in the
my
meantime.
head.
We have 8
Yeah.
squads
Yeah,
remaining
our head
as
is too big.
J-Lings fall as well.
SAF down to 1.
Yeah, I don't
Could
have
be
those
going back up to
problems.
2 though. This is NRG's chance to get a res as well if they would like. There's been a lot of reses that have happened, maybe under people's noses.
Yeah,
at
I
times.
love
This is the southern
Logitech
side. This is Black
headphones.
Hand and Iron
Either
Blood Gaming, but I
Logitech
want to
or
talk about
Astro.
100
Which now, I mean, they
Thieves.
still the
We set it
same.
up
They're up
perfectly.
under the
The
same
story is
company.
there for them.
Astro
They
is
need a win
Logitech
more than
pretty much
anyone in this
anyway.
lobby at the moment. They are bang center zone. They have
I
the
got
only
these
building
830s now. They're
in where this
not
zone is
bad.
going
The
to
only
be
thing is they
Coming all the way
cuff
from
my
Montana
ears
as well,
and
they've
it
done
make
very well to
me
ensure that they hold
talk
the building where they
louder
are.
because I
They're
can't
on
hear
top of it as well.
myself.
It's always
So they
nice to
do
be
what
on
they
top of
need
it
to
and have
do.
that confidence that you don't feel like
They
teams
do
are
what
going
they
to
need to
push up on you
do, but I be
enough.
loud as
You
hell
kind of
because I
hunker
can't hear
down and you hold the
myself.
bottom of the building. It can be a little bit
Of like
frustrating.
how
Teams
loud
can
I
walk up
am.
on you, but now Iron Blood Gaming are getting in this fight versus Black Hat.
This is the southern side once again, just outside of the wall. Can't get the Barry Ponsic. He has to go in now. But you think it's just a matter of time for Iron Blood. They will be
Iron
eliminated.
Blood out of this.
And surprise, surprise, it's Black Hand back in the fight once again and back into the top 6.
Black Hand with 30 points. I mean, they're really putting themselves in the perfect position for that winner's bracket. An incredible opening
Mine
2
falls
games from
apart.
there.
I'm too rough with
Now we
the
look back
headset
towards
and
where 100
controller.
Thieves are, holding center zone,
That's
trying
how
to
I
keep
am
out the
with
likes of
controllers.
SAF and the remainder of NRG. But the real threat to 100 Thieves is
I
Black
need a new
Hand and
controller
I'll say
every
it,
3
Kick,
to 4
still
months.
alive on the northwest side of Wall.
Interesting thing
This
for
circle
100 Thieves
is ugly
almost
as fuck.
carbon copy of what we were talking about in the last game. They control the height at just the right time. All of the other buildings are now going to be eliminated. The height from those as that zone starts to close. Finally, NRG are eliminated. Nathan
Damn,
managed to
NRG
round to a
down.
top 6 position. As
100
now we see
Thieves
100
still in
Thieves with
there?
the L-Star in the hands of Onmu, looking to pick up some
Oh,
kills
now
on
they
the respawns.
reviving.
Well, welcome back to the game and welcome back from the skies, but can you get anything to work with? No one desperate to jump on it in the moment because those who are still alive, either they are down to just a 2, or they're in one of the commanding positions in this final circle. In 23 seconds, Ring 5 closes, and that means E6, Kick, and SAF all have to move.
The calm before the storm here. All of the southern side has now been dealt with. Black Hand were the last survivors
I just
from
thought about it.
that
They
scuffle
started
that
on
went down.
Storm
I say
Point
scuffle.
instead of
It's kind
starting
of
on
like an
World's Edge.
underselling of it. It was about 10 teams who tried to force their
What I
way
really
into
need
zone.
is a
Black
new
Hand
chair.
are the winners, and now
I
they
used
take
to be
the
partnered
building
with,
below 100 Thieves, but you can also hear the
Respawn,
E6
but then
fans
they
starting to pick up the volume a little
they
bit here in
ended their
Birmingham,
partnership
because Slayers
program,
and K-Swinny are still
got rid of
involved in this
all the
endgame.
But E6
partners,
did
and now
excellently
they
to
doing
hold
another
this building
Respawn
earlier
recruit.
and
Like,
then still
I'm
escape
so
with their lives, at
confused.
least
That's
2
why I
of
didn't
them,
even try to do it.
which
I
gives
was
them
like,
still a chance,
why would I do a
slim
Respawn
chance at
recruit
that
when I
in
was
this final
already a
circle,
partner,
we've
but y'all was
seen
like
games being won
talking
by
like
2
y'all was
players
gonna go out of
plenty of times
business,
before, and
but
even
now
at
y'all
this
doing
tournament,
another
remember, NRG
Respawn
did it
recruit.
earlier
Like,
on
I'm so
yesterday.
confused
But
on
100 Thieves still hold one
why.
of the prime
I'm not doing
positions.
that.
Kick
Like,
now arriving from the
we were
northwest.
already
SAF are
partnered.
also
If
pushing in, and
anything,
E6 are
y'all
forcing
should have been like,
themselves up
okay,
this ramp.
we gonna keep the
Looking across the
company and
composition,
we're gonna do
100 Thieves
come be a partner.
scoring on the Gibby.
Come
This
back,
could be
you know what I'm
big
saying?
as
But
the
I'm not
zone
gonna do
maybe
all-
starts to pull away from the building. We go back to the old Gibby meta. If you can be
They
the
know- if
one
they
team
want
to
me, they
throw
know.
your bubble out and create some false cover, then you can survive a little bit longer. K-Swinny
They've
doing
been
damage
using
with that
the
Kraber.
fuck out
9
of
shots to
Catalyst,
work
man.
with.
You
He
hear
can
me?
influence this final lobby
100% pick
hugely.
rate on
We've seen
Catalyst,
plenty of
almost
highlight reels with
100%.
K-Swinny popping off with the Kraber as well, so that kind of adds an extra half.
I feel like
player
if you
to
don't have a Catalyst,
E6
you're in a
here, so
bad
maybe it's not a
position.
2-man, but it suddenly becomes 2.5. 100 Thieves though, they
Like,
just need to make
who
sure
was
that
that?
they are
Element
checking
6 don't
every
have a
angle,
catalyst,
trying to be
they're
as
in a
big as
bad
possible, laying
situation.
down damage when they're able
But
to.
they got bang.
As I say that, Scurry does spot one
Oh, they
underneath them.
playing with Gibby.
You
I
mentioned the
just
calm before
noticed
the
that.
storm. It's all going to explode in about
Big
30 seconds when
motherfucking Gibby.
suddenly E6 are going to be forced in. Kick are going to be forced
They
in.
got a bang
Black
on
Hand
and
100 of these will have to
goddamn
leave this
give it
building as
up.
well. It's going to end just outside of the building on top of the ledge.
can see here that Kicker are aware of the E6 players' positions as well. They're trying to swing out. They're trying to do some damage on the cross to make them easy kills for the likes of Blackhand.
I just think a lot of people had to learn how to play her.
That will then clear the space for them to be
Like
sent
they
to
just
zone.
had to learn her play style,
And it looks
or
like
you
they
know how to
wanna
play
take
with her.
this fight kick. You can see they're thinking about throwing the Dark Veil down, cutting the zone
And
in
then
half,
they
taking
had
this fight
Seer,
early,
yeah.
to then allow the rest of the lobby to do the damage, them to reset, and then be involved in that endgame.
I mean, when you look at where the circle's finishing,
Didn't get
Kick
fixed
up
yet. He
closest
doesn't have
to
his
it
hand
at
through
the
the
moment.
walls,
And
yeah.
I like the position. They've got the wall to work with. They can kind of use it as a head glitch as well if they get pushed. A longbow
Yeah,
just
no
to
more
try and
wall
take out any
scans,
players that are
yeah.
going to be arriving from a distance. Kick in a fantastic position at the moment, but 100 Thieves still have that height.
And now ain't nobody picking post Seer. Post Seer.
Uzol not having too much of an impact, you can
Baby,
see.
Apex know how to
Now
nurse some
E6 is gonna be
characters into
forced
the
by the
ground,
zone. They're going to be
baby.
flushed out. But if K-Swinny can hit one shot with the Kraber in his hands after popping this battery, maybe he can
I mean,
find somewhere
Seer's
to play.
still
Or maybe it's going to
good
be a
though,
race ball,
because
but he
he's
can a little bit of
still got
concrete
that cover.
that
But
keeps
only
E6
thing is
alive here.
the cancel
E6
of the
just desperate to draw
revive. That's what a
attention
lot of
elsewhere,
people
as we
played
see
them
in the kill
for.
feed. Suddenly that attention has been dragged away from them. Vaxilon gets the opener, 100 Thieves showing what they can do from that high ground. And now here comes all the ultimates. Black Hole goes down to try and catch out E6, but they are able to destroy it.
Still a 2 here, E6. Haku's going down, might force them out from the high ground, but they return to their little hidey hole once more.
Parkour.
K-Swinny now popping a few cells to see if he can be full shields. Blackhand still fully alive, by the way. Piercing spikes are going to chip away at the armor, but that one's not going to quite connect. You can see the Blackhand are more than aware of the position coming in.
Jinx just trying to stay alive as well, as eventually 100 Thieves are going to have to leave this building. But Blackhand are right underneath them. They're very conscious of where they might be, and the Watson fences could prove to be annoying to them.
Here's the bubble goes down. That's going to protect them from the bombardment. And also, Scurry on the M&K, he's got the PK, and he might be saying goodnight to some of these players in front of him.
1, 2, 3 shots connect, and now here comes the bombardment. Will go down as 100 Thieves. They have taken a lot of damage here. E6 get eliminated. Kick and Blackhand are the two favorites here.
Oh, look at the damage coming in from the defensive bombardment. It's huge. It's almost game-changing here. 100 Thieves saying that Jimmy still lives here. Kick eliminated. Scurry and Vaxilon to close things out to 1v1.
Damn,
Vaxilon
damn, Blackhand won.
Blackhand coming on top.
Damn.
And Blackhand steal it away. They were underneath 100 Thieves for so long, and they were just trying to take space. Watson fences down. Walk forward a little bit. More Watson fences down. We walk a little bit more. And then suddenly they use that gen to keep any sort of grenades away. And then when the Dark Veil arrive, Blackhand just hid themselves away for long enough where they could engage a little bit later than everyone else.
I've got to say, it was almost a surprise to me to see Blackhand jumping up with that Champions banner. It felt like 100 Thieves had it. They had armor. They looked like they were going to take it home. We'll have to, of course, see what happened from the Blackhand point of view. But what a run this has been by Blackhand. We talked about how they won that battle of the south side of the zone. They had no right almost to get into wall with how many teams were stacked up, but they came out of it. They were the sole survivors, having got into that building as well. Wow, 13 kills to go alongside it. Blackhand had to work hard.
It was really a difficult final circle to navigate, especially with, I think it was a member of SAF that was still alive, ratting out in the corner that caught the two teams coming out of the building a little bit off guard there, because bubble goes down and 100 Thieves are looking out and saying, why can we see 4 people looking at us here? Why have they got an extra player to work with? Well, that's what happens with a seerless meta. You can rat out, you can have a player that survives, and they can make a big difference.
Well, this is going to be the final circle from the POV of Blackhand, so we can see exactly how they played it. And we were talking about the defensive bombardment, how it did so much damage. Well, maybe that Watson gen was a big part of why they survived so long.
Yeah, when we saw the Rolling Thunder and the bombardment go down, you just assume everyone is taking a lot of damage, but the gen protected them for so long. They see the bubble. They've got this wall to work with here, and this is when I think the solo from SAF at least distracted 100 Thieves for a short amount of time, and it allowed Blackhand to move into the circle and gain a position. But also look at the damage that is not being taken by K, avoiding as much as he can and then getting into the fight late.
Yeah, you can see though, they're down to 2 at this point. Strafing Flame is down, and 100 Thieves at this point, they were still in a pretty good position, so we'll have to see what happens. And yes, look at this. It's Flushkits who stays alive in that endgame and somehow or other manages to sneak up behind the remaining players of 100 Thieves to clean them up. And a 25-point bomb coming in for Blackhand. I mean, we were talking about how they've had an impressive performance, Dan. That might actually push them into a points position where they might be in that winner's side of the bracket.
Oh yeah, they will be in the winner's bracket for sure. That guarantees it. What we're
Okay,
looking
I
at
had
now
to
with
send my
Blackhand
cousin
is,
birthday.
can they be at the very top
Good
when
morning,
we get into the winner's
Gabe.
bracket?
Good
They're looking at trying
morning.
to top this whole thing. Let
I
alone
know,
just
so
try and
close, but
qualify,
yet
right?
so
They're
far
looking to try
away.
and be up there with the Dizzy Heights where Dark Zero were residing, where Dreamfire have been as well. And even though
The
you're not
Dig is
going
gonna
to
be,
get a
oh
huge advantage
shit, the
from being
Dig
that
gonna be
first
in the
place
crafter
team moving into
today?
the winner's bracket, think about that confidence to say we were
Ooh, it's gonna
the
be a lot
best
of
team
smoke
in the group
popping.
stages.
Other notable
Everybody finna
performances
have a
coming in
Digi.
that match that we just saw, 100 Thieves, 14 points for them. We also saw E6 get a good amount of eliminations, being in a position to pick up some placement points as well. At the other end of the tables, once again, quiet for Exit,
That's
quiet
crazy.
for Pioneers, and even more quiet for Ascent.
Yeah, for Ascend, clearly contesting isn't
I didn't
going
see it,
particularly
Gabe. I
well
had
for
my
them.
head down
They
because I'm
moved
trying to
very
take these
quickly,
damn
so they
braids
didn't have
out.
much to work with.
So I
And
didn't even see the
Moist,
replay.
I mentioned it right when they got eliminated first. They are still searching for those points to try and get
That was
into
the
that
last.
area
Okay,
of
okay. I'm like,
confidence
I
of
didn't
around
even see it
90
because I was
plus points.
trying to take these
They
damn
started
braids
the day
out.
on
I gotta get this
73,
shit done, yeah.
So they're
Oh
still
my
looking for a
God.
game to try and work with here.
Yeah, coming into this group, Moist were in 16th position, holding down one of
I
those
took my
winners
headset
bracket
off here.
places. But if they go slow through this
I
group,
still
they're going
can
to
hear
have to
the
watch
cast.
the final two groups going
Motherfucker
against
loud.
each other. With, shall we say, some trepidation and nerves for sure. Match
Kick
two results on
what?
your screen. Here's some of the stats.
So Blackhand, after a second place finish in match number
284
one, now find
damage.
themselves
Yeah,
on
see
top
him? He needs to
instead.
get replaced.
But it was the two teams who were holding on to that building for quite some
284
time. It was
damage.
100 Thieves who were on top of it. Blackhand then arrived and went underneath them, and they just were able to wait things out. But in what was a very bizarre final circle, really, that last fight, I'm not even sure he did any damage to that final player. I think it might have been ring damage that finished off 100 Thieves in the end, but I'll have to see it back from 100 Thieves' point of view yet again. But Blackhand proving that they are real competitors.
On
Just
Horizon.
as people start to feel comfortable, it's one more map of Storm Point to go
284.
through before we change things up once more and head over to World's Edge. Where I'm
I
sure
really
some
hope
teams,
they
we
put it
always
back
know,
in the
would
States
prefer
next
to
year.
see. Some teams will be like, hey, can we just play the last three on Storm Point? Because
If
we're
it's
feeling
back
pretty
in the
good.
States, I'm
Well, I
definitely
want to give
attending.
the spotlight, quite
I'm
rightly so,
going.
to the winners of our last game, Blackhand,
But I
because
just
that
need
was
it in the States.
not
Because
only an
them tickets, them
impressive
$2,000
final
flights
zone
back
from
there,
the
I ain't
final
got it.
circle, how they managed to navigate it. But my goodness, did they have a tough rotate, and this is what it looks like after 2 games.
Yeah, Blackhand with
Man, I got my
43,
passport, but I ain't
just
got the flight money.
everything they could have asked for. They didn't even need much to get
Yeah,
into the
they're in
winners bracket
London.
after their performances yesterday. But I
I
think
don't know how the fuck
showing
you go
this
from North
consistency in
Carolina
every
to
single
London,
set
like,
puts them up there in that conversation as well. A team that not only can get to winners bracket, but start to even think about the Dizzy Heights of Grand Finals. So hats off to Blackhand and how they've been. They just can't allow this performance to start dropping, right? You don't want to peak too early, so you need to make sure you match this now.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, 100%. And now you're looking down the leaderboards a little bit. LG Shivas going about picking up some consistent points. Been some pretty rough zones for them, you would have to say, as they drop down at Fish Farms on Storm Point. Had to rotate up to the north twice in 2 games. Kick Esports, 18 points for them, which certainly is going to boost their points so after day number 1. Elsewhere, you're looking at the likes of J-Links, not able to put together as good a second game as the first, but that first game certainly carried them over here.
Yeah, and I mean,
They need to
Kick
come to
actually
Detroit.
getting a
That shit
chance
would be
now
so
'cause they're
wild
not
and fun.
contesting. They are getting to
I
these
don't care
final
what
circles
state they
and-
go to. They just need
Right,
to come
18
back to the
points across
States.
2, double that 36. There's still a chance, right? Even though Kick are dead last at the moment coming into this set.
That's what
if
I
they
do
were
know.
to
They need
find,
to come
you know,
back.
60-odd
I don't know,
points
2%.
after these
I'm on
6
my way
matches,
to
there's no reason
DC.
why they couldn't call themselves a winners bracket team. That's how close
Wait.
everything kind of is from like 15th
I can do that
down
much
all the way
damage
to
with
the bottom.
mag and
Yeah, it
drill
really
on.
is so tight on the overall leaderboards at the moment, and we'll try our best to kind of follow those stories of the
shit.
bubble teams, who's going to be on the verge of qualifying for that winner's side of the bracket as we head into bracket play tomorrow. And of course,
Yeah,
who's
I
gonna
just
have
need
to
them to
fight
come
their
back to
way
the
through that
States. Because they
elimination
come back to
side
the
now,
States,
because
I'm going
we know
back.
better than anyone how tough it is to play
And
match after match after match to
I'm
force your
vlogging
way
it.
into Sunday, and the pressure that just ramps up every single series and game that goes past.
Yeah, you're going to have to play a lot of Apex Legends if you find yourself in that elimination bracket and want to be in the grand finals on Sunday, which of course everyone wants to be. You want to have that chance to play on the
I'm
main
on
stage
tour
at the
for
biggest
free.
tournament of the year, the biggest tournament of Apex Legends so far, $2 million up for grabs. Incredible.
The
prize.
Apex
Yeah, it's gonna be
Stadium layout is so
many
sick.
people
Really?
watching, and understandably so when we get to that finals on Sunday. But of
I
course,
ain't never
we're gonna
been to
find out who the 20
Detroit.
teams are going to be.
I
in
got
that finals
one of my
lobby.
closest friends stay up there.
I can't answer that question for you. That's all I'm going to say to that.
I have
Did
a
you say,
date with
can I
fun.
have a
Look
date with
at
Fun FPS or I
I
have a
combined
date?
the two
fun.
signs there, and I just thought it said, "Can I have a beer?" Yes,
It
you
looked
can.
like it said, I have a date with Fun FPS. And I tell you what, Fair enough
Look at
to
that
you. Fun
keyboard.
is a funny man. We learned that as well
That's
yesterday.
true. I also
Look
feel
how he
this
got
conversation
look how he got that
uncomfortable.
keyboard to the side like that.
And that's okay. Sometimes you have to push yourself out of your comfort zone, Mark. But we're almost ready to get into the next match here. The players have loaded. They are locked. Usually you would say locked and loaded, but I
Look,
figured
they
I'd go for
comfortable,
it the
baby.
other
They
way.
ain't got no
Cheeky
shoes
boy, man.
A
on.
little bit of a
Cheeky
cheeky
boy. Anyway, let's talk about this final game then. Let's talk about the leaderboards. Let's talk about who we need to see
Fun,
performing.
FBS,
Next, they've been
that's my
quiet
boy.
so far. We've just had a little scan over them. They don't look too
When did I play with
worried
Fun?
about what's going on so far in the first 2 maps, because
that
you would
was
say a lot
Twitch
of the heavy
Rivals.
lifting was done
Twitch
yesterday
Rivals.
with their performance.
It was. They
I wouldn't mind
already
doing another
guaranteed
Twitch
themselves
Rivals.
winners
That
bracket.
shit was
There's no
fun.
chance that they would fall out of it now, so I think they can kind of relax. They can take it easy. I do think they were unlucky to be eliminated in that match number 2. I think they were caught off guard by another rat. Again, lack of seer means rats
That
are going
bitch
to
would die
exist.
on
and they
me.
can
Oh
very
no,
much
baby. Trust me,
ruin
them
your
motherfuckers is
game.
charged.
But I'm all for it. I'm all for rats in the ALGS. It makes it very exciting when you do see a
And
player just
probably
come
on
out of
the
nowhere,
target
in
hiding
between
in one of
every
those
match.
nooks and crannies. You saw the legend select
All
going
right.
down. I mean,
3
very
braids
similar
down,
compositions
y'all.
across
Making
the board.
progress
No
today.
one going for any drastic changes at the moment. The key differences that I'm
Good
seeing across
morning,
compositions in
Kiki.
general is just having that
How
bloodhound.
you
Because we don't have
doing?
seer,
My bad. If
teams are
I'm
not
delayed
using the survey
because my
beacons, but the
head
bloodhound
is
will
down,
allow
trying
you
to
to
take
use
these
that survey
braids
beacon,
in.
which just gives you that extra bit of information if you
morning.
don't have a ring console to work with.
Yeah, also no Digi in the Crafter until Saturday, I believe. So you can kind of use the scan to be the aggressor when you see those Bangalore smokes going down, as we see Bangalore being pretty much the one pick that everyone has kind of relied on as that entry fragger for their teams here on Storm Point. But speaking of Storm Point, the last time we're going to see it between these two groups. We'll drop it back in. Let's get this game underway.
Do Ascend still continue to go over towards Launchpad? I mean, I guess at this point, your stubbornness and your ego might be the reason why you go down there. Also for Ascend, because they're pretty much guaranteed to be in that winner's bracket, they might just want to get some early fights. They might want some contests just in case they're going to be happening when they get into the winner's bracket. Get used to
Talking
fighting
about
early.
Discord.
Well, it is going to be the fight once more.
Not DC.
I'll tell you what, in a contest.
You thought he was going to
hit a big
Washington?
shot,
Hey, he been
but
traveling
no
lately.
sight
Hell.
charge rifle. Nothing but vibes.
I need a haircut so bad.
You know what really grinds my
I look
gears?
like a rough
When
rider.
someone with
Listen,
no
I'm gonna have
scope
to
hits
watch
me with a
this
charge
shit.
rifle in a contest.
And this
but
gonna be my
forgot
big
you, mate.
old
I really
Afro
do,
puff.
really
Gets under
I
your
don't know if I'm
skin.
putting my
Yeah,
Afro
there you go.
puff.
I mean,
I don't know if I'm gonna do
78.
old
That's
slick
one way
back
to
with
open
the
things
middle
up.
part.
Tries to line it
But
up.
yeah, I'm
Does
gonna wear
not
my hair
connect
for a
with the
little
second.
bit.
So Riddlorder, remember, Ascend retreated
I'm ready for
from this
wig
contest
season.
in the previous game after losing the first. They got in, they got their weapons, and
Going
they got
good,
out.
Kiki. Going good.
Interesting to see what the plan of attack is going
I
to be
ain't
this
gonna.
time
So I
around.
was sleep
Lufka's going to
all
collect
like little after
purple armor that
3.
was picked up.
I had got off the game because me, Vontae, and Shaw was playing last night in the Discord. If y'all not in the Discord, like when I don't stream, I do stream in the Discord. So make sure y'all join Discord. We getting there chilling. We supposed to be watching Set It Off this Sunday.
Nobody wants to really
But yeah, I
take
was
this
in the
contest
Discord
when you
last night
don't
playing with
have to.
Vontae and Shaw.
Just about taking
We
your
were
time to see
doing
if you've got enough
challenges
loot
and
to
shit.
progress in the game.
Chilling,
It really does show you
vibing.
how contests can change things. I mean, Ascend just
Wig
won the
season
previous
is coming.
set,
Hello.
and now they're on 1 point.
Hey,
out of 2
I got
matches,
braid
and,
season
if they
and
were to
wig
get eliminated
season.
here in match
It's
number 3,
almost
they would
time
be
for wig
dead
season.
last. So it can very much change quickly.
I can't be
Your
wearing no
fortunes here
wigs in the
the
summertime.
ALGS,
I don't
and
see
you
how
need
they
to
do
make
it,
sure
baby.
you
I
are
can't
prepared
do it,
for
baby.
anything.
Hey,
Even
motherfucker,
though
hair
contests
be
sometimes are
hot than
horrible
a
to watch, but
motherfucker.
also very fun to watch at times.
Hey,
You need to
when
be
I
prepared
did try
for
to
it,
do
but
it, I
Ascend,
used to
as
go
they
out.
so
I
often
used
do
to
when
go
they feel
outside,
like
then
the
I'd
fight is
fuck
not
around.
going their
Hey,
way,
that wig
or
be in the
they're at a
front
slight
seat on the passenger
disadvantage,
side.
Or make sure they just continue on their rotation. It's
I
intelligent. and
already
smart
watched.
play.
I already watched it.
Through meds if the fight takes this long.
I've been telling y'all to watch Hoochie Daddies on Tubi.
Share a little bit of a sigh. A little bit of
Hoochie
shaking the head.
Daddies
I think
come outside.
He's as
Hoochie
frustrated as
Daddies.
anyone.
Yeah, that's the shit right there.
Contest going down, but they do get to continue on their
They
merry way.
coming
But
back.
it does give us an opportunity
Season
now to
2
talk about
Hoochie
Zone
Daddies
Down, where we're
is
expected
gonna
to go
be
here.
in Houston.
Yeah, so
They're
we're
gonna be
going
in
to see
Houston.
a pretty
So
central
hopefully,
zone.
I said they
As
need
you
to
can
get a
see on
bigger
your screen,
house,
100 Thieves, XF,
some better
Backhand already found their
microphones,
way in.
because the
This is a
audio,
difficult
hey, in
one
some
to
parts, I'm
predict
like,
if you
damn, what
don't
they
have
say
a
I
ring
couldn't hear.
console, though. We
So
saw this in the
she
previous set, a lot of kind of similar
she
big
said on
circles
her
that people
Instagram
were
or
really
Twitter, was it
struggling to try
Instagram
and
or
find out where
TikTok,
it's
but
gonna
they gonna
be. If
get
you
better.
do have ring console information, it's
No, that
far
house is a
easier to try and make
baby.
your
I wish
rotation.
you would have put me in a motherfucking closet,
100 Thieves in
baby.
a pretty good spot as well, although NRG are overlooking them at the moment. It might be interesting to
I
see if
said,
NRG
what
and
kind
100
of shit
Thieves
is
have a
this?
little bit of a
When I-
scuffle here, but look
When
how
I seen the
quickly
camera,
everyone is
damn,
rotating.
and
It
I
was a
seen the house, I
perfect
said, how many
image of the
bedrooms in
overhead
this
to just
bitch?
show how quickly people were arriving. It felt like 5, 6, 7
Manny,
teams
hey, how you
almost arrived at
on.
the exact same moment.
Yeah, a lot of the POIs had ring consoles to work with. You just hope if you're one of the Bloodhound
How you
teams,
doing?
that if you didn't get a ring console, you've got a survey beacon at least, so you can get that info a little bit later. As you can see now, maybe a push coming in from the Pioneers over towards NRG.
NRG get good damage though, you can see that already. And NRG want to hold, they want to hold the line. I tell you what, that Horizon must be so good, but no, they destroy it almost immediately. So NRG have invested into their ultimates, into their abilities, cannot prevent KCP from taking that bottom floor.
And with the amount of teams that have made their way to these buildings, you can
You
see
work
what a
from home
priority is
now?
going to be and how big this fight could be
I'm
for
trying to
either
be like,
team
well, I
if
mean,
they're
I
able to win it
technically
over
work
the
from
other.
home.
NRG
But
will
I need
still
a-
look to try
a
and
work
poke and
from
prod,
home,
try and
like
gain that
a,
information. Nathan just
a
sliding
job
out
with
there
some
to check
benefits.
that no one was trying to push them from the stairs.
I just want something like
Looks like
part-time.
maybe
If I could do some
They might be
part-time in
able
the
to reside
morning,
together.
that'd
See
be
100 Thieves
amazing.
also there. I did see in the kill feed as well, J-Lings might have lost one. There were a couple players that were having a fight against each other, and this is the fight I was talking about. So J-Lings with a 2, unfortunately go down to just a 1, and it's very quickly could turn into a 0.
2v1 at the moment, it's going to be, like you say, a 2v0 as J-Lings after
look how close they be to those
immaculate game
monitors,
number
y'all.
1, barely pick up a point in
That's
the
why I be
next
getting
2.
beat up
FC
sometimes.
Destroy though, you can see there's third
way
parties on the
better.
horizon. It's going to be difficult to get a res at this point, but they do have the Newcastle who could just drag them back to their feet if required.
Just so many teams in this area that rotated quickly. They're all fighting for prime positions at the moment. The kill feed again is starting to pop off as Pioneers did eventually go down. It was 100 Thieves in the end who took them. So they did NRG a favor, but are they going to continue running through this?
Oh, yes they are. They would have said
Ooh,
this. They would
take
have
that to the
taken
back.
control of the building completely. Nathan will be eliminated. Sweet will go down as well.
Damn.
And NRG find themselves as a 1 and struggling after such a quick rotate.
And even though that's frustrating for NRG, they were in a relatively good position at 91 points coming into this, so they probably only need a few to put themselves in
Yeah,
that
they
winners
be
bracket,
so
we
damn
think.
close, baby.
For
I
100
can't,
Thieves,
baby.
though,
My
it
eyes
has
be
to be
motherfucking
a
bleed.
really
You
big
hear
set,
me?
and getting into that final circle last time, finishing in second
And
place,
Manny,
it
I'm
does
good.
put
Over
them
here
in a
taking my
position
hair
where they
down.
can start to
Still,
believe now that,
shit,
okay,
taking it
this
down
is
for the
achievable
past
in this set.
5,
Look at
6
this,
days.
Exet. They're involved in this fight once more as well.
Yeah,
FC Destroyed
that's-
will be taken
ooh.
out from behind though. And that will be them eliminated
Take all
too.
these
Now
little
Ascend,
ass
who have had a
braids
rough
out
start with
now,
this
and then
contest.
it's the
Find
build
themselves
up.
having to find themselves. Big damage coming in, but not enough for Kashira to stay on his feet. Lufka
Ooh,
looking
good
to
shots
clean
with
things
that
up at
card.
the moment,
Damn,
but he
he
will
didn't
go
make-
down as
oh,
well.
shit,
And
Ascend
Ascend
out.
will fall once more early on in the game here on Storm Point.
I mean, LG Chivas are such a good fighting team. I love being able to watch their POV, and they held so strong there against Ascend. The angles they took were perfect. The bait and switch, like Ascend got so much damage on one player, but then that player would disappear, and suddenly 2 more would appear from LG Chivas to make sure that they followed up with the damage. Kick get eliminated. We're now down to 15 squads.
Well, news on where that zone's going to be going. It is pulling a little bit more south than what we just saw a few moments ago. LG are going to be approaching it from the eastern side of the zone. Team Singularity, by the way, is still over at Barometer, well outside of where the action is going down. And this is kind of the remnants of the scrap we saw taking place a little bit earlier. FC Destroy we saw fall here. Of course, we saw J-Lings fall and Exit moving in to pick up those positions. NRG are eliminated as Onyx Esports will find the final kill onto Guild.
So Dreamfire
Damn,
arriving
NRG
from the
got
west here,
eliminated.
and they're not the only teams. There's a lot of trouble. Just
Oh,
pass,
ooh,
batter, banger,
shit.
wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. As now we can see Dreamfire push in.
That
Send in
was
the
a
sandwich.
nasty. What was that, a grenade or something?
The juicy grenade, Blackhand eliminated in the meantime, but can Dreamfire clutch up now? That's the question, breaks the shield. It's all up to Roy, can you clutch up for your team? Yes, he can! Dreamfire win the fight, and it was all down to the juicinade.
Just being careful now at Dreamfire. Roy just checking his surroundings. Are we okay? Can I get the revives? Yes, you can.
Come
It
on,
was the
baby.
grenade that teed them up, but
Hold
it was
on, let me
Roy
take
that
Midnight
finished them off. But
downstairs.
now
He
we
can
can see
hurt his
Dreamfire
damn
carry on
foot.
through
Hold on.
here. And they should be able to reset comfortably. Ironblood Gaming, no! I said they might be able to, but Ironblood Gaming, they're in the area now. This is terrible news for Dreamfire.
They're having a look, they're having a poke and a prod. It was Exit actually who got that initial knock from a distance. Peter has gone down once more. As you can see, Ironblood Gaming, they smell blood in the water at the moment. They'll be able to finish off the knock, and after a very, very strong team fight, initially they just couldn't reset in time.
By the way, that was a ridiculous distance which XZ just got the knock onto Dreamfire. That was an angle of all angles, and that is going to really annoy Dreamfire. But that's what we love. We love teams annoying one another because that just sets us up when we get into winner's bracket. When you get into teams finding themselves on rotations, you might start to see some death boxes being shot a little bit later on. But Onic, they've got that charge rifle to just try and be a nuisance from a distance as well.
As we say in England, Dan, we love a bit of beef.
We do love a little bit of beef.
We love a bit of beef between the teams. Onic Esports, northern side of zone at the moment. Charge rifle not quite connecting, but as I've previously stated, I'm not going to get your opinion on it, Dan, because I know it makes you feel extremely anxious when you see this weapon. You only have to hit one, and all of a sudden, it's over.
Just get red-faced
All right,
thinking about it. Blood rushes, sorry.
He done sprung his front foot. He's
also said,
limping now because
as we say in England, like we're not
I want to say it was the other night when Star
We're a worldwide audience.
had jumped at him and he ran, but I think he
The
twisted
heart
it or
of England. I
something.
know where we are. Don't worry.
And now he limping, and he do this ugly meow when he got to pee. So I have to take him downstairs
let's talk
because
about
he'd take him too long.
Shifted a little bit to the
I gotta
south.
take him
Ridley bang
downstairs
inside of it at the moment.
so he can use the
Other teams will
bathroom.
be safe
It's an
inside of the
ugly
compound, and
meow.
having won that
That
fight a
means
little
he
bit
gotta
earlier on
pee.
against NRG and cleaning up KCP as well. They
Nasty
can now split
cat.
hold these two buildings, so they have so much real estate to play with. But you know the likes of Exet and Onic are going to see that as well.
Yeah,
If they can
I'm
get
here.
the information somehow or other by
Oh,
scouting
baby.
what 100 Thieves are doing right now, they will be able to maybe press one of those buildings and take it off of them.
Quite like the position of LG Chivas as well, arriving from the southeast. They now will hold the entirety of the southeast side. As long as they don't get pressed by the likes of E6 and Area 310 when they arrive from the north, if they can hold them out and force them the other way around that mountain, then LG Chivas, they'll be in a really good position with where this circle's pulling. You also saw Riddle Order and 100 Thieves were kind of center zone. They should be able to hold out the teams that are arriving from the north. So those will be the three teams I'd be looking out for.
Run, Roy. Run, Roy. Run, Roy. Keep going.
Oh, yeah, you
Oh,
need to
baby.
keep going. They're on the hunt. Dark Veil goes down to give them
Run,
the
Roy!
extra little bit of protection.
Oh damn, he a solo out here.
Run, Roy, run. The next title of the ALGS Global Series.
Oh no. You are grass, Roy. That's... Believe you are grass.
It's not the easiest grass to blend in with, I will say.
Purple armor will help.
But it looks like maybe they've given up on the chase, and
He down there
you
scratching
don't
that
really want to
little
go
hole.
chasing through Jurassic Park.
You
for
don't
many
want to chase
reasons.
Roy because he'll just
Yo,
one
with
clip
the
you.
That is also a
resub.
concern.
Let's
Dreamfire
go.
staying
We
alive.
at
Remember, they
39,
were second
y'all.
overall coming into
We at 39.
this set. And
Let's
even though they
get it.
haven't really
Almost
caught
40.
fire
What's
as of
up,
yet,
Tokyo? Good
they only need
morning.
an average amount of points to put them really at the top of the leaderboard going
Good morning,
into the
good
final set
morning.
of the day.
Oh no. Leave him alone, Prowlers. Leave him
Oh,
alone!
they give away the
Leave him
position.
alone!
Goddamn Prowler.
Just let Roy live. We'll check back in later, make sure he's okay. But at the moment,
He's not okay.
He's having an adventure over at Jurassic Park.
He's just been eliminated, unfortunately, and those... It's not his fault. It's the Prowlers' fault. The Prowlers were hungry, what can we say?
So Dreamfire, go down. As again, it's very calm across Storm Point. I remember once upon a time when Storm Point was constant, hectic action. But now, in this final match here on Storm Point, in match number 3, points so important to try and pick up.
Man, my boss doesn't
SAF,
come in
they're
today.
gonna have
It's
to move
already
in 10
it's
seconds.
10 already. Damn,
It's about where you want to go here. They know there's one team
Shit.
ahead of them. That's
It is,
Exet.
ain't it?
But if they go to the left, Element 6 are also going to be
Going
waiting.
up this early, Tokyo. Well, it's 10 o'clock now.
Red Lord are the only team within zone at this point. 100 Thieves closest to it. And when I say zone, I mean where the end zone is going to be.
Went out the window already.
But for now, LG are going to sneak their way in. Iron Blood Gaming, they have to fight their way through, though, and it's going to be Team Singularity who are on the other side of this wall. They will be able to coexist for some time, but for Iron Blood Gaming, opening damage here, you have to take advantage of it. If you get damage down and you have the chance to push them back, you need to take it.
I think Iron Blood Gaming have been another surprise
no
this
shot
tournament.
here, this is
And we've
sweet.
seen a few teams that maybe were lackluster
Real
at previous
Vegas.
playoffs, but at the World Championship seem to be stepping up when you would
TSM
at least expect it.
Overall, I don't know.
Dominating
Don't get me
yesterday, and
wrong.
they're looking to try and do more of the same here just
I
outside
didn't
of
watch
Jurassic Park.
TSM this morning. Did they play
Iron Blood
this
Gaming
morning?
trying to
They
keep
played
that pressure
6
on.
a.m.?
Smokes are going down as well. No scan for the moment
This
for the
is a
Bloodhound.
different group. They, TSM
Look
out
at
in
the kill
this
feed
group
though,
we
and you can
watched.
see that
I don't
LG are
know
taking a little bit of a
overall.
fight, and also you can see that Exet have been
I know they
joined
was
by
yesterday.
E6 on the low ground. Scan comes in, LG Chivas have been eliminated in the meantime.
Oh,
Yes!
shit! Woo!
Answering prayers here with these sprays.
Woo!
Exet go down. E6 show why they're still competitors, but unfortunately, Out of the frying
shit,
pan,
they
into the
swinging.
fire. You've got to try and hold. It's a 2 versus 3. It's Riddle Order getting aggressive on them.
Get Riddle for the
And
get
surely
this.
there's no way that E6 survive this. Even though try as they might, Riddle Order just have too much players.
Pretty sure it's Case Winnie's left on his own on the fuse. One tappy.
I need to
Should be
find
another
the,
kill for him. Element 6 are eliminated. Even with Slayers pulling off a pretty wild solo play, it felt like, to take Exet out of
the
this
link
game.
for the
The winners of the Northern Battle present themselves
for the
to
standing.
us all. Ironblood Gaming
Yeah, I
now.
can't get think
Big
of the
force to
word
make
here.
this push through the Jurassic.
Trying to
This is
focus
what
on
we
taking
talked
this
about at the
goddamn
moment.
braid out. Told you
Just a
I'm
few
gonna
moments
take
ago,
these
I
braids
should
out.
say. Yuku's going to go in here. They're trying to stick that res, maybe trying to fake it out a little bit, and all of a sudden, Team Singularity rely on Elysium, and he can't get the job done.
But SAF are there as well, so Ironblood Gaming go down and SAF win the Battle of Jurassic Park. So we're down to 6 squads. And I tell you what,
Six
you know we were
squads?
mentioning that
Okay,
central zone,
that's-
and we were talking about the teams that
That's
were there.
better
Well,
than
it's actually
yesterday's 6
Area
in the 4th,
310
because yesterday
that
it
now
was like
find themselves
16
in the
teams
best
in the
position
4th
on the
ring.
map. Riddle Order at 100 Thieves had to push somewhat north. Onyx Esports and Moist also in the area to try and steal away a victory maybe. But in 7 seconds, this round's going to close, and there's only one team in that circle, so all the other 5 are going to be scrapping against one another as they move.
One team who's got a really good walk-in is Starfight Esports, having won that Battle of Jurassic, though. They're going to have a pretty much a free walk-in. Onyx Esports, the solo, is eliminated. As we find ourselves now with just 5 squads remaining in this lobby.
I mean, I struggle to walk and talk, let alone run and gun, but that's what all of these teams are going to have to do here. Slide down any hill you can to try and get a little bit of a speed boost as you
There's been a lot of hemlocks
input
and
any
30-30s
damage
out there,
possible
I
to
know
anyone you
that.
can see, but this is where the Dark Veils now come in handy. Ultimates, you kind of want to save them for the final circle, but because this is so unpredictable, anyone's using everything at the moment just to try and get into this circle.
Moist Esports trying to force their way in. Starfight are going to be their closest competition, though. Disruptor rounds are going to be on that alternator,
close
though,
he
and that's
is.
going to
The other
shred
dude's
away
sitting
shields
like
and
how I
certainly
be
create
sitting. I
opening
be
damage. Look,
like
100 Thieves, though.
chilling.
They're stuck behind this tree, and they are being focus fired, but they do have the Gibraltar. That's going to allow them momentarily to reset, but can they get into a position here to escape the bubble afterwards? The black hole's going to go down on the outside of it, and now 100 Thieves are just meeting the grinder.
What a big moment this could be for Moist. Remember, they are so close to getting towards a toe
Ooh,
water and setting
shit.
themselves a chance for the winner's bracket, but now
100
Multi,
Thieves
the
out
last
there.
remaining player. 100 Thieves go down, 4 squads remaining. But remember, there are weak squads as Moist are down to just 1.
I talked about the walk-in for Starfight. They have this side of the zone to themselves, and now they're in a position to clean up some kills, clean up some damage, and most importantly, command space in this final zone. This could be a big win for them if they could keep their cool, keep their composure,
Today
and
is the
convert.
day. I gotta finish
Still
this.
have to go across the water, though, and Area 310 are holding
I got some stuff.
the beachfront, as it
to
were.
do.
Riddle
Recordings,
Order
I couldn't
are the
even
other
walk
team that
during
can
the
maybe
school.
compete
I
from
had
this
to-
northern
Nicole had to
side, because
take her
Moist,
in
as a
there.
1, you'd imagine, will get sniffed out eventually. Multi would do
I'm
his
like,
best
I
he
am not
can to
finna go in
try
this
and
school with my
survive and
bonnet
avoid
on.
any
I'm not
sort
gonna
of
be that
action.
mama.
Look at the position here of Area 310, though. Right on top of that rock. They're going to have the height for the longest time. We'll see. Will be eliminated as Jinxie takes him down. 3 squads remaining now. The solo is dealt with.
Well, at least now we get it straight. 3 versus 3 versus 3. No rats to be a pain in the backside here, but Area 310, not only have they got the position on the
Oh, you
map,
got
they
a
also have this
Kraber?
Kraber. Lemon as a caustic as well could be a huge influence in this final
Oh, big
circle. As soon
caustic
as that
out
Nox
here?
grenade goes down, everyone's going to
So
struggle
they
not
going
only
with a
to
caustic
keep
instead
their
of a
health
catalyst?
healthy, but also struggle to see.
I ain't
Well, when
saying
life
they
gives you
put
lemon.
caustic in the comp.
And a Kraber. We're going to have to see if he can make lemonade out of the rest of the lobby. For now, though, it's going to be the Vault.
33 months.
Frag grenade's going to be rolled forward. Dark Veil goes down, and still commanding this side of the zone is Area 310. They have the Caustic, and we all know that Caustic in end zone can be so devastating.
Area 310 were in 34th position coming into this one on 32 points, so they need a big old game here to give themselves any chance of getting into that winner's bracket, but this is their best chance, if ever. But Riddle Order playing the height very well here and also avoiding SAF at the moment. It really depends where SAF go here. If SAF jump on Area 310, then maybe there's a chance for Riddle Order.
I don't think they have a chance here. Unfortunately,
Oh,
SAF, they just
I got
get
that
sandwiched
caustic
into a
gas down
corner.
here
They're
for
going to
you,
be cleaned
baby.
up pretty much without taking damage here, Area 310, but they have given up the height, and now you're seeing they lose 1 player. Starfight still have 1 player alive as well, and Lemon with the Kraber needs to hit the shot, but he whiffs.
What an opportunity that was to kind of maybe set things straight and keep things alive for Area 310. Still a chance with the no-scope, misses that one. Lemon surely gonna get pressed, and surely will go down here as Riddle Order now dominate this final circle.
Smiak now, who at least gets them into a top 2 position. Riddle Order now should be able to clean this game up. They addressed it, and they also could call themselves champions. Commanding that high ground in the end game.
Okay, Riddle.
And we're gonna see a few moves on the main stage.
He doing his little dancey dance.
The Riddle win comes through, and we had a team who was in 39th in Riddle Order and 34th in 310 going up against each other in that final circle, which just proves it's not over until it's over. As the Riddle Order wave comes through, and Riddle Order now give themselves a chance. It's still, this is the crazy thing, right? Is that they can still find themselves in the winner's bracket. If they can replicate that game again on World's Edge, they might just find themselves doing the unthinkable with a comeback here in their final set.
Still 3 games of Apex to go for them. And that's a lot of Apex, and that's a lot of points to be picked up by Riddle Order. Getting that win halfway through a set is massive for them.
Okay,
just to show that they can do it, just to show that they can put big games on the board. We'll have to see if they can continue with that momentum as we head over to World's Edge.
Guys that
I
do the
mean, I thought it was going to happen in that final
12
circle.
kills,
It was
wow.
all down to what SAF did, and because SAF rotated around towards 310, it meant that Riddle Order just kind of waited for that damage to happen, but they chose the high ground. Riddle Order were very particular about the position that they played.
Tokyo.
Sorry, I was just, I got locked in then. It felt like it was a staring contest for a short while. But I think that we will be delighted to see any team, especially those who are down at the bottom half of the leaderboards, just showing that things are going to be a little bit different in this set, and they're not going to be pushovers, and they are going to give themselves a chance to maybe get that winner's bracket.
What's very interesting is that the first 3 games that we've seen, you know, you look at the top of the leaderboards, you look at some of the big names in this lobby, been pretty quiet. However, the teams who are maybe have something more to play for are really starting to come out of the woodwork here and put those points on the board. I'm looking across, you know, we wrote down a list of teams we're keeping our eyes on throughout this. You're looking at Onyx, they've had some pretty good performances. 100 Thieves, that game that they got 2nd place in. Jailings with a win. KCP with some good places. It kind of just makes it more interesting as we head over to World's Edge, that it's not just one of the bubble teams who's stepping forward and saying, hey, we want to go through to the winner side of this bracket. It's all of them who have had their moments.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, even though we can have a rough number in our head, as can the players of, you know what, 92 to 100, it's not guaranteed.
They were in the first split as well, I want to say.
Final set, and we know where people are.
And one team who's actually watching at the moment and not involved in this group is Alliance, and Peeps is down at the Alliance booth. What have you got for us?
What up, everybody? I'm We The People. We are live here in Birmingham, UK at the Alliance booth at Resorts World Arena, all right? So we got a lot of team booths here, but Alliance might have one of the coolest ones here. So you got all sorts of merch, jerseys, t-shirts, but one of the sickest things, they have exclusive ALGS merch that you can't get anywhere else, all right? So if you got some Alliance fans that are friends at home, you got to get them some merch or they're not going to be your friend anymore, all right? But one of the coolest things that you can do here at the booth is you could actually 1v1 Wives, who is one of the greatest players of Apex in the entire world, all right? And if you win, and that's a big if, you get to walk away with some of these Razer products here. Oof. So I'm going to 1v1 them right now. Let's see what happens.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, we the crybaby.
Oh my.
Demonic as fuck. Damn, now he got him. What they did, a 1v1?
And listen, that's what happens when you're a season 17
my headphone way over there, so I can't even
bred
hear the
going
shit
up
now.
against
Hold
one of
on.
the best in the world. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you'll never know if you don't.
God
come
faster
check
than
out
kick.
the
Hello.
Alliance booth
He
here
thought
at
he was
the
finna eat
ALGS
him up. He was like,
Championship
oh yeah, this is my
in Birmingham,
time right
UK.
here.
All right, I feel like we need to go walk around the floor a little bit and check out some of those booths because that looked like way too much fun.
Tiffy got on. What is
Don't want to go
Yeah,
over there
Tiffy.
and try to chow any of those players.
know about
I know
that
my
one.
space is right here with my
I
glorious
don't know
Nessie
about that one, baby.
subscriber.
That's giving very much to Queen of London. I don't like that one, Tiffy.
Okay, but maybe
I
maybe
don't, I
Bullet
don't
can
like
save
that
all of us.
outfit,
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see how we go. Might
Well,
need to
no
give it a
faith.
try.
No faith. We'll get him up
Here's
there
the butt
eventually
of
and
the
see how that goes. But of course, make sure you guys are checking out all the cool stuff that you can do here at the
Hey,
Resorts World
Kick
Arena.
said
We're
we
now
here for a
halfway
good time,
through
not a long
our
time,
second to last
okay?
series of the day. Some really, really strong performances coming out of the first half. And we've got to talk about the final circle because this
They
was a
said we here
massive
for a
moment
good
for
time,
Riddle
not a
Warrior
long
Gold.
time.
Yeah, look, the way that Riddle played was like super smart. You can kind of see they're sitting up here on the high ground. They're doing damage, but they're not going.
Hey, they just tried to see where they from. Where is Kick? Where are they local? Like, are they NA or
the teams into each
EU?
other without overcommitting? And you can see this bang ult goes out here, and that just
I don't
forces
know what
them into
region
each
they
other.
in.
This wrap here was so perfect because they managed to capitalize off the damage that they were doing. Like, look, you can see here, Valk does the damage, they get the knock, and then they swing in. And this was perfect play. Like, they're all coordinated, they're all pushing together, and they just jump on that team and kill them straight away.
You know, it's funny watching how impactful things like Bangalore ult are in these
I
moments.
think
Because I remember
today
back
was
when I started
the-
playing Apex Legends, I was like,
I
well, I'm just
think
going to
the
play
time
Gibby
is
because
up
you get
for the
instant value out of that
75.
ult. And seeing how pros are able to utilize the added pressure
They got,
that Bangalore ult
Call
puts
of
on a
Dragons
team
on here
and how much
again.
space you can own
But I'm
for
like,
just
damn,
a
we
few
all
seconds
downloaded
is
that
so
already.
impactful. So much so that turns into a 24
Oh, 2 hours
point
left.
game. Not
2
bad.
hours
Not bad
left
at
to
all.
get
That
your
is the
back to
impact that
75
Riddle
order,
needs
y'all.
here. Now, I saw a
If
little
you
bit of
got
scuffle
40
on
gone
the
to get you one,
timeline,
if
not
you ain't
only
ordered
between
one
Riddle Order
already.
and Kashara from Ascend,
Ooh,
because
get
Ascend
6
decided
meals.
to switch up their drop spot, thinking
Already
that the bracket
cooked and
stage was
everything,
right,
baby, they
leaving
good.
Cenote
You get
Cave
6
and
meals for
dropping
about
on
$40
Launchpad where
before
Riddle Order
taxes.
goes. So Riddle Order's like, hey, yo, and Kashara goes,
They
"It's
got a
nothing
Hello
personal,
Fresh
but the thing
thing
is,
for the
Riddle
month
Order
too.
came
I
out
already
of the
did that
contest
one though.
to
So
a win. With
everybody
not only
we
that,
did the
12
Hello Fresh
eliminations to
the
24
last
points, they
time.
could find themselves in the winner's bracket if they keep this up.
Yeah, that is a performance that we were
They
looking
got this other game. I
from
might
them,
do that Ant
looking for from
Legion
them for a
one.
while, and they just showed everyone what they are capable of. We heard the casters talking about it as well. That's going to be a huge boon to their momentum now heading into the next map. Hopefully they're able to maintain that as we see where the rest of our teams
Might do
fell
that
here. I mean,
Ant
Jailing's down
Legion.
there at the bottom, but that's not even counting for the fact that heading into that match, they were in 7th, had a really strong start to their World's Edge performance here, Dia. And are there any other surprises, though, that jump out at you?
Surprises for me, definitely Dreamfire and Black Hand, more because of the way that it happened than anything else. And it was due to some really smart play from other teams that we can talk about a little bit later, I suppose. But Dreamfire getting
Oh
taken
my
out
gosh,
on
why?
a southern
Why you
rotation
follow
from a
me?
couple of other squads, Iron Blood Gaming, as well as Team Singularity. And then Black Hand getting ooped. They got jumped on from Area 310, who played this game fantastically. So I don't know if we have time, we'll talk more about 310.
I mean, Blackhand gave themselves a little bit of a cushion, though, with their first 2 games worth of
hate
a
I click
performance.
on it
And
now.
we'll check where all of the teams are now standing, that we've made
Let me
it
turn my
through the
phone off
halfway
so I don't
point
have to
of
get a
our
call from
series.
my
Like
boss.
we've been saying, obviously that was the first half. We're going to be switching
Real
our
good,
maps on
yeah.
over from here. And
I
that
wish
could
I could have
potentially have
ordered
some
another one
implications
here.
as
They
far as
cock
their
blocking them
performances
addresses,
go
shit.
as well, But like we said, Blackhand at the top.
I sure was
44
gonna order
points.
me another one
Look, we
because
have
them
to
meals
talk about
came in
Black Hand
handy,
and their
baby.
comp. Like, I mean, we were
I
talking
ain't feel like
about it
cooking
earlier.
that. I'm
They
gonna
were
throw
playing,
that up in,
like,
throw
such
that
a
in the
crazy
oven real
comp,
quick,
you know.
real
They might
fast.
be one of the only teams to be running.
Shit.
What were they playing? They had Catalyst, and who else was it?
I'm lost. I saw them get ooped, and I was watching.
Kick number 7
Sorry, they
though.
were playing double controller, and I mean, like, I think they're
That
one of the
works.
only
For
teams to
that
be
result,
running double
okay.
controller.
Yes, Cat, Watson, Bang.
Yep.
Cat Watson Bank, there we go, beautiful, yeah. And I mean, just the way that they're playing with such an
Yep,
off-meta comp,
good
like,
lunchtime meal.
it's so nice to see.
Yeah, and I would love to touch on that because you think of the wall ending. Specifically, this is the
That's
same
exactly
zone
why
that we
you
had
see
with
my
the
well,
start
it
of
was a
Fight
little
Esports
later than
winning
lunch,
from
about
the
3.
rooftop.
After I picked
And
Joy up, I
unfortunately,
put
Black
the
Hand was down below inside the building, but utilizing the double controller legends, not only was Catalyst able to reinforce the doors, but they doubled down through the Jenny and fenced it up as well.
And if you don't have 2 of those legends, both the Catalyst and the Watson, this doesn't work because they're not only able to prevent getting naded and Gibby ulted, but they're also able to create so much space in an end zone. And it's interesting that we see it play out that way just because of the impact
He
that
said, "Don't count
cooldowns
us
can have
out."
on your late game and how flexible some of these controller legends are.
All right, well, now that we saw what happened here,
I
let's
mean,
give a
but
little
this
bit of
lobby,
love
this
to Riddle
set
Order
ain't like a
because
tough
obviously they took
set.
home
The
dub, but
toughest
they
you
took
got
home the dub
is
in style.
Like that,
you
you
said,
know, you got
Tim,
100
they had
thieves in here. You got
12 kills
Exit.
to close this thing out, on top of having
Ooh,
to deal with
ooh.
that start of the game. So they had a phenomenal performance.
A phenomenal performance indeed. I stopped by their merch booth just yesterday and snagged one of the free fans, and I was like sitting on it in the green room. I was like, I'm gonna bring this up if they win this. And I was like, well, I don't want to jinx them or anything. And then of course I forget it here on the desk, and what happens? Riddle Order wins. I go a little reverse curse.
It was nice watching the way that they approached this game as well, because this game, more than any that we've had so far on Stormpoint, was fully dictated by information. This contest is really exciting, but it turns into getting a beacon scan for Riddle, because they're the ones that actually push Ascend all the way out. That beacon scan turns into a great zone prediction, because the spot that they were in at the end bullet is only really good if that's where the zone is ending. Otherwise, you have to exit us all the way with the other teams.
Yeah, no, and it's crazy how they managed to recover their game considering they're contested, you know. Having a team just randomly jump on you completely throws all your plans out the window, and to be able to just come back and kind of reassess the situation and just navigate the game like that, it's really impressive to see.
Yeah, I like they merch is nice too. I seen I think it was the coach in the back with the joggers
haven't been
on.
following along with us on all of our social media platforms or in our live stream, make sure you're doing that, because we have so many more
I'm
days
ready
of
for
competition
jogger
left
and
in
hoodie
our
season. Speaking of, if y'all ain't copped y'all no Candy Shop merch, we got some joggers, hoodies. It's about that time for the season, beanies.
And of course,
Go
we've been
get y'all
talking
some of that
about
merch.
regional dominance, and we've seen so many of these other regions stepping up to the
get you
plate,
some of that
specifically
merch.
APAC. They have been dominating. APAC South has been a force to be reckoned with, and we
Got
actually
the
had
I Am
Gino
Gaming
get
merch.
a chance to
We
sit
got all
down
the
with one of
merch.
our APAC South teams in Moist and see what they attribute their success to.
My name is MT.
My name is Walty.
My name is Fussy, and I play for Moist Esports.
And all of a sudden, that's all they need. Apex South take their turn. Oh, there it is. Rosie!
Main thing that Fussy brings to the team is like confidence. Like controller players are just so confident, and having a second one makes me and Walty both more confident, because we know no matter what fight we take, he's just gonna do damage, or just he might just open the fight by one clipping someone or something like that. And it's just so easy to be confident with that extra firepower on the team.
Cracked.
Dead.
Reset.
Fussy comes in, just another top tier controller player, and can hold his own. He's like shown it.
Man, how long you gotta keep your cast
me an
on?
opportunity, and I said, I'm going to
Yeah,
take
you
it.
fucked
I've
your
got a
shit
very
up
high
bad
chance
to
of
get a
winning
cast,
with this
God
team.
damn.
Dark going to dare to push his face now. And Dark Zero, they take each other on head-to-head. Points come down from the skies. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this damage? Zero is the last alive. He will go down. Face trying to hold. Moist just have Waltzy. And all of a sudden, that's all they need.
I would say the biggest thing I would bring would be my mental, my confidence, and just my overall mental fortitude. I've had to like figure out my role in the team, going from like a main fragger on Onyx to a support player and like a refragger on Moist. It's been a bit rough, but I mean, like, we've figured it out. I think we know what we're doing now.
You get the other knock on the other side of Bang. Oh! They called in. The beam coming in from Empty.
Probably I'd say the discipline gets us to where we are, and that comes mainly from Empty. So
It's like I feel like if you're disciplined and you like
Oh, no, I ain't
consistently
got a
practice
cast,
and
I
you
gotta
play the
rap
same all the
with that
time, then that
shit.
translates into
Oh,
game.
okay, yeah, like
But
one
it's
of the
going to be up to
fantasy,
Keys to
yeah.
do it. It's
Yeah,
one
'cause
worse
that shit
now.
be
The
tight as
shield
hell.
swap. Hitting 1v1 on the Waltzy. No, it's Moist who cleans it up.
Me personally, I didn't ever get like play different at LAN. I didn't get nervous. I don't know, for LAN's like never been different to online tournaments to me, so I don't think it's really factored into it at all.
LAN definitely just brings out kind of like a different emotion, different like confidence for me. Online's like cool and all, but being in front of like an audience and like the setting that it is, just that live audience is just something else, and just gets me even more locked in.
Let's make a little bit of noise. We might just have ourselves a winner here.
the 6th felt a lot better than the 7th. Going into a finals where you've got 10 seeding points and not making match point is, you know, never a good look. So we're still happy, but, you know, obviously winning's the goal, so we're never complacent, I guess. We go into it with the idea that we are one of the best teams in the world. We can win, and especially if things go our way, we will win.
It's definitely a good feeling to be on like the best team in Apex South, but end of the day, they want the same thing, I want the same thing, is to like win LAN. Winning Apex South is nice, but I want to win the world.
We still got
C-Sports, they need the energy right now. They are sitting in the bubble for our top 20 teams to be able to go forward through the winning freedom. It is beautiful to be able to see that passion.
I did not know
but
that
they need to
young
be able
lady
to try to
got
continue
killed.
that going into World's Edge now that we're done with Storm Point.
I mean, yeah, Moist want to come into this looking scarier than
I did
ever
not
with the
know that
double
young lady
roller
passed
setup,
away.
right? You can actually see Fussy's flexing that snake tattoo there. I was having a little bit of a chat to him about snakes. Apparently, he kept some snakes at home with his dad, up to 10 feet long. So just for any of you out there who are like, no, that doesn't happen in Australia. No, we actually do keep them as snakes occasionally, as pets occasionally.
Honestly, that is terrifying, but I respect it. I know sometimes people like to collect like the shed
okay,
skin
we're
too,
making
hang them up
progress.
as a trophy. Respect. Not for me personally. I'd be terrified. But what I am terrified at the moment is Black Hand after those first two games and their performances, taking the dub on game number 2 and the double-digit KP on top of that. Yeah, they got maybe a little too comfy, and on the other hand, you also love to see a story like Riddle Order where Ascend says, you know what, no disrespect, but we're going to land on you, give up Cenote Cave so that way Kick could get a kick out of that one, get some space to work for it, and then
so
end
who's
up
playing
losing the contest where Riddle Order not only took them out, but took the game on top of it. The consistency, though, that's important as we transition into World's Edge. Think about some heavy fragging teams, actually. When you talk about team fighting, or rather, teams that are very good at fighting, Moist comes to mind here, and they're struggling a little bit, Genome. What do you think is going on here that Moist could do a little different as we transition into World's Edge?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a tough start to the series for them, Vicky. Will they feel more confident over at Overlook than they did at Command Center? I don't know, honestly. I would actually say the Command Center is probably a better POI from them to play from. And then, you're talking about the other heavy-hitting teams there, like Black Hand. Again, they probably want to be getting the majority of their points while they do have access to their Storm Point POI, dropping over at Stormcatcher. They really just have to go full-on fast rotate now that they're playing from Landslide here.
Taking a look at the overhead and where our teams are going to be landing. FC Destroy, Le Chic de France. That's going to be a 50-50. That's going to be fun to watch off the rip from the dropship. But then overlooking everything else, things seem situated here for now. But things can change like we had seen going into Storm Point. It was something that had changed right before jumping into that group stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, just thinking about the sort of Stacks and Big Mord interaction there, we saw some teams going at it with Optic there yesterday it was, but, I don't think we've had two teams contest while
this winner needs to come fast. Hey, y'all go, the Detroit winners is rough, baby.
On World's Edge.
I don't see how y'all do it, baby.
Actually ends up landing over
y'all get snow every damn day in Detroit, baby.
Well, that's going to be the inevitable third party that's going to meet you on the other side.
And Asia, he was the kill leader.
I believe this is going to be a rough winter for everybody, honestly.
To add to those tallies if they
just based off of how hot this summer was, I believe everybody could have a rough winter.
If a third party within earshot, they will just barrel over there and try and get in there immediately, which is fun, right? Because when you think about
fall, I like fall. I love fall.
Vying for those drop spots, it's actually frowned upon to third party them quickly.
Let us know.
Everything is fair game.
Exactly.
Let us know.
I love how you put that in, especially now that a lot of these teams already know where their points stand and what this sets them up for. Some of these teams have limited games left. Right now, we're entering game number 4 to determine where their finishing spots are in the overall standings. I mentioned why Black Hand is so scary with the points that they've already accrued so far. They're sitting at the very top of the overall standings across all the teams here in Champs. You look at teams like IBG, the team that could third party that 50-50. I believe they're sitting in 10th in the overall standings. So teams like this that have these points already noted, that's why we're seeing opportunities where griefing is going to come into place, because at this point you can know which teams have much more comfortable room to work with, or teams that are sitting in the bottom end where they really need to work and get not just the dub but the KP hand in hand before we jump into this game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at those standings, it looks like there's roughly about 8 teams that have sort of made it through to the winners bracket, most likely so far. Some of those other ones, like you mentioned, IBG sitting at 91, just have a little bit to do. They don't need many points, just a few on each of these World's Edge maps here, Vicky, and they will make it through.
Yeah, because after this series here, we have groups A versus C. So for B and D, this is the last chance opportunity for these teams to be able to get those points, because that's it. There is no other chance beyond these next 3 games.
Exactly. And yeah, as we talked about, that cutoff will be somewhere probably between 95 and 100. So if you're calling 100 safe, then it is NRG and upwards from there right now in the overall standings that have made it to triple digits, and you will see them in the winners bracket.
It's crazy to see that too, the disparity between the teams that have been so consistent when we take a look at our fans trying to give their energy to Red Order. But it's also the cheering that maybe gives the power up to some of these teams that they need right now, as you can see, showing off our players from Middle after taking that dub. With 12 KP, by the way, so far a lot of our winning teams have not only been able to take the dub.
Yeah, I like fall because it's not too hot, it's not too cold. You don't need no jacket, but you ain't got like it's just perfect.
Something that they desperately needed.
Fall is just perfect.
Getting those 13 KP, but Black Hand also being one of the more consistent teams that we have seen thus far throughout yesterday into today.
Yeah, I mean, we were even having a chat with Graceful back in the green room just before we came up here for this cast, Vicky, and he was saying he considers them as, you know, one of the more top teams right now. Man, Riddle must have, like, some of the most personality out of any teams here. But, well, talking about personality, you can't go past.
Come on, Blue Ivy.
You're literally panning over all of these players that
they got
are so
QT on that
expressive,
shit.
excited. Nasky, of course, being one of those veterans that come to mind, but it looks like we got the countdown now on the bottom right-hand screen.
Oh,
we are
okay.
Just
It's the
set up
start now. Okay, I'm like, how the fuck
this
is pause
game.
before it started?
Thank you so
Okay.
much for your patience. But even more exciting, Stormway into World's Edge. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, look at this couple of crypto players here. Noise is actually joining Kishera on that pick. Scuri has been bringing it back with the Gibraltar as well. Maybe even seeing that out of FC Destroy.
Yeah, we saw the keep over there. Things have shifted around a little bit, but let's not waste any more time. We are already in the dropship.
All right, World's Edge.
Let's get this game rolling. Our first game on World's Edge between our groups B and C.
No, they didn't pause. Well, the first 3 matches, they did not pause on Storm Point, so I guess it's better today.
Again, keep your eyes on that early.
Now, I don't know about this morning, but
FC
the
Destroyer
3 games we watched on Storm Point, there was no
We are
pause.
starting off from the north side of the map. We get to see where all of our teams in the north side of World's Edge get to situate themselves first. Moist obviously going to Overlook. They got nice loot to work with on top of the crafter, the rain console, and the survey beacon on top of that. And this is the 50-50 that we're mentioning. Here's Lasita France already moving up to Harvester.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know if Ascend were actually, you know, expecting this, because we did have Lasita France over at Big Maud. That was the expectation, at least from good old Sven's maps. But it looks like it's going to be the Harvester contest. I mean, we've seen so much of it throughout this year, and just as people have come to realize Harvester more and more as that very important and you know, powerful POI, the rotational access that it gives you, that's why we're seeing more and more teams drop there. But Ascend, seemingly wanting no part of it. They have tucked tail and run.
Kashira said, I got the purple Evo, we took some shots, we are out of there, and they immediately rotate away. But unfortunately, this is what happens when you start shifting some of these POIs around, and you start changing things depending on how the points are looking across the board, and this is your last chance to play in this lobby. This is how things are going to be moving around, and we are seeing a northern circle pool closer to Skyhook and Grandma's building.
Yeah, as you can see, it was only the 2 teams dropping down at Big Maud and Stacks there. Because we do see LCDF go into Harvester. I'm honestly a little bit confused. Maybe they lost the Drop Master contest. Maybe that's why Ascend went out, because at this point, Ascend are at 102 points. They've really got nothing to lose, right? It doesn't matter where you end up in that winner's bracket match. As long as you're there, it's fine. Why not take the fight?
Lasita France landed in the middle, and with the addition of the middle of the Harvester loot, yeah, you get gold loot basically guaranteed at that point. You have, if it's not a gold shield, it's sometimes a gold weapon. So they saw that they landed there first, and they had kind of split over to the north side of Harvester, where they understand at least they'll get the purple Evo if they can obtain that, and then just rotate away with that loot if they can.
If it was a surprise to Ascend, sometimes when you're not actually expecting the contest, you do slack off a little bit as Jump Master, right? And as you're saying, if that's the case, they don't get the honeypot loot at the bottom of Harvester, and at that point, it becomes very hard to take the contest.
You gotta think about your win con too. If you're gonna be rotating quickly away from Harvester, guess who else is gonna be rotating in that direction? It could be Kick, since I've already taken an evac tower to rotate to the north. Ascend.
100 Thieves on the other side of this. They get...
Oh, just tries to get the jump on them from up ahead against 100 Thieves, but while they're taking this fight, there's another team right behind them. I believe it's gonna be Area 310, but they're just gonna be rotating away from this opportunity. So Ascend have now taken Monument, have now taken the Crafter, and they actually have some room to breathe there because there's no other team other than 100 Thieves who could now re-rotate back into this fight that could poke at them from afar, that could get engaged here.
You gotta be sneaky, you gotta be creative when something doesn't go to plan, like how they started out. The shots under Lufka certainly are not what he wanted.
It's also nice to note that there is a ring console that Ascend could take advantage of, and since they don't have information and they're running the Watts, and that's what they want, and Onyx Esports in the middle of that rotation exiting out from that south side have already found themselves in some trouble.
Turn this guy down.
Yeah, and it could be even more trouble for them
I don't
soon.
know if they played this morning. I don't know who played this morning.
On the southern side of that
I don't know who
and
played
they would
earlier.
come
What
up
groups played earlier?
to pinch them now between LCDF as well. This is not going to end well. Onyx completely removed.
First team out of this lobby, and it's not going to be the team that went for a 50-50 themselves. Does get stuck by a knuckle cluster as they rotate away. Catalyst wall was called in already. Just in case, you know, it's the insurance policy, just in case they don't know if there's another team up ahead, but they were getting pinned from behind originally, and we have another fight happening on the other side with Moist.
Yeah, here we go, up on the drill tower, halfway up at least. That's Waltzy there. You can see Moist in a little bit of trouble.
And
actually going out the stick! The perfect use of the gravity lift.
Actually crazy, he went all the way up there. Don't know if there was another Arc Star that was placed in that position, but the creeping barrage come in and he did get knocked, but it doesn't look like maybe it was another Arc Star coming in from the distance.
Maybe that bang off and take him
That's the
down.
only thing I can think of there, why that wouldn't have done more damage.
He got that off just
not
in
by
time.
itself. Either way, as you can see, once you take too much time, we've got other people, other teams.
I don't know if they played Kick Eliminated.
Blackhand also looking on. NRG, man, these spots are so hard to play early on. I do not like this tower as an early game position.
That is, I'm so glad you said that. I was about to mention that right afterwards too, because when you rotate here early, unless you have the proper comp, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, in this case, they do have the Catalyst, they have the piercing spikes that they can put at their feet. They have the Bangalore and the Bangalore smokes, but then when you have to worry about Digi-Threats sometimes there too, it can be detrimental.
Yeah, Newcastle, if you're a Newcastle team, I could see this being a playable spot early, but I think we are going to see NRG just burn through
just came. I don't know where they originated.
And they don't have a Loba, so, and there is 30 shots in every corner. Where do you go?
Yeah.
They have to drop down now. It's inevitable, and they've already used so many beds, giving up that position currently as FC Destroy all the way closer to Overlook, engage on this fight. We saw this earlier too. It was Riddle Order to the north of FC
It's a
Destroy
Portuguese
and IPG
esports
looking to get
organization.
involved as they
Okay.
take their time to rotate into that next circle and play more so by the edge.
Yeah, both of these towers attracting a lot of attention on opposite sides of the map here, and yeah, quite a few teams getting involved. It's not going to be a clean fight on either side.
FC Destroy picking up the gold R9. Has that Digi-2, but spread out a little bit. You mentioned the Gibraltar at the very beginning diving into this game. Pinotar was on that Gibby, and now Hammerdro having to play off to the side, gets immediately focused on. IPG benefiting the most of this fight as they exit out of this Overlook area.
They're Portuguese,
Team Singularity are
okay.
also looking to get a piece of the pie.
Now that the other team has been removed from the height, while everyone's in the zone, it does give them a little bit of potential here, but after not seeing anyone, they're going to drop off and try and just play it a little bit safer back into zone, even having to burn the catwall. You can see all
said
three
we're gonna
members
slide
taking
on up
quite
out of
a
here.
bit of damage. Riddle Order above them as well, probably on the med
Baby,
kits
they just
right
came
now.
for a trip, for a vacation.
This next move by IBG. seeing where the circle's pulling now is going to be important too. If they still want to extend on this fight, tosses out the arc start here and starts rotating around through the low ground.
I mean, this is quite a bizarre split here. We've got so many teams clustered into the zone, Skyhook, Northern Tunnels, and then you've actually got a massive concentration of teams over on the east side.
Oh, this circle pulling over there?
It's a very strange situation.
And the cluster doesn't end. If you saw in the corner right there, it's Luminosity who want to get involved in this fight. A little upset that they didn't get an invitation to the party here. You see the EMP ringing out on the side as LG go right behind Riddle Order. IBG in some trouble. Ziggy on the other side has a Digi threat. Start a fight, get eliminated in your feeds here, and Ziggy may just join them in the lobby if he can't get away.
Yeah, he's looking for that hint of red in his crosshairs, but he doesn't find it, and IBG will go down. Riddle Order, we saw them struggling in the zone. They've managed to make it in, but only just barely, and I think at this point it might be the play your life call.
Said I'd already used the EMP, and they're still holding that north side by the truck, but like you mentioned, this cluster over here on the edge of the circle where they have to now rotate in the next 25 seconds, it's going to be detrimental to see which of these teams get to those train tracks north of Survey Camp, because that's going to be a nice spot to rotate from, considering the fact that Moist is already holding those tracks themselves through the tunnel. So to make that final rotation to Skyhook is going to be very difficult when you take too long in this fight.
Yeah, Moist have given themselves lots of options there up at the top. And out of all of these teams on the eastern side here, I feel like Ascend is probably the one with the most options. You can see LG actually clearing up more teams down the bottom there. That's Riddle Auto, might have to go even further into the zone. Maybe they can pick up a banner and respawn, but it's going to be a tough ask for them, I'd say. Singularity also on their last legs as LG just look up to clean even more kills. I mean, at this point, they've got 2 to their name to start with, but I mean, geez, this has been a bloodthirsty game. Look, round 2 closing, we've got 13 squads left. Big.
And with Ascend taking to the skies, gonna be able to take the high ground right here, close to Epicenter, try to cut off the other teams that are gonna be rotating from the south side of this fight. So although, yes, they were quick on the rotate, it's about cleaning up the rest of those teams because they have the points already necessary that they've gotten to be comfortable enough to just fight for kills rather than for that placement.
Yeah, it definitely has been a struggle to see who gets the KP here over towards Overlook. That's really all they're playing for at this point. The other 10 teams that we're talking about have just been sitting pretty because honestly, it's the opposite of what you usually see in these Skyhook zones. Admittedly, you know, if you get it directly over Skyhook, everyone's pretty much going to go for a building this time because it's over to the east of Skyhook. I think that's why we're seeing a little bit more chaos in this lobby, but you know, teams still could have played for those buildings. They don't. They all head over towards Overlook, and it was just a constant stream.
Where Moist is sitting in currently in the north side of those tunnels is very similar to what Exit does when they hold position and they don't know if the circle is going to shift to the right or left, so they try to go for a 50-50 spot so that way they could get a better rotation. And same could be said about where Moist positioning is. This is actually going to be pulling towards the rock side of Skyhook on the east side, kind of on the outskirts of those buildings. So the squads that have to exit out of those buildings themselves, that have already found some space like area 310, exit in the middle of the area of Skyhook, it's going to be a bloodbath because then you're going to be out in the open for teams like Moist to just shoot at you from the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try and give Sweet some credit, right, I mean, he called the zone pretty much exactly right. That tower is where it is going, but, you know, unfortunately, it's just one of those places where you can't get in there early, and unfortunately, NRG got taken out completely, right, so they're not going to be able to take advantage of that.
Where the hell you go? Hell.
The Kraber.
Gravity lift, the thermite at their feet.
I need a haircut
today,
but I'm lazy.
You
sound like a mod. Mod somebody, he need a haircut
too.
too.
Threat here on his R9, also lacking on some land ammo as well. Taking this fight inside this building, though, is going to be an invitation for third parties to also try to get involved. Fans in the crowd trying to give their energy here as Zane gets taken out.
Okay, let me get on.
Exit in this fight themselves, trying to jump right beyond the knockdown shield, tossing out the nade, open up the door as they try to fight their way through the reinforced catalyst door.
Okay, so I think we've got Dreamfire and Exit down the bottom here, and then it was KCP on the second floor right now. This really is just a wild fight here as Exit go, hey, hopefully there's enough chaos around. I'm just going to stick this res because we've got the gold knock, and I may as well go for it.
It's a good option coverage because you throw the gravity lift by the door. You also are able to make sure that the door behind you has already been reinforced at that point, so they're going to be able to get the res around that corner, even with KCP being right there. Another team that's just trying to restabilize here while sharing that second floor. Eventually, they are going to have to start moving away from this building, and Area 310, once again, is in the area. 100 Thieves neighboring the building next to them. J-Lings in the building to their north.
Yeah, Dreamfire is the casualty of that fight. Blackhand probably in the most central position
I'm gonna cut my own
in
hair
the
later
map
on.
right now as far as the next
I haven't been to the barbershop in 2 years.
As you can see, playing
Because I
that
cut my
trailer,
own
a
hair.
slightly
And plus, they
safer
charging an
option
arm and a
there.
motherfucking leg now.
Power exit now that they
I remember
reset,
haircuts used to be
are gonna go up
$10.
against KCP,
Line
who are
up
down in the draw
15.
too.
Get your face and all that
Yeah,
trim
rotated
20.
out of there right
Like,
before they even all wrapped around the corner, but it's about that situational awareness there. Tries to see if he has the opportunity to wrap
I was supposed to
around.
do that
So Ray's
yesterday
trying to
and
set up a
didn't.
portal here.
They charge an arm and a goddamn leg now. I learned how to cut my own shit too. They be charging way too much, way too much.
Regretted it right
Like, bitch,
afterwards.
it's a haircut. Like,
that XS is just gonna look at for right now.
that's
Not gonna
that's
take
fucking
that.
crazy.
May not be safe enough, especially if they haven't assessed the situation and they see the Kraber in their hand from the window.
Okay, over at Survey
That don't make no
this
fucking
is sort of the
sense.
continuation of that overlook.
Baby, because I remember I used to take my nephew to get his haircut, be $10, you know, if you get a line up, 15.
I don't know, 3 by this
You know,
point.
that's reasonable.
Niesel getting a great angle there through the thermite and re-peaks it for another crack.
Oh, it gets the knock though onto Niesel on the other side. It's Riddle Order, the Cedar Fonts, and Ascend snipping out.
That's
The
just
fight that they missed out on
now.
before. It's
And
been
that's the
50
same
years
with
since this
females
fight has
getting
been
their hair
going on.
done. Like a
It's gonna be
sew-in back in the day used to
going
be
in, fighting back
$80,
against this building. Riddle
maybe
Order
$100
get
if you get in the
eliminated, and the
frontal.
Cedar Fonts
Oh no!
having some fun as the EMP
Or,
comes in.
you know, the invisible part back then.
That
It was
signals you know
invisible.
who it is.
Like,
Ascend on the back end.
baby, now they be want $500. Bitch, I'm not paying you all that for no goddamn sew-in.
It would have given them the information. Do
Girl,
they
I
have
wish.
enough firepower
Oh,
to
nasty
take this out,
invisible
though?
part. Yeah, you know that was about $100. You know,
No,
I'm not paying no $500 for no sew-in. That's why a lot of females went to wearing wigs and learning how to do wigs because the sew-in price was fucking ridiculous.
Last member of the Cedar Fonts, that's going to be at the hands of Yanya as LG now make their rotation.
Like, I'm already paying $200-some damn for my hair, and then you want me to cash you out $500 to sew the shit?
Essentially,
Bitch, you must be
all of
crazy.
those Eastern teams, they've sorted it out. LG, you are the winners. Congratulations. You only get 2 players to play the rest of the game with, but hey, you're walking away with 7 KP or something like that. Right
You
now
learned
in a
during
top 10
COVID? Oh, that
position.
makes
So
sense too, because a lot of shit was closed down
the other
too. So
teams,
that probably was the perfect
unfortunately, are
time.
looking on a little bit enviously, and everyone else who decided to play
Shout out to my
zone,
pops on
they get to
YouTube.
start now.
But now you're forced to go through the choke point right in front of Moist. I've been holding this position since the beginning of time of
When I
this
used to go to
game.
the
So
barber, I
LG
only
playing this
paid
out of
him
field,
$20,
already at a
$5
disadvantage
for
in
the
terms of
added
numbers. Teams now exiting out of
tip.
time.
Yeah,
This
make it
is
25.
what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
and that's
You're out in the
reasonable.
open.
But
Yes, you
baby,
have the
now
net to cover the Rock's fence line, but now having to fight with the ring against your back. Black Hand, one of our more consistent teams right now, fighting for their life, strafing the flame. Doesn't look at the shield swap, sees that it's already empty. Is going to be able to pop the shield back for right now as the catwalk
they
on
out
to
of
the
there.
right.
Does look like it's a 2v2 at this point. He gets the headshot with the Kraber, and they'll push straight
Kraber
through
on
the smoke to try
Nocturnal.
and
Oh
get
my
this
gosh.
final wipe onto
Fun
Exit
FPS down,
here.
Exec going down, Exec
Yes,
eliminated.
here, Exit get taken out, and Waltzy take out Yanya with the nade. LG Chivas get taken out of the lobby. 5 squads left. Moist Esports still will be able to approach this next circle, even if they're not in it, from that
In the
slight
smoke.
hilltop of a high ground there in that next choke point that you can see currently.
So they've been playing very safe, very conservatively, and that's definitely worked
I
out.
love
for them
you, high
already.
shot, by
The 4
shot.
placement points in
Babu.
hand, as well as a couple of kills. Blackhand is the other one who we're worried about.
Oh my
you can
gosh,
see
I'm over
them
here taking my
up in
damn
the
hair
top
down. I
end
gotta get this
there.
shit out
Blackhand,
today.
they are playing Bangalore, Watson, Catalyst. An interesting composition.
That's the Picasso painting that you see painting the entire floor of World's Edge right now with the Watson fences. Made a little S over to the right side. But this also really highlights the difference of playstyles that these teams are forced to play with. Moist playing for positioning patiently. They're at risk. That's why they're one of the bubble teams, unlike LG, Ascend, who can play a lot more aggressive to just take fights that they don't have to worry about losing against just in case they get third-partied.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they were playing a bit more Wraith on World's Edge at the last Split 2
That's why
playoffs.
I'm having to take
Vicky,
these
so
braids out.
interesting to see Blackhand continue to experiment here, and it's obviously working. I mean, 52 points right now in this series.
Definitely
Very
coming
impressive.
in hot whenever
Let's
I
jump
finish
into
this
a
shit.
listen in with Easy Flash having the Kraber in his hand and what their next move is going to be since they're sitting in the circle.
On you, Mark. Wait, Mama, come on.
They're going here. Player.
Good smoke.
130 on the fucking GP.
I'm trying to go. I've fallen 20%.
Oh, they give me bubble saved him.
65 on tower.
I have so many nets. I have so many nets, player.
One midnight, he was up here and he gonna look at me and do that ugly cry, Nicole. He did that ugly cry like he got used bathroom. So I picked him up and took him downstairs, and then I came back up here. Next thing I hear him scratching in his thing. He just getting he taking advantage of his foot being broke.
I think we'll need to take control of this eventually.
Candy on day 56 and taking her braids out.
And then we can just look to play there. I'm gonna wall
Hey,
up a little bit
chill
early.
on me.
88 and the guy on height. Yeah.
He was sitting up right. He did that little ugly cry, and I said, "Okay, he got to use the bathroom."
We're good.
The fact that the fact that he meows different when he got to pee is crazy.
I have so many nets. I have BG also.
What happens is I think he sprang it because him and Star the other night we were in the kitchen and Star jumped at him. You know, Star playing around and he jumped and he was up under the kitchen table. So I think he may have twisted it or did something to it, hurt it. So now he got it held up and he's not putting no pressure on it. Like he walk on it a little bit.
That's that win condition.
And you can tell like right where his elbow is, it's a little swollen.
I'm calling it now. I'm gonna dome this guy. I'm gonna double headshot him.
So now he's just taking advantage of it.
Watch me miss every bullet.
They're fucking under.
Wait, what? When they
I done picked his ass up, took him down there. Now he was down there using the bathroom. I said, oh yeah, he just.
I think
I'm mauling now.
Okay.
Fence the wall.
Yeah.
We can't let them wrap our left,
Yeah.
They're pushing right. They're underneath the tower right now.
I'm molding.
Yeah.
They get all.
I'm kind of shitting on them. Just fire. Yeah. Don't let us get wrapped on the right. Fence it.
They're getting.
I'm checking this right wall. Hey, play on me. I'm getting fences real quick.
They're on the field.
They're on the right. West split. Play towards the left. Play towards the left. Just play towards the left. Play my side, player. Play my side. Okay.
Pick left.
Play left.
Play left. I net left.
Play left. We're good. Play on me. Play self. Which one?
I
think.
One everything.
I think we just chill. Play left again. Okay. Left again.
He need a cast, yeah. He didn't use up his bet here, baby. It's over with.
I can't.
That one toe cost me $1,900. It's over with.
I'm making
$1,500. Was it $1,500 or $1,900?
I'm eating
I think it was $1,900.
They're not out yet. Strafing's Flame is still alive for now as Moist Esports takes the high ground. The Catwalls looking like tic-tac-toe. 2 squads left. RD's eliminated in the last member of Blackhand get taken out with Moist Esports. Taking game number 4, our first game on World's Edge.
Don't leave me
and they
hanging.
needed it, Gino.
And they've done it exactly in the fashion that Moist like to. A quick rotate up to a northern circle. They've got decent priority there from Overlook. They set up in the northern tunnels. As you mentioned earlier, Vicky, that gives them options. If it goes to Skyhook, if it goes even further west
He
or
had to
further
get his
east,
toe cut
either
off
way, it's actually quite easy to
he
either
went up
push out
under my
into the
hood of my
tunnels,
car.
or you've even got the balloon in those northern tunnels. If it's a
He
weird
don't need no
goes
insurance. He
even
already 8 out of 9
further, as you do
lives,
see
baby.
sometimes on World's Edge, and from there, it's just that
I already
really
told him, so he better walk careful.
coming out and taking. I think the most interesting thing we got out of that listening from Blackhand, for one, Strafing Flame, great IGL, right? You can hear him. He's got so much confidence in himself, but they did blow that catwalk.
Ain't no way. You cost $50 and I'm paying bills. Hey, baby. Hey, you want but $50, fat man.
Shout out to the Moist
he's
boys.
5.
I know Charlie watching at home. Even got a plushie of him himself.
Star be 1
10
next
kills with the dub, and they needed it
go
once
get her
again.
a
One of our
treat,
bubble
so happy
teams,
birthday.
Moist. That's why they had to play for position.
My baby.
And when I mentioned that it's a very similar spot that you would expect teams like Exit to hold, it's because Exit
So I
usually
gotta
likes
get
to
her
hold
haircut.
positions that they could go either rotate to the left,
they'll
rotate to
probably
the
have
right,
to
have a
shave
better
her
rotation
down.
point basically. But they were also blocked by like 5 other teams that made their way into Skyhook. As we take a look at a
Hopefully
replay.
that other place, I'm gonna have to find her another spot because I can't get $130 to get the dog haircut.
That out, you can see Moist hiding in the crate to make that happen. And then it was a matter of the high ground, which really helped them out quite a lot. Obviously, you see here waiting for the bubble to go down. As soon as that's gone, You know, these alternator disruptor shots start coming through to just shred those shields. That was the peak we saw. I think it was straight from Flame Easy Flash taking there, and from this point, if they can't even see them, who cares? They're just throwing bullets out anywhere, and they will hit something.
Especially since you saw that
That other place was cheaper though.
At first against Blackhand, that was just the green light for Moist Esports to rain all that pressure from the high ground. No one was looking at them, finishing off.
And she really not that big, so
10 kills to their name, getting 22 points. Once again, that they needed. Blackhand as consistent as ever as well. I mean, getting second place, it may not be the dub.
Yeah, the one by
Mr. Jim,
yeah.
Number 2, but it's being able to stay up in contention in the
top 3. It was cheaper there.
With 3 points on top of that.
I mean, yeah, going into that game, or at least towards the end of it, there was something like 20 points clear of the next team in this lobby right now. So adding to it with another second place, those guys are going to be on top of the world. I mean, I was even having a go at landslides, right? Say, yeah, that's fine. They got the points on Storm Point, and you know, World's Edge might be a bit tougher. Nope. Straight into it with another fantastic effort from our Apex South guys.
And on the other side, in the second page, you see Dreamfire in 13th. Only 1 KP, not getting the placement that they needed. KCP, we saw the chaos that went down inside the buildings close to Skyhook. So many fights broke out once that circle had to close and force all these teams outside the Skyhook buildings. Our top 3 squads, though, 100 Thieves, fortunately falling in third once they wanted to actually take that fight against Blackhand, because unfortunately they were the most exposed against Moist.
Look at that, 10 kills, Blackhand and 100 Thieves. Again, they didn't pick up too many of the kills because all that nonsense was happening over towards the east side of World's Edge this game. You know, once that happened, we get to have a look at the scoreboard as it stands now. As we mentioned, Blackhand well in front at this point. A nice third place for 100 Thieves does put them up to 37 with Riddle, Order, and Moist just following behind them.
Super important there too. If you currently see 100 Thieves being in that second place, so many of these points that were distributed by Moist getting in that 4th place, 33 total points in this lobby. This is the last time, once again, that these two groups will be playing in the group stage to see which of these teams are going to be sitting already in the winner's bracket or which ones are already going to be starting off in the first round of the loser's bracket.
Yep, there's a couple of teams. So, you know, Ascend sitting down there, 3 points only so far in this series, Vicky. But as we said, they're kind of chilling at the moment. I mean, whether you come 1st or 20th doesn't matter as long as you do make your way into that winner's bracket. It's in the bracket stage, the winner's final, or I guess, actually, yeah, in the winner's final, because that's where the seeding points come from. You can't get them from elimination round 2. That's where it matters where you stand in that lobby.
And other teams are feeling very similar to that too. That's why we saw LG take a very similar fight. All right, that was game number 4, our first game on World's Edge in the books. We come back
Baby,
from the break.
Kick just came. I told them they just came. Kick said we here for a long, we here for a good time, not a long time. They just came to get away from Portugal. They just want to go on a little vacation. They said, oh, y'all paying for us to go to London? Oh, yeah, sure, we'll go. What we gotta do, just load up in the lobby? Okay, bet. I'm gonna go with Moist. It's either Moist or Blackhand. I mean, they did good enough to make it, Nicole. Now who is LCDF? Oh, I didn't even look at the rest of the question. All I looked at was what team got the most points. Oh, it was Moist. Okay, I was right. I guess. This is LCDF First Land. That's their first one too.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody.
It might
we are
be.
here
I
for
don't
the
know.
ALGS Championship.
'Cause they had
we
to
are
do
done
decent
with
to make
game
it
number
to
4
land.
on World's Edge, where Moist were able to take it. Patience pays off eventually, and the crowd is getting wired up while we get set up for our 5th game.
Yeah, I like that little snippet we had in the break there. Who got the most points in Apex South during Split 2 there? Obviously, a lot of Dreamfire fans in the chat. And, you know, maybe just other people thinking, like, wow, they look so
okay, I was
good here. And
wondering
I'm
who
not
they were.
surprised that
Yeah,
they chose
that was
Dreamfire
some new
because,
teams to me
honestly,
too.
out of the Apex South teams we've seen so
This is
far,
why I
they
was like,
are
Kick.
looking
I ain't never
phenomenal.
seen them before. The only Kick I know is Kick
Honestly,
Stream and
seeing the way
shit.
that Dreamfire was able to perform
Speaking of,
yesterday,
if
and
y'all
even
not
continue
following
to
me
build
on
that
Kick, I
performance
will
at the
be
end
on
of
there
the day,
today.
this is a lobby where at
After
this
these
point in time, a
ALGS,
lot
I'm
of
gonna
these
be
teams
on
have already
there.
found out where
Make sure
they're
y'all
sitting
follow
in the
me on
overall
Kick.
standings
Yeah, the
and
web.
what
Yeah,
that
there
could
you
mean
go.
for
That
them
right
in
there.
the
Thank you,
final
Monte.
bracket, whether they stand in the winners or they're gonna have to start off in the loser side. Getting set up now, though, and seeing the consistency from Black Hand is beautiful. Seeing Moist make the comeback after sitting on the bubble of having to play from the loser side is also beautiful here. Getting set up now, we saw that they were able to quickly rotate right outside of Overlook around the north side, away from the chaos before it even
I'm
started.
taking a nap
From
today.
the
That was
east
my
side of
first
the
time
map,
taking a
and
nap
we
during
can
the day
see that
in
continue
so
most
long,
probably
and that's why I don't
going
do
into
it,
this
because I ain't
game
waking
too.
till 9 o'clock.
Oh, man. And with the dropship
I
party
can't do that to
right
myself,
now,
baby. And then
Moist,
I was up
you know,
at
we
3
call them
looking
like
crazy,
turbo
knowing I
rotating
had
team,
to get
right?
up.
It can't get any better than this. The dropship literally landed them within seconds of the game starting. They've got a ring console. I would be surprised if they're in God spot by the time other teams even put their feet on the ground.
And when they're playing for that final circle positioning, you know how Moist is when it comes to those quick rotates. The ring console, like you mentioned, the crafter, if they need to craft something incredibly quickly. There's a jump tower that's over to the side of Overlook too, if they don't have an evac tower or just want to hold on to it. Taking a look at what their next plan is, and MT's already got in a blue Evo, and here's that 50-50 for Ascend. They decided to commit on Harvester.
Yeah, this time they're ready for it, and they will take that fight. As we talked about last time, there's kind of no reason not to, honestly, at this point. With over 100 points to their name, they will continue to try and take on LCDF. By the fact that Psychop has the gold armor on him right now, Vicky, you would assume that once again they have won the Jump Master battle and got down there to the honeypot loot at the bottom of the lava.
You're too slow, and Lucita France is going to be able to get away with that. And a gold rampage. Psychop just ate everything, left only crumbs for aimbot.
Okay, but
Kazarian to deal with.
Yeah, look, they are dipping. No, sorry, they're chasing Ascend. Yeah, okay, so Ascend went south. I was just thinking last time, Ascend obviously went north and then eventually made their way to Monument. Just with how the fight has panned out this time, they are actually trying to track down Ascend. Kick, who get Lava Siphon all to themselves. Who knows? Maybe they'll come a knocking.
Oh, he found Lufka. He got the heady onto Lufka. All right, chasing them down. Kashira's like, nothing to see here. You know, maybe we have some regrets at the same time. It's kind of free points at this point. And also playing inside of a little crevice on the outskirts of where Onyx Esports is looting at Tree. They've already started rotating to the southern buildings right at the front of Tree. They'll be looking to craft later on, but little do they know right ahead of them. Slicita France is trying to hunt down that last member. On the other side, it's Team Singularity over by Kaiser, also finding themselves in a fight against FC Destroy. Fighting outside the circle too, as Elysium pops the Beast of the Hunt.
Okay, there's the Motherlode coming in already. One of the quicker ultimates to charge. Ascend is completely eliminated as these two teams go at it over at Geyser. FC Destroy currently just using that. Wow, actually a little bit of information there coming out of the Fuse ultimate.
Yuka grabbing on top of the roof. Ooh, drops right down too, tries to get out of their line of sight, avoids and shimmishes his way away from the line of sight of the ARC-Stars. Team Singularity have taken control over the inside of this building. No Digi, releasing to work with the Volts, but it's fine. Runs right past it. Oh, the ARC-Star breaks down the door, looks in two different angles. I do like the approach that we're seeing from Team Singularity, but now another team has involved themselves, and it's Kick with a third party.
Exactly, Kick comes in off the back of this, and hopefully they can sort out their differences while they're inside here, because if they peek their heads outside or even, you know, past the jail bars on the windows there, I dare say Kick is gonna have some bullets for them.
Every single squad engaging in that fight has backed away, wanting no business, and to look at what the outcome may have been. just trying to rotate away from the choke point of Geyser.
Well, it's kind of serious business time, right? I mean, you know, you've got teams, you've got 2 games left to try and grab those points and make their way into winner's bracket. For some of these teams, like Blackhand, that's not such an issue. For some others, like Onyx that we were looking at before, Singularity, they do need a good amount of points here to make it through. And they've only got 2 games in which left to get them.
What's interesting is that looking at where the circle is going to be pulling, we got another very similar circle to our previous game, actually. It's going to be pulling towards the east side of Skyhook. Maybe more so towards the east than we saw in the last game.
The shift over towards the east does make me think it's a bit more likely to be like a survey camp circle here, Vicky. Probably, I still don't think it's going to be the one that goes all the way north to like the respawn beacon kind of area on the train tracks.
They
but
did.
We'll see. Either way, we may get that split. Most teams, okay, you can see quite a few down on the southern strip of the map still, but not quite as many like Brittle Water and whatnot. They were all fighting towards Overlook last time. They have made their way a bit closer in towards Epi.
Also had my eyes on Moist, who already went for that rotate.
What
like we were
groups play next
game?
game?
They've already found themselves some safety inside of a building north of Survey, which is important because if this circle does pull north, that's a good spot to rotate from if you're inside one of those northern buildings.
Yesterday, I wish I would have
said. They've got the beacon right there. One of those bellwether
You're
teams.
right. I shouldn't have asked him here to my E and F.
There's a pretty good chance it's going to end up over there, and they haven't chosen that northern tunnels side this time. They have chosen to go towards it.
I shouldn't have asked him.
Playing off the low ground right here over by Lava Side, and you mentioned it before, 3 teams in the southern side, outside of the zone as it's closing in already. Did pop the Beast of the Hunt, and IBG do have height advantage for now. Calls out the zipline here, and it beams them right off the moment they pop their head. It's Nizul, who is the victim of the damage from the R9. And in the distance,
Come on, Solid Ray. Good morning, y'all.
Get back over here.
Welcome to the
With the
shop.
Hemlock, this is just IBG getting some extra kills. Again, it's
Come
one of
on,
those teams
Raiders.
that don't really feel at risk considering
Appreciate
the
y'all
performance of
staying
the
for
other
the
lobbies that they
raid.
played in.
Yeah, not at all. They're actually
A double raid. Oh, raid raided me too. Good morning.
As you can see, Yanya off to the bottom
Come
of the
on,
screen
Ray.
there.
Welcome in,
That said,
y'all.
once they get back into zone, they may have some other teams.
Ballistic, I am doing good. Over here taking my hair down.
FC Destroy currently in the northern parts.
Vibing, watching the ALGS.
I love the patience.
Oh, you went to his message history. I appreciate you. I'm like, we posted the link yesterday. Oh, shit.
Gonna be able to heal up just for now, but he's got 2 syringes. He's got 2 med kits.
Taking shit and fucking up now.
Circle's not too far away, depending
Not you
on
checking
how
my
he wants
history.
to rotate around Lava Siphon and avoid IBG. But they know that there's still
Appreciate the
one
follows,
left. They're
y'all.
looking around. They know he's still in the circle.
Good morning.
Can he get away? We'll find
What's
out
up,
soon.
Lulu?
Now with the overlook.
T. Who else we got in here? Lily. Mac.
The next
Carnage.
fight
What's
against
up,
IBG,
y'all?
LG. And
What
also
up,
seeing the fights
Beanie?
that have already been happening over by Skyhook, but it looks like Yanya
Welcome
has been able
in,
to find some
Solid
safety, some
Gang.
room to breathe. He's literally
And
right
Rage.
behind him and still was able to
Both
get
the banners.
the final banner here. Okay, good
Gotta
moves from
take Pepper
Yanya.
to the vet.
for
Okay, have a
IBG
good
to
day.
hold out for that long, I'm surprised
Handle your
they
business,
didn't
baby.
get the banners a little harder, right? I mean, if you're going to look anywhere, that's
Make sure
potentially
we give
where
a
they're
shout
going
out to
come back
Rage
So,
and to
either way,
Mel,
they
y'all.
did get
Shop
the
if y'all not
2KP,
following them.
and
Make
now
sure
it's
y'all
gonna be
drop
FC
them a
Destroy
follow.
and
Show them some
Singularity,
love.
looking for some of those over at Harvester.
You know IBG left those boxes on sticks, though, let's be honest. So there may not be much to look for once you start going back to your box. You may have to start
What you
rotating
playing?
at that
Texas
point. You're gonna get
Chainsaw?
so
How was
far
Texas
outside the
Chainsaw? Is it
FC
working? Because a
Destroy
lot of people saying that they having a hard time
Gonna be able to
getting
craft
in lobby since they took the crossplay
something
off.
here, just in case you need more meds on top of that, or maybe a purple bag. The purple bag and purple helmet are in the replicator for the week.
You know, the Herman Militaries, they're so good for your back. And
Wait,
I've got to
who
say,
just subbed?
Drill is probably using them in the least,
Macintosh, appreciate the
ergonomically
sub. Let's go. We at 40.
way possible there with like the
Let me
full
get some
shrimp
sub
lean
hype in the
forward.
chat,
But hey,
y'all.
maybe he's close enough to the screen and it just really helps him zero in. I don't know.
Gino, didn't you get the word that if you hug
They
your face
took
against the
crossplay
screen,
off
you
because
just
of the
play better, you
cheaters
become
and
a
the
better player?
anti-cheat.
That's
So they
why
trying to
I'm
fix the
not praying.
anti-cheat.
Okay.
Exactly.
Because they said a
That's
lot
how
of
it goes.
the
As
PC
long as your
players
nose
were
touches the
cheating.
screen, you'll probably hit pred this season. So that's just a note for everybody.
Oh, y'all fucking it up. Hold on. Pause. Hold on.
Leaning forward.
We're going to pause that. Okay, y'all trying to fuck it up early. Hey, hey. Hey, Lego fuck fuck it up, chat. Fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, chat. Fuck it up, hey. Let go, baby. Let go, baby. Hey, let's fucking go. Okay. Hey. Okay. Okay. Y'all trying to see some Meg this morning.
Go for the,
okay.
extra KP before
Look, I had to put my headset on so I can hear that beat drop. You know what I'm saying?
Were still up.
I had
That
to
said,
put that headset
IBG
on.
once again put themselves in
I
a
always
position
trying to see
where
that
they're very much in
Hello?
the ring, hopefully at this point. You know, harking back, of course.
Major said put that bitch back on.
Hopefully they've got the crafts there and they
Hold on, we gonna pause that again. Cause Major coming in with the gifted sub to Chef. I appreciate you, Major. Hey, 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 hey. Let go, fuck it up, chat. Fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, chat. Fuck it up, hey. Let go, baby. Let go, baby. Hey, let's fucking go. I appreciate the gifted sub, Major. Hey. Hey, baby, that beat drop, baby. That beat right there, baby.
You don't love to see it, but
good morning.
It does start to make you wonder what the point of the respawn was if neither of those other two members get back in.
Fortunate for the little blow that was left behind by LG. That was Nizul, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, that's
LCD.
LCDF.
He also obviously
Yeah, that is new. That's new. That's new.
To come in, and he didn't have Beast Hunt to serve
Oh, that new.
France,
oh, I like the content. Hey, I appreciate, you know, we be trying to give a little something, little razzle dazzle.
That they so desperately
yeah.
need they're on the
They the French team? Okay.
In the second to last game that they can play.
That's how you start your morning right there. Hello, Beanie. That means it's going to be a good motherfucking day.
Singularity. We'll be able to meet up with them soon.
Let's throw that ass Thursday.
Okay, so now taking a look at the circle, it has actually gone quite northern here. Now, when you get a circle, especially if the next one, what is it, like the fifth circle?
Hell, that razzle right there. Yeah, coming in here getting that lollipop, getting lickety-lick, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to throw that thing back.
80% of the time will win.
Such a good
I'm
point
still in
because
my
you also
nightgown.
have
I
that
ain't
lip
throwing
that you
shit
can
back right
LOS
now.
and play a little head glitch as playing around the knockdown shield. I mean, there's no head glitch to really play off of there. In that situation, you're getting pinged by a 30-30, and
in the
here
nightgown.
is Exit involving themselves in this fight. On the other side, though, is going to be 100 meters to the north of Monument. Kick. So many
I'm over here trying to take my hair down,
in the south side of the circle, and it's closing in less than 15 seconds.
I mean, this is just a wild lobby once again. This is like the Overlook fight all over again, and I was looking at the map there, being like, okay, are Exec going to commit? Because if they do, Element 6 is on the back of them as well, but right in the thick of things, it is Singularity, IBG, and LCDF.
I mean, you know I love
played
chaos,
since
but
they
this is a
updated
different
it.
level
I'm
of
upset.
chaos right now.
All my
Singularity, taking
some
to
of
the
my
skies
friends
from the
are still
gravity
on
lift into
Xbox
getting
and
the
stuff.
evac tower. Already getting ahead of the curve with the circle closing in to beat a lot of these other teams to get a better position.
He didn't
but they're
pass
not
me
the only
hot
ones.
potato. I know
Exit coming in the evac tower as well as Under Thieves waiting outside that circle to gatekeep them. The Cedar Fonts, unfortunately, cannot get away. They get eliminated, and Under Thieves positioning themselves here are also able to see where the other teams are able to rotate from the skies.
Yeah, you thought, you thought you was motherfucking sweet.
Angel managing to stay
It
alive
exploded.
on that rotate.
Oh, what the
Okay,
fuck?
let's have a look at Dreamfire here. They're back in Skyhook, and they've got NRG just ringing them right now.
Man, because I had my head down trying to take these braids out. That's fucked up.
Black hole KCP.
That's
try and use
fucked
that
up.
gravity lift. Oh man, there's
That
so
is
much
so
cover
fucked
here
up.
for Blackhand though, and if they don't get this done soon,
Yeah, I'm gonna get it back to
will
Benny ain't
destroy
doing
both
that.
teams
Benny,
like
I don't want Benny doing. Benny ain't
Well, that's
passing
one
hot
way to try to
potato.
force a team outside
I'm
of a
finna get my
Newcastle
lollipop
wall, and then you
back.
get stunned just for another team to try to third party
That's
and take a
fucked up,
different off
Izzy.
angle. It's Exet.
There you go.
Coming from the skies there, what are you
Benny
resing
wasn't
here
paying
from the
attention,
Newcastle? You get the
so.
purple knockdown, so it's not like you have extra health as if you had
Heavy
a
on
gold
the petty
knockdown
B.
shield, so now Exet
Damn,
gets the benefit as
Pioneer
KCP
out,
are eliminated.
Blackhand
Yeah,
out.
huge amounts of KP going over to
Shit.
them there, and because they get that fight
Hey,
so
these lobbies
easily, they
moving
can now
faster
turn
than
around and think
yesterday.
about 100 Thieves, maybe even Dreamfire, who are back
Oh,
towards
shit,
Skyhook.
oh my goddamn hero. Oh, Lord.
Oh, continuing on this fight though, with the circle
Now,
pulling
why my
so
wingman
far
can't hit,
northeast.
baby?
We get to see where this next circle is going to be
Every time I
pulling.
shoot
It's going to
that
be pulling
wing, man, I
towards
say
the
a little
survey
prayer.
camp, building that Moist called out from the very beginning, and that tall rock
Questions in
that
the
has that natural landform that's certified esports.
They
Can start
going
rotating
ham
on top
right
of
now,
it quick.
and is.
Team Singularity versus Element 6 with what is left of Epicenter in the circle. Element 6 are going to trade that first kill out. Now they're a little bit on top of things. Too close range really to get that knuckle cluster using. Just trying to finish off someone to get the armor swap. Will do that. And Singularity go down, but 100 Thieves are in the hunt. It's just a mother load to try and retreat, but that'll do nothing. But put out some fireworks.
See y'all at lunchtime.
All that hard work from K Swinney to be shut down by
Did the boss ever show up?
Rotating from the south side of the circle, and alongside them is going to be Exit and Dreamfire engaging in the fight in the mouth of the cave here. Dreamfire, though, have a better rotation. They can just rotate through the cave if they so wanted to, maybe go through the choke point by Survey, or it looks like they're actually opting to overcommit and actually rotate from right behind Exit here.
Don't choose that route. They want to take the hard way, and they're going to try and make it through Exit here. They do get on top of them. Both teams trying to slide down the hill and keeping their mind on that zone as it pushes
why he
further
gonna
and
see
further
us
towards
at
Survey Camp. You can see members of both teams dropping, and 3MZ, who has gone off for his team, is very unhappy about that.
Honestly, it could have been a live or die situation there because Luka was waiting for them to choke.
Read it as must. Baby, no, man. You didn't type must.
It's one of the best spoiler spots in the game.
Musa.
Honestly, you know, this is such a great spot.
We're not going to abbreviate must like that. No, no.
IBG playing this out as a duo, getting the last member of Exet, which was Nocturnal.
No, we're not going to do that in 2023.
Before they start rotating right back.
They already be trying to abbreviate all the other words. We're not going to do that.
They desperately needed meds, so that's why they were able to get that last straggler. So thank you very much, Nocturnal.
Muscle.
And while they are waiting here, the teams that are situated inside these buildings, so that way you guys know they're safe currently in survey, but we'll have to move eventually in the next 35 seconds. It's J-Lings, 100 Thieves, Moist still in that building.
Like that at all.
Riddle Order, Starter Fight, and IBG left alive here.
Yeah, so okay, here we go.
Yep, it's Musa now.
Next, as you can see, the train tracks are not in, so that means Starter Fight playing on the northern side there don't get the advantage they do if the ring had moved a little bit further up. Riddle Order, as long as they can keep out Starter Fight, as you can see, just trying to constrict space on the north and western side.
That is country
here.
ghetto right
they just
there.
need to worry about
Because I'm
Starter Fight.
country.
Them out, we really like
I
their
am
spot.
country.
Meanwhile, those teams down the bottom who were around the buildings, 100 Thieves,
I'm
Moist,
country
and
as fuck.
Onyx, it's going to be a tougher, much harder
Muscle
entrance
dinner.
into the zone for
Muscle
them.
dinner.
Yeah, with Riddle Order getting ahead of Starter Fight, they're in probably the best position until this circle closes and Starter Fight is forced into their line of sight. Riddle Order will need to keep up the pressure onto them. IBT
Oh
also
shit,
the
we
pressure
can't get that
from
bang
Riddle
out.
Order on the other side as they're holding two different angles to make sure that there's extra pressure on the teams in the circle and Starter Fight that's outside the circle.
You Midwest country
Moist
hell.
are good here for the moment, right? Unless someone starts pushing into them.
Cause baby, I'm deep down. I'm South
On
country.
the outside, that's Onyx and 100 Thieves here. Oh, can't quite make it out alive.
Arkansas is down south, baby, right above Louisiana. Where the fuck the Midwest at? Do you not know the map? Do I need to Google the United States map? Baby, I am Arkansas country.
Onyx probably will make this.
With Onyx,
I am Texas country, where I'm at now, baby.
Say Moist haven't left their building. They poked out just for that, and they were able to get ragged.
It don't get no right. It don't get no baby. Hello.
It was Riddle Order maybe as well. I thought they'd be too preoccupied.
Girl, I got that twang and I can't hide it.
As J-Lings are
Oh,
actually
girl,
rotating
yeah,
right
if it wasn't my
underneath.
strongest subject, I ain't know how far that. Baby, hey, you can't go no lower than Louisiana, and we right there connected, baby.
J-Lings! JFW gets taken out, but now this is the green light for Starter Fight, and Moist Esports have an opportunity.
This is a
I'm
terrible
gonna
blunder, and it means Moist,
little
they're
history
going to take
lesson or
advantage of
something.
that immediately. The gravity
This man
went up
said
on
Midwest,
top.
baby.
Riddle Order, I don't think they can do anything about this.
Oh my God!
He hits the 360!
What a beast! 360 Graver shot
Come on, Moist
into the
Esports.
top true combo!
Okay.
Moist! Take
Was that back-to-back for them?
On World's Edge!
That shot was sick. I know they finna show the replay because I had my head down. I want to see the whole shot.
Right round like a record. Oh my.
I know they finna. That's back to back, right? That was back to back. Okay.
On stage at
Shit. Candy accent be thick than a motherfucker. Oh yeah, when I go back to Arkansas, like y'all hear me, you know y'all hear me every day talking now, baby. This ain't shit. When I go back to Arkansas, baby, them auras.
That was disgusting. And then the smirk when we come back to them after they take the dub. You know those comes from
them auras be strong when I go back home.
Shoot, everybody would at that
Nicole
point.
was like, damn, you got country here? Like, baby, when I go back home, baby, I'm in Arkansas, baby, I'm at home, baby. They understand the lingo, okay?
But that was,
I get country as
like that
fuck.
and then get back-to-back wins. I mean, come on.
It's like a code switch. Like, when I get back home, baby, hey, them auras,
Another first place finish. They
you
heard
forgetting all the nouns and the
said, you know
pronoun,
what?
baby,
This is what we
listen.
like. Better late than
Be a
never.
whole different language.
Gotta keep you wanting more from the Moist Boys.
When I go back to the SIP, oh, you from the SIP? Okay. I used to go to Greenville, Mississippi all the time because, you know, that's right there by Arkansas, too. We used to go down to Greenville to the casinos. We used to call what we call it the boat. We go down to the boat.
You peaked.
That's what the casino is a boat, baby.
Still one game left, Overkey.
Final game.
I mean, look, Moist have won 3 in a row before. It happens. They do it in high-pressure situations. They've done it in a regional finals.
Picasso go. Baby, Mississippi got them names where you can't even pronounce that shit.
They've got one more in the tank.
But I'm in Arkansas right now. Still, really? What part of Arkansas, baby?
Just wait till the very end.
That's my home state. I'm in Texas now. I'm back. Well, I lived in Texas the majority of my life. I just moved from Atlanta. Almost a year and a half ago, I moved from Atlanta.
After those back-to-back wins, what the overall standings in general are probably going to look for them.
You dare say
I stopped at pass. I ain't finished the rest of the word. Pass Kagula.
All right, let's take another look at that final
circle. Shit, I forgot you changed your goddamn name.
We get the view on MT here. Couple of red weapons for the team. Actually, it almost feels like they're playing Loba right now.
No, Benjamin. Used to go by Shelby, now Benjamin, now Bennett, Triton, baby. Hey, you change the names like you changed wrong.
Oh God, these teams are getting knocks against each other. Riddle, they really were in a great position.
Yeah, you in northeast Arkansas. Or is it northeast or northwest?
Long range, sniping, that's what you expect out of the Kraber. And then MT, he has a different
Shelby,
idea.
Triton, Bennett. Listen, hello.
I want to see you do it again. We're definitely going to see it. We're probably see it a million more times in the future.
I'm too old for that shit. I be getting confused now. Shit.
It's the fact that I cannot believe J-Lings pushed onto Riddle like that, and Riddle jumping on top of them and not knowing. That was the grief of the century of giving Moist Esports all the opportunity.
Yes,
to
check out that merch, y'all.
That on top of.
Oh my
Since the last ring of the gravity lift.
Was that like a 720? Was that a 1080? This man's snowboarding up here.
I can't.
Back to back,
taking a look at the team comparison, taking first place after that game. Meanwhile, look at the damage output that Riddle Order put down and the kills. So still, even if you get the dub, they got so much KP to work with. Feeling pretty warmed up, I mean, but you've got one more match left, Gino.
Riddle is smiling, definitely smiling after that. I mean, even if you got taken out by that, I feel like even the being on the receiving end, you still got to smile.
What was the Kraber shot at?
If there's any team that you can count on smiling, it is.
Oh, I see it. Oh, okay.
Let's take a look at the match
I thought he killed somebody with it. He hit him though.
Black Hand, though, with their consistency, probably still topples the leaderboard, but in match number 5 alone, it was just Moist. Standing on top of the rock, coming in with the Kraber, spinning around town for them to get 5 KP and the dub. Riddle Order right after them with 10 KP. Start a fight. We're playing incredibly safe. Didn't really engage on the north side of those tracks. Instead, started inching their way forward before J-Lings were underneath the rock right below Riddle Order at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare to see someone get to the top 3 with 0 kills, right? But hey, you take the placement points there any day of the week. Certainly putting them above the bottom 10 teams that we can see here for match 5. And yeah, look, you know, a couple teams ascend. Blackhand is taking it easy at this point, honestly. They're just cruising into that winner's bracket, but a couple of other teams.
Because I'm taking my hair down, so I chill on motherfucking me.
Those until match 6 has finished, Vicky, but you know, it's going to be so interesting to see which teams have crept up past the 100.
But you still couldn't load up on TCL?
The teams that were in the bubble right before we jumped into this series with KCP.
I wonder how long it's going to be down. Have they posted anything else on their Twitter page?
We do know that has shifted completely looking at the total series results thus far. Blackhand still lead the way. Moist in third, though, with 50 points.
Yeah, wow, it's a big effort from the teams up the top there, and doing it in style as well. I mean, MT on the Kraber is going to be, I think, a highlight of this LAN and a highlight of ALGS for times to come.
Did the highlight that we showed right before we jumped into Game 4 give them the power-up that they needed? As the cheers come in from the crowd, I'm going to throw it to Peeps. I hear he's actually tuning in with Orax, having the watch party.
Vicky and Gino, thank you so much. We are here with Orax and Wise Thug here, the French representatives of the ALGS. Fellas, how does it feel to represent ALGS to everyone in the world that speaks French?
Well,
it's an honor to be here. I'm really happy. I'm in Wise Thug also. It's really cool, amazing event. We were here the last 2 times also in London.
We got to get 7 people to do a custom, but I don't even know if we can do a custom.
I feel great,
without
man. I just want
we gotta
French
have 7
guys
people
to perform a little bit more, you know, aggressive.
On
but,
PC, I think.
I have good hopes for tomorrow.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. Vive la baguette.
My man. So what are your top 3 teams, favorite teams in the ALGS?
Les Cités de France, TSM, and Fnatic, I'd say.
Okay.
Solid lineup.
I mean, to be honest, there are only 2 teams right now on Apex Legends. It's Dark Zero and TSM, but we support LCDF, you know, they are the French team. Only French team with 3 players from France, so we are for them too, rooting for them.
I love that, man. You guys are keeping it real with the French. All right, so one team to win it all. You got to, you know, place a bet. Who do you guys got?
TSM.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. What about you, brother?
To be honest, I'd say Alliance for the Europe or LCDF, I hope.
It'd be nice to see somebody new to win. You know what I mean? No matter what, we have some of the sweatiest Apex ever. But I think that's it with our boys Orax and Wise Thug here.
Tokyo, go ahead and load up and come help me take these braids out.
Thank you so much. We the people, Orax, you guys are fantastic.
I still have some by the time you get here.
We need to see more. We have to. They have to come out. They have to perform. I mean, they have one more game. Hopefully they make the comeback tomorrow here, but again, they have one more chance after the performance that we've been seeing thus far with some of our teams that were willing to risk it all. Now some of these teams, the other side, the bubble teams, playing much more safer, playing for placement. We have one more match within this group series to see how everything plays out in the overall stand.
And I'm hoping some of those teams start to throw that out the window, right? That's what you
I
want to
just
see.
want one NA team to win. I really want Complexity to do better, but they've been slacking. If they place today to get in the winner's bracket,
you know, they'll be tallying up those points. They know what to aim for. And teams that are close to that right now, teams like Singularity on 95, they can confirm their place. KCP on 89. Onyx on 80.
They in the bottom half, they won't make it. They're in the losing bracket.
This is an updated stats run here from Liquipedia. It'll be close to that if it's not, and these teams do need to make up some points here to grab a winner's bracket slot.
Yeah, they chemistry, like, I don't know
to at least see where things are going to be shifting.
What's going on with their chemistry, because like they all some shooters.
Let's not waste any more time, everybody, in our second series, final game on World's Edge. Let's get started. Will we have a triple win from Moist? Will we have a new winner?
Bonjour.
Ooh,
hey, but that French
I needed to let the crowd
everything.
ring it through a little bit. We have some.
Yes, it is September, y'all.
I hear
So
Dream
you
Fire.
get the subs and your lollipops
out
like
here.
374.
Let's get started. And coming off to the side, boys
We
actually
on our way
get
to
an advantage
50 for the
considering that
month
the drop
goal.
ship ended up
Let's
starting
go.
off on the
Appreciate everybody that
So
subbed
once
and
again, we do
resubbed.
have the contest going down. LCDF. This time it looks like they don't actually make it to the middle first. Oh,
baby,
get a
that
gold
charge
charge
rifle,
rifle.
don't do that.
Not exactly what you want to pick up in a contest.
You better go over
Last
there and
time
get
was the
another
gold
gun.
rampage. So much better for the other team. But
Yeah,
once
that's your
again,
best bet right there, baby.
LCDF do seem to get that honeypot loot.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was split, actually. Okay, so maybe Lufko went for the shield, and then we saw Psychop go for the gun, so maybe they both landed exactly the same time and just had to split that.
Timing-wise, it would make sense since they had to fight around those bins when they were both trying to elevate themselves to the high ground here. As Lufka's going to be able to try
country accent
to
and
find
he
an
on a
opportunity with the
French,
alternated
baby,
headlock. Oh my goodness! Oh, he has to reload. Backing away though on the other side. Postkill, unfortunately,
I ain't never learned
gets cleaned
French.
up.
I
They have
learned
two knocks,
Spanish.
though. Asen having number advantage. It's Kashira on the other side.
And I learned
I think that was actually
German.
the full stick with the knuckle
Damn,
cluster.
LCD gone. With that gold charge rifle. I told him to put that bitch down.
This time, so both
See, I need some of them just need me as a coach to be like, put that motherfucking gun down, get another gun. This ain't working. Change? No, this ain't working. They just need a real ass coach.
Towards the geyser.
Right, change up on the
'Cause
circle.
I be
you
coaching
know,
so hard, they'll think I'm in the motherfucking game.
have some change up here when you've been over to the north side of World End for so long, while Kick is also having some progress here. It's a double crack onto the Bang and Horizon. They are able to get the first initial knock, make it 2 onto Lemon. Kick already having the advantage too, exiting out of Lava Side Bandol, sliding in. Not in the way that you would want. And they are able to clean up Area 310, our second team that we say goodbye in this lobby too.
That was a little bit scary. Still easy, mate. Why have you got the space mace out? Come on. Get your gun ready. Either way, they had it in the bag, so Kick will pick up those kills. I wonder if that meant, I'm assuming Area 310 were, dropped directly into Lava Siphon there. That's how they got together so quickly, unless they came off a tree. Either way, it was a very, of course, Onyx are in trade.
Yeah, whoever their coach is, baby,
contest after contest, these guys are so practiced.
Because ain't no way your coach encouraging you to still land there in the same spot and keep getting your ass whipped.
They're going to be making their way into the elimination
Especially on
bracket.
Lava
Like-
Siphon.
Yeah, exactly. If you keep going there, there's pretty much no way to avoid a contest. Teams will be coming at you.
Also seeing the fight between Ascend after they were able to claim Harvester from that 50-50 that we saw earlier. It's NRG on the other side.
Is a good
with
coach.
Not as great Evo
I mean,
shields
because they
as
can't
the
be
opposition from
absolutely
Ascend here.
ass because they made it. You know what I'm
Does
saying? Like, for them to even make it, like, they had to shoot their motherfucking guns.
It's Rock looking behind him. He sees
So
the
I just
Watson
don't
fence
understand
line
why they
in
not
that
shooting
choke
their
point.
guns now.
Ascend actually opting to rotate away from this fight, maybe trying to already get ahead of where the circle is going to be pulling, because since it is going to be Geyser, they could rotate on the north side of Lava Siphon closer to the bridge, or they will inevitably be met with Kick.
You can see guys very much populated by the APAC teams there. And then it was Team
You're right back,
Singularity
okay.
just off to the north in the choke. The way the circle is pulling, I think it's almost certain it's going to end up somewhere in Geyser, though it can be quite hard to tell whether it's going to be one.
Oh my, no!
Oh shit, he ran through that motherfucker.
They were
Oh
waiting,
shit.
waiting for them to rotate in front of their face. They got ahead of them in the rotate, waited in the corner, and they were just ready to strike
He ran
onto
through that
NRG.
motherfucker and got shredded.
Even closing out the door with the reinforce on the catalyst.
We're seeing that more and more, aren't we? I mean, it feels like the teams are just getting better at predicting where the other teams are coming in. And they're like, hey, I mean, I don't know if going forward is really going to help us here. We're probably going to get to our position one way or the other.
What
Hey, why
time
don't we just sit here,
the,
rat it out?
that gang member?
Teams are rotating,
Yeah, they
but
ran through
it's
that
not
bitch.
done
Without
yet. Just
checking, they didn't look
Dreamfire
left and
also
right.
pulled up.
We're definitely going to get
NRG
together, but
eliminated.
Dreamfire now on the other side with Gita losing out.
Ooh.
NRG finally getting called out too. Ooh, the piercing spikes able to get the knock into Kashira though.
Oh, he got knocked by the
You can see
spike.
they're all shoved into that back room though. If Roy pops, he's used the piercing spikes already, obviously, but he's
Baby,
got the
these
dark
licks they
veil.
be taking
I don't know
from
if he can
these
use that to
grenades
try
and
just
arc
pull his way
stars
into
is
that back door.
great.
He actually is going to use that to try and stave off any third parties. That's not too bad. Still 2 nades in his back pocket, though.
I love the option coverage. He reinforces the back door, puts up the wall so that way the other door doesn't have line of sight.
The
of
next
the
group
res,
at 1, okay.
Smoke grenade right in front of them when they pop that res. So they have both doors covered inside.
We're gonna have
building.
a hour break.
Playing on the other side of these piercing spikes, while on the other side, another fight between IBG and LG.
Yeah, this is an important fight. This could be God's spot. We'll have to wait and see at zones 3 and 4 where it does pull. But teams will absolutely hit one of these back buildings because it is so important, especially nowadays with Catalyst. This is a very reinforceable and playable spot. Ascender going out.
Ascend get taken out after jumping on top of NRG where they left a rat before they were taken out. And I like how you highlighted this building in Geyser. That is usually the building where we see the final circle pull to.
Yeah, okay, so Dreamfire obviously winning that fight with Ascend going out, and KCP lurking around though. Dreamfire now, you can see they're stacked up 2 gold armors and a purple to take it to KCP. Picking up even ultic cells in those boxes so that they can reset those ultimates as fast as possible before they take this next fight. And you can see, if they push that, there's a massive armor disparity between the 2 teams.
Literally night and day here. Look at Dreamfire. Double gold, purple, white napkins on the other side.
I mean, just taking their time, you know, they'll be picking up, they'll be prioritizing bats, grenades, ultic cells right now before they do push it out and try and take on that next fight.
IBG get eliminated in your feed. Yanya in trouble, also getting knocked. It's the fight that's happening on the outside of this lava siphon area that have to start rotating into the edge of where the circle's gonna be, where Kick is already holding the high ground building overlooking siphon.
Moist, you know, considering they're coming in from Overlook, it looks like, I think they didn't get Beacon. Right, okay, that would make sense because, you know, it's right next to them. They could have got a very quick rotate in here, I think, if they had have seen where this circle was going. Nevertheless, they'll try and get through the tunnel. Just peeking through here. There's a couple of teams ahead of them. And they might eventually end up fighting for this back building.
And while that's happening, right in front of them, it's the fight for again. The outside of the building where 100 Thieves are playing for their lives right around the crates, but they're about to get pinched. You see the creeping barrage called in. Nice deletion on that black hole. Calls in the Gibby bubble so that way they can be safe, specifically Backslon.
So it doesn't take any fire. I know, right?
Creeping barrage.
And we don't have that in customs though.
Some time to reset, but it's still the difference of their evil shields.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Moist Bang ult coming in there from MT to try.
Like, why they ain't got it like that in customs for us to
manages
see?
to get Backslon down with the creeping barrage.
Wow.
And another team comes and knocking, but you don't want to mess with Moist when they are as locked in as they have been in this World's Edge.
That is actually insane. And the portal being put right in front of them too to try to contest through the armor doors of this tunnel side. Other Thieves are still alive, and LG Chivas are poking them from afar while still maintaining the building security. Looking at Blackhand, who try to inch their way through the crates of that south side of Geyser to then try to maybe get height if they can claim that building from LG.
Okay, we're getting a great view here of how Moist are trying to make this way into their circle. Okay, they call, go back. You can see just trying to smoke off different angles and work out who is ahead of them. They want that building. You can tell the way they're inching forward here. But
only in third is it, how many kills do they have?
Meanwhile, outside of the circle, Riddle Order taking their time, using the crafter, start a fight, are actually looking at them right now. Don't think they have information on where the circle is going to be pulling, considering there's a survey beacon.
I'm debating if I should download. It's a nice game. I like it. It's probably a game I'll play off stream.
So exit very much out
just for the simple fact that I'm playing it on PC and that the CPU, the way it be eating the CPU up when you moving and shit,
think about
baby, they gotta get that shit optimized.
The top of the tunnel, so they may become a factor for Moist if they move in at some point, but for the moment they're watching their backs, as they should be, with Riddle Order close in pursuit.
Patience from start of fight. Reinforcing the doors. No one's getting in here. They are going to be able to try to gatekeep Riddle Order, overlooking the outside of this tunnel. Most of the action is going to happen in Geyser, though, once this next circle is revealed.
It's rough on the CPU.
Some of these teams are going to be fighting inside of those
especially because I was streaming and playing it, so I haven't tried to play it offline.
that's when these teams are going to get
I haven't tried to play it offline on the
Yeah, exactly. That next circle pull will be.
Yeah, they got to get it optimized, baby. It is not right now.
Okay, it actually shifts down to the pills at the southeastern side, so it'll probably be ending somewhere underneath that building.
What CPU you
Blackhand
got
at
now,
the
Gabe?
moment do have Godspot. Can they hold on to it? You can bet your bottom dollar there are going to be teams just like evacing right on top of them, all around them. It can be a tough spot to hold. If it ends on that back building, you are so much safer. It's a lot easier to repel teams as they come in, but the spot Blackhand have here, actually, well, they've got the Watson. Okay, perfect pick here for that open ground. As we said, not as many other cryptos. Ascend. They're out already. So I think that was the only, I'll double check. I think that was the only other crypto team in the lobby. This could be fantastic news for Blackhand here.
It's absolutely huge too because of the fact that aside from the building itself having that slight high ground, the way to get to where Blackhand is has a slight lip where you're forced to approach from the low ground, and it can be a very difficult rotation unless you can move in for a third party, and Blackhand finds himself in a fight, which is not something I'm expecting. Moist also rotating through the Vault Tunnel and Pinch.
So I might have one for
fight
you.
in 100 Thieves here. Let's tune into a listen-in with Moist Esports to see where they're going to start rotating from.
I got none. Fussy, how much light you got?
M40.
We can kill them once zone's closed. It's gonna be a really isolated fight.
Yeah, they're not. Jesus Christ, what is that?
Fucking ear raped.
Enterprise team from height.
Yeah, we just gotta hold.
Smoking.
Use nades if we need to.
106 on one. They're walling. Yeah, smokes.
I'm getting to you.
They're here. They're like.
We need to play this left side, I think. Put them in the pinch.
Yeah, I'm down.
I smoked them.
Selling and falling back a bit. There's team fighting mechanic too. Am I good? Play our left side, Fussy. Team in tunnel behind us as well. Behind us.
Gotta kill these guys.
Yeah, the core press. Yeah.
I'm batting. 15. I got smoked. I got Titan. Batting.
2700X.
I got Horizon Odin.
No, that's mine on you. People, come to me.
I'm trying. We're naded.
We have to fight the team behind, I think. I'm stunned.
What do I got? Hold on.
What the fuck is this?
I think we just end on it.
Don't stress. We've just...
Wow, Moist, nothing
Yeah, I
they
might be
can
able to
do
give you my
about
third.
that
I might be able to
Ram's
give you that
gone
one.
by multiple teams and started by 100 Thieves, and I think there's another team in there as well. Riddle Order, it looks like that was. Yeah, unfortunately, just absolutely nothing they could do. They would have had to fight a team way earlier, been way more aggressive, I think, to make anything happen. So it's 100 Thieves here, really, with just a
may be able to send you that one.
in the tunnel. I mean, who needs the loot vault when you got all the boxes?
I mean, when you have positional advantage closer to the ring than any of these other squads, that when Moist gave up that position, they allowed 100 Thieves to move there for free.
Yeah, I gotta get some thermal paste as well, and then I can probably mail you that one out. Because I'm gonna change mine
depending
out.
on which entrance they wanted to go in through the tunnel.
Yeah, Blackhand, we've seen the next circle, and it is 100% on Blackhand here. It can only get better for them at this point. They are number one in this group here, in this series, and it's just gonna be, honestly, I think it's gonna be a bit of a firing range.
That shit probably chalk.
So, Onyx, they will be able to
yeah, I
stay
definitely.
in
I'm gonna have to
their
get some thermal
banana, in
paste.
their
Hey,
snake just a
Stinky.
little bit, but you can see Jailing's up the top
Stinky
here.
girl.
They will have to actually exit those buildings to try and get a little further in.
Meanwhile, while Onyx is inside the circle, inside of that building, they're going to get pinched by Dreamfire, and on the other side, they were already poking at Exet, so they could be the other side
Matter
of
of
the
fact, I
sandwich.
need to go ahead and order it.
Team Singularity, as they move in from an evac tower from the choke point up the hill from Geyser to the north side, are on the
Go ahead
edge
and
close
order
to
the thermal
Blackhand.
paste.
You mentioned it before, Gino. One of the only ways to try to contest that spot is flying from the ground or flying from the sky, but it's about how you're going to be able to approach that next circle if you're going to get pinched by LG, who has rooftop of that building.
That's when you have to start playing all the angles, Vicky. You know, that's why Dreamfire are underneath here. But honestly, you know, since we don't see Gibraltar that much in the meta anymore, playing under and around these buildings is just so much harder than it once was. Smokes, sure, they can stop other teams seeing you, but Digi's, the Digis exist, and teams will have them at this point in the game.
It's not from their own loot, it's off these death boxes. Onyx Esports get taken out, so does FC Destroy in your feed. 8 squads left as E6 takes on top of the roof with the Beast of the Hunt activated from Slayers. They've been here this whole time. Purple light bag in the hands with the card. Going for the reset as the creepy barrage has also been called in thanks to the gravity lift. They will be able to avoid at least some of that damage.
I need to eat something. What y'all
If
ate?
you weren't
Y'all
lucky
ate
enough to
today?
get a Digi, we're
Anybody
seeing
ate
a
breakfast?
lot of Bloodhound here in this tournament, so they give themselves multiple options to see through those smokes. Tyler just spraying it down here. As you can see, I mean, that's why one of the reasons why Horizon is such a strong pick at the moment. You can just get in there. There's so much vertical mobility, just like we saw there.
Tyler, Control Legend here can case when he clutch it up, though right behind
Damn.
him is the other member. E6 get taken out by Rory. The last member alive by Dreamfire. He's playing off the knockdown skills. He goes for the quickest shield swap at the same time, but can he get away? His 2-man squad is now approaching.
Yeah, I don't know. XZ are looking over at this, just trying to find some ridiculous angles. He wanted to go for the resets, but obviously couldn't with the attention there from XZ. They clean up the western side of the zone. Then you've got Jalen's running away from 100 Thieves at the north.
Ooh, that sounds good.
They won't have that.
I had a chicken sapporo roll. I had a chicken sapporo roll.
But in the center of it all, looking down at everybody else, we have
that sounds good.
Black Hand looking to take another dub under their belt at this tournament. 100 Thieves played this out as a duo. Ooh, nice. Tossed the nade out. Was able to get a crack at the same time. Can they capitalize? Black Hand and Godspot right now as a catwalk has been called up.
Ooh, that sounds good too.
Finally, they've actually moved a little bit out of some of those
some
fences just to try and worry about the teams pushing in towards their north into LG. But I'm not sure they know they're there. The cat walls are up right now. As they go down, Black Hand will see this, but all the other teams are way too focused on each other. They're just going to peek over the lip here and destroy everybody.
LG wasn't playing for the dub there, and now Black Hand are going to be able to capitalize. Well, Exit trying to get around Black Hand, but it's a full man swap from Black Hand. Well, Exit are playing this out as a duo.
Okay, he queued up out of there.
That will circumvent the
Queued up
black
out of there.
hole. At this point, there are still 3 squads alive, but there's only 2 members for LG.
Have you ever had my pizza?
With a full reset, once again, they'll pick down and have full vision of these other teams.
Black Hand looking to take another dub here. Exit already cracked. Gravity lift. Is it going to be enough for them? Easy flash drops all the way down, and then the last member gets taken out from Exit as Black Hand are your winners for our final game in the series.
Yeah, see if you got a mod pizza by you, baby. When I tell you that pizza's so fucking good, oh my gosh.
Easy flash, the
Black Hand with that
there barely even registers on his face as they win that game. They knew they had it won. It was such a great position, the perfect composition to be playing that position. And from there, it was just too easy. I mean, that's a massive lobby from them. Black Hand have come out with, I think, the second highest series score of this tournament, 73 points. Barely losing out to the 78 the Dreamfire put up yesterday, Mickey.
That's insane. And when they're already topping the overall standings for right now before we see our final group play out in their own series, what a performance from Black Hand. Catching not only so many dubs, they had a good amount of KP to their name. They didn't have a lot that game around. They have already been comfortable playing out through these lobbies. They already know where they stand at this point where they're safe to start off in the winner's bracket.
And you know, last time we saw Black Hand at LAN, I really felt like we weren't getting the full Easy Flash experience.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy has been such a Terminator in APAC South for a really long time, Vicky. And it just felt like he dropped off at LAN. And there are people who do that, right? They look good in their home region, and then when you get them to LAN, they just don't quite hold up. But now, maybe it was just a little bit of LANers. Maybe Easy Flash just needed to get that experience under his belt before he could really show us what he's made of. And he's done it right here.
And confidence is everything when you're competing in front of a crowd. We got to see the Hannah flyer has come back up. I heard story-wise, the Hannah's actually his wife. So shout out to Hannah watching from home, and you love to see these storylines develop. He was able to declare his love, and now they're already married.
That was our Russian translator, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So and the story gets to end itself here, and we get to end our lobby. Our second to
wanna
last lobby
win
for
is
the
the
day.
next
We still have
AP,
one more series to
Apex
go, but we
champion
want to break
coming.
down all the action. Tossing it over to the desk, guys. Let us know your thoughts
What you
after
mean? Like
an
the next
insane final 3
ALGS?
games.
It'll be next year if that's what you're talking about.
Thank you very much, Vicky and Genome. Talk about
It'll be summertime. They usually do it in
performance
June,
out
June
of
or
Blackhand.
July,
A
and then the
second and
September
first
one.
place finish on
The
both
second split.
maps in this series. They looked untouchable here, Mark.
Yeah, very, very impressive, and I think APAC South in general will be very happy
Oh,
with
the
how
next
things went for them.
character.
It's not just, of course,
Oh, yeah, I don't
Blackhand
know about
who
that.
got the win in that last game and looked very, very secure in their performances throughout the group. I think that you've got to give a lot of love to Moist as well. Back-to-back wins with arguably the clip of the entire tournament, the 360 no-scope. It was a lot of fun to watch.
I mean, we were waiting for Moist to kind of pick up that performance. We even got to see the
It'll be
interview
next
that we
season?
did with them in the middle of the series, and that was what we were
Yeah, because
expecting.
we ain't had one.
I think during
so,
the first
gotta be
set when
next
me
season.
and Mark were commentating, we were a little bit worried because we looked at the points total Moist found themselves on, and we were like, if they don't
Yeah,
get
we're gonna
any
fuck
good
around and have
games here,
85
then they might
motherfucking
find themselves in the
characters to
elimination.
select
But as soon as
from.
they got that victory, it's all comfortable then. They could play with confidence, and as soon as
what
they
do I
are
want
playing
to
with
eat?
confidence, they become a team who can go back-to-back. That's the threat that Moist have,
I
and that's
want
why
me
they're
a
such a good
sandwich
team.
from
All right,
Jason
Graceful,
Daly.
we've
I
got
think
you
I might
back
just
up
order
here.
me a
Time to
sandwich.
pick your brain a little bit because that
Give
was
me
a
that brain.
very, very strong finish. Talk to me about what you noticed just from Blackhand's performance in those final moments.
I wish that we had a
Well, I think
firehouse
the
sub
best
close
example
by.
we
Do
can
have
give
a
is
firehouse
literally
sub?
the final circle of this last game. They've been consistent. I like to use the word consistent a lot, but let's just take discipline. They're so
we
disciplined. If you
do.
guys look, it's about to come up soon. The walls fall down. They see the teams fighting underneath.
yeah.
They go look for more points, kills, right? But they
That's
don't
what I'm thinking,
overcommit.
yeah,
They don't
firehouse
overextend.
sub.
Look at
I
this.
ain't
He's
had
stepping
one
up.
of them in a
He's telling his
minute.
teammates, hey guys, I'm stepping up, looking for kills. They're fighting right now. Looking for some kills, looking for kills. His teammates get shot from the side soon. It's about to happen right about after this Q. They're like, okay guys, back up. We're about to get set from left. Okay, group up. Help me destroy the ult. Queuing up. Okay, go back, go back, go back. And now they all return back again to their spot. And then they do it again. And then they clean swipe, clean wipe everything, right? They just have to keep being disciplined. And that's where the consistency comes in.
There's one thing I noticed is actually very similar to how J-Links played the first game, right? We were talking about discipline, we were talking about how they didn't overextend for those kills because they have every advantage you could want in that position, right? They have the high ground, they have the shield advantage, they've got everything you would want with the other teams fighting. The last thing you want to be is the player who gets picked, over-committing, and then all of a sudden your game plan falls apart.
And I think that as a Horizon player, there's always that extra responsibility in a final circle that you can be the one to regain the height if you do have to drop down. But you heard Genome say, easy flash. He's now popping off and showing what he's made of. You can see how the results look after match 6. I mean, 16 points. Blackout, they didn't even need them. They're just taking points from other people at this point because they've already guaranteed themselves a winner's bracket.
Yeah,
But
pretty evenly spread with these kills as well, with the exception of Dreamfire down there. Another squad that didn't really need the points, got them anyways, keeping themselves up at the top of that leaderboard. This was an opportunity for anybody else to try and get something on the board. Ascent struggled a little bit in this series. They've got 5 kills to close it out with match number 6. I'm going to be interested to see how this ends up changing the overall series when the teams that were already at the top ended up performing yet again and just further solidifying that top 20 position.
Yeah, I think there's a few teams that are going to be worried as well. I mean, Dan was kind of keeping his eye on KCP going through that series of games, and it's like, okay, they didn't have the best performance, and they kind of needed to be a consistent enough level to not have worries. Now they're going to be watching the last set of games go down, not competing and thinking, oh, we're kind of preying on the downfall of others, which is not what you want to be doing. So a bit of a rough set for them, but at the same time, you've got to say you had the games in your hand at certain points and you weren't able to convert.
Yeah. All right. Well, now that the series has closed out, we can officially say, even though I don't know how you wouldn't know, Blackhand is the winner of this series.
Okay,
Incredibly consistent performance. Like you said, Graceful, disciplined as well in their gameplay. Very, very deserving of taking this series home. But now, this is what it looks like when it's all said and done. Any of these teams outside of Blackhand, even here, Graceful, that jump out at you with their performance?
For me, Riddle Order popping off is really nice, but the one that I talked about the most yesterday is Moist Esports. This is what I've been expecting from them. I've always seen them as a world-class top tier, top 5 team even, I would consider. And they're just waking up. They're just getting started. And I'm so happy to see that. Other teams we've also seen, as Ascend has had a few good games today. J-Links had a few good games today.
I don't know because I don't have my headset on.
Man, let's go. Yeah, J-Links, they need
They got
to have
13
a big
points.
performance. That shoots them up to about 98 points, I think, which when we were talking about the cutoff,
This
it was
last
92
grade
at split 2, it was 100 at split 1,
for
so
an hour.
98 should be good.
Could be
but the
enough, should
Pioneers,
be
though,
how.
was mentioning,
I
they
guess
find
they was
themselves
getting
about
placement or
91,
something, but they was
which
dying. I
might be
don't
the benchmark
understand.
that everyone is looking for, but it could be enough. Who knows?
All right, well, Mark, we get to take a look at the overall standings now, seeing just how high Blackhand now sits after that performance. Exit following right behind them. This is a stacked top portion of the standings.
Yeah, and one thing that always jumps out to me as well, there's a couple of teams who we need to give their flowers, right? I mean, Blackhand, incredible in that set. Yes, these standings are going to change when we get to the end of today and we get to the end of group play.
TSM ain't played
I think
yet.
Dreamfire, they've been a standout, undoubtedly. No surprise to see them in third place. LG, I think, as well, quietly gone about their business. I don't think we've talked about them enough. Consistently putting points on the board, but can we give some props to Starfight Esports as well, being up there in 7th place? I think that's a phenomenal performance.
Exactly as you've been saying about LG as well, has been popping off. You don't notice the teams as much that are just consistently placing points on the board. They don't have huge games, they're consistent. Consistency is what carries you throughout the entire tournament. They give you more chances to handle it. And as you said, other teams are showing up as well. We still have one full series to decide. But if you can put that average 100 in, as a player, we say 33 points per series. But if you can put that 100 marker, you're safe. But if you're lucky, you could come in with a little bit lower, like you said. Some teams need a few more points.
Pioneers at 15th with 91, and I think that is going to be where everyone's trying to look towards now going into this final series of can we topple the Pioneers? It wouldn't be the Pioneers, though, without putting themselves in a rough spot, would it be? After the group stages, they always seem to find themselves in elimination. I don't know why. Every time they get to that moment where you think they're going to be able to get through, they just fall short, but they're going to be watching, biting their nails for sure.
Yeah, that's why that last series is going to be so important. But if I am not mistaken, we have to talk to the winners, which means we have Peeps standing by with Strafing Flame to see how Blackhand's feeling after that.
Glitter, thank you so much. We are here with Strafing Flame, one of the best players in the world, man. You guys just absolutely dominated that. From positioning
Why would
to
they cancel my
gunplay to
order?
everything, you guys just look like you were ready to rock. So,
well, I guess I'm
what do
getting
you guys
my
do to
motherfucking
mentally
sandwich
prepare,
from
right, or maybe even physically prepare
Jason
to
Daly.
play
Let me go on
in the
get
biggest tournament of the year?
Personally, for
they
me,
don't wanna-
I think I try to underplay the importance of the tournament specifically because I have struggled with playing under pressure a lot, like throughout my career. And this
I need to play some rank.
you know, going into it thinking it's not important and thinking like I'm the best has.
Okay, let's put that over there. And then we can play some games until they done. Let me order my Jason Daly. That is crazy. I'm mad they canceled my motherfucking order. Hell, I was going back and forth with randoms the other day. Okay. Not the either day. My Apple Cash. Okay, let me try there. Welcome back. One time you come to play with me and Gabe? I'm mad they canceled my damn sandwich. I ain't had my Firehouse in a long time. They canceled my order. That's crazy. How many more games I got with Rev? Put some music on while we... Oh! Muscle too. Ooh. And Firehouse, I know, Mac. I ain't had it since I left Atlanta, so it's been over a year since I had Firehouse subs, and they fucking canceled it.
Bombastic side eye.
I'm upset.
Criminal offensive side eye.
How many more games I got? One more game? Okay. And then I gotta play with Bloodhound. Okay, bet. Who the fuck is Boot? That's a city. I just got me a little sandwich from Jason Daly, I guess. Two step, ocean spray. I get some more today. Hey. Oh shit, I meant to pour. Ocean spray. What map is that? A limp lamp? We got a limp lamp for 4 minutes. God damn.
Thank Jesus.
Juiced up. Ocean spray. Hey, let's get some more today.
Nothing like cold steel on a hot day. The games are anything but random, if your eyes are open.
This is your champion.
Nothing like a little chaos, eh?
I'm Jumpmaster. Follow me or stay out of my way.
Marvelous.
Hey.
So many
Ooh,
willing test
hold on.
subjects. Intelligence
Barely,
isn't
but
dying.
Tia can get out of chat. Oh.
But not.
Stay out of my way.
Let me know, whoever got the channel up for ALGS, let me know when it starts back. Oh shit, I landed on top. Flash. Good shit. Another bitch down at the bottom. Oh shit! Goddamn! Where that bitch at?
She coming up the stairs.
Goddamn! That escalated quickly.
Someone had to take the armor swap from me, so I had to like wait till someone died to take their armor.
Wait, what armor swap?
There was a purple one in the bin that I had open.
Oh yeah, I took that. Yeah, I grabbed that baby. We got 1 minute. Come on, Mate. Is this motherfucking game chat?
I think so.
It sounded like I heard him, but I didn't.
His mic's muted right now.
Oh, okay.
is out there looking for you. It will find you if you let it. Ruck up. It's time to move out.
Introducing your champion.
Better find me before I find you.
If freedom means survival and survival means winning, then I'll win.
Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Game chat is crazy. Chill on Vontae. He over there in the ghetto.
Hold on tight. Let's check out that area.
He over there in the ghetto right now. Look, I just ordered my food. They need to hurry up.
Not far. Got an Evo shield here. Level 2. Ultimate accelerant here.
Champion's gone. I want that. Give it to me.
Found extra supplies here. Arm up.
Forget it.
Is that my hemlock? Damn, this motherfucker Devontae don't be paying shit. You gotta loop behind him, because if not, you ain't gonna get none.
30 seconds to get inside that ring.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I already got one there. Shit. He don't be pinging shit. I noticed that shit the other day. I'm like, damn, I'm just running behind him, finding shit. He acting like Mel. Mel don't ping a motherfucking thing. Baby, she can run right past the blue shield, purple shield, whatever. She gonna keep on motherfucking running.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Attention.
Dibs.
There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader.
Extended light back
Here.
here. Level 2.
Rings coming in.
I'm not thanking you.
Ultimate accelerant here. Don't mention it.
Little sight.
Standard stock here. I need optics for an assault rifle.
Attention.
Looking for sniper
package.
There's a
Care package coming down.
somewhere by me.
A who?
A 2, bruiser.
Uh-oh.
Backpack here. Level 2. Extended light mag here. Level care package over there. R301 here.
Hemlock here.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Get a shotgun bolt.
Someone's on a trident.
I hear it. You know where that broom is at?
I cannot find it, but you can take mine.
Oh, it's okay.
I have a 1 to 2.
Oh, okay. I just found a 1 to 2.
Optics here. Close range.
Half the squad's gone. I'm not satisfied yet.
Look at all these damn
New
heads.
kill leader. Call him if you spot him.
I am lagging. Why, like, I'm not even getting all my frames right now.
Level 4.
That's sweet.
It's mine. Don't touch it. Don't go thinking I owe you anything.
Don't mention it.
Speak of the devil, Mel. Good morning, Mel. Well, good afternoon now.
Never mind.
I was just talking about your ass.
Thanks. Light ammo here.
I didn't do it for you.
Rev is so rude and I love it. Not you couldn't wake up. You tired. We're on an hour break, Rick. Oh, here you go.
Optics here. Close range.
Who opened these bins?
Thank you.
Open supply bin over there.
Looking for
Probably
sniper
people on the
optics.
Trident.
Got a feeling hostiles have been there.
Right. How many? Who is this one behind me? Hey, man, if you don't go now. They go to Trident
We
right
should
there.
take this Trident.
Oh, yeah, they came through the middle. Ain't got too bad.
Optics here. Close range.
They making a run
More
right
heavy
there.
bullets right there.
Heavy ammo here.
That's it
Enemy
right there.
spotted. Got some extra supplies here. Your standard shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Damn, I need that. Fuck.
You won't escape.
I got it for you.
Okay.
There's another team fighting in here.
It's
So
over
they
there.
can...
I hear it. They on the roof over here. Oh shit, somebody behind me, behind me.
Opening fire.
Beginning ring
Damn, that bitch is flash, but he
Hold on,
found a
somebody
bad.
behind me.
Giving him the chimney.
I thought that was Vontae.
Toss all on them. No, yeah, I tossed all on them.
Yeah, he's right here.
That bitch is flesh.
Reloading.
What a boat.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Level 4.
No escape.
Oh shit.
Reloading.
Oh, you got him. Good shit. They on the roof of
Enemy out there.
Kathy is flash right here. Oh my god, somebody else shooting me. I am lagging so bad.
Oh, somebody else back here behind us.
Top of the chimney. 1 minute, ring's not
It's a
far.
Horizon, I think it was.
Did she move? Did she just jump away?
Yeah, she did on this pad. She went all the way down there. God damn, that bitch got a longbow too. Watch it. It's two of them.
40. Extended heavy mag here. Level 4.
Right here.
Skin suits there.
I am lagging.
They just dropped down.
Hostile spotted. Check your sectors. Another squad is incoming. Firing. Up in the chimney.
Pulling shield
Recharging
cells.
shield.
That bitch flash right there.
Somebody is dragging right out here
Hostile
too.
spotted.
Yeah.
Maybe they just called it down.
No escaping
Right
me.
here.
Skin bag over there.
Over there.
Damn, my shot's not registering. Like,
Hostile over
that's
there.
another thing.
Care package being delivered.
Anybody need med kits?
Care package
I do.
coming in.
I don't have any.
Maybe
Someone has a
sniper in the
sniper.
area.
We gotta go down this way. If it be gatekeeping like a motherfucker.
Dolphin, you can take my
Ultimate's
purple
off
and take this
cooldown.
gold.
Who wants to see it rain? Got an Evo shield here. Level 3.
I'm gonna drop you some med kits too. One is peeking. She sees us. So.
Oh, that bitch died with flesh. Damn, that bitch flesh.
Switching up on that.
I am lagging so bad, like. Like it's pulling.
Entering the shadows.
Behind us, I think.
Okay, I'm going on that room. Somebody else. Yeah, somebody else. 100 crack. Oh, shit.
Right there behind you.
Hold on. I gotta get up. There's somebody in my back. I can't shoot her. They're across on the other roof. Right here.
Right here.
I think it's crap.
Got you that time, ho.
Blowing smoke. Hey, right here.
Down one.
Right here.
That was the last one.
Recharging my shields. Taking a knee. Patching up.
Recharging shields.
Damn.
Medkit here. Optics here. Close range. Taking a knee. Patching up.
Hey, I hear somebody.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
We're inside the ring. Got the positional advantage.
Using a med kit.
Care package touching down. They usually carry rare platforms.
Got good on bats now.
Yeah.
He's over here somewhere. Kathy? Ash, flesh, white.
Okay.
Enemy taking it.
Kathy somewhere in the form still.
Yeah. Right here. He did it.
Okay.
One more squad. Round 4. Give my shield a
Last squad.
recharge.
Okay.
There's a new kill leader, and it isn't me.
Healing. Watch my back.
It was good. It was good, Mel. It was real good. Black hand and where you at? Oh.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Phasing. Heads up. Dropping the pain.
Put my ult. God damn.
My shields are recharged.
One down. Northwest 320.
Opening fire.
Golds on that one.
No, not at all. 75 perp off of him on this bend. Oh, this charge right from motherfucker. 105 flesh on that bitch. Yeah.
We got
double timing it. Talent for us. Give my shield a recharge.
He's flesh. Just move to the left.
Newcastle, yeah, he's one. 54 off of him, he's climbing up.
The other one's right here.
Oh shit.
I'm fucking top.
Hold on, top of that.
I smoked them. They backed up. I just hit him 60, he cracked me though.
Off the mic. I'm spotted. Popping smoke.
She's flesh.
Newcastle hasn't run back to her yet.
Newcastle is flesh.
He's down. Last one back here with her. She's flesh. Right here on team. She went to the bin.
Hold on.
Yep, special shit.
Let's fucking go. Woo!
Not all of us are in the ring.
DG's in the motherfucking chat.
Like you threw away your shot.
Yeah.
You are the Apex champions.
G motherfucking G's. Okay. Hear me what's going, hear me things. Okay, level 21 Mastiff. Land all pellets in a blast. Ooh, okay. That shit I like to see. You see it, Smoke? You see it? Doing a little razzle dazzle right there. Win a game with Rev. Okay, I'm finna get up off Rev. Cause I gotta play. What I said, Bloodhound? Yeah, Bloodhound Costa Galova. What map? Oh yeah, definitely playing Bloodhound, that map. Definitely doing Bloodhound for that map. I'm guessing they won. Not guess.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, you missed what I said, but your baby was sniffing in the car because she heard you talking about her iPad. I don't care. I'm going to take it. Because she know to come get me before it's time for her to go to school. And I had to call your name 5 times like you don't hear me.
I am prepared for the fight.
Remember, the fight ain't over until we win it. Let's go find them all.
Introducing your champion.
Remember me, friends. I may kill you.
I'm on mobile and y'all still fighting, and chat was like, GG. That's just mobile, nasty delay on mobile.
Let's check out that area.
Yeah, you know that mobile delay nasty.
There's one team here.
Interesting.
Watch. Hostile landed near me.
You better not come get my purse.
No. I tried to run away as soon as I saw it.
First blood.
First blood.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
They flying across. Yeah,
Oh, I just missed every shot of it.
I didn't. One was almost cracked.
Arc stop set.
I actually put about 30 damage on both of them. Oh, this bitch can see. What the fuck?
Taking damage. Give me a sec. Recharge the shields.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Reloading.
Back that one, kid.
Reloading.
Hold on, I got back up my shield. Yeah, I'm bad. Yeah, that's what I was trying to. They are on the roof looking at me.
I got no more sales. I have no more sales. Hold on, I'm finna go over here, guys.
Let us go this way.
They got bruisers and shit now. They're so good. They're so good. They're so good.
Just using a Phoenix kit.
It's on the roof.
Not moving the lobby with us.
All father, give me sight.
Just us now.
Yeah, I should have killed somebody.
We are inside the ring. Good faith.
Has been eliminated.
There's one on the roof.
The Pathfinder is just standing by my box.
Getting shot at.
He hasn't even pulled up to y'all yet. Unless that's him that just swung to y'all roof.
Over right here and Pathy right here.
Contact on target.
Pathy crack. Damn, the bitch behind me. Fuck, the bitch behind me got me when I was trying to go get low, but fuck.
You should try a different path.
Good try. What you on lunch break, Rick? What I gotta do with damage? Okay. Baby, they still trying to. I'm not doing that shit. Be telling you to turn your AC down, bitch. Why would I turn my AC down? It's 106 outside. Why? Why would I do that?
If you can't keep up, you're straight out of luck.
That high ass energy. Oh shit, the high ass energy company.
Listen and fight.
Trust your senses, and victory will follow.
I conserve energy.
Introducing your champion.
If worms taste like
Conserve energy. The shit's still gonna be high. Hell, I might as well be cool.
I will choose our location for battle.
Shit. That shit lagging out. Bang.
It's been lagging for me for the past couple days.
Yeah.
Like, just non-stop.
Like that first match I was on, it was lagging bad. Like it was lagging to like, I don't know, it felt like my ping was high, but my frames, I wasn't getting like 40 frames. Shit.
Yeah, I've been dropping frames really bad, and then if I'm not dropping frames, then I just have random lag spikes.
One tank, two tanks. They ain't here, y'all. John, appreciate the resub. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Hey, y'all in that motherfucker. Where y'all at?
In there. Right here with you. Okay. We got a lifeline behind us.
Enemy shield broken.
Yeah, he's got bitches on him.
They spotted me.
Okay, bitch.
Like right here. Watch it.
I downed that bitch.
Okay, watch this right here. Watch that.
I'm about to get.
Watch that.
I got heal in the corner.
I only got a demon, so
I got a P2020 with a fucking defense. That's it. Somebody's walking up.
Our enemy taking fire. Enemy shield broken.
She's weak, got it down.
Here I come.
Behind you, Gibby.
Yep.
Taking shots. Spotted. Double timing it. I broke an enemy shield.
That bitch is flesh. Yeah, punch that stupid whore.
We got this. That was last one. Next work.
Is everybody?
Scanning the area.
It's another team, I think.
I just finished the team over here with that bang.
No, somebody pushing up. Somebody pushing up.
Okay. I hear it. Pick the hell up.
Come on, I'm healing behind the bin.
I'm empty.
Oh, he's on me. I didn't know y'all both knew. Somebody else right there. Right here. Okay.
Nice.
Behind you, Candy. Behind you.
Give me sight. The ring is moving.
That bitch scared. She reloaded.
Taking a moment to recharge my
She's playing shield now.
Damn!
From underneath
Yeah, from underneath the goddamn.
Fucking Devo.
Fuck. Ah, shit.
Hold on. Let me help you.
John, appreciate the resub. How you doing, stranger? Let's go. We at 42. Let's go. On the way to 50 today. Where is they at with my food? Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, he down the street. Okay, he ain't too far. I don't know why I say 12:40 when it ain't even 10 minutes away.
He got one more stop before he drop off your order. You know, you got to pay for that priority.
I ain't paying for no priority, baby. Bring my shit, man. Bring my shit. Hey, the store ain't about 5 minutes away.
Amateur hour is over. Time for the big leagues.
About 5
you got
minutes
Fiesta
away.
up there where you at too?
Fiesta?
The grocery? Oh, yeah.
I've heard of that before. I'm pretty sure it's over. Cause I'm almost positive I seen a Fiesta.
I know where we want to be. Follow me.
Baby, Fiesta saved my life when I was in Houston. That motherfucker was right around the corner from the Airbnb.
This is
Yeah, it's a little far, but yeah, it's a Fiesta Mart. Yeah, I'm about to say I've seen it before. Yo, hello, appreciate that follow. What's good?
They gave me like the Walmart of Bravos.
Hi, friends.
Better lies below. Let's explore over there.
Shoot that 30-30 like how?
Hey, that's not what I picked up. 9-9-30.
Fresh blood.
New kill leader.
Gotta watch out.
Watch for them.
Round one. Attention. There is a new kill
Focus,
leader.
people. We have to get inside the ring. Heads up.
Battle stabilizer
Kill
here. Level 1.
Ring's nearby. 1 minute till close.
Change that. Oh, it's gonna change by the time the next fight, next group go.
Got some extra supplies here. You're welcome.
I have gathered materials.
Ring's next door. 45. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. Good for ranging. Gotta hop up here.
Oh, wait, I lied.
Disruptor.
I need it.
You lied on what?
Yeah, I lied. On the disruptor.
30 seconds remain. Safety is an arrow shot away.
No, you lied.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. 10 seconds to the ring. Close it. R301 here.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Ultimate accelerant here. It's on.
Need that
Ring's
too.
moving. Standard stock. Frag grenade here.
Dibs. Thank you.
At 30. I got 40 here.
Frag. Arcstar here. Standard stock here. Level 1.
Care package on high. I have gathered materials. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Mastiff.
secondary here.
I got 400. That's all, y'all.
Finally a shield.
Got some materials.
I'm gonna go craft me a skull piercer.
I have to go craft me one too. Shit. Ain't no hemlock.
As soon as we leave, we'll find all the hemlocks.
Hello? No
Eyes up.
vibes.
Crafting.
Wow, it really ain't no. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna run with 30-30 and go craft me a stock and a skull.
Crafting.
Everybody got optics?
Yeah, I got a 2-4.
Yeah, I got 3 times.
Oh, there go my master at least. Hold on, I'm gonna drop this.
A champion has fallen. It was their time.
Good morning, TJ. Or good afternoon. I'm still saying good morning.
They just call life on impact right there.
Heard that.
Okay.
Actually, no, that's a revive beacon they calling.
Mid-range.
And they
Oh,
using
damn.
it
Can you bring it?
Squads are left.
Yeah.
That's why I called that motherfucker in.
I think they died before they can even.
Yeah, because that shit went away.
That's what I'm saying. It went away fast as fuck.
Let me craft my shit before I leave. Where you at, Vontae? Oh, yeah, all the way up there. Hold on. I'll be up there. I gotta eat bags off out of y'all.
Crafting. I will not be long.
I don't know if they're in this building or down below. No, they're down below.
Down below. Down below.
On the roof right here.
I'm raising an evac tower.
Octane's almost cracked.
Watch the map. We're spread too thin.
They're going to evac.
Right here behind the thing.
Yeah. I'm right here.
Firing. Enemy shield broken.
Knocked.
Nice. The other bitch is one.
Reloading.
She ran back down. She ran back down.
Near me.
Got that bitch fresh.
The last one ran away.
Tango killed.
That's your fuse. That's the third. And it's a horizon up here.
Got company out there.
Coming up. Yeah.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Crack the horizon and the octane.
Trust in the Allfather.
There's another horizon in it. You said there's one down right there. There's a bloodhound down here too. Right here at the door.
Yeah, all right there. I can't. Vontae.
Oh shit, he's cracked. That's my ult, bro. He's going through there pulling the back. This shit.
That entire squad has fallen.
We got this.
At least one
Smart. Kill leader down.
I don't know if y'all find the ultimate or go him, man.
Next ring's not very close. Hemlock here.
Oh.
Medkit here.
Candy.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Bolts increase rate of
I'm
fire.
just gonna keep my 30
Recharging my
at this
shields.
point. I crafted this shit up.
Let me get that 3 times from you if you still
Oh,
got
yeah,
it,
I
too.
still got it.
Susan was doing his job.
Optics here. Close range.
Big 30-30 massive combo. Yeah, I'm finna run it. I'm gonna run it and see what it here for. I got heat shields now.
Sound like somebody was on a zip.
Gotta hop
I
up
think
here.
I'll never disrupt around.
Got bad sales.
There's an ulti in this box if you need to get Trish
We're
back.
not close. Frag grenade here.
Right next to that.
Right next to that.
Trying to hurry ping fast. You got a bin right here, though.
Down the zip on the other
Ring
side.
ain't close. Found extra supplies here. Arm up. Standard stock. Optics here. Close range. Cancel
I'm
that.
gonna move on up, y'all.
To the
Gotta
east
have it
side, we
promenade.
coming.
We got a ways to go.
and Scotty. Let us catch them unaware.
I got 6.
I got 3.
Oh, was another one in that box right there.
Reposition here.
Get it. I got 4 now. I got an evac. I'm gonna pop that shit right outside this door.
Shield battery here.
Right.
Care package on high. Favor from the gods.
Right here in front of us. Somebody's to my left too.
He get down. He gets back. They're fighting somebody else. Oh my gosh, that Bangalore is flesh. Yeah, you good. They're fighting somebody else too. Can we get on this roof?
Yep. We gotta keep going in circle, actually.
Yeah, we do.
I was gonna say they might have kept pushing. No, right here, right here. Crack on horizon. Now what, bitch? They swinging that corner. Two there. Tick blue and purple. Pulling it back.
Okay.
I'm taking shot.
Right behind this rock. Almost cracked. One down here.
Yeah, it's cracked. Getting Gav up now.
This bitch above me is flesh.
Yeah, there's a bitch behind us too, Candy.
Enemies here.
Might go back down here.
This time I'm down.
Oh no.
Anybody got heat?
I don't.
He's on top, Candy. Be careful right here.
I'm pulling this med kit. I'm coming to you guys. I'm gonna throw my
Oh shit. Damn. Heal up.
I am. Shield up for me. I knocked him again.
Heal up.
They got another heat shield as well. I'm coming. I gotta get you. You might die. Yeah, you're gonna bleed out. Oh.
You seem a bit dense.
Good try.
Fuck.
No, Meter coming into the storm to fight. You're weird.
Yeah, they fucking weird. They are.
Damn.
She's just a storm.
Storm taking lives, baby. Damn, they was able to.
20 R9.
30-30s was hit though.
A master was doing the damn thing. Stormtroopers out here. What's up, Lowdown? How you been? How you doing?
The gusts of wind calls our victory.
I know what you're looking for. I'm in.
Ready up. It's go time.
Maybe the junkles.
Introducing your champion.
I will choose our location for battle.
I shall beg. No need to share your despair.
Non terre plus ultra.
You got keys, Candy.
Oh shit. I got the keys.
Prepare for battle.
Okay, we got some people coming over here this time. I can't complain, low down. Just chilling, grinding, taking care of these kids and animals.
Maybe on the animals.
Shit, yeah.
Energy.
Yeah. We can go here.
Oh, they went past each other.
Yeah. The other one too went over there.
Wrong choice.
Yeah, but one team. Oh shit, one team landed with you, Ray.
Yeah. I don't know what he was like.
Yeah,
There's
I
two
ain't even
teams
seen,
over
to be
there.
honest.
2020 wingman for the win.
30.
The champion is fallen. We are not all in the ring. The gust of wind will lead us to victory.
One's here pulling up.
Scanning the area.
Right there. That's how you see him?
Yep.
Down the hostile.
Going to phase.
The other one is coming back.
He inside the building, baby. He there with you.
More enemies
That's
down.
what I'm saying.
Broken it. Another squad's attacking. Focus. Broken enemy
Come on,
shield.
Dave. Here I come. Oh, shit, Dave.
Octane is weak as fuck.
I'm
He
coming.
went to go heal.
Healing up.
The other team is coming. I hear Revenant jumping.
Marking our surroundings.
Octane, they got him down, but there's one on top.
Batman walking.
Right here. Them and somebody else. I gotta pop him back.
Burning them. Crack one.
Oh, behind me. I didn't even hear this bitch. Right here, Revenant.
Hold on, I'm fighting.
Coming to you, Katie. He's coming to you right now.
Hold on.
I got him down.
Ain't got no gun. Why you flying? Oh, this bitch is hit his off.
That's okay, he flashed.
You a pussy.
Nice.
Last of them hotspot. Recharging my shield.
Woo! We going to Vegas in a month or not? Nah, I'm not going. I was gonna go, but I got other financial responsibilities I gotta take care of, and I don't want to put myself in a bind trying to go see
Give my
folks.
shields a recharge.
So I'ma pass on TwitchCon this year again. Maybe next year, but this year, nah. I got too much shit to do. I'm trying to pay off debt. I ain't trying to go in more debt here, so
Half the squads are left.
I will not be
I got
ready
six
to.
shields in
As
this
much as I
game.
wanted to go,
Do
I
you
was
want
gonna
the
go and
Phoenix
try
kit?
to raise money to go, but
I think I have a med kit. Just trying to find
Okay.
man, kid, I got some here.
shield.
Got
Pick up
evil.
blue right here.
Medkit here.
Level 2.
Thank you.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
20 heavy bullets.
Kenny, do you have a hemlock?
Nah, I got a fatty.
You want a hemlock here?
Yeah.
So it ain't never been nice.
Patching myself up.
Oh, you right sometime.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Gab, you took that 3 times? Oh, yeah,
Need
let
to
me get
recharge
that.
my shields.
I did. I took 6.
Thank you. Patching myself up.
You got a barrel stabilizer already?
Healing my wounds.
No.
There's a level 2 right there. In the same spot.
Get some fucking bullets. I'm gonna be a barrel stabilizer. Shit.
Heavy ammo here.
I could use that.
Shield cell here.
Yeah, I wanted to go. I definitely wanted to go, but I was like, man, that money I can use to pay something on my dad, catch up on some stuff. Basically, when they fucked me up them 8 months not paying me, it put me in a whole bunch of debt that I didn't need to be in. So I was like, yeah, I have to be an adult about the situation. I'm dropping this.
R99 here. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Div.
Oh,
Extended light mag here.
You just scared the
Level 2.
fuck out of me.
I hope you have a good time, Lowdown. I'm sad I ain't gonna go because there was a lot of people that I wanted to see. But yeah. Unfortunately, it's a GG. Maybe next year I'll be in a better position to blow $3,000 because that's damn near how much it costs to go.
Picked up some materials.
Over everything, get the bag situated. It's my first one. Tatty Poodle got me doing a workshop with her. Oh, okay. You was able to save on a ticket. Nice. Okay, I love Tatty. That's my girl.
You're welcome.
Ping the massive if you don't have it.
I got one for shotgun.
I need it.
Optics here. Close range.
Gotta eat that, so I'll read it whenever y'all. Yeah. I was really gonna go. I had did my little dono goal for it and, you know, trying to raise the money, and I'm like, yeah, it's easy. I ain't gonna do that.
Taking a moment to heal.
Heavy ammo here.
I'm 26. Don't try to age me up.
They just res right in front of me?
I gotta eat back.
Yeah, right here.
Healing. Watch my back.
I'm walking in there,
Next
kicking.
ring is not close. I'm reaching that tower.
Only one fell out.
Replicator touching down.
I'm gonna need some heavy ammo.
They might be in this building, so be careful.
Big root.
Scanning the area.
They got the fuck out of
Care
Dodge.
package over there.
He has to go over here.
Let's explore over there.
Yeah, they went up here.
Someone traveled through here.
Yeah, I hear them next to me.
I said, well,
Big
that.
ass. Right here in front of me. Oh shit.
Throwing a frag. Heads up. Ring close in one.
There's all out front.
I got Maggie crack.
Reloading.
Oh shit.
Just down here. God damn, this fucking name. Oh, she's right here on me.
5 seconds. Ring is close.
Bitch,
Nice.
he's not
I got it,
alone.
yo.
Upon nature's strength.
Right here. Maggie ball.
You good?
Oh, another team.
Just slide over there. That's my order.
Damn!
Right here, lifeline.
Maggie coming in.
Oh shit, they on both sides of me.
Oh shit.
Should have smoked and backed up.
Damn. He said, well, damn. Oh my gosh. I'm ready to see everybody pictures and stuff. I'm sad I ain't gonna be able to go. Make sure y'all mask up down there, low down, because a lot of people that went to PAX West have COVID now. So y'all, that new COVID, that COVID coming back around. So
Wear
make
your
sure,
mask.
Wear your mask. Mask the fuck up. Hey. There's so many people on my timeline that went to PAX West saying they got COVID now.
Oh, they finally shipped my backpack.
Oh, hold on, my food at the door.
Oh, it's FedEx. I ain't getting that bitch.
Got my sandwich. Bring a personal can. Hello? Lysol, hand sanitizer.
Better than me. Burn your pack of Clorox, bleach wipes too. Disinfect everything you use, every chair you sit on, every keyboard you clock on.
Prepared and ready.
This is your champion.
Do you got a shirt on, TJ? Shit.
Why he talking about me?
Right, like he don't be sitting over there with that taco meat out.
Yeah, y'all look. Why I accidentally passed you the keys?
I don't know why, because I'm for the accident pass them bitches. Well, I'm figuring, I just got my sandwich. You know I'm for take over nasty bite.
I'm the judge. Here we go. Ready up.
Heavy on the taco meat out, yeah. I sure don't.
We got a team.
Sandwich chicken. That baby, they inside already. They in there. She catting up the dough. And the rest of her team landed over here to the left.
Stay focused. Opening fire.
Wait for her first.
Revenant, I just put 22 on. He's down.
Up in the chimney. Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
That bitch locked me out.
Sure did.
Reloading.
Can I have some shield cells?
There's 4 right here.
Shield cell here.
Thank you.
Gotta have a smooth chest to combat this heat.
Patching myself up. Give me a sec.
You ain't lying.
New kill leader. Watch your 6.
Just fuck around and be musty.
The
way this heat hitting out here in Texas.
Not your chest musty.
You know, that's a different kind of heat right there.
That's a big, god damn, that's a different kind of heat.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
I need it. Got materials. Optics here. Mid-range. Extended back here. Level 1.
I need a gun.
I'm gonna drop your master too, Candy.
Okay. I'm out here with an
Yeah, let me get that third. No, I got this longbow. I got more shit for that anyway.
I switched it back to the fire.
Let's go this way. Mastiff here. Very
I
rare.
told you I got more shit
Strong
for the longbow
incendiary
anyway.
rounds.
I got the longbow now. You
Arc
good?
Star here.
I am going to grab him.
Heavy ammo here.
I could use that.
Delivering care package.
Care package on high.
Unlock here.
Hallelujah.
Dibs.
Open. Extended light mag here. Level 1. Got a hop on you. Camera point. I can use that.
I got a purple light mag I'm gonna drop.
Interesting.
Oh shit, it didn't drop. Hold on.
Well, I was gonna say it went on your
to my
car.
car, yeah. I'm like, damn, hold on.
Cancel that.
If you need
Extended
another
light
one though,
magazine
it's one
here.
right there.
Level 1. Thank you. Got some materials.
You get the one I dropped?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
What was that 2 to 4 if somebody had pain? Y'all picked it up?
Yeah,
Okay.
picked it up.
Let me know if y'all see another site.
I got a red dot you could have.
I got one.
Okay. Oh, nasty sniper spots and skull piercers.
Cover me.
Attention. There is a
Blue in here
A
again.
brilliant one, Scotty.
LOL.
Let us
Kill
catch them
leader.
unaware.
Watch your six.
You need more cells? Oh, actually, I need these. I'll add.
Damn, I ain't got. Yeah, I only have 4.
Here, I could drop 2. We could be both have 6.
Back in 5? Okay. Bet.
Thank you. They need to let you. They need to go ahead and make it where you could transfer your crafting materials to your teammates.
Hello.
Fuck shit.
I think I heard somebody on the zip. Yeah, they're going to that bus stop that's right there.
Did you say that bus stop?
Yeah, that's what they call them in comp. They call them bus stops.
Oh wow.
I'm looking for a site. Half through here.
Shield cell here.
Field cells back there.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Dibs.
Got a mobile respawn beacon here.
You got a bin out here, Dolphin, on the bridge.
This on the way.
Oh.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Watch for them. Found extra supplies here. Optics here.
Hallelujah.
Mid-range. Makes your platform more versatile. Laser sight here. Level 3.
Oh, this guy's skin.
Survey beacon over there.
They don't even
Oh,
worry
they
about it.
still over there. Damn.
Somebody ahead of us too. Oh damn, Moo just went down.
Damn.
Replicator on high.
No, she died.
New kill leader
We need
appointed.
to kill that motherfucker.
New kill
Where
leader.
they at?
Watch for them.
Right over here in front of me somewhere.
Let's go revenge. Oh, goddamn, I'm lagging. Oh, shit. Oh, I ain't revenging nobody with 130 ping.
I hear him over here.
Check out that way.
I see him right here. Oh, one right here.
Contact with enemy. Check your sectors. Another squad
It's
is
another
incoming.
team.
Yeah, it's another team on that property.
That's after one who scanned us. I put my ult on the ones on the left, so we good.
I'm taking fire.
I got him cracked. Shit.
Need to recharge my shields.
Somebody's closer to the left.
Bless me.
Yeah.
Is that a solo behind that Rocky skin?
Somebody right here, flash.
Reloading.
I don't think that's a solo. I think they just split up.
Taking a moment to recharge my.
Frag out. Throwing out star.
Somebody's flying and landed behind us.
He's on. Enemy landed on me.
Right on the roof.
Never mind.
Oh fuck.
Near me. Enemy shield broken.
And somebody's here already.
That's fine. Where you at, Vontae?
God damn. Right there on the other side of the rock from y'all.
Lifeline flash. Absolute.
My thing is right there with her.
Okay, hold on.
But that other team is watching so hard.
I got it.
I'm taking shots.
A champion has fallen. It
Are
was
they
their
still up
time.
top?
Care package.
Connected. No, they went over there.
Okay.
Recharging my shields.
1 on my dogs.
Oh, shit, sure is.
I was gonna say you
I
ain't
thought
seen it
you
when you
said
scanned
just
it.
so. I thought you were saying something else. I was trying to get
I mean, it was an Octane and a Lifeline, but the Horizon, she's from the other team.
You getting shot. Somebody
When
behind
you
us.
scanned, I seen that bitch standing right there.
Somebody back there watching.
Let's go.
She's sniping across.
Yes.
Enemy shield
Back them.
reloading. Recharging my shields.
It's my last shield.
Anything
God
left
damn, this other team won't mind they motherfucking business.
at all.
I am trained using a Phoenix kit.
We gotta get circle on top of evac right here. You get some shells or something?
I can't because they're looking at it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
Listen, let's move that way.
Oh yeah, we can bring my foot back there.
Shield cell here.
It's in that package right there. Can anybody see?
No, sir.
Oh, they right over here.
Target spotted.
They on the other side of that bridge. To the left somewhere.
1 minute.
Oh,
Rings
they
nearby.
right here.
Enemy spotted.
I'm watching the team behind us.
Eyes up. Incoming round.
Oh, god damn.
Oh.
Recharging my shields.
Shit.
Healing my wounds.
I ain't got no other evac, so.
They're right here. It's 2.
Okay.
Broken enemy shield. Firing.
This motherfucking team over here to the left be fucking with me.
Squad's attacking. Focus.
They're pushing off, I think, behind
Yeah.
us.
Hostiles, right here.
Oh, here goes that.
Shield battery here.
Listen, let's move here.
How'd y'all get right there?
Up top.
The crackhead.
Need to recharge my ambush! Ambush! There's another
Oh,
squad!
shit.
Smoke out.
You gotta
On
go.
the
None of
way.
our business.
Spotted.
They
Punching a
up
tunnel.
here.
Enemy over there.
God damn, dog.
Why y'all more idiots?
They're coming to it right now. Octane.
I'm making it. I'm making it.
I got him.
Oh, somebody behind me. Somebody is behind me.
I know they behind me on the other side too. Hey, I got the one that killed Mudo, bitch.
Motherfucker.
I'm like own portal kidnapping me. Hello?
I was gonna say he over here now. Right here, buddy. Right here, buddy.
And then you got a team right here. Oh shit, no!
Not a kidnap candy.
Dummy.
And now I'm dead because the bitch gone.
Recharging my shield.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
I am upset. I am up
Fucking do
motherfucking
it.
set. That is some bull.
Bitch. Wall bounce to nothing.
They might be watching.
Damn.
Alright then. teabagging.
Oh, that was the last one? It was 1v1? Oh, no, they only got one. Yeah, it was 1v1 though, but...
Oh,
Okay.
that's the guy that killed Moo's teammate.
Yep, totally is. All right. Back to the playoffs.
Yeah, you dead, bitch.
The more difficult things is when a team isn't winning, they don't get that interview at the end. And so you kind of have to wait to see what they're thinking, what is going wrong. Maybe we talk about in between games or at the hotel later on. But of course, we are looking for several squads to answer the questions we might have of them. Best way to answer them, though, is through your gameplay. And speaking of who is about to play, let's take a look at the teams participating in our final set of the day. And when it comes to it, I mean, to me,
all right, now this better be spicy right here, Group A and C.
From It's Timmy. You look at Designful, Enemy, from Dojo.
How I died because I legit got sniped from the stairs, and I had no audio. I got double teamed like a motherfucker. They jumped my black ass. It definitely did. Jumped the hell out of me. Stumped me out. Then they took my chain. They deboed my ass. Babe. What up, Gav? Murk that motherfucker as you should.
Oh, shit.
Hello, motherfucker.
What you doing? Girl, get away from my food. You want some lettuce? Dogs eat anything. Appreciate that follow. Welcome to the shop. Oh, shit. I forgot I went live on TikTok. My bad, TikTok. This finna be some good shit right here.
Winning both the Split 2 playoffs and the ALGS
Oh, my music's still playing? Okay, let me pause that too.
Their ambitions were still unsatisfied.
Moving to NA just improved our gameplay overall. We're definitely a better team than we once were last year.
And in their first split in NA, the region lived up to that challenge as DZ struggled and many questioned if they had made the right decision. Near the end of the split, things looked dire, but then in the regional finals, they narrowly squeaked into LAN qualification.
Yeah, we're just not very used to the rotations of all NA teams, that we've only played against the ones who had been to LANs.
But the split was behind them. All that mattered now was LAN, and despite having to go through the loser's bracket, they made it to the finals lobby. Dark Zero had the chance to do the unthinkable, the three-peat to cement themselves as a dynasty and the greatest team of all time.
The vibes were good, but we had to adjust to a whole new character comp.
Just adjusting to the characters, the fit wasn't very good.
We didn't do too well when we first moved.
Not only did DZ finish in a somewhat disappointing 13th place,
TSM up in the skies, house goes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM!
but their rivals, TSM, took home the trophy. Heading into Split 2, the conversation was no longer about the dominance of Dark Zero. But they began the split strong, showing they had begun to adjust to the style of play in North America, and then a bombshell dropped.
This split finna be spiked. Let me go get me something to drink real quick. Hold on.
I was like, just
welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome, y'all.
And then to pick Zyno, the fundamentals you showed was the main decision behind it.
When I joined DZ, I was like, it was a little nerve-wracking, first joining the team.
Although Zynu was such a new addition to the team with little turnaround time before the regional finals, the results were instant.
Dark Zero are gonna do it! Dark Zero are gonna win it again, the match point specialist, surely! See this one out, and they do!
But finally, the Split 2 playoffs have arrived. Dark Zero's chance to redeem themselves on the international stage is here. During their run to the finals lobby, they went under the radar as TSM and Alliance stole the headlines. But all of that changed very quickly.
It would be a mesmerizing play if he could pull this off, but Jen's had time now to pop that battery, send in Zainu, send in Jen Burden, send the victory screen towards Dark Zero.
It only took Dark Zero 3 games to reach match point. They came close to closing it out immediately after in Game 4, but ended up finally sealing the deal and winning their 3rd LAN title in the last 4 attempts. The Dark Zero dynasty was now cemented in the history books forever. Zero once again proved to be arguably the greatest IGL in history. Jen Burton answered the doubters who believed he had fallen off since moving to North America, and the rookie Zainu won a LAN in his first ever split of Pro League. And yet, the job is not finished. In year 3 of the ALGS, both Dark Zero and TSM have won a LAN, and all time they are now tied at 3 apiece.
Yes, everyone hyping up TSM obviously because the CEO, but we are definitely the favorites, I would say, for this tournament. I don't like being the favorite, I like being the underdog. Like, it adds to the story, you know? But yeah, we're definitely the favorites.
I think it's just us and TSM, basically no one else, so like either or, okay, well, we're gonna win.
But with our eyes now set on the championship, our Dark Zero, the favorites to win it all and claim the title as the greatest team of all time.
A heavy weight to carry no matter who you are, the greatest team of all time. Could they do it? Certainly, if they win here in Birmingham, we would have to start having that conversation. But as you can see from Zero and the rest of the team, they feel pretty confident that they'll be able to lift the trophy. One person who's been following their journey and now has been following us somehow to Birmingham, UK, they may not expect, was in the stands, helping to produce, create, narrate, and overall help us with catching these storylines and making sure to fill out the important moments that happen behind the scenes with these players. And it is none other than Jayhawk, who is joining us now as a surprise guest on the desk. Jayhawk, how are you feeling, man? Welcome to Birmingham, and it's great to have you working with us behind the scenes and telling these stories that are so important to educate our fans about the journeys these players go through.
It's a surreal experience, honestly. I've been on the other side of the screen so many times, watching LAN, seeing you guys talk about all these teams, watching these moments, and actually getting to be here in person, meet all the players, you know, and actually experience the crowd and the atmosphere, the Dreamfire fans. It's a blast.
What's been the one thing that you feel separates being at LAN versus doing it? Because you make so much content on YouTube that people consume. We've consumed it in our backstage as well, prepping for some of the regions that we don't get a chance to see as much. What's the big difference that you've experienced so far being here actually in person?
Just the sense of community. Like, you get to meet so many fans of teams from around the world. You get to see the players at the meet and greets and just walking around the stadium, the coaches, the different orgs, and the people behind the scenes, you guys, the talent here. The community that you get to experience being here in person, it's like nothing else.
Yeah, and Mark and Dan, they can attest. We've been using a lot of the not only narration for some of the videos that people have seen and may not be seeing very, very soon, but also just the fact that these stories are really what make our esport. And I'm curious to you, if this story in particular, Dark Zero TSM, you feel that there's some type of, I don't know, change in what the narrative might be? Do you think there's something surprising that people aren't expecting? Maybe TSM coming out stronger than some might think? Or do you think, you know, Dark Zero, with their confidence, really deserve it and they are going to hoist that trophy this time around?
Well, the interesting part about this rivalry is that I think a lot of people, when they see these teams constantly winning, you watch from their perspective, it seems so easy. They just walk into the zone, and it seems like, well, they got lucky. They got a circle that was near them. Something just was blessed to them, and they just happened to win. But when you really delve into their gameplay and the fact that only 2 teams have been able to win a LAN, you realize that there's something unique about
this split finna be spicy.
And it's really hard to not expect them to do it again here at Champs.
Yeah.
And so I don't know who wins between these two. I feel like there's an added motivation for TSM, having seen Dark Zero tie it up last time. But at the same time, I know that Zero, he is a man on a mission. Jen Burton is ready to win. And Zainu, this kid has never lost on match point.
Well, that's a hell of a record. He's only played once, but
hey,
it is an incredible record to see that as well. And Jayhawk, I'm sure either way, great stories will unfold, whether Dark Zero or TSM win this time around. They may get a title temporarily, but just like in Split 1, or it was all TSM, Dark Zero, they have taken it back and have set us up for wonderful champs. Thank you so much. We hope to see you throughout the event and throughout maybe the broadcast yet again.
But in terms of getting
to the games, which are almost underway, we've got to lean in with our predictions.
I'm good about to order me something to eat. That's what I'm doing now, shout out to hell.
This one, a lot of optic Gaming's actually.
Ooh.
Spider Tip with a Realize. Dark Zero with Genome, who, you know, I have to always joke with is now North America's pride because they, you know, they switch regions. So he doesn't like that joke.
I'm not sure we like that joke.
I'm not sure Mark likes that joke. Dan doesn't like it either.
I'm a fan.
What you finna get you to eat,
likes
Shada?
it, okay, and so we've got that first one. I want to go to the final page as well. That way we can kind of digest this completely because I think, Jayhawk, you've got a pick also. Why don't you talk to us about the pick? Oxygen Esports. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, Oxygen Esports is a team that, as we saw in the last Split 2 playoffs, they're a dominant force. We've seen them actually prove it on land. There was a big question mark going into the last Split 2 playoffs. Can they actually do it? They did it. They handled the pressure. Now the pressure's here again in a way they haven't experienced it before. But they've been a team this entire year. In Apex, there's a lot of roster shifts. He's
the token black guy for Apex.
Only finishing in 16th in North America. When you look in the stats of what
He
they've
is
done
the
so
token
far,
black
they
male
are struggling
or
in two
black guy
areas,
for
kills
Apex.
and on Storm Point. And that is what Oxygen thrives at. They were dominant on Storm Point in the Split 2 playoffs, and obviously they're one of the best fighting teams in the world. And so I am expecting them to handle that pressure, bounce back. The BR Demons are going to show up.
I love it. I mean,
I'm sold.
Oxygen, Mama Reeds, I know, is in the house as well. Plenty of family all around, and from Dark Zero and obviously Oxygen, we've got representation. TSM's parents as well. Hal's parents are here, and brother, actually. But Mark and Dan, quickly before we have to go into the series, which I'm sure people are waiting for, talk to me a little bit about your picks, why you select what you select.
I mean, I looked at Optic Gaming because coming into the tournament, I thought they were one of the form teams. When you were watching the international scrims, they were always within the top 5 week after week. It felt like they were just consistently putting points on the board, but it has been somewhat surprising to see them on the bubble going into this last set that we're going to see. But there are some good signs. I feel like there were some good Optic Gaming signs last time that we saw them on our screens. We saw them really starting to participate in a few more
Some
endgames.
Domino's.
I just believe that it will come together at the right time.
I don't care for Domino's pizza, but they sandwiches are good.
Right,
Okay.
I wanted to put
Them Domino's
TSM,
sandwiches
I wanted
be
to pick
bussin'.
Dark Zero. You can't do that, it's boring. So I went for Alliance. Maybe there'll be an outside pick, but really I wanted to pick one of TSM or Dark Zero. But the scary thing about this group is, because TSM and Dark Zero are going to be competing, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these bubble teams to get points, which what makes it so exciting.
And that's what makes all of these other stories possibly the story that we start focusing on. It's easy to lose track.
Yeah, them sandwiches
when you have
slap.
two big kind of bright lights in front of you. Maybe somebody sneaks in the darkness to go ahead and
Yeah,
claim
I don't
the
care for their
spotlight.
pizza.
We'll find out very soon. But for those
them
watching, you want to
sandwiches,
make sure that you are getting what you deserve,
them
which
gonna
of
hit the
course,
spot.
well, it's a good time, but it's Twitch drops. That's really what I'm talking about. Thursday is today. It's Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin time, so make sure you grab that. Hopefully you got your Crimson Striker Peacekeeper skin as well to go along with it to finish off some downed opponents in game. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we turn up the heat. You'll see more people in the stands. Here you will see more action from the exclusive ALGS Championship stickers.
They had like a
Hollow
chicken
sprays,
bacon
and
ranch
ultimately
one that
the
was
gun
good.
charm, which you can show off every single moment that you are playing Apex Legends. Wow. So excited about this, and you know what I'm very excited about as well, something that happens to a very well-deserving player. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet, but EA Electronic Arts has introduced the new Positive Play Award, and they've selected Apex Legends and a player from this community to have the representation of earning that first award in this prestigious category of being somebody who honors the community and being a bright light, someone who is extremely supportive and obviously shows us what it means to be a true team player and a good influence. We have the votes tallied. You have voted. We have found out
Where
who
was
it
the
is.
votes at?
We will reveal it on September 10th. So stay tuned for our Positive Play Award coming up on Championship Sunday. All right, ladies and
I
gentlemen,
ate the
I'm
buffalo
excited.
chicken or
It's
the
our
chicken
final
bacon
series of
ranch.
the
That's
day. We
it.
got
That's
Brandon
all.
stage
Yeah, I like that
after
chicken
this,
bacon
but
ranch.
one more matchup.
I ain't
between
tried that
A
Philly
and
cheesesteak
C.
one. That
Let's
one
kick
might
it over to our
slap. That
casters
one might
and
slap.
see what they got.
Hey, thank you so much, Rain Day. We couldn't be more
Yer,
excited to be
what's
here
up,
in
Sha?
the Resorts World Arena. Spider
Hey,
Tech is
hey,
here. We'll be
hey.
calling all the action. But before we jump into that, I want to touch base on a point that Gaskin mentioned up there, talking about the big hitters in the lobby soaking up a lot of the points.
Yeah, it's really interesting
I don't know who
talking
this
to
is
other
sending me
teams that
a
are participating in
request.
this matchup because, of course, everybody's looking at making it to winner's bracket, having a little bit of extra safety. But there's another point of focus, and that is that with the 2 LAN winners in the lobby, it's also your best opportunity not just to make the winner's bracket, but to practice for finals, that even if you jump into loser's bracket, you have the chance to make. So look out for everybody playing their best game of Apex Legends. It doesn't have to be about collecting kills. It has to be about preparing for the wins. And on Storm Point is where we're going to be starting that whole journey.
And it's going to be really fun. We've got a couple contests to keep our eyes on. Specifically, we might get that Optic Gaming Gombare Otosan over at Down Beast. We'll look towards that later. But I know even in the green room, Bullet and Graceful, they were talking about how it's actually really nice to start out on Storm Point as opposed to World's Edge. They might be able to gather a lot of points. And for teams like Oxygen Esports, you know, Jayhawk was mentioning it on the desk saying they are so good at getting points through the Split 2 playoffs. But think back to Split 2 playoffs, so many of those zones pulled Barometer, and they were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and it was also at a point in time where beacons were a little bit more predictable for Oxygen, and now where beacons have, I think, been punishing for a lot of teams. We'll see how they deal with that, because Barometer, while it is relatively central, is also vulnerable.
This shit finna get spicy.
Center of the map at the same
I like
time.
yeah, his freckles are adorable. They are so adorable.
Farms where you can take your time looting up and still play a nice, decent edge game of Apex Legends. So I'm wondering whether Barometer will end up biting Oxygen, but they're a team that I had very high hopes for coming into this LAN, and despite the fact that they are not quite in position to qualify at a winner's bracket, I haven't fallen off that train just yet.
This is a series that needs to be the best of their life. Granted, you go to that elimination bracket. It's not over just yet. You'll be able to play your best. But that Aurora complexity at Cenote Cave, throughout all of international scrims, it has been so chaotic to watch. And I
That's
can
my
only
little boo
imagine after
thing
reading
right
the
there,
timeline
baby. He loves
between
his rain
Blurred,
dive.
Impulse, and Monsoon, they are just ready to duke it out.
complexity
But
and
Dark
Aurora,
Zero
okay.
nearby at the
Complexity
mill,
can win that.
should they decide to maybe third-party one of the potential contests nearby, it could throw a wrench in their game, and Complexity needs to perform here today, as well as Aurora.
You know that Dark Zero loves to third party, and I'll be honest, if it's me, I might pop over towards Downed Beast, because no matter who wins that particular contest, making the lives of Optic harder is going to be really important, especially as they're another arguably finals contender. The way they've performed in group stage has been really strong. There's a reason I predicted them for the series.
Oh, well, tell me more. I mean, obviously, they're really impressive. Landing over there at Down Beast, they get a plethora of loot, usually good shields, easy rotates, and especially when you start to think about how some of those Storm Point zones have enacted to going up towards North Pad, where Fnatic will land, and they seem relatively uncontested this time. You know, obviously a little more clear, but TSM at the wall, Optic at Down Beast, Dark Zero at the mill. That's a lot of the top Titans just surrounding them, and they have a must-perform here to get into the winner's bracket.
Absolutely. So, in fact, we're about to jump into the lobby. So we got Legend Select up, which is an important time for us to figure out exactly how teams like MDY White, who do need a breakout series, are going to be performing this. Importantly, they've chosen to go with the Gibraltar, which is a departure from the meta of the championship so far, but not a pick that's been absent. 100 Thieves have been picking this up as well, and I don't think the Gibraltar is an out-of-nowhere pick. I think you can really get some serious value out of this particular Legend.
Well, the MDY White fans surely
No,
agree
Seer,
with
they is
you.
not
I can
fucking with
hear them
Seer.
in the crowd now, but we are locked, we are loaded, we are in the dropship, and as our players make their way down to Storm Point, it is all going to start here. I love the split drop that FaZe enacts. They grab the Trident from Fish Farms, drive it straight up to Launchpad, and they will be able to utilize that for their later rotation.
With the dropship starting us off in the southeast, it does mean that FaZe get that boots on the ground first advantage, which could mean a lot, especially because they already have a crafter at Launchpad, and they can get so much more done in this time, using the time to craft bats, assuming they get themselves some nice shields, and maybe even crafting up shields if they don't. It'll allow them a priority rotate, and on the other side, Optic are going to be late dropping over at Downed Beast. Although, looking at my map, it doesn't seem like Gunbare has chosen to contest. In fact, we've got them on screen, landing instead just off to the north of the wall, with the potential to rotate over to the previously unoccupied high point.
Well, that's actually not bad for them. I know Minus was talking about the drop spots, but before we get there, Aurora and Complexity, they typically like to land very similar on each other. Monsoon will take the building, grab a weapon, but Impulse, he wants to shut it down as much as possible.
Come on, man.
Already down, turning it into a 3v2. Yes, Uchok goes a little bit low, but raining on the high ground with the RE45, that's not bad to land on a flatline as well. That is what you need.
Yeah, flatline feels incredible at every stage in the game. It is one of the best guns in Apex Legends, and Aurora for their part, have a Peacekeeper
I don't
as
know about
well.
all
So
that. The
things are
Hemlock
solidly
is
in
the
their
best.
favor with an early pick and some
Catalyst is
serious
at
powerhouse
85%,
weaponry.
Bang
Contest is not over,
80%,
but
and Horizon
because they already
70%.
have an advantage, because they have the majority of the ground outside of this building, the complexity you're in, it's up
I
to
need
them to wait
Monsoon to,
and
hey,
ultimately
Monsoon
for
needs to lay the
complexity to make a
smackdown
mistake.
on their ass.
You can see the smoke out there trying to keep Monsoon and Cody inside the building with no real angles to put down on them as Oirein and Yuchako, you can see them kind of setting up the trap, grabbing those thermites, looking to use the grab lift to take to that high ground and force them. Now, the one thing that I've seen Aurora is so impeccable at is setting a trap where they'll leave one member outside and nade spam inside the building to force them out the front door.
And it's funny how immediately we get a small relocation. It's a delay on the contest, nothing more, but it's given the opportunity to chunk Impulse out and even up the numbers for just a second. Yuchako gonna drop inside, try to control this line of sight with the Sentinel. It's gonna be pretty feast or famine, and he misses the first shot, pulls out the wingman, and just does a touch of damage. Hasn't had anything traded back on him, and it gives the rest of Aurora time to stabilize.
You think about it, this Yuchako
Comes the push.
holds this door, and it's gonna
Nice.
connect, but we just need one more. But
Oh,
Yuchako
damn, Cody.
goes down. Oirein and Impulse are gonna have to close it, and they are able to pick up the trade. But they are not done yet. We just have one member of Complexity. Were they able to get away? No, they were
Damn,
not.
man.
Monsoon is gonna fall, and Complexity will lose the
Fuck,
50-50 here
Complexity?
on the first map.
I respect going down trying to at least finish the fight. Complexity weren't going to get a lot done just because of how long this contest had taken, but both teams have missed out on a lot of time taken to loot and rotate. We've sat in 2 buildings the entire time. Now Aurora get to loot the rest of Cenote, and they've missed out seriously when we look at all the people around them. Mill is gone,
Damn,
Down East is
man.
gone, North Pat is gone, even Oxygen over at Barometer have left. Almost nobody is left because we're all rotating up to where the game is ultimately going to be played.
Yeah, it's really tough. You see Dark Zero, this is typically where they'll position themselves the moment that circle starts to pull up north towards Cascade Falls, and that's actually a really solid way because the last time they played from here, they were able to pick up so many eliminations, so much damage throughout, but Fnatic, I love the rotation going through the wall and dropping down just below it.
You control as much space as possible, and in all likelihood, most teams don't rotate back up to the north, pushing into high ground, so it leaves Fnatic in a relatively easy spot to play from, an unchallenged rotation. It'll be good for them, but other teams do have it a little bit harder. Say, teams like Oxygen, who are going to be playing just on the top side of the ski lift, it's not a fantastic place to be, and for now, it'll be fine. But once we get later on into the game, the likelihood that Zone actually pulls over here is very low.
Checking in, Gombreo Tosan hitting the rotate, sitting on triple white. But this is the legend composition that they had played during Split 2 playoffs. That Valve, Watson, Newcastle, time is of the essence, and look at them making unplayable spots playable. But check out, we had recently talked with TSM, they were going through the spiders there, but the command center positioning that they have taken, thinking that zone would be the ultimate high ground as things start to collapse around them. Their only real risk here is maybe someone challenging them for this position, but you have to hold out the teams rotating through command center.
You do, and the nice thing about it is that with a survey beacon in command center, you should have an idea of when and if somebody is there. It does tend to be a pretty popular rotation because it takes you around the inside, doesn't expose you to a lot of fire from afar, a lot of 30-30 shots, the likes of which we're seeing from Hal, but it is just a bit of shield farming, and something that TSM can afford to do and should be doing to evo their shields up because they've got plenty of cells to back up this decision making.
To do as we keep an eye out. We got a good levels up there, Phoenix Kid, and now we're just going to be exactly kind of just vibing, as Nice Wig would say. It's so funny we're on TSM. I saw some pictures on the timeline, even from Timmy, who's playing in this lobby. I think his dad may have went over and checked out the TSM booth and traded teams, but loyalty, where is it? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, he'll actually get mad about that. Dads are seriously territorial. They want to know, or rather, they want their children to know that they're supported. So look out. I haven't seen Timmy's dad rage yet, but it's possible. Now I will say that for right now, there is no need to be upset. Everybody is doing fine. We have barely dropped a team at this point, having seen Complexity go out ages ago. And Dojo are getting to
Not
play their
ages
game.
ago. He ain't had to say all that
They've even
now.
got a beacon scan available to them, and it's going to be a pretty easy rotate
Hey,
out of
change the
checkpoint.
goddamn point
the
of
real
view.
struggle will be when you eventually have to go over to Bunny Slopes, where we saw the game end earlier, because that's where open ground can be a lot more punishing, and timing from the
went
Dojo,
out ages
competitive
ago. They ain't have to say
experience is
all
going to be
that.
the most important.
You mentioned their competitive experience, but we're in the group stages and they're coming into the final series with 83 points.
So
and you
good.
think of the threshold, they have set themselves up to advance to the winner's bracket, barring any major deviance from that. So we just need them to have a relatively solid series here, and they'll do just that. But as we get this beautiful free cam shot of Cascades, you can see that FaZe is occupying the building on the left, Pulverex in the center, Realize just north of it, and this is actually Realize's drop spot POI. So they have occupied to take that, barring. Where do you think we're going to pull from that? They're trying to play the furthest north building on that side in case it goes forward.
Yeah, I think it's totally understandable, and as a team with very little data, getting further into the zones, you have to play flexible positions, or rather, that's certainly a way that you can approach the game. For teams like Alliance, who are going to be working with a little bit more information, they've chosen to take the opposite route, instead letting the zone tell them what's up. They've already got that third ring scan, and really a lot of damage. Hackies opens up quite quickly with the 301, and that's the post-nerf 301.
Still hits hard, running it with the car.
That shit do not hit hard
most people
like
worry
that.
about how much light ammo they have. 453 light ammo.
You should talk to Hal.
He should, but you know, Hal would, you have to get some of that, and that's not going to happen. So.
Oh shit, I done broke this
For the
damn.
moment, it'll be a nice bit to
Oh shit,
make
I done
use
broke
of,
it.
especially
Goddamn.
because
This is
Alliance
gonna be
are
mad. I
playing
done broke
around the edge.
her
The thing is,
edge.
because they're not
edge,
playing
boy.
zone, they don't have to worry about shields as much, since they will be taking fights with teams in front of them, and ideally for Alliance, wiping them pretty quickly. We've already seen an example of them trying to pick a fight. It hasn't gone all out just yet, but as the zone continues to close in, they'll have plenty of
that broke. I'm
opportunity.
gonna use the
In
little
the
metal
meantime,
piece still,
however,
though.
other teams are starting to set themselves up for zone close, and Disguised are certainly one of them. They don't have a position in Cascade just yet, but with the additional information they were able to gather off of the ring console, they know they're at least going to be inside the third zone and can pick a fight, arguably sandwiching Oxygen in between themselves and Alliance.
So they're going to need to do just that, coming into the series with 58 points, getting better and better. 24 from the first, 34 from the second.
They said they did good earlier this morning, Nicole. They said they showed out this morning.
North of 50 points here to really solidify into that winner's bracket. But back to the dojo as they start that rotation. They have to choose 1 or 2 choke points here, and they likely will run into another team that's going to be wanting to clear out their back. And as you can see, it's going to be Optic Gaming. They made
I think they came in like 4th this morning.
Optic, especially in choke points. There's a reason that you see Optic sitting here, and it's because of the way that they're going to be able to use Catalyst and Bangalore in this choke to deny space, to buy time, and Horizon to engage when they darn well feel like they're going to win. So to push into this choke point may be a little much, but it's certainly not a decision that Dojo have to take at the moment. They have a whole other choke available to them, and this is a nice rotation for Dojo to have taken, since over towards the north side of the map isn't going to be nearly as contested, since there aren't as many teams that even come from a position where that's possible. You did mention earlier TSM needing to scout out other squads that would come from there. They've just gotten the heads up that there will be another team coming from behind them, and we know from looking at the map that that's going to be North Eption moving through Command Center.
For Aurora, trying to make their way just on that southern side of the ring. They are holding that very hard edge of it, which makes sense for the rotation. Coming from Cenote Cave, the only team with eliminations really thus far being able to take out Complexity. They're safe here for the time being with only 10 seconds until that ring finally closes, and then they'll get that information of where they need to go. But you can see on the mini-map, they've got 2 different options. Do they want to rotate towards the right, or should they wrap around to the north? And they're going to have opposition whichever way they go as we look towards that map. Go next, and Enter Force 36 will lie in wait, but the right provides the easiest access to the zone, and Realize, Pulverex, and FaZe, they have called that perfectly.
This is a really difficult zone to play in. You know, we've seen FaZe play around Cascade before. Previously, they opted into the building on height, closer to where Ganbare currently sit, right around where MDY White are at. With Go Next and Enter Force 36, they've taken the gamble. This is pulling
Sometimes the
out
hour
of
break be
Cascade
killing momentum
onto
for
Bunny
teams.
Slopes,
Well,
much like
these
Dark
teams
Zero
weren't
has
playing
gambled as
earlier,
well.
so they
But
were
now that
already
everybody's
on
going
break,
after
Mel.
crossing the
They
open ground and
they
into
played this
Cascade,
morning.
There's going to be a lot of Bangalore smoke in the way, is the idea, because teams on the outside need to survive, and they not only need to survive each other, but all of the happy shooters in Cascade that are just going to be looking to pick up a few extra KP.
Fnatic hitting a rotation in, going to that further east building before
He
they
said he
necessarily
need
drop
aim
down
assist
to where
too.
TSM is kind of situated by Command Center. The Dojo have finally started making their way through the choke point onto Optic Gaming.
Oh, no.
Catwall being expended in an incoming frag, but the grav lift and the black hole are ready. We just need it to connect. Design has multiple arc stars. We just need some good opening damage, but once Design full has a wingman, it could be chaotic.
Sure can. That motherfucker good with that wing dang.
Couple shots from the wingman.
Hey, he said, get the fuck from over here.
It's a cooldown advantage.
Oh shit, that's
that
dropped.
they've
Oh
been able
lord,
to
oh
trade out.
lord.
It's Horizon ult to buy space.
Optic Gaming nasty too though.
They have to draw it back, giving up space, not ideal for them, and they don't have Digis to fight in smoke. Fortunately, this Trident will provide a bit of cover, but they now find themselves sandwiched. And this is exactly the situation that Optic wanted to avoid. Dojo say, all right, well, we see that you're in a not so great position. Let's get out of here.
It's actually really respectable hitting the evacuation tower once the other teams have started to get involved in Dark Zero, opting to leave their building and maybe take a nice poke at it. As the Aurora is our next team to go down at the hands of Go North.
That's crazy. Aurora not complexity out first and then they next. That's crazy.
Across the open ground easier. They can't cut off lines of sight with anything but Bangalore smoke, and even that's on cooldown. So much has been used to stymie the push from Dojo, but for some reason, nobody's even shooting at Optic. In fact, it's just now that aimbot even takes note, and it's because he's being shot in the back.
They should have had someone definitely anchoring. That is go next, go down. Skittle kicks as well. Now dropped and knocked are going to be forced into the center of multiple teams. All of the attention is now on them, but Enter Force 36, the Dojo is occupying them and able to take them out, but they're running into trouble. Timmy and Design need to answer back.
Now, we knew when Dojo started moving off to the south, this was going to be difficult. They were going to have to fight with other teams. They must have known it as well. Oxygen going down in the kill feed. 15 squads left, and Dark Zero have moved in to help clean up Optic.
15 squads in this zone right now is atrocious. Dojo are going to fall, and now Dark Zero have found themselves inching ever so much closer towards that zone. You can see the incoming ultimates that are going to be thrown their way. They've only got the tree for cover, but they will be able to avoid that with these, but not before Jen Burton's able to grab a knock onto Fnatic's Yuka, who was looking for a chance to rotate, using all the chaos as the opening to push. But Zero, we heard you were a madman, and look at you go.
Nice slide in from Jen Burton as well. Use this Catalyst's immunity to ferrofluid to keep some momentum and just take out Fnatic. It has been a clinic from Dark Zero off on the western side of this zone. They do still have a contest, however. TSM hold the high ground right above them. These two powerhouse teams sitting right next door to each other. But TSM, notably, has not partaken in the aggression, haven't accessed any of the low ground or the kills that come with it. We're sitting in 11th. Yes, points are available, yes, but TSM have no kills. They're playing it slow.
This is a fight that may have to happen in order to clear out the northern side of this while the teams are rotating. Because if Dark Zero pushes down and tries to get into zone, TSM could easily wrap around. Let's jump on board with them and hear what they want to do.
This building might be open. It might be open.
Can we evac for it? Is it even safe?
It's barely safe. Like, not really.
Yeah, we should evac for it. I think we should evac for it now. They might shoot us off.
We're in the open.
Yeah, no. If it's taken, we have to go like bottom floor of this building. Okay.
What about the? Is the roof of big building open?
There was somebody there. There was somebody there. I saw someone shooting.
I'm looking at it right now. There's nobody there. Yeah.
Over here, they're fighting.
Yep.
Someone watch your back.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure
they're
we
underneath us. They're underneath us. Wait, why is our ship rocking? They're
right underneath us. Right underneath us.
The team in the building's procking that.
Yeah. I'm looking east. They're not really fighting at all. They're fighting on the...
They were able to hit a nice rotation, now coexist on top of FaZe, but not before. Gombareo Tucson is going to fall at the hands of Sentinels and Alliance. They will fall
Alliance
as well.
got eliminated.
GO able to make that happened before. Now Disguise, they're able to clear out their entire side
Nicole,
of the zone.
you need to
They're
make
still on
Disguise
high
the
ground, and they'll
logo
have
and
to
put it on
work their
Twitter and
way
tweet them.
ever so closely to Cascade Falls. But for the time being, no one's in the next zone in front of them. They're all inside the buildings of Cascades. That mass exodus that we're about to witness, that TSM has just jumped into, is going to be the most chaotic thing I've seen in a very long time.
9 squads,
Should
5th
have a few
ring.
fence lines to play on high ground, and they can survive and even thrive in this environment should they play it right. As you say, with not a whole lot of cover left, in fact, almost no cover, we're going to be playing with corners of supply bins as the only real space. Sentinels still hold down towards the south of this next ring, and also have the opportunity to play with just a little bit of cover. Them in Disguised, actually, could go head-to-head. We talked about MDY White earlier as well, a team that needs to perform. They've got high ground in Cascade, and they can even contest Disguised. It is a battle for the high ground, as that's going to be the most important thing during the course of this next Cascade close.
Dark Zero, they start to move, smoke, and run into the building. Someone's on their roof. That's going to be likely a Pulvrex, who have been in this building since the beginning of this game, waiting for someone to make something happen. You've got to realize they're hitting the rotation just to where, but the grav lift, they're going to try to play roof, and now Pulvrex are going to go under fire. They hit the Dark Veil, but so does Kill Opposing Co. So they're going to go to the right. There's going to be at least 3 of them, and everyone just wants to stay out of sight for as long as possible. Disguised working on taking up as much space on that eastern side of the zone, and everyone's like, throw out the ultimates. It's time to throw down.
Look at all
Look
them
at where TSM have
walls.
positioned themselves right outside
They
the
got
supply
about 5
crates.
walls.
They've got one catalyst wall in between them and everyone else, but so many more are trapping the rest of these teams inside just a corner of Cascade, the last building available on the high ground. Disguised to suffer losses. Setups is down and down for good. While TSM on the low ground play for the kills.
TSM finally forced into FaZe, able to grab a knock on to Snipe. And they are going around.
He got suspended.
Instead, it's Dark Zero who falls, and FaZe behind them.
FaZe got
The
eliminated.
TSM fans, I can hear them screaming, and they just keep going
Oh,
forward.
shit.
Big E
Girls.
throwing it all down. Let's go. Playing the knockdown shield of Raps, able to do a little bit of damage that I would never expect. Big E, he is him.
Somebody
He
check
is
him.
lasering them.
Verholst is going wild on the international stage. Just 50 HP and a dream. He's got a couple shield swaps available, but on controller, it's so risky. Jumps out front, gets taken down. He's done an incredible amount of damage, but it wasn't enough. Pulvrex, smell the blood in the water, or rather on the edge of zone, come down and finish off Realize, earning the privilege of being one of the last 3 teams in the first game on Storepoint.
They were able to
Verholst was
maintain
shooting
the
it. He
high
was doing
ground
what he needed
as
to do
is.
right there.
That push didn't
All right.
even matter, but now they're
2v3?
starting to pull
Last 2.
towards Sentinels. Zenile, maybe 150 HP, trying to
I'll talk about it. It sucks that nobody was shooting at him in the back while he was fighting.
towards Sentinels. Dark Veil finding their cover, and they have all of the space.
What get suspended for? I'm so confused.
It's gonna hit.
This is going to be brutal for Sentinels. RKN and Co are slowed, are taken down. Now there is a trade. Pulvrex operate as a duo, but we know Pulvrex, and Pulvrex can absolutely slay out as a duo. They return to the winner's slot in our first game of their final series in group stage. This is exactly the way that they needed to start.
Pulvrex came into their final series of the group stages with 56 points, knowing that they were going to need north of 40 points here in this series to
from
throw
his
themselves into
IP
that
address.
winner's
It
bracket.
says he
And
got
to
an
start off the
indefinite
6 games with a
suspension.
win, that's what you
Why
needed.
is
They're
he
the
always
Golden
getting
Legacy
hacked or
support,
something?
and
Like,
they are in.
what the
This
fuck?
is really great for them because Pulvrex captured the hearts of fans back at Rally. And now that we're getting to see them succeed, and fortunately with all 3 people on their team, they are doing so well. Even with their struggles in the group stage, being able to pick up a win here in these lobbies, as was talked about on the analyst desk, is incredibly difficult and indicative.
That's what Candy said. Yeah, Pulvrex. Whatever. Pulvrex. What is it? Pulvrex, ain't it?
Crypto. I've seen them break it out.
He can't make an account because of the IP.
That composition competition in APAC North, and they were kind of deviating from that, trying to adapt to the group stages. But now that they've returned back to Crypto on the Legend composition, just see how much more beneficial that is to be able to get that EMP off.
What?
Yes, you run the risk if one of your teammates have maybe already pushed into that fight, they get stunned in the meantime, but you said it best. They can operate as a duo quite efficiently.
And can we just say as well, I know they didn't win the game, and I know that we just saw Pulverex walk up to them and kill everyone.
We always
but
getting
Sentinels
hacked.
got second place.
His
and Sentinels
computer,
have
his
actually
Discord,
been performing quite
his
well. They've got around
thing.
70 points so far, with a 30 points or so finish in this group. They
His
could
brother,
easily
like,
move on to the winner's bracket in just a little while.
there's
They've still
always
got a
something.
newbie to
Sorry.
international play in
You need to
Coinball,
sit down
and
somewhere.
they're
Sit down.
Honestly,
I'm gonna go put you in the
navigating
kennel.
this really great, given how
She got shit
little
all on
time
her
they've
fucking
had to
booty and
prepare
moving
and
around.
adapt with
Sit
a
your
new
ass
player.
down.
Let's run back that final circle, but that is an impressive point. I think they were telling me he just turned 17, so incredibly young to be on a competitive stage like this, but performing so well considering how they have changed up their playstyle. Was once a heavy zone
His
team,
brother
now
clicked on something and
adapting to Edge,
downloaded
being more
something, and
aggressive,
he
and they
got
were
shit
tied
got
with
hacked on
20th
Steam.
place coming into
It's
this
always
series with
something.
only 2 match series, so they should be a shoe-in. But here is a look at that final push from Pulverex, focusing on healing up, trying to get away and not get stunned by that bangle.
And it's
She
really
finna go in her
impressive finish
kennel.
from
I'm finna go
Pulverex.
right now. Why is this little replay going on? Cause she need a bath. She got shit stuck on her booty.
In this
And now
last team
shit
fight, it was
stains. Now I gotta clean this shit up. Like,
send everybody
I'm
forward.
still trying to take
But
my
when we
fucking
think
hair
about
down.
The fight that took place just before this, the wipe
Huh.
on TSM and realize that happened underneath them, we have to remember that they were sat in that building for a while. It was all about patience for Pulverex, not getting overeager, not sending on TSM or Realize or anyone before it was exactly the right time and exactly the right amount of squads. You know who lets you know that better than anyone? It's Crypto. It's a compositional difference that they're able to use to get perfect information on squads around them. We've seen other teams, much like Ascend, who was a big topic of conversation earlier today, use exactly the same strategy to perform out of their minds.
And it's actually performing really well here, specifically if you're not able to get out of that building physically and scout it. You've just got the windows. Well, that drone can kind of snake its way out and see who's approaching and who's looking to rotate and then farm with the EMP. So they did everything that they needed to do there. Now, if they keep up that momentum moving forward, it should be hopefully enough to get them into that winner's bracket. Because you think about that, what's on the line here? We're gonna have, winner's bracket and elimination round 2 tomorrow, but those are gonna be 8-game series. So if you have to go from that elimination round, you're going to be playing so many games.
And honestly, a lot of this has to do with just player rest and recuperation. You guys have been here for a while. You know that we've played a lot of games in the past couple of days. And if you secure yourself a spot in the winner's bracket, it is such a comfort knowing that you no longer have to worry about fighting for your tournament life in the same way as those who have been put back into the lower bracket that do really need to be concerned with elimination. It's less study, it's less VOD review, it's a lot more confidence that you get to benefit from, and that is really what's on the line for these teams, because when you do go into the lower bracket, it's by no means over, but it does become that much more of a close battle.
Speaking of close battles, you called it. You said Sentinels did a great job just playing for second, and not necessarily playing for second, but the fact that they got second.
Yes.
But they tied 18 points, right? 9 placement points, 9 eliminations, and that's not taking away anything from Pulverex, who were able to get 6 just playing from Cascades for the majority of the game, and it kind of made an interesting move here because you've got a ton of teams that are sitting with 8 points, 9 points, 8. It's going to be anyone's game, and for a lot of these teams that need to soak up and get north of 40 points, it's going to be challenging unless they can get maybe a north of a 20-point win here.
And not as top-heavy as other lobbies that we've seen, which is interesting, given that it's only the first game. Ganbareo Tosan, though,
That's a new introduction.
Place are a big question mark for me after game 1. We know they switched up their draw spot to avoid a contest with Optic, something that could very well have let them net them 2 less points. However,
and then her ass gonna try to tiptoe over the shit on the.
Your way up to high point, didn't get them great shields, didn't get them great position, And ultimately, they were taken out by DSG, who walked up with full purples onto a team of full whites. And you just can't let that happen.
I mean, that's what you get when you play Edge, right? You just focus on prioritizing getting that late zone information, crafting up the Evo shields, and preparing for an all-out battle there. And Disguise were looking incredibly well, and that's
Not
something
banned
they
and
have
reported.
to do to perform here. And I mean, at least any team that's outside of the top 20 will need to do that, specifically Geo finding themselves in 40th place coming into the final series.
Yeah, and like you say, Disguised also need plenty of points to make sure that they make it over to winners. This is also, I mean, another interesting team that people had varied expectations of. I know that, speaking of Sentinels, they did a little bit of a prediction before we got into the competition, and they did not expect great things of DSG. We had a lot of doubters, even in the crowd, and yet they've demonstrated
not like
that they
this
can
dress
win
she got
games
on.
during the course of group stage. I think they've
Or
done
top. Is it a top or a
fantastic
dress? I don't
job
like it.
of making sure that they're actually quite competitive with other top-level
I don't
teams
like it.
that we've seen win lands, or at least get very close to.
Hey, well, we'll see. Maybe they can get another one here in the
That
final
dress
group
ain't
stage
it
series.
at all.
But we'll
I don't
have
like
to
that.
see,
It's giving
because we're
very
gonna
much
cut to a
London.
quick
Like I'm
break,
finna go
and when
eat
we
some
come back, we'll have match number 2.
drink tea and eat. What they eat? Bread or biscuit? Crump. Yeah, that's it. Tea and crump. Yeah. Crumpets. Yeah. Biscuits, bread, whatever the fuck it is. Crackers. For lunch, I don't know all that yet. I plan to. You definitely spelled it with a K for the candy shop. You definitely spelled it with a K. Come on, K. So he was on RP last night. Cause one thing Steam gonna do is tell it all, baby. Steam is gonna tell it all, baby. I was busy making like. Yeah, I had you pulled up last night, TJ. I seen you over there. Oh, you seen it? Well, Discord be snitching too. That's another one you. Hey, Discord gonna snitch too. Steam and Discord gonna tell it every time. Yeah, I saw you lurking. Yeah, I was lurking on you after I woke up. I was like, yeah, it's a GG for a night stream tonight, baby. I had woke up at 9, then I had to rush and go get the kids some food. I'm like, my babies ain't ate. Good old mix it up show. That's on telly too, baby. Mix it up on telly every time.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm about one scandal away from walking.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 Championships at the Resorts World Arena. Arena in
Come on,
Birmingham,
Olivia
UK.
Pope.
Look, I've really worked on my pronunciation. I live dangerously
Damn,
close
it's
to Birmingham,
nighttime over there
Alabama,
now?
let me tell you that much. But I am so happy to be here. We are on our final series of group stages, coming off a Pulverex win in Cascade.
And a critical Pulverex win as well, something that they, as many teams in this final lobby of the night, need to advance to the winners of bracket. Those are the stakes. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're about to wrap up the group stage, at which point we will be competing for elimination. So a win, some big points laid down during the course of the next now 5 games will make you all the more secure in those to come and leading into the finals.
Yeah, Pulverex came into this series with 56 points.
Not
and
a lot.
Exactly, we talk about that threshold, right? 92 was the split 2 playoffs that we've thrown around, but you really want to feel safe. I think Graceful said it best, 100 points plus or minus 10. But to feel really safe, we are looking for that 100-point threshold, which would mean Pulverex would
Welcome in, I was on TikTok. We watching the ALGS
And
over here
I
on
think
Twitch.
this is where you can actually be a little bit concerned, because a win is quite good for them. It was a
Taking
pretty
my brains
low
out.
point win when we look at the history of
Making
group
progress.
stage so far. Sentinels tied with them there, and Sentinels had a lot less points to make up. With plenty more opportunity, 2 games left on Storm Point, 3 on World's Edge. Pulverex cannot rest easy, even given the
said,
first
I'm from
game
Facebook.
win.
Oh,
It's not giving
welcome.
them as
You
much
coming in from
forgiveness as other
Facebook?
wins
Appreciate
might,
you.
so
That's
it's time to
someplace
lock
I'll
in and
never
get
stream
ready
that
for
again.
game 2 of Storm Point.
But yeah, appreciate you
Our
coming over here to
teams, they
Twitch.
hit the dropship, hit the Legend Select. I'm really curious to see kind of what this is gonna look like. Is it the TSM plot armor for them, or did they just get hot zone in a ring console?
Now, once again, Optic aren't going to be contested. Ganbare Otosan, one of the squads that did not get as much loot as they needed in the most recent series, are going to be forfeiting that preemptively once again. A contest that we can look forward to is going to be that of Aurora, you have to imagine. But even now, looking at the dropship, it doesn't seem like we've got a whole lot of trails leading towards Cenote. This dropship that took us from this time the western side of the map to the eastern has given Optic and Dark Zero, even Fnatic, first move, and Aurora have been left alone.
That's actually really smart of Complexity to do. They came into the series with 47 points, needing a massive series, so electing to withdraw from the contest is totally fine for them, because Pulverex already had done that. They had recently been challenging North Eption at Thunderwatch, but they knew that Jurassic was free, and that's where they went to land. And I don't know, everyone always talks about TSM plot armor, but I think it's Pulverex plot armor right now, because when you look at the zone, they land Jurassic after leaving Thunderwatch. Where is it pulling? It is going such in favor of them, and they'll have a survey beacon to boot.
It's one of the blessing and a curse things, because since you have a survey beacon, you can theoretically see where everybody is going, but because you don't have a ring console, will Pulverex even know that they should post up here? Will they get out of position, find a ring console, or get a survey scan and realize that they actually should have stayed home?
That is the biggest gamble, and we saw that this morning in World's Edge, right? Where so many teams went to Skyhook, taking that gamble because they didn't have information. And that is so challenging to make that call.
And there's another interesting point about Pulverex here. Because they've chosen to go Jurassic again, Complexity have denied them a lot of loot. Typically, teams that go Jurassic will be able to loot up just to the north. This time, because Complexity are operating essentially without a POI, they've taken away a lot of Pulverex's momentum in the early game, which will make their round all the more difficult. Complexity will also have a tough time because they're operating with essentially half a POI's worth of loot. But you know who else could have a difficult one? It's Dark Zero and Optic as they zoom on past each other. Dark Zero gonna watch this happen. Perhaps follow suit. We could get a kind of car chase going on, but it doesn't look like we want to play Fast and Furious today.
I was gonna say a little high-speed pursuit, no big deal. They might run into each other later on, but it's all about getting
Complexity
the
move.
primary locations early. I mean, this is honestly.
I mix it. I had my head down.
It's a race to barometer, and it's one that Optic have won so far. They don't take that much damage on the way in, so they win the
What
race
did they
to
drop
the
at?
building. One that was surprisingly close and adrenaline-filled for this early in the game.
The fact that Down Beast, Optic Gaming was able to zoom past the middle of it. DZ was probably like, hey, I see what you're doing over there. We'd like to join you, sir.
That was awesome. I love that. More Apex racing games, please. Now, given that Optic have prioritized this spot very early on, they are still going to have to share space with teams like Oxygen, who land over in Barometer. This is a game, actually, potentially, they could bring Oxygen, who had a little bit of Jayhawk's
Come
confidence
on over there
coming
by
into today's series, into the forefront of our minds.
by the hood.
Confidence. I have all the confidence in the world that Koiful is going to be able to dodge out on the incoming frags, throwing down a couple of arc stars of
On
their
that side by the
own, just
hood.
trying to hold on to this building.
Where
The
them
teams that
buildings
are
at?
rotating around this area. Go next. Oxygen, but with it pulling to Barometer, they will have their own quickness of their preferred location. So maybe they got the Jayhawk on the desk, Buff.
They very well could have. TSM find themselves in a contest up against GO. You may know that because there's a Newcastle right in front of us, and not a whole lot of people are running it.
Show 'em what you're working with.
Has an
Show 'em what
offense
you're
right now.
working
He's on
with.
to incredible damage during the last series. Gets chunked, however, has to jump back, and Hal going low and going down.
Oh,
could be the end
shit.
of TSM.
Oh.
Juzna going massive there, and that is what we like
Woo!
to see.
Damn,
TSM
TSM out of there.
Gombre needing as many points as they can potentially get. Like we said, 27 points coming into this series. And if you want that 100 points, 73 points would need to be acquired here. And I think that's almost competing
First team
with the high score
out.
that we've seen from
Oh
any
yeah,
of
Hal
our
ain't gonna
series
like that at all, baby.
Our two LAN champions in this lobby was just taken out at the hands of a team that has yet to find success in group stage, that is not playing out of their regular POI, that has so many disadvantages, and that's how close Apex can be. One misstep.
This a sweaty,
from
this a
even
sweaty
the great
ass lobby
TSM
though. These things
means that they
sweaty
get
than a
taken
motherfucker.
down by Gunbury Otosan, who are very much proving that even though they had a
Hello,
rough go,
next
are not
baby.
to be messed
Hello,
around with.
finna
This is
go
a team that
fucking
I
ape
expected
shit.
great things from coming into champs, and they, while they've had a difficult time, still can make that happen. Still can
Hey,
make
he
the
finna go
finals.
fucking ape shit next match. He got to. He got to redeem himself. First team out.
I know it's their coach's birthday today, so that would be a really nice birthday present to Coach Dan.
That would be cool. I do know that FaZe have been struggling a bit internally with their approach to the game. Phony himself was talking about how they've not been playing with a lot of confidence, and it's really impacted their results.
Welcome in.
Simply
Make sure y'all hit that follow button if
trusting
you
that
are
you're
new to
making
the
the
shop
right
and you're
play,
looking
being
and
able to
lurking.
follow a call with complete faith that it will go
Check
well,
out
and
the
that you'll be able to
merch.
make
We
your
got
way
some
out of
merch
it.
up there.
Means
Make sure
that
you check out the merch.
FaZe haven't been able to put up the results that I think a lot of their fans expect of them as well. So we'll see if they're able to clean it up
It's
in
almost
this series,
hoodie
but we know
season.
that's
Go and
something
get you one
they've
of them
got their
Candy Shop
eyes on
hoodies.
as they look to improve over the course of the next few days. Realizes rotation down is going to take them right through the recent site of crime, scene of the crime, that's the word that I'm looking for, of the TSM Geo fight, and hopefully onto the low ground. They should be able to take a nice evac tower, or even the gravity cannon if they don't have one.
Checking in, GO still hitting that rotation, moving ever so closely towards the center of where that next ring will pull. And we start to think about the teams that have really impressive macro. You have the handful of teams that are electing to say, this is actually gonna pull towards Barometer more, and you think of the open bamboo forest over there, so teams that may look to operate that. But if you go to take that too early, which you can see as GO flies just above that area, sights out a team on the bridge, and they're going to get peppered, and they're actually gonna just full send the team on the bridge.
Oh my god, the confidence that it takes to jump on one. Dogma has nades all over and manages to survive with 20 HP, but instantly goes down. Jung-hee now on the defensive, has a castle wall in front of him, but isn't able to pick up
Hey, they been
Dogma
playing
nearly
the
as
fuck out of
quickly.
Newcastle,
Pulver X,
too.
they're here for revenge. You land on Shunmi, it's not gonna go well.
Here comes the EMP from Saku,
Ooh.
and Epchan trying to find an angle. But when a team with a Newcastle and a Watson lands on you and they throw down that Newcastle wall, maybe start with the reses, Pulverex really doesn't have anywhere to go. They were playing underneath the bridge for a reason, trying to hide away from all the teams on high ground from Barometer.
And Gumber Atosan, having survived the initial barrage of ordinances, have everything that they need. Now with a generator behind them, it's them who unseat Pulverex, forcing them out into the
Yeah,
open.
Ty down, yeah, he
Good Lord,
definitely
the
came a
shots out
long
of that
way.
G7.
This is what I was saying. The moment
Okay,
that
let's see if
Pulverex
Optic
try to
Gaming
move
do what they
out
need
from
to
that
do.
bridge, they are just going to be in the line of sight, and Skittlecakes is going to be the one to benefit from it. But this is the type of location that GO is set up to play, utilizing the Watson fences. They already were able to throw down the Watson generator, and for Pulverex, hey, it's all water under the fridge.
That was way too relevant.
That one's for you, Otter. I know you're out there somewhere.
And yet, not exactly what I was looking for. I will say, it's exactly what they were, what Ganbare Otosan were looking for, because they now have a position that is made playable simply because they have Watson. We saw Sen do this earlier in the day, where they were able to take up spots that otherwise people really just don't want to play because they have a generator, because it's all the same. For Alliance, however, they don't want to be playing this. Hackers goes low, but they're on the winning end of the fight. Yuki finds a knock onto Yuka with an arc star, and now
the amount of 30-30
in Alliance's
and
favor, they're going to go push on forward.
And this is a really wild engagement between Alliance and Fnatic because they are so close in group series points. Alliance coming in with 66 points, but they've
wait till you
been
home and
better
take a shower.
each and every series. And as Yuki falls, it's going to be Effect that needs to close the distance. He's going to hit the grab flip, try to heal up, but not before taking so much damage. But he's still able to get the bat off, and he's able to turn around and lock onto him. But the hip fire with 30-30.
Oh, that 30-30 hip fire.
Strafing. That's the mechanical movement we like to see out of Meltsera.
Hakis gets a quick res, but that is so bad to have lost Effect on the push, and Effect of all players who Alliance rely on so heavily. It will still mean
it's the fact that they gotta know where everybody is
escaping, and that at least temporarily, as Alliance could still give chase. But on the other side of the map, Realize are looking to make their exit from Jurassic, and with some nice smokes to cover them, could very well do it.
Behind them.
All right, Realize I
coming from this
predicted
direction
as my team to win this series, and they were so close to it. It's up at Northception. They need to win as much as they possibly can. They are sitting just on that threshold, right underneath that points cutoff for the winners bracket. And MDY White, they're a little bit further down, but this is going to matter to them. They need every elimination as possible. But when someone's sitting outside with a Kraber, that is the scariest thing.
Oh shit, it's 105 here. We got you.
Able to go.
Unfortunate for them, as like you say, they needed plenty of points. They will have the opportunity to make them up later. We'll see if this Kraber shot
college or
lands,
high
but
school
through the smoke, Sangjun just isn't seeing the same thing that we are. Ends up tossing in a quick Horizon ultimate, gets chunked out by a third party, throwing in shots from afar. Realize have to be very calculated and very fast with how they take this fight, if they even want to.
Yeah, it's still 18 squads.
I like they're playing the roof.
Yeah, honestly, you really kind of need to. I'm just sitting here thinking about this because this is going to be an atrocious zone pull, pulling over just a little bit further away from Barometer into that open water. The bridge is the move, and G.O. called that perfectly.
Yeah, this one is going to be difficult, but MDY White, having just picked up their Gibraltar, do have a safety net in the next rotation. Should still take them past Realize, who have dipped rather back into Jurassic to hit a quick survey beacon. The zone does continue to make this a little bit more challenging, pulling further into Barometer, and Alliance know that very well, having just made their rotation around the outside of Jurassic, and now needing to hold the teams that would otherwise rotate in from their left, from pushing
I know they say vibing.
Their next move should take them down to the south and over towards the building that Optic rotated into earlier. Phase fight for their very lives in Barometer and seem to be doing, well, not so great. Phony's gonna go down, and while there's a res on the bottom side, this isn't one of those gold knockdown shield fights that we've seen so many times today.
Where's the gold knockdown when you need one? But Zero with the 30-30 able to completely throw down and knock onto Oxygen Esports. In Oxygen Esports phase, those are the two teams fighting for their lives. At the top of this series, you were talking specifically about how the presence of TSM, how the presence of Dark Zero were going to affect a lot of these teams looking to find themselves in the winner's bracket. But if you run up against a powerhouse
we over here
like
watching the
Titan,
ALGS.
like Zero, what can you do?
It's honestly, it's better to do it now because this same team is going to be punishing you in the finals. That is a promise. Dark Zero, playing the gravity cannon for now, are taking up a lot of space towards the south side of Barometer, making sure that teams cannot coexist around them, and it looks like the same thing is true even for Disguised, who I will say have to deal with a few other squads that are looking at them, but only have one member left.
Oxygen Esports, they're going to fall at the hands of FaZe, who need every elimination with that 51-point mark that they came into, and Optic Gaming. So many of our talent teams' prediction to win this series. It's like they're starting to connect a couple things together here, but as the rotation starts to move, we have Effect going up against Tom Young-gun, and they're going to take them out. One fell sweep of that, and Alliance starts hitting the cleanup before they have to focus on which way they would like to rotate into the next circle.
It looks like their Fnatic engagement was enough to wake them up. After that, after honestly barely surviving Melstera, this is plenty for Alliance.
They are dancing around right in front of Melstera, who is trying to hide on the other side of the fence by
Thank you for the raid.
with no
again.
seer on the roster. It gives them that extra level of confidence to survivability, but realize that's also going to dodge around. But Complexity, who elected to move out of Cenote Cave, has once again found themselves in trouble, but Monsoon needs to hit this, and the PK. Look, we always talk about our PKs hitting for 9. Sometimes you just gotta hit him with an arc star, throw it down, maybe hit for 90 plus. What Monsoon needs right now, because they're in trouble.
And he needs a little bit of cover as well. Really punishing, especially when the dojo were staring down thermal sights at you. Timmy, gonna swap out for a little bit more coverage, but this gravity cannon provides so much space and safety to any player on it. The dojo are even able to take
It
some
might get higher than 107 for real.
off to the south of them.
Ooh, god damn.
It's crazy. A big frag coming in, and Misi going to fall. Slapping code. They need to throw down because Sentinel.
Nice.
This isn't our zone IGL anymore.
Hey, that grenade tossed that motherfucker bite.
Redefining their legend composition in every bit of their playstyle. RKN was on the desk at Split 2 playoffs, got so much more motivation, made some changes, and they are back with vengeance at champs.
After Zenile gets a little bit more damage thrown at him, he's already used his Bangalore ultimate, so the disengage on the low ground is smart from Sentinels. But remember, they don't have a catalyst wall now, and they're going to need to rotate up towards the north, up towards Ganbareo Tosan, who playing under the bridge need these points.
Yeah, but if no one's able to walk across the open water to challenge out on Gonbare, you have to think of who may be able to do that, because FaZe, they will have
that's
to
why they
move
be having them bang, baby. Everybody picking a bang.
White at one point was challenging,
smoke.
realized
You can't
on
see
the
me,
other
I
side
can't
of the
see
mountain,
you.
but as that circle
'Cause I got
starts
a
to come in,
dizzy.
you can see Alliance, Enterforce 36, they're all being filtered straight into each
Damn,
other.
Yuki,
And the
god
frags,
damn.
grenades affect once again, utilizing
Baby,
the
one
grab
thing
to
they be
reposition
having is
himself. He's
goddamn
actually doing a good job
arc
here of
stars
not
and fucking
overextending and
grenades.
trying to make sure he's safe from the left.
But just like the last game, we're down so quickly to just being able to play these supply crates, and it's not enough cover for Alliance to really make an aggressive move and clear out the team that's otherwise rotating behind them. Effect still is in the line of fire, still has so little space, and Enterforce could wipe them out here and now.
And Effect really needed to suppress the fire onto Enterforce 36, so Hackett was able to get the res up on Yuki, but meanwhile, Chuzna, Zhonghee from Geo were able to survive. But yes, this is the good one. Here we go.
At this point, it's FaZe versus Ganbare for a game-winning position, and FaZe take it. FaZe, who need the points, who are fixing the mentals.
FaZe.
They have got confidence this time around. They've won the fight, but Zero knows how important this engagement was. Takes to the bridge using that cover of smoke and the recent bloodshed off to the eastern side.
The fact that they were able to get this bridge for free, the
Hey,
remnants
he ain't
of the
fucking,
Newcastle
he ain't
wall,
fucking
they will
around.
keep
Uh-oh,
going
Dark
forward,
Zero.
wanting
Oh,
to
shit.
capitalize on the already down players
Ooh.
of FaZe, and just like that, Zainu says, I'm here, able to shoot through the catalyst wall,
Ooh,
and Jen
Dark
Purdy
Zero pushed up.
capitalizing on what Zero has already started. If they can
Damn, they
survive
playing the
this, they
fuck
will
out of
have
them
such a
knockdowns,
powerful
boy.
position, knowing
Damn,
that they're
FaZe
cleared
out of there.
and
Dark
FaZe
Zero came in
will
with the
fall
cleanup.
to the LAN champions of Split 2 playoffs.
And now, that was a marvelous push, knowing that FaZe were too weak to defend. It's great isolation from Dark Zero, and you'll notice nobody's even following up on it. Kraber shot from Realize, gonna go wide. Unfortunately, not enough value out of the Kraber to keep it still with them. Moving on forward, you have to think about how you're rotating to the next zone, and at this point, those teams that have the bridge are going to be the most important. Alliance managed to survive. Dark Zero still hold a bit of the island, but it doesn't have nearly as much cover as they'd like, and Realize are on the push!
Probably able to take down Effect, so now we're looking at a 3v2 situation. There goes the full. This is what they need to do, but that ring is going to be at their back. They're going to keep getting forced straight to that last member of Alliance who was elected to go straight into zone. But when you have sharks in the water known as DZ, they're going to look to encompass as much of that space. Let the chaos consume them. Dojo, Alliance are going to fall, and now Optic moving straight towards Complexity. The same rotation that we've witnessed Dark Zero take earlier.
And can end a bit of challenge complexity. Optic certainly can't peek it. They've got plenty of threats in front of them, and it's a certain death sentence to try and send it onto complexity. Optic are just gonna have to coexist like this, and it may come down to the final circle to take these teams actually enough time to fight each other. Dark Zero, however, they can harass Realize, who are our northernmost team with just a bit of rock cover and arguably the best endgame position that comes with the curse of also being the focus of every team in the lobby.
Yeah, but so can Complexity as well. They're just playing just on the left side of Optic, right out of their line of sight. And when you've just stuck between a rock and a hard place, Realizes Obley is going to be able to shoot straight into Complexity. No amount of bang smoke is going to be able to protect them.
Does look like it's bought them a brief respite, however. Complexity.
Everybody looking at Optic and Realize, yeah.
This wall from Optic solved the
Oh,
problem we were
shit.
talking
Oh,
about earlier
shit.
about
Oh.
T being taken down. There are some shots being laid in on them from afar, however.
Okay,
and
Complexity
not
made
just
it up there.
down.
Okay.
Realize
I'm
they're
glad they,
taking the fight, and now that we have
shit,
just 3 squads
I ain't
yet
them show
left, when
Complexity
Realize
last
go
year. I'm
for
glad
it,
they finally
they're
made
letting
it.
Dark Zero do the same thing, and they have to
They
know
made
that.
it in the top 4.
They are essentially looking for as many eliminations as possible. And Dark
is it?
Zero,
Dark
they're
Zero,
looking for
Optic.
a win here.
And
Yeah,
Realize,
at this point,
this finna
Realize
be
know that they're
sweaty.
playing for second, but now they've overextended. They didn't get the full squad wipe,
Damn.
and they're in the line of fire of Dark Zero. It is a big misstep, a lack of
Hey,
execution,
they is
and Dark
using
Zero
that
here to
big
punish it.
jab.
Quickly, the push comes in, and drop
Ooh,
goes down.
Optic is
Optic
out of
are
there,
falling
and
first,
Dark
but
Zero
immediately
with
after
the
that,
dub.
Realize hit the floor, and Dark Zero win yet another game.
Absolutely textbook. Knowing that FaZe was weak in the bamboo forest, they pushed through, clean house, and bide their time until the
Come on,
right
Dark
moment
Zero.
to hit the Dark Veil rotation
God
onto
damn,
the
I
third
know.
party.
Finally, Compaxity's
Absolutely
doing some
impressive.
shit.
Honestly, they're looking full form here, and I know we had DZ on the predictions for the talent desk, and this is exactly what they wanted to see. I see a Papa Jen Burton in the stands
You
right
think?
there.
I think
front and
it's
center with
looking
the
like Dark
DZ.
Zero might
He
get a
shook my
third
hand
win.
today, and he
It's
hit me
really
with
looking
just
like
a
it because
DZ.
they
I was
came to
like, I see
motherfucking
you.
play.
He knew they were going to win
Dark
today.
Zero
and
came to shoot
it's
they
been great
guns.
for them. Even Jen Burton looked relaxed after that game, and you can
They've
tell
been
why,
busting they
because
guns.
looking at the way that this lobby played out, Dark Zero never put themselves in a position where a fight was 50-50. Even during the last course of this game, they were taking pot shots from afar, ensuring that they had an advantage, and even capitalizing on, as you'll recall, FaZe over at the island, an over push from Realize. It doesn't matter to them who gets second, who gets third, who gets fourth. At this point, Dark Zero play for the win, and only the win. It's what makes them deadly, not just in these games, but on match point.
Let's take a look back at that final circle so we can relive that winning moment. Kind of just a few steps back, right when we were at 4
Yeah, 'cause
squads
it's like a
remaining. They were already
galaxy
sitting
kinda
on
looking,
6
jersey.
eliminations, and Triple Red sharing out the light ammo. Look, it's all about the light ammo.
Now, they don't have the same kill feed as we do. This is an anonymous mode for them, but looking at it from this perspective, even assuming equal information, knowing that you have 3 squads left, as soon as you start seeing knocks, Dark Zero know that the fight is going down, and it's just as quickly that they drop the
Goddamn
Dark
cat
Veil.
walls.
As soon as drop goes down, although, of course, they don't know that it's dropped, the evac tower actually adds an extra element to this, giving them a vantage point should
I ain't
they
never
need
seen
it
so many
over
cat
the Dark
walls
Veil,
in my
and
life.
access to a little bit more of an easy entrance over the previous Dark Veil of, I believe it was Optic. From then on, it is just a matter of
Dark Zero had the
initiating
better
through the
position
smoke.
right there.
How many times have we seen this
Forcing them
recently?
two
In
to
a
fight, coming in for
Bangalore
third
bloodhound
up, clean
meta,
up.
Digis are golden, literally, and, well, no, I guess it's just it's only figuratively, but it's figuratively in multiple ways.
And I heard Digi's going to be in the crafter later this week, so things are going to get to be a little bit mixy in there.
Look at all the parents there. That'd be the best part right there. When your family support you,
so happy to be here front and
like I
center
know
to
that makes them
support
feel
Dark
10 times
Zero.
better,
That's what
because
we love.
especially like
Honestly, it
older
makes me super
parents,
happy.
you know,
We
they
have
don't
all of the
believe
family.
in
Vane earlier
you
from
could be a
Oxford
professional
Esports, I was
game,
walking
you know,
by
player
and I saw
game, you
Vane,
know.
and then I saw, Vane's
This is what you
dad,
do for a
Vane's
living,
mom on
playing the
back of their
game.
shirts.
So
It's just like, I don't
for
know,
your
it's just-
parents to come support you, and I know a lot of them probably didn't believe in them at first, but now, you know, they was like, okay, they started coming around a little bit more, and, you know, that's the dope, that's
to
dope
see the
right there.
support from the crowd, from the fans, and most importantly, from those that you grow up with your whole life. And having that has certainly inspired
Okay,
confidence among
Complexity
teams,
will
inspired
four.
their
About
best.
time.
Dark Zero,
God damn,
perhaps
they could've
not
got some kills,
achieving
though.
a completely
They ain't get
dominant
no
game,
kills.
but you'd be mistaken for
Yeah,
thinking
they got.
that it was
I don't know
a
what
30
complexity
plus
needs to do. I
point
think they just
game
need
after the way
a
that it finished,
redo their
because this
team.
squad never felt out of control. And I'll tell you
Like,
who did
for
make
some
other teams
reason,
feel
I don't
out
think
of
their
control
chemistry is
Relay
there
right behind
like
them.
it should
This was
be
a great game for them.
at this
I have
level.
to hand you credit. You may not have predicted Dark Zero, but Realize was not a bad choice.
I've definitely been keeping an eye on them throughout international scrims, and they can have really strong performances when it matters. And yes, they're pretty much solidified to find themselves in that winner's bracket. But starting out from Cascades on Stormpoint, I thought they would have really strong rotations. And so far, the zones have been ever in their favor. And Sentinels as well, 4 points on the back half of this. But Fnatic, so close to on the cusp of the winner's bracket qualification. They need to have maybe a back half of the 4 games, at least, 10 to 15 points per game.
With one more Storm point, I mean, who's to say what happens? We do know that you can get a little bit unlucky in fights, and seeing how things played out towards the north of the zone this time, you do kind of have to chalk it up to bad luck for Fnatic. There are plenty of things to improve, but at this point, you're just looking forward to the next couple of games because, as you say, the gap is small.
And as we look through the top 3 teams of the match 2 results, Dark Zero with 5,100 damage, Optic Gaming with 4,400, and these are the 2 teams that land Downed Beast and the Mill respectively, who started out match number 2 in the top pursuit of the Trident race to Barometer and fought tooth and nail throughout. So it's so nice to see them there in the top 3, but Realize with 3,900. And they are all about similar eliminations, right?
Yeah.
8, 7, it's impressive.
It's not that far away, and honestly, it demonstrates the value for DZ and Optic of getting to a POI early in an active position in that POI. Even though they had different reads on it, it was very similar approaches, and I have no doubt that if Optic arrived 15 seconds later, the building that they ultimately chose is already occupied by Dark Zero. So having seen that, we do still have the opportunity to watch these teams play their best game, and importantly, one that is reliant on clean early rotations.
Ooh, speaking of watching those clean early rotations, I know we had a chance previously to sit back, check out the Cyber Z watch party that's happening around here. So let's go ahead and throw and check out what that is all about.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? I'm We the
Almost
People.
at the
We have
halfway
Cole
mark.
here, a special guest, all right? He hosts the Japanese ALGSs live on Twitch, and my man has an absolute insane production here.
Put this in the refrigerator. Be
Can you
right
tell us
back.
a little bit about the Japanese community and how well received Apex is?
It's actually, I think it's one of the biggest community in the world. Actually, like our broadcast is being watched by like 60,000 people, like average, yeah.
You said 60,000.
Yeah. Yesterday, like highest was 50 or like 60,000 people watching the Apex.
That is insane, because when you picture 60,000 people, like you can't even count that, you know? So that is absolutely insane. And I got a question. What got you started in Apex? Like, why Apex?
Yeah, I used to play FPS games a lot, and then like the Apex is the very like speedy, and I really love that. So I think I used to broadcast like a professional baseball or like a professional soccer in Japan. So it's like I don't know. I just it's like I'm very comfortable like when I do commentary job on Apex.
I love that, man, and you absolutely kill it. My final question is, so the Japanese community is amazing, right? Anytime I have a tweet blow up, it's nothing but positivity, right? Why do you think the Japanese community is so positive? Because it's amazing, man. It's filled with love, and like, it's such a great addition to Apex.
I don't know. We have a lot of the otaku, like Japanese, like strong, enthusiastic fans. They have like really love the I don't know, they're really like a fun community. It's getting bigger and bigger.
I love it, man. Well, it's amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Great to meet you, my man. Keep killing it, all right? And that's all we got.
Well, that's super interesting. Always getting all the good information from the people around the stadium. So much cool things going on, so thank you, peeps, for checking into that. But for those of our viewers that are here in the UK watching from home, we'd like to welcome you back as we get ready for match number 3, because we have identified that there were some issues with some Twitch servers around the world that could affect your local regions. If that does happen to you at home, please switch to YouTube, as YouTube is currently unaffected by this situation. And now with that out of the way, guys, let's start thinking about match number 3. We've so far had 2 separate winners, Pulverex, Dark Zero, and with our final match on Storm Point up and coming, Dia, anything could happen, but for those teams that found themselves on the bubble, what do we need to do here, obviously?
The important thing to remember about Storm Point is actually something that we saw Dark Zero and Optic do, and that is that your rotations are much more easily punished because when they're late, you have so much more ground to cover and so many less actual building to play. It's very difficult to share space in a place like Storm Point. And if you are a team that's perhaps struggling during the course of these matches, during the course of groups on Storm Point, there's no better way to solve that problem than by rotating in early, importantly, with a composition that you feel can play things out from a quick rotation. Perhaps you pull out a Geo and go with Newcastle Watson for the extra shields, whatever it is, because territory is one of the most important things, and then being active from that territory so that other people can't just land on you as Geo did.
When you think back, that used to be a really favored legend composition historically. I know 100 Thieves at one point was even playing that, and a few others. So it's really cool that Geo is like, okay, so it's group stages. Maybe we're just going to test some things out for tomorrow's bracket stages. Similarly, if they've already made terms of the fact that it's anything goes, we have to give it our all here in the group stages, or we're going to be fighting our way through the elimination round, because that's what matters, right? No one goes home after today, right? It's for tomorrow. That is that risk. But as our teams start to lock in their legends, we see reps on Bangalore. And honestly, that is one of the most refreshing things that I've seen here post-Split 2 playoffs is no more Seer, reps not having to insta-lock Seer on TSM and getting to
What's
kind
this? This is ALGS, the Apex Legends.
You like his fuse, don't you?
I do like his fuse. Reps his fuse. Honestly, Zero's fuse is crazy as well, but
Tournamentship.
Right?
You made me think of a new word.
The way that Fuse is played by some of the best teams in the world, it makes you feel like, it makes you wonder why this guy wasn't meta for ages. But Fuse is not something we're going to see a whole lot of, at least on this map. Once we transition over to World's Edge in a couple minutes, that's when you'll get to find it out. We've got our dropship going through. This time we're starting off in the northeast, which actually means that Alliance get a really quick drop. And importantly, GO managed to do that as well, since they have swapped over to High Point recently. This will be important for them. With as a Newcastle Watson team, an early rotation could mean the difference between a 15th place finish and a 3rd place finish.
Well, I guess it all depends on where that zone is going to pull. And with Alliance not having to even take a gravity cannon to get up to Lightning Rod, for once having the easiest route, think of that. They'll be able to finish the IMC Armory. They'll be able to prioritize their looting path and maybe even hit some crafting and not be 2 minutes late towards that next zone.
And they'll know where the next zone is as well. It's such a good landing for Alliance, and in a lobby where they absolutely need it. One of our teams that does need to put up a lot of points to live up to the expectations they set for their fans.
As that zone comes in, meanwhile, Dojo hitting those weapon crates. I couldn't have predicted a better game for Alliance.
How lucky can you be?
This is it. This is everything that Alliance needed, right? They were slowly getting better and better each series. Obviously, starting off the first series match with Mandy as a sub effect arriving.
So you gotta rotate extra early on this bitch.
Some little time to brush up, wake off, shake off the land nerves, because everyone kept talking about how, you know, nervous and not necessarily Effect, because that guy's probably locked in, ready to like one-clip people.
You think Effect has ice in his veins?
I 100% think Effect
he seems so sweet. That's the difficulty with me. You know, like to have ice in your veins, I feel like you would be naturally colder, but Maybe that's just something, because I don't have it, I can't recognize it.
It's true. I definitely don't have it, and that's why I'm here in the booth watching the people that do have it have all the skill out here, duking it out, playing with their hearts on the line. And Fnatic coming into the third map in only 2 points. This is actually going to be nice for them because you think about their rotation. TSM at the wall had ring consoles, so you know they're going to immediately scan that and hit for a quick rotation, which should enact Fnatic to be able to rotate out of North Pad, grab the ring console information as well, and prioritize their specific approach to the next zone.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about being a seasoned roster in Apex Legends is that, I mean, we can look at the map and know that TSM has moved on, but Fnatic being able to identify that just because the way the ring is pulling that's likely happened means so much more. And
I know the
says
worst
so much more
feeling
about
being
their
one of the
game
first
sense,
teams
their
out.
skill,
Then
and
you
their
got to sit there and
tenure
watch everybody
in this
else play for
title.
35 minutes.
Now, they've still got a ways to go as we move further up north, and that's where things can be a little bit problematic because a lot of teams are landing and setting themselves up at high point, one of the more common endings to rings like these.
Honestly, high point zones are some of my most favorite that I've ever witnessed. They can get really chaotic, and you can see Go just trying to navigate, fencing off the underground where MDY White has just elected to play. And I think that's going to be a strong position
be the
for them,
worst.
especially knowing that
He
they
dead
have a
as
team
fuck.
on
You
top
hear
of
me?
them
Like,
who don't really want to over-peak out. But as more teams start to filter their way through this, Go are going to look for that preferred positioning, with this being their drop spot now.
And the thing is that the place specifically that Go have chosen to play is a little bit more reliant on the ring pulling to a finish that's closer to Lightning Rod. But given where the zone is touching, right near the top of our screens, you can tell that it's going to favor that side. There's more playable space on that side of the zone, and Go predict that, recognize what's going on with the ring algorithm, and I think make an appropriate decision, one that's a little bit more high percentage than squads that'll set themselves up on the opposite end of high point a little further out towards the west.
This is so crazy to me, seeing TSM choose this building and not go one further into where the zones actually don't touch in high point. Because you think back to the turning point of their season back in the Split 2 regular season, that building was what won them the
Hey, D, how you been?
They threw down at least, I think it was like 19 eliminations from that rooftop. So TSM are no stranger to zones that end in high point, and in fact have found so much success.
They will be having, as we said, Fnatic rotate up right behind them. Fnatic stuck with the job of making sure that no team is able to make their way up late from wall or even through the Prowler caves right next door. At this point, they should be able to farm some kills from teams that rotate in late, like, say, the Dojo, who are making their way in now, Optic Gaming and Enterforce 36, who should all be moving through the wall or adjacent areas. On the other end, Alliance have interestingly chosen not to move. They've sat over by Lightning Rod, and they've got plenty of time to set up, and may very well have to deal with complexities rotation out that could be a little bit wider.
I'm
as
doing
they've
good,
chosen
D, over
to
here
take
taking these plates
high
out my
ground
head
outside
from
of
the
high
mop,
point,
so
which is a silly sentence, but one
I
that's
can
accurate.
finally
To
wash
be
my
fair, I
damn
actually
hair.
really like Alliance's positioning.
like a
If you think
decent
about some
human
of the
being.
end game zone pulls that we've seen where you would
What you
assume
been
they're
up to?
going to pull into high point, but they're actually maybe going to pull straight to the Prowler Den where Alliance is. We do have endings here and multiple of them. So if they are anticipating that it could pull back this way, they
Not
could
Hal in the
essentially have
building
open
where that
season on
dude
half
was
the lobby.
shield hacking.
And for that
Wait,
very
what
reason,
dude?
Yuki's
Shield
gonna get a lot
hacking?
of value out of having a marksman weapon because there's so much open ground in front of them, because they are playing the slightly lower percentage that it goes over towards them.
these braids.
If it does, they're going to get a lot of value out of marksman weapons, and if it doesn't, they're still going to get an Evo or two. So worst case scenario, you are still benefiting. Dark Zero, however, they're not. Their early rotation has put them out in the open. There are no buildings left, and this early move that they had last game has not resulted
Dark
in the
Zero in
same
an ugly
position
position.
or
Oh,
the same
okay.
safety as they had previously. Go next, do push up on them. Now trying to retreat, find themselves face to face with another squad, and now they're trapped between a rock and a hard place.
Dark Zero did rotate at least a minute faster than Optic Gaming, who comes out of down B, so they were able to beat Optic towards this zone, but will likely be punished by it, not able to grab a lot of materials. We saw Jen Burton was running low on light ammo and being stuck amongst all of the teams. They're going to need to pick an efficient but easier fight than necessary so they can grab the loot from that and carry on. But it's not going to be easy when you've got Yuki looking like a Grim Reaper with a triple take, holding down every angle possible.
At least he's fair. At least he shoots at everyone. He's not just harassing one team. It is everybody who's in his line of sight. That's with a 2x as well. Surprisingly accurate with the triple take at these ranges. Now, for the meanwhile, Dojo are setting up. We still got plenty more squads and adaptations to zone that need to occur. Let's go ahead and bring up the map soon, because that's where it's going to be really important to note that Alliance have actually made the big brain play that you were talking about.
That next zone is actually going to pull directly
birthday
towards
party. What an
Alliance.
invite
So
is.
think of that mass exodus of all of the teams that favored High Point. That's the gamble when you don't have that next zone information. But Alliance, they took the risk, knowing that Lightning Rod has been their POI for so long. But for teams like Oxygen Esports, who needed a very strong performance here, rotating out of Barometer on Storm Point, a Lightning Rod zone is their worst nightmare.
And not everyone has this information yet. Oxygen, in fact, are still fighting teams that, oh my lord, are trying to make their way through and into High Point. We'll see how this fight turns out, and then we'll start considering what the fate of the other teams are.
Oxygen Esports still trying to inch ever so closely towards that zone. Time is of the essence, ammo is of the essence, and Aiden looking to make every bullet count, trying to navigate the doorway, catching teammates off guard. He was about to try to shoot him in the back, but not before Complexity was able to put suppressive fire, but Vayne taking to the sky, jumping around. The guy is just dancing throughout the building.
Aiden gets chased, and suddenly the hunter becomes the hunted. Plenty of damage on Cody, the last member of Complexity. And that's another squad taken down. In fact, it's our first of this game as Oxygen retain their highest of high grounds on Storm Point. Now we have to turn our attention to the teams that will very soon be finding out that the High Point that they invested in so heavily is no longer the place to be.
Dark Zero usually has at least 2 evacuation towers, and the likelihood of them going out here now would be so strong if they can gather where that is going to happen, right? They'll throw down an evac tower, maybe a grav lift and jump halfway up it and try to rotate maybe towards somewhere that could have been free. But for the teams that are late arriving,
yeah, because this is the second time. It was like this last
side of that next
split as well, but it wasn't this bad last split. They're gonna have to shuffle some shit around.
Both these teams with a late rotate, both hoping to frag out. And a quick wall bounce from Lou gets him out of dodge. For Bangalore really becomes a problem. Does land a little bit of damage and pushes Disguised back, but it's up to Sentinels to take that space and do with it what they will. What they've chosen to do is retreat on the other side of this engagement.
I like this though, because you think of the north side of Storm Point being the highest
I tell you, having a surprise party.
This climb to
well, at least they told you so you can be ready to shit.
Should they not work their way up?
Ain't nothing like showing up to some shit you weren't really expecting. You ain't prepared.
Disguise pushing in on them, but they're actually going to hit a Valve Gold, which necessarily won't go as far, but this will give them the best chance to get around Sentinels and find that cover closer to the inside of Thunderwatch.
I like that you mentioned that it doesn't go as far, because it's a really important point when considering how Sentinels will react to this play. They get a good chunk on Senox, but very quickly, it's a race up this hill. It's a lot like the race that we saw between Oxygen and Dark Zero, but this time it's on foot, and one that's a whole lot closer from both sides. Checking across the way, Dupe isn't going to get shot in the side, but both teams will arrive to Thunderwatch at around the same time, and now it becomes a much closer quarters fight.
The fact that Thunderwatch was even free at this point in the game just goes to show you how many teams had moved into High Point. The fact that no one was even trying to play Thunderwatch.
Optic towards the low ground are holding out Pulverex, trying to force them, or rather, I think it's Aurora now, trying to force them to go into command center.
Nah, I'm going to the sorry ass mall today.
At this point, it's more about buying space than
you
trying
ain't got no choice. You can't even order them. It's some kind of Saturday.
It doesn't matter if you're mirrored right now. What matters is by how much distance you are. So Optic are going to take this one. Not going to be checking behind them too often. What they're fortunately going to discover is that the positions right in front of them, right uphill, are occupied. And even an evac tower will not help you entirely. It'll be a band-aid on a bigger problem.
You have to start to think about optics rotation, right? With two people in Thunderwatch, Disguise and Sentinels coexisting. Yes, you could try to play the underneath of Thunderwatch, but you run the risk of people shooting at you from the side. Knowing that Pulverex was able to walk straight in towards that next zone, knowing they have crypto, they're going to be constantly scouting with the drone itself, looking for someone that may decide to wrap around their side as well.
The best part of this is that, as you say, they've identified that their biggest threat will come from the south. So few teams will be able to approach their position from High Point because you have to go through Alliance and Dark Zero in order to do so. And it's really not worth it. Pulverex have a fine position, but not one that's worth risking your life for.
Baby, that ain't 2 days, no shit since COVID.
Towards the south side, this next ring won't close it up.
I usually get my stuff next day because I'm right, like literally right beside the warehouse. But if it's coming from a different warehouse, baby, that should be open.
We're about to lose half the teams of this lobby here as this circle
appreciate the resub.
It is all about how are you going to make it out into the open, out in the field of Prowlers, as you can see, Realize hitting the rotation, flying over Thunderwatch. Which rock will they elect to play? With no legends like Watson to be able to fence off, we just have the Catalyst, and they're probably going to have to really utilize that Dark Veil. So prioritizing ultimate accelerants, but that one will not get them back, so it's 62%.
Realize
that's
they have to play the slow game. They've got a little bit of time to do it. And a lot of squads stuck in a traffic jam at their back. Disguised. One of those teams are looking to farm up a few kills, and in that way, gather a few more points for the upcoming map. Disguised have a great position, high ground, not a whole lot of teams can threaten them, so it is just profit that they can accrue for now. The real concern coming in the next zone, where unfortunately Dojo will not be participating.
Enterforce 36 was the first team to go out of that mass exodus, and we can see it is going to pull ever so further towards Alliance, but Dark Zero was able to take an early exit at MDYY, fighting for their life against Gombre Otosan, the first two teams that made it towards High Point. This is their drop spot, and Mingyu will fall at the hands of Zhonghee, Juzna, and Ko, and Gio, trying to hit a quick reset before they have to make their way out. But TSM, they left their building. They want to make sure that their backs are clear before they hit the rotation.
Shield swap from Imperial Hal keeps him in the fight, and Reps keeps the damage applied. Gombre Otosan take out one team, but cannot stand in the face of TSM.
We're going to have all the teams looking to keep on moving forward. Oxygen Esports set their sights on Fnatic, meeting every one of these eliminations, currently sitting on 7 total points in the
next year we
series,
but they
need to make it happen. But one member of Fnatic was able to get out Yuka just in the corner, and that's on Reeds for being Bloodhound and no longer a seer. I know Coach Psycho was looking to make that transition to allow for a more aggressive comp, but now everyone gets to survive a little bit.
And this game has been wonderful from Oxygen so far. They've owned the high ground. This next zone close, however, with just 12 seconds left, is going to be very punishing to them. And of course, to Disguise. Remember, Pulverex are going to be holding out towards the eastern side, where Sentinels are looking to push up, but Disguise have to take a Valkylt, and a Valkylt into where?
I don't know. Let's jump in with Illicit and see what's about to happen.
Here? Yeah, we need to get there. We need to get there. The team right here, though. Split off of me, split off of me. Just land. I'm a fucking wall. Land right here. Remember, the duo is right here. Smoke our feet. I'm gonna try to right away. Fucking smoke our feet. Yeah, I'm trying to. We're good. Just
okay, that's a good little spot right there.
My only bet. Drop me a bet, Lou.
Yeah, they don't be want to do shit. I missed my 10-year reunion because I was pregnant with Georgia, and I wasn't going down there, and everybody kicking in and drinking and shit. I'm pregnant as fuck.
Oh, is that dude? White shooter rising. On the right, we gotta focus this, guys. Okay, good. We got bang ult. Do you want to bang ult back? Yeah, chill. You want Stay by me. Do you want me to bang ult? No. Save it. Wall's about to go down, Lou. Be careful. Yeah, so much KP over here. We should bang ult. You want me to bang ult? I think bang ult it. Okay, bang ulted it. Look for the KP. Yeah, look for the KP.
Look for the KP.
We're on the other side of the nest. 3 fucking bang ults, bro. Right here, take him right here. Watch the wall right there. Get it. Hit him right there.
They're on the other side of it.
Look at zone. I'll look. Look at him. They're running over there. Oh shit, I have no energy. Kill this one.
You realize you ain't got no bullets.
One chipping.
What should we do about this? I need heavy. I don't have any heavy. Here, I dropped 240 right here.
Look at these guys.
I think we can walk up and just play like.
Yeah, wait for my wall. There's a team in lightning round.
Can we take root?
TSM eliminated.
I'm a wall.
Alright, just follow dude. We just follow dude. I have 2 cells, 1 bat.
Yeah, I have 1 bat. Here's 2 cells.
Yeah, I have 1 bat, 1 cell. I have 1 hemlock clip as well. Lou, take this.
Just get to me and click.
Well, Disguised are safe for now, but it looks like Lou just needs some energy. Meanwhile, Dark Zero were able to take out TSM and move ever so closely towards that next zone. Having that building and everyone needing to push towards them is going to give them the opportunity to rack up so many eliminations. But in the end, Alliance is poised for perfection.
They are the home court
Nicole
advantage
said it's like
team.
that because
Alliance
of Disguised
should
toast,
win this
which
game
makes sense.
10 out of 10 times. It's the fundamentals of Apex Legends. Your POI should be your strongest point. And yet, with Dark Zero right ahead of them, can you actually challenge this squad that has achieved so much and that has slaughtered in group stage? Pulverex is certainly trying to contest the high ground, not against Dark Zero, but they're not exactly succeeding either as they're quickly put down by Sentinels. Pulverex are pushed right back down, but the first knock belongs to them, and Koifel, on very little HP, could still be swung on and taken out.
Well, the issue is FaZe is just above them, firing
Sentinels
down at
are
Sentinels.
gone.
They're getting sandwiched, and just like that, they will be eliminated. Disguise are rotating into the mix. This is going to be Oxygen, and they're going to fall at the hands of a mix of all the teams. Now, Disguise, Dark Zero, still kind
Let's
of
go,
coexisting in this building
TJ with the
so we're looking towards
resub.
where that zone is going to pull from, because where Alliance is situated,
Let's
they have
go.
to
We at
cross a
43,
bridge to
y'all.
get
We are
across.
almost at
Pulverex
our
were able
50
to walk
subs
in
for the
just
goal
from
today.
the most southeastern side of the zone
For
for
the
free
goal is the
earlier
month,
on,
though.
basically
For today, the
gifted
target
that
was
ability
50, and
to
we
stay
almost
safe
there, y'all.
with
Appreciate the
just a little
subs, the
bit of
resubs.
cover.
A win here,
Yeah,
though,
some
for
gifters come in
Alliance would
earlier.
be
I
such
appreciate
a big
y'all.
boon, and they're so close to achieving it. Statistically, they should achieve it.
The DR
and
sound fun.
It
That's
could
gonna be
push
good.
them
That's gonna
into
be-
the winner's bracket, even
that's gonna
after
be
a
a good
difficult group
time.
stage so far. But you
Yeah, I
have
wish my
to
classmates would do
overcome
something like that. They're not
DZ,
doing
who have been
shit.
unmoving even after they had to make a difficult rotation in. How do you even unseat this
if
squad
yours-
who
you
now has
graduated
no
04?
lines of sight onto them, and who knows that there is one team on this bridge, Alliance, who they can bully.
They need to get DZ off the high ground because Jen Burton is
Yeah,
holding
05,
angles
okay, yeah, 'cause mine
impeccably,
05,
putting
regular
so
05.
much pressure on them. Even though they have a trident for cover, even though they have that supply bin, Hack is on the Bangalore is only going to have at most 2 smokes to utilize, so they'll be able to keep trying
Class
to
of
time them. But I think
03.
they're going to start moving. But F-Chan and Co,
05
they are the
going
first
live,
that have
baby.
to move
That's
towards
our
the
motto.
building.
No,
Now,
our motto
I
was
will say
crushing
Pulverex
05.
actually have a
Crush this,
really
crush
nice
that.
spot
Crushing
because
it.
of the
Hey, that
small
was
amount
our
of cover
shit.
that's
That
going
was
to be
our
afforded them
song.
at the
That was
boxes. The
our-
boxes
hey,
that
crush
Alliance are
05.
running towards. This is the fight that'll mean a
Oh,
game.
was some
But
hoes.
Alliance lose Hackies before it
That's what
even
we used to
starts.
say, class
Yuki's not
05.
able to play, has to run right into Disguise, and Alliance are falling apart.
Yeah, but this is all about Dupe right
Oh,
now.
but still
Dupe,
breathing.
who was recently
Dude,
trying to
no.
get into this more, was coaching for a little bit, puts together this team, gets signed by Disguise,
Dark
and
Zero.
has made it towards champs. We are looking for a winner's bracket run for them.
Oh my
and
God.
all of the Dark Veils being expended, everyone dropping them. Alliances will fall first, and Pulverex still utilizing the cross-section of theirs and are maintaining the boxes and undercover.
We are
Damn,
drawing up
like that.
hieroglyphs
Yeah,
with
like
these Dark
that.
Veils,
That
but
was
Dark
low, that
Zero
was
takes no
slow.
prisoners.
Oh,
Alliance go down.
hoes.
Top 3 is theirs. Disguise walk up on Dark Zero, take them out, and it's just Pulverex in the way. Pulverex,
Oh,
who
shit,
can find
Pulverex.
another win on Storm Point. Shunmi goes down, but Disguise go
Pulverex
out
with the
first, and
dub.
Pulverex take their second win.
They needed that second win coming into this series in 29th place. We were
With all the
talking about
walls
would
going
that
up.
first win with 6 eliminations be
We're
enough,
not
but
gonna
they
talk
carried
about
that momentum
Pentagram
forward.
like this.
Look at Pulverex, so
This is
pleased
made-
with that
Wait,
performance,
what?
and I am pleased as well.
What an impeccable play from Pulverex. And
What you talking about, Monte?
What a stunning
Oh,
course
all
of
the Catalyst
Storm
walls
Point,
together.
just in the nick of time, kicking themselves into high gear. This is a team that could contest in the finals, given how they've played
2 of the zones of the 3 that we've seen so far.
Look, all I gotta say is I'm really loving all the crypto plays that we're seeing throughout Group Series, and honestly, Ascend looked strong earlier. Now Pulveric says, all right, I'm gonna stand up for the crypto players, but hey, Analyst Desk, I'm curious to see what you've got to say about Pulveric.
Not much to say. They've been doing it without talking. They've been talking the way that it matters in games. 2 out of 3. That is a pretty good record for any Apex I've ever played in terms of win rate. And Pulveric continue on what has been a Cinderella story from the very beginning of a team that's been a fan favorite, has yet to cross that finals threshold and make sure that they have a chance at the end of the day. But I think that this could be a starting point, Genome. And again, it's just nice to see Pulveric having their moment in the sun. They're always a team that represents APAC so well, and also just gives us good vibes whenever they're playing.
Yeah, they doesn't matter how many of them are there, they will absolutely be putting their whole heart into it. And you know, sometimes group stage, it can just be a little bit of a warm-up in some ways, right? Or just a chance to get things right, to work through any issues the team has got and get you ready for when it matters, for when the money's on the line.
One of the things they're so good about is positioning and getting into those top 5s, like Gino mentioned, as 2 or as 3. And they're also great at making us smile. But one thing I want to talk about is a little bit how they did it. And let's go to Graceful for our final zone and recap how Pulveric was able to take their second game out of 3 as we play that. Walk me through what you saw. A lot of Catalyst play, and obviously Pulveric taking on a good fight against the Skies.
So the absolute biggest thing that we all take notice of is that Alliance should win the game. They put themselves in a bad spot. Pulveric took the best spot in my opinion. The only thing that most teams aren't disciplined. Pulveric, however, is a different team. They held that wall super well. They knew the play from Alliance. There was only one play they could do. They denied that by immediately peeking the wall so that Alliance could just walk to the short wall. You're gonna see it right here soon. You see the wall on the far right side right here? Where the wall is crossed, that's where they're aiming to get to. Those exact boxes that they're just holding.
Wait,
they're
are those resub? Oh, I think those are coming in from Kick.
Don't do anything too rash. We win this for free.
I'm like, wait, they're not popping up in the chat. Okay, that's coming from Kick.
So far
today will be 7 months on Kick.
Yeah, and this is what you said in terms of mechanics, right?
Yeah, we gonna turn up on
Kick. You were talking about how they work so well together as a unit earlier, APAC specifically.
Yes. So teams in general tend to have, especially when you play comps
Baby,
that
they be
aren't
moving. What you been up to today,
as
Dazzle?
you can see, is really team oriented. Like you can play more aggressive team comps like Blood which is like everybody's trying to make a play, and it's really hard to keep staying synergized. Like, you know, oh, I'm scanning something, oh, I smoked something, we need to swing this, and they're off timing. But when you play comps like this and they know what their role is on the team, amazing work staying together.
And if you're talking about making plays as well, that you can see should be going past the Catalyst wall first, right? And in those end zones, in the current meta, it is very important that your Catalyst player can make those plays, because of course that is the one legend that can cross the opposing cat walls without encountering that stun.
Exactly, yeah.
Obviously match 3 ended up in a Pulveric win, but a lot of teams in the mix as we take a look at a interesting great chart here as well. Ben, what are you seeing? Pulveric to Skies, the team that's recently been signed. Welcome, Skies Toast,
I'm
to
so
the
tired.
esport
Listen,
of Apex
I'm trying to keep my energy, baby, because I can't take no nap like I did yesterday.
And also Dark Zero staying in the
oh shit! Look at all them damn catwalks.
Return what feels like took a little bit longer than expected, but trust me, there's still 3 great matches to go here.
That is
Dark Zero, though,
crazy.
continuing to clutch at the heels of many, walking away with 5K plus out of that game. It's nothing to shy away from, and they truly were the pressuring factor in this lobby, truly driving what occurred, even if they weren't walking away with that win.
It's hard to overstate how important it is and how impressive it is to continually get top 3, top 5s in these ever-changing lobbies, not just because of the skill level that is so high, but also the circumstances that you have to overcome, whether it is that early game where there's a lot of zone rotating teams fast, or those teams that like to play a little slower, going against new challenges. That is something Dark Zero has somehow found a way to overcome. First place yet again, Genome, but Pulveric with those 2 wins has found their way back into second. Bottom 10 though, have a conversation with me at least at something that you poke out here. Aurora, obviously, they've had some new swaps here. Fire Beavers formerly coming in and playing with them. Dojo, maybe expecting a little more. What's standing out to you so far?
Yeah, as the scoreboard gets taken away from you there. Yeah, look, my memory is telling me that there was a couple of teams there that obviously need to push a little bit further, right? Because obviously what we're worried about with some of those teams in the bottom 10 there, Rain Day, is that they're not going to make it through to the winners bracket final, right? And that's where the overall scoreboard comes in.
And that too is kind of where you start to run out of time. I mean, we don't want to say anything in terms of the tournament because you still have tomorrow, even if you're in the losers, or excuse me, the elimination bracket one, or if you're in the winners finals. Elimination bracket one starts to get scary. That's when you have to really maybe consider changing a lineup, changing a drop zone, because you know you could be going home if you don't get it right. And that's where you sometimes don't want to be, because that means you can't practice stuff that when you're winning, you don't have to change, right? You can basically continue to do what is working for you. One thing I do want to talk about in terms of changing, though, Graceful, you've teed up something that these players didn't necessarily decide, the game did, in terms of changes in our legend compositions. Walk me through what has happened so far between Split 2 just a month and a half ago in our playoffs, and now in terms of how the game has changed as far as legends.
So Split 2 in general, Seer was
this Saturday.
very strong,
Yeah, I think this.
Let's
Is
even
it
talk
this
about Seer in
Saturday?
general. Is that he just brought so much to the team
No,
that
that
they
ain't
just
this
played him
Saturday.
regardless, because you have 30
Next
seconds wall
Saturday
hack.
is gonna be
You have
84.
HP knowledge as well.
This Saturday,
he cancel
101.
stuff as well. He was
But
just
next week is gonna
so
be
oppressive that
in
you
the
had to
80s
pick
all
him.
week,
If not,
in the
you
low
could actually
80s,
lose the fight just
mid
by not
80s
having him
next
on the
week.
team, right? You can see the pick rates right here as
I don't
well.
know.
Seer's
I
pick
don't
rate was
never know
sky
with
high,
Texas.
and
That might
this season now is
motherfucker
super
change
low, right?
tomorrow.
Bangalore and Horizon, however, stays super viable due to the fact that almost the same as Seer, but not as oppressive, brings so much to the team. Bang can frag, she can play slow with her ult, she can, you know, help with macro due to smokes, she has everything, right? Horizon brings a completely different thing that no other legends has, is that she brings verticality to teams. And that's one, like, that's the biggest reason why people pick her. Sure, her passive is god tier for fighting, and she's just a good, solid fragger, but the verticality, so many zones end where one
y'all close
good
to the
option
water
opens
though.
up,
See,
like
we
on
ain't
a
got no
ceiling
water,
due to a
baby.
bang ult, which is
Y'all
heat
a different kind of heat with that humidity, baby. That shit's so sticky. Oh my
If you
gosh.
get 3-man
I'll
stun,
probably
you're
be
just
taking
dead on
3-4 showers a
3-man
day if I
Horizon
lived
can
in
bounce, you're just
Louisiana.
immediately dead.
And that was Split 2.
Most
So now
pick
looking
right
into
there.
this season
That's
here, we see
it.
Catalyst
Bang,
Bangalore
Horizon
Horizon.
and
Once again,
Catalyst.
Bangalore Horizon, so strong. Catalyst just adds on to that. Now, instead of just being oppressive in fighting due to Seer, now we're adding the defensive capabilities to the characters, and also more macro due to wall. But Catalyst actually opens up the, if you get a spot, you can play this comp on edge, you can play this comp in zone, you can play anywhere, because you can bunker down, you can play edge, you can do everything. It's just so viable. And speaking of that, we also see more legends here, such as Bloodhound for offensive comps, Fuse, Crypto, Newcastle, Gibby. Genome, would you want to take a head on Fuse for me, maybe? Why do we see more of Fuse specifically tied to maybe specific maps?
Yeah, he's definitely getting more play on World's Edge right now. How I'm viewing him at the moment, he's almost like a long-range caustic, right? In the way that he annoys teams, in the way that his utility is useful, because we do see a lot more building end zones in World's Edge, and so the knuckle clusters just come out so annoying at you know, poking you into corners, doing damage, stealing those shield cells away from you.
I gotta ask, Graceful, did you ask him about Fuse because he's Australian? I mean, is that why you threw straight
hold
to him?
on,
You
I
just
can actually
skipped
take it
in
off
for
because it
some
just
reason.
ended.
I mean, come on.
Now, you have
really, I mean, I don't want to.
replace it with another sponsorship. I think we're gonna do this other game, y'all.
All jokes aside, I think obviously when you look at these teams, you've seen also Crypto drop a little bit to become a little more niche. 15% in
He's
Split
so
2,
short. You
now
can
down
tell
to
he's short.
7%.
Look how he is beside that guy. And I'm almost 100% he's still standing on something.
Teams have figured out in this wiggle room time. But as we settle into what is going on for the rest of the tournament, I think you will see that these squads, these legend choices become even more refined and settled in. So keep watching, and we will define this meta even more over these next 3 days. But of course, one thing that's already been defined is my favorite segment of the day. You know what I'm talking about. It's WD Black, what's in your pack? And today, Zephyr, I'm gonna lean in with you because this one, you just gotta talk about it when you see it. It's the Kraber. Walk us through what this weapon brings to Apex.
Whether it's the pressure of a single shot alone, or a quick 360 or 720 skill shot, the Kraber is something like no other. The pressure that this I would say, line of sight brings to the table is something that is unparalleled to any other weapon in the game. As a heirloom option, it has now found itself more commonly, especially in the early game, with changes we saw just a few seasons ago, which means the threat
was
is
lagging
always
right there.
lurking, and especially with new skirmishers also joining the pack, it lets
That's why I kept
everybody
missing
know
that one.
that Kraber is in action.
One of my favorite things to see in action, and you got to see that a little earlier, Gino. That clip's been going viral already.
Mate, that was one of the best moments of my casting career. I know it was one of MT's favorite moments probably in his career. He was in disbelief, but sometimes it's not even just the ammo, it's
He
the
can
sound
climb up
ringing out.
and down like
That's
a
how
fiber.
much fear it will put in.
How tall are you, Esther B?
Just hearing the sound of a Kraber, we've all been there as well. And so we'll continue to see how these weapons, how these legends affect the remaining 3 games.
You
Remember, we've only
5'11"?
got
Okay.
3 more before we have set up our elimination
You up there? I
brackets
think
and
Rick
our
about
winners
5'10",
brackets
5'11". Rick about up there
tomorrow.
about
So
5'10"
don't go
too.
anywhere. Of course, if you want to keep in touch with everything we've got going on Apex Legends-wise, make sure to follow us on X, I guess, Twitter, whatever you want to call it at this
How
point.
tall are you,
The
Ryan?
one that we all use to talk about stuff esports-wise at Play Apex Esports. That's right, of course, Play Apex on Twitch and, of course, on YouTube. What a phenomenal day we have going on. We are
Asian.
heading
I'll probably
into our
end
next
up
and our
5'6"
final
when
3
I'm
games. We are
60,
switching
shrink
maps,
down.
and I believe our
You
casters
5'10",
are
man.
ready
You're
for
a little
us
taller than me.
as
I'm
well. So
5'9".
let's kick it off. It's Dan Gaskin. It's Mark Hatcher. They're ready to end the day strong.
You 6'1" and a
We are
half.
so
Really?
ready to get this going, and it is going to be not
And
just
you
the end of the
still
day,
going.
but the end of
You
group
play no
play as
basketball
well.
or something?
Tomorrow is where bracket play kicks off, but before we get
place
there,
not
Dan,
that good
we're going
height.
to find out which side of the bracket these teams are going to be in.
Yeah, thankfully, I've got lots of mathematicians behind the scenes who are helping me keep everything updated, but I can tell you about 15 teams are locked in to the winners bracket, which would leave only 5 places remaining. And remember, we were talking about the Pioneers.
Not a half.
watching on.
Y'all
They're in
these
20th
halves, baby.
position
You're
at the
5'9",
moment
you're
with 91
6'1".
points. So the cutoff
I run track.
may be around
Oh, okay,
there. So
okay.
that's
Yeah,
very
them
scary for
legs,
the Pioneers watching on.
yeah.
Well, this is going to be where we're
And
having
World's
the action
Edge. I'm gonna
take
miss like
place.
the first 5
It's been the
minutes.
end of
'cause I gotta
Storm
go
Point,
get
and now
these
we
kids
move
up
over to
here.
World's Edge. And if you're a Pulverex fan, you're probably hoping we play Storm Point until the end of time. 2 wins for them. Dark Zero, of course, getting their customary win, as you would expect from one of the best in the world. But World's Edge certainly poses a different proposition for this team.
It does, but it's great news for Pulverex, who at the Split 2 playoffs performed far better on World's Edge. So now they're going to arguably one of their better maps, then maybe Pulverex can just get over the line here. Because I can tell you, Pulverex are currently tied with Pioneers on 91 points. The teams that we're looking at, those bubble teams, we're looking at the likes of Pulverex, 100 Thieves, Dojo. These guys are around the kind of 15th to 18th at the moment, but the teams that are below them, they're going to be trying to overtake them. Go Next, Fnatic, FaZe, Northeption, Tom, Young, Kung, and Alliance, all trying to break into that top 20.
Well, you can see the Hall of Champions in front of you. The question is, when we get to Sunday evening, who is going to be the champion?
Hey, my license say I'm 150 pounds.
We're going to find out who's going to be going to which side of the bracket, who's going to be in the winners, who's going to
Hey,
be in the elimination.
I get pulled over. They're gonna be like, who the fuck is this bitch?
And there's something I don't like the look of, and that's Dojo versus Alliance. I was saying that Alliance are just about there. They're on 90 points at the moment, but that's probably a better spot than Dojo find themselves in.
My
who
weight
are
was
just a little
my
bit
weight
further
was
behind.
pre-joy.
Actually, sorry, they're a little bit further ahead. They are on 90.
Hell, I wasn't even. That's my thing. I had got down to 160 before I had
against each other
Jojo.
on drop, and that will
I
naturally
had got
rip
down to
points away
160,
from one of
and
them.
baby, it been
Somewhat
the
terrifying, to
same.
be honest,
baby.
for both of those teams. Alliance who have been through it, Mandy doing his job and filling in beautifully for them yesterday, but now the young effect is
For a
back,
good
and you have to
10+
question
years.
if he's going to be
Hey,
able to
weight
get back
done
on the lineup
changed.
and do what he
Face
does
done
best, send them
changed,
through
baby.
to the winner's side of the
Oh,
bracket.
I hate I'm
Sixers,
gonna miss the
another team
first
to
few
keep an eye on
minutes.
down, as well as
I
FaZe,
can't
like
make
you
my babies
mentioned.
walk,
They
though.
need
It's too
a
hot
couple more
outside.
games to
I
solidify their
never hit
position
it in a
in
mommy.
that winner's side. Well,
Why
match
would you
4 is
do
live
this to
here
me,
in
mommy? You're
Birmingham.
so
It's time to get
hot.
underway.
Time to get those legends selected and see if anyone's going to go
Look, I'm
for
gonna
anything
text
out of
my- I
the
ain't
blue,
gonna
but
text
I think
them.
at
They-
this
they
point,
already know I'm
it's
gonna
crunch
get 'em.
time. This is when you need to be playing your best
Mommy.
composition possible.
It's
However,
so
you might
hot.
notice
Feel
in the
my
top
skin,
left of
mommy.
your
Feel my
screen, Dark
skin. Oh my
Zero,
gosh. See
feeling
how
a
hot
little
it
bit
is. My
confident,
baby the other
and
day I
then
made
going
the
for
walk.
something a little bit different.
Baby,
I
her
see a
skin
Revenant
was
on
boiling
my
when she
screen.
came in here. She went and took a shower immediately. She put that backpack down, got her stuff to go take a shower.
Is going to be the case.
She was like,
That
it's so
certainly throws
hot.
somewhat of a spanner in the works, but
It's so
all
hot.
is understandable incredibly as we see the teams
Mel,
coming
the
out the
school
dropship
is
here,
literally
are going to be
0.6
on third. We'll
miles
stay short. Are we going to
from
see
the house.
Alliance and Dojo duking it out for that spot?
So
But that
Alliance
son
on
out there
90
be
points,
thugging,
Dojo
baby. I
on
mean, that son
93,
be
and if we
thugging.
believe that the cutoff may be around 98, I think is where Jay Lings are, then this is going to be a situation where one of these teams has to make sure they can bully the other enough
couldn't do it,
just to get
man.
that
Yeah,
extra
I'm gonna go
5
get my
points or
baby.
so to take them over the line.
Both teams out of the
Where
dropship.
Kick at? They played earlier. They was dying
Fixed
earlier this
on our
morning
map
line.
overhead
They
we
was
have in
dying
front of
earlier.
us to see if that contest is going to be going down. And of course, 36 is going to be going over to
But
the
yes,
tree.
if y'all
Might
not
even
following me,
think about
Dazzle,
the
make sure
third
you
party if they
follow
get
me
their
on
loot
Kick. If you
just
don't have the
in
app,
time,
it's a
but
mobile
looking
app as
elsewhere,
well.
yes, indeed,
That's
we
where I'll
are
be at
going to have the
tonight.
contest going down. It's Alliance versus the
Ooh,
Dojo.
shit, he ain't got no
And
gun.
ALGS and Effects both down to barely any HP.
Come on, Knuckle Clusters. Damn, he went down from his own Knuckle
It's
Cluster.
going to be Yuki in Effect against the entire Dojo roster, and this could be a fight that potentially sends Dojo into
Oh,
the
no,
winners
he
bracket,
got
really,
hit.
with how many points they've already been able to get. The enemy's already taken a
Shit.
lot of damage here.
Does manage to get the spikes down though. That's going to be a problem for whoever's inside. And Alliance at the moment just hoping for a gun, and they're not even going to be able to get one of those by the looks
Yeah,
of
that's
things.
where I
Yuki
be at
gonna
night.
fall
I
as well.
stream over here on the
One point
day
to go
and then
to
Kick at
Leeds.
night.
Alliance from what has been their home for so long.
Hopefully
They're
it
designed for
Ooh,
hungry.
Alliance is
Alliance
eliminated.
and the Dojo
Okay,
stand up alone.
okay, Designful, talk your
That
shit.
puts Dojo to 96
Talk your
points,
shit,
one
Designful.
behind 100 Thieves, and 100
He had
Thieves
to
and
stand
Jay
up
Lings,
on
they're
that
two
one.
teams that are kind of watching on saying, have we done enough? Are we going to be able to be in that winner's bracket? Elsewhere, Optic Gaming also in a fight down towards Stacks, and it looks like they're going to win their contest against Gambare Artisan. So Optic also holding strong, and they are one of those teams who currently hold one of those winner bracket spots. I mean, they were looking good coming into this. 89 points before they even started this series, and you can see 24 they've been able to put down after the 3 Storm Point matches.
Well, this is where we're going. You can see the circle. You also get a little bit of a ring console information to show us where we're going to be going. And for teams like Sentinels, who
look, she-
mentioned, who
Justice already
really need to
texting.
kind of solidify a position with a good game, and the same can be said for FaZe. This is a great zone for them. That high ground on the eastern side of the zone going to be so vital to hold down.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one. Like Dojo winning that fight, but now you've got to try and make your way all the way to the northeast side, and you've got to go through quite a few heavy hitters to get there. Dark Zero are going to be moving fast though from Harvester, so perhaps they're not going to be too much of a worry. You might catch a few teams who are starting to get a little bit desperate now that might start playing a little bit more risky, potentially going for more KP, recognizing that
Can her
just try
friend
and play
come over? I don't
placements,
care, but she better go wash the
it could
dishes when
just
she
be
come in
a
this
little
house.
bit too
I know that
difficult
much.
with some of the heavy hitters in this lobby.
Well, here is a look at
Look, I
Epicenter
said
just
y'all gonna
outside
walk.
of it. One of those teams who are going to be making their rotate and playing for this eastern side, and some of that high ground is going to be FaZe. Complexity at the moment kind of stuck in a little bit of an in-between situation, caught on their rotate. This truck is probably going to be good for the long term, but we all know at this point how hard it is to hold down this truck, especially with so many fuses in the lobby as well.
Yeah, it was hard enough back in the day before Fuse was even involved, but now with Fuse being so heavy in
Oh
the
no,
meta,
the hospital food be stepping, baby, especially in
So
labor and
Sentinels,
delivery, baby.
try as
They be
they
giving
might,
you
we'll
the
have to
good
see how
shit
it
in
goes
labor
down,
and
but
delivery.
as we can see, 26 points on the board for them. They've already secured a winner's bracket spot as well with their performance, so as long as they've been
Delia
doing
come
the
over
math
here
in the
every
back,
day.
they should be feeling very confident.
Which I don't
going
mind
into
her coming because I know it's hot and she has to
Fnatic
walk
making their
home.
rotate
So
as
I
well.
don't
Been
mind
quite
her
tournament
coming,
for
but they
Fnatic
need to
so
do their
far. Somewhat of
chores.
a surprise to see them as low as they are, and it's looking like potentially an elimination.
And then they
bracket
trying to
run for
practice
them
a dance for
off their strong
homecoming.
performance in the split 2 playoffs, but we know the
All right,
talent on that team. We
Complexity.
know they'll be able to put it together. You would imagine they'll be making a long run and trying to get back in that finals themselves. TSM, let's take a look at them. They
You
do
gonna be
have
able to
ring
grab
console
Jordan Nicole?
information, and you can see at the moment they're just going to be set up outside of Overlook, playing the height on this tower, holding anyone out who's trying to rotate behind.
Of course, TSM already qualified into that winner's bracket with the points they were able to accrue even before
Yeah,
this
that
series
labor and
started,
delivery
but
food step
This is
lying.
a chance to play in a, well, what is a very competitive
Well, you
script
passed
for
me
them
yesterday,
in a
so
way
if you
against
could
the
getting
best
off at
teams
the
in
same
world,
time
and
you did
making sure they can
yesterday,
stay
then
on
you
top.
gonna be
TSM
gonna be
don't
able to
just
get her.
wanna
Cause you
push
passed
through
me when
to
I
the
was
winner's
leaving to
bracket.
go
They
get
wanna
her.
dominate into that winner's bracket so they can show
I get
why
her.
they believe they are the best.
Okay, I'll be right back,
team in
y'all. I'm
the world.
finna go get the
Two
twins real
teams who are
quick.
surrounding them, the team that Hal's looking at in that building, that is going to be FaZe. Behind them is going to be Go Next Esports. Also making their rotate to Overlook at the moment is going to be Disguise. You can see them just at the top of your screen right now as we see the Overlook of the POI itself and where all these teams are trying to fight for position. Elsewhere, realize they're over at Landslide, completely out of it at the moment, but Tom Young Kung, they're and Skyhook. A little bit of fight going down here with Aurora.
Yeah, and they're closing in on having a real shot at that winner's bracket as well. with how they've been playing and how the points have been going,
I'll be
they're
right back.
projected to be in that winners. And just adding an extra bit of KP will increase their chances even more so. So a couple of early fights, a few contests going down, but this is really important that everyone is just locked in going into World's Edge, because there are still squads that could leapfrog you, even if you might be projected to get into that winner's bracket. You mentioned a team like Fnatic, for example, even though they are very far behind, a couple of wins, and suddenly they could be up there and snatching one of those spots off you.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to think that this is almost over, right? But there's 3 more games, and we know how many points you can accrue. And it wouldn't surprise me to see in that last game someone make a late run and steal away one of those winner's bracket spots, and on the other side, somebody lose out on it. Tom Young-Kung trying to hold off Aurora, who are going for that banner at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that they got it. The question is, can they get the res and get back to a 3, or is this going to be the end of the game for them? 9 Impulse will go down. He will be finished off here as well, and Tom Young-Kung, once again, just on top in this fight.
Yeah, and they've really impressed me throughout this tournament. Right on day one, we saw a couple of end circles that they were involved with, and they were a real threat in the lobby. And they show that they are going to be a real dominant force as we move forward further into the bracket, and they should be good to get into that winner's bracket as well. Now they can just hold up here at Skyhook, maybe look for that final player, but eventually they will continue their journey over towards Epicenter and further.
Aurora's still alive in the lobby. It was Orain who managed to get away. Should be able to get back and maybe secure the banners, unless Tom Young-Kung want to just camp those for a few more moments to see if they can pick up that extra KP, or certainly make sure that Aurora aren't a threat to them on their rotate by letting them back into the game. Elsewhere, as you can see on the map overhead, right in the northern side around Survey Camp, you have Fnatic spread pretty wide at the moment, just controlling multiple positions. Realize making their move through Epicenter as well. A little bit of maybe a fight starting to break out inside of Fragment, you can see between Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who, like I said, would maybe wish the World's Edge looked a lot more like Stormpoint after their previous performance in the 3 games. But Fnatic, I feel like pressure on their shoulders here in these 3 games now.
Yeah, and they're split at the moment. Fnatic, only a 2 here. Their final player is over towards Survey Camp, so they have to be very careful that they don't get involved in an engagement too soon. Otherwise, they might just be run up on. But I think what they're doing is using that 3rd player as kind of a scout to ensure that they own this northern side of the circle, and they're not going to be pressed by anyone arriving through the ring. You saw when we had the map overhead as well, a few teams kind of banking over towards the east, closer to Overlook, but on the northern side of that circle that was coming up. And there's going to be a lot of open ground in this final circle, which is not going to be able to be held in the early stages. And that's going to mean we're going to lose a lot of teams kind of round 4-ish when they're trying to break their way in and they're being contested by all the guys that have already found space. So expect there to be a lot of action in the kill feed once we do get there, but for now, there is plenty of space to play.
Oxygen Esports on our screens at the moment. We've kind of talked about how the expectation for this team has shifted after their performance at the Split 2 playoffs, and we're going to have to see if they can adapt to that new pressure, that newfound expectation that's been put on their shoulders. A couple of good games here would maybe just restore a little bit of parity to what is expected of them. But they're going to have to deal with Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who are going to be pretty close to them at the moment. Aiden's going to be hoping that Reed Scan's going to give them the information this building is clear. So for now, it will be safe. And it looks like they might be playing for a little bit of recon.
Yeah, Oxygen in the overall is on about 61 points at the moment. So that's 30 plus off of what we think would be the cutoff. And, you know, it's achievable, but you've also got to do it whilst no one else is getting those points as well. So you're probably going to need about 40. I think if you're around the 100 mark, you're all but guaranteed to be in that winner's bracket. And that is achievable for Oxygen. But we heard what Jayhawk was saying on the desk earlier. Stormpoint is where they seem to thrive, but we're on World's Edge.
Well, here's a fight breaking out. And it is going to be Disguised who are finding the end of the vault from Verhulst. TSM clean them up so comfortably. And that Dark Veil was almost perfect there for him to just poke through Verhulst and get those kills on board.
Well, TSM fans back in the building. It's been allowed after the Dreamfire fans have dominated the crowd all day long, but it's great to hear some other chants. 10th place at the moment in this series are TSM, but they still hold one of the power positions in the overall standings. And they're in a good spot as well, over towards Overlook. They can hold this eastern side of the circle for quite some time. It's only Go Next who are kind of near them and around them. And you can see the pings that are happening. TSM very aware of how much space they have to cover at the moment, and they have to just apply pressure in the right areas, do damage to the right teams to ensure that they can continue to hold that spot.
Just looking at the kill feed there, you can see Reeds has gone down on Oxygen Esports. Question is, can they get the res? Should be able to, as the knock did come in from distance with that scout. Go next, just playing down on this low ground at the moment, kind of trying to rotate underneath the position that TSM just took out Disguised from. But no targets as yet. Dark Zero, though, #1 next to their name at the moment. And I've got to say, Dan, coming into this tournament, understandably, a lot of talk about Dark Zero being the favorites to maybe take this event home. Well, their performance so far, they are backing up a lot of people's prediction.
I mean, even Dark Zero themselves said that they believe they were the favorites.
Zero will tell you who'll win anything.
Exactly, but even Jen Burton was saying, we feel like we're the favorites, although I'd probably rather be the underdog coming into the tournament because it does apply that extra little bit of pressure onto your shoulders, but it doesn't seem like it phases them. Dark Zero have been excellent so far this tournament, showing the same consistency we've seen for the past couple. But we'll have to see if it carries on into bracket play, because group stages is one thing, but when it gets to a pressure situation of bracket play, that's an entirely different scenario. Now, Circle, it's moving down. It's moving away from where TSM and Dark Zero were kind of thinking of, and does play into the hands perfectly, really, of Optic Gaming.
I was going to say, also, it plays into the hands of the Dojo, because Dojo were crafting on their way towards zone. They won that contest as well, and they know by playing this southern side of the zone, they're going to be on the slow side of it. Fnatic, though, they're on the opposite end of things. They have to take some fights and fight their way through the lobby. The team they're going up against right now is going to be MDY White, as Melzera is trying to get some damage down, but MDY White at the moment holding strong, but they don't have the shields really to contest unless Fnatic make a mistake here.
Well, they're getting aggressive, our MDY White. They full send it out, maybe to try and catch them off guard, but Fnatic were there waiting, ready. Yuka gets the first one, and MDY White looks like it's going to be all bad news for them as they get eliminated. Fnatic are able to hold strong and in good timing as well, because round 3 about to close. So Fnatic, they held the northern side and they are rewarded for their push, and they should be able to reset before anyone else gets involved.
Yeah, you saw that reps from distance there with the knuckle cluster managed to get a down as well, but not able to convert on it. The gold knockdown will certainly be good enough to get Fnatic back and ready to fight. Aurora are kind of hovering in the vicinity as well as we take a look at where we maybe expect this zone to be ending. Oxygen Esports, who are probably thinking, hey, this zone is going to be a very tough one for us to rotate into. With the shift that we've seen, are probably thinking and feeling a little bit more confident than they were a few moments ago.
Yeah, if they have that information from a ring console, then they'll be feeling very happy, but I'm not sure they will have been able to get one looking at their comp. So it would have just been a survey beacon they would have to work with from Reeds playing Bloodhound. But they are going to get aggressive now, get on top of this building, and you can see into the hunt they go as Reeds wants to be the leading character here and wants to get involved in the fight.
Aurora eliminated in the meantime, and here goes Reeds. Pops in, does that huge initial damage. The Arcstar he has to avoid. The spray is pretty good, but it's not ending this fight quickly enough for them. Pulverex do get eliminated though, and even though Reeds went down, the rest of Oxygen clean up the pieces and start to find momentum, but here come Tom Young Kung. Looking to take advantage of the fight that's broken out, but have Oxygen managed to reset in time?
Well, I think Realize, being here could be a threat as well. There's just those extra lingering players that makes this very difficult to try and navigate, because in one door, you find one team, you go out of the next, and suddenly there's a surprise waiting for you as it's ring around the rosies at the moment.
Well, here's another fight, and it's going to be Dark Zero versus Complexity by the looks of things, and Complexity are going to be swept aside. Complexity fall in 14th position. Dark Zero once again controlling this bridge, and this is going to be a real test of Dark Zero, this lobby. They have a long way to rotate. They've got a lot of teams to go through. Back to the battle of Fragment at the moment. That's a beautiful spray with the R9.
One of the worst feelings when you just feel it absolutely shredding you right from behind, and unfortunately it's just going to have to be just asking the teammates to try and do something to save you, but it's not going to happen. Tom Young Kung now own this building, but they're still trying to find those last remaining players. And that 1v3 does not look like a fun one to me, but the Arcstar could make a difference.
Oh, he got stuck, and now there might be an opportunity to fly in. Killerpoint is trying to do what he can, but here comes the rest of the support from the team, and Tom Young Kung clean house. Dark Zero eliminated in the meantime. And it was FaZe, I believe, who took them down. Realize also fallen. And I mentioned how this shift has affected so many teams. Almost a fake prediction on where they thought the game was going to be going. And now they're all feeling the effects of it.
Well, FaZe Clan, who need, similarly to the likes of Fnatic, etc. we were talking about earlier, they need wins on the board here on World's Edge if they're to find themselves in the winner's bracket. Woo! They are capable of it, but Phonyhead goes down. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to get him back up. They might have to play this back as a 2, as it will be finished off, as TSM are just being a nuisance as Oxygen Esports also go down, and TSM are just having a field day here from height.
I mentioned how this height is so important for these kind of zones, not just if it pulls out to where we thought it was going to, but even if it pulls back to where we are going to, because you could just pepper shots down from that high ground, and that's exactly what TSM are doing right now. Sentinel's still alive though, looking to clean a little bit of space in front of them. The black hole's gonna go down. Is it gonna connect for big damage? Yes, it is. Queeful gets that entry damage and gets a knock as well. Northemption have been eliminated. And you have to just say that Sentinels are in a fantastic position for this endgame.
Yeah, Sentinels have poised themselves very well here, and they've been well aware of their surroundings to make sure they don't allow anyone to just creep up on them.
You thought I wasn't
Dojo, after that initial win down in the southwest in Thermal, they're still alive.
It's called mobile.
Trying to make sure they can ensure their place in the winners bracket. An enemy's doing a job here with the R99.
Enter Force 36 are eliminated. TSM
TSM out of there.
Dojo, who needed this game, who wanted to have this game when they get points on the board, followed up by kills. It's almost been the perfect game for them so far.
I told you, we stay 0.6 miles from the school.
Finding their way to zone and picking up yet more KP alongside it.
And with that KP, that sends Dojo to an overall of 102
I am back.
points. Now for me, that's a good cutoff. That's what we're expecting.
Yeah, big mobile.
You
know, I got to see what's going on in my chat.
Good for the winners bracket, even after match 4 here, but at phase, they
Even
need
though the
points
Maz
even
is in
more
here, but still.
than the likes of Dojo, and they're going to have to do it as a 2.
Do not reload your gun. Do not pop any meds.
Do not breathe.
Do not breathe. No bodily functions for the remaining members of FaZe Clan. Dojo, though, confidence, you can see it in the way that they're just walking forward at the moment. There is a care package in front of them. You have to wonder what's going to be inside that, and if it's going to help them towards the end game. Designful, though, with the wingman in his hands. One of my favorite players to watch with the wingman. He's always dinking away at those shields, and if he hits a headshot, it's usually the trigger to go.
Snipe down and Frex, still trying to stay alive, still trying to avoid everything, but there's a couple of teams above them. The enemy goes down, and that's not going to be good for Dojo now, because they try and get the smoke down, try and get a little bit of cover. Everything from Timmy being thrown here to get some sort of support to try and get back as a full 3.
A lot of utility being used by teams, understandably so, as we enter our top 5. Timmy's going to have time to reset here, does have the smokes, and he's going to have to shoot across here to help out his teammates survive. Timmy, now left on his own, hugging the care package and hoping it's going to be enough to give him the care to get towards his endgame. Slides away for a second. Can he survive? The answer is no. Dojo eliminated. We're down to 4, and FaZe have somehow taken the high ground.
Yeah, this is great for FaZe because they can now get another team. Go next, eliminated. 3 squads remaining, and FaZe still have this height.
Okay, FaZe.
FaZe and Sentinels left
They're
here.
duo.
Optic in prime position.
Sentinels down on that low ground, a shift of positions. We saw Sentinels up on height just a few moments ago, but they tried to clear out that side of the zone, and by doing so, gave this height up to FaZe. The ultimate's going to come in from Bangalore, though, designed to try and force FaZe off of that high ground. FaZe just eating up. They don't want to give up this high ground, as Optic just wait on that low ground for any kind of fight to break out.
FaZe should be able to do Optic a favor.
And then you know what she has
looking to push the
to
agenda. Perhaps they've
First of all,
sensed there's just a 2 above
here.
them, and they'd rather just wipe them out now and give themselves a fair 3v3, and they
I
will
told
push
her,
in,
kill.
snipe down falls, but
She
so
walked
does
downstairs
Arcade.
and
And now this should
tiptoed
open
over
things
her
up
own
for
shit.
Optic, but they've got to
No,
climb.
do it like
They've got to go up, but they've got a Horizon.
Horizon with the Q. And now they just send it in. It should be a
had to
simple
nail,
finish to this game as FaZe are eliminated. Sentinels versus Optic. Big spray coming in from Skittlecakes, but he will go down as well. The finishing pieces should be picked up though by Nox.
Okay, Optic Gaming.
Win your first game here on World's Edge. And just at the right time, with the elimination bracket and the winners bracket to be decided.
And Optic Gaming again just further solidifying themselves in that winners bracket with a victory and showing that they are real, genuine competitors at the ALGS Championships, because that is multiple victories we've now seen them have across the first 2 days. Get the Green Wall fans in the building, because Optic certainly are a team we have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think one of the form teams coming into the event. Now, I've got to say the performance yesterday was somewhat surprising to me. We know the group sometimes can throw spanners in the works when you've got people contesting on different drops. You've got
just finished.
people rotating in a way that maybe they didn't do in scrims, whatever it might be. But for Optic,
alrighty.
I think they are certainly a shark in the water and an
What ain't
underdog.
working?
Not just to get to
Yes,
those
it
grand
is.
finals,
It just
but
been
maybe
working.
to get
What
their
did you
hands on that
do?
trophy as well.
I think that's what we've learned in these first 2 days at the ALGS Championship is that even though a lot of the conversation is around Dark Zero and TSM, quite rightly so, for their victories and the only LAN victories, but there seems to be a good 10 squads that have been finding wins that we just start to think, well, you know what, if they have a day on that Sunday, there's no reason why they couldn't be lifting that trophy and suddenly taking all the plaudits at the championships, the biggest tournament of them all, with the biggest prize pool.
Well, let's take a look at the final circle from our 4th game of the series, our first
How
one
do you break it,
on
Justin?
World's Edge. And again, it's just a sign of discipline, and that's what wins you these games
Well,
in these
it was
positions
just
from Optic
working.
Gaming. They know that the rest of the lobby is in front of them. They're
You
scoping
broke
out, they're
it.
scouting out. They knew the position of both Sentinels and FaZe, and you can see here, as soon as damage is going to be starting to be done, it's just the trigger to move in.
It's one of those
No,
where
it
you're a
wasn't.
little
It was
bit
just
worried when it's on
working,
the
'cause I
high ground,
used
but
it.
because Skittlecake's playing Horizon, then there's suddenly all of that worry and any doubt is just left behind. And we see this quite a lot in Apex Legends when you have 3 teams left,
you
you
probably
wait for
gotta
2 to
stop
fight it out,
up.
wait for some damage to be done, and as soon as RKN goes down, that's when it's Optic's time to just get involved in this fight. And of course, it's anonymous mode, so they wouldn't have known who was knocked and which player was knocked, but they certainly saw 2 knocks happening, and that's when
Yes,
they
you
said,
did.
look,
You
let's
probably
get
had your
involved.
nail over
Good
it.
effort from the rest of the Sentinels players to try and make it competitive. They got down Skittlecake, but it's not going to be enough. Because the positioning was perfect from Optic Gaming, who find themselves with yet another victory here at the Championships.
So say pretty satisfying final kill as well from Nox, just whipping the 30-30 out.
I didn't realize how
Little
much
bit
I
of hit fire
did.
connects immediately. 1 out of 1 bullet, all that was required.
Over there giving
to
away
turn
the
that
whole
game into a
goddamn.
win. But there's always the step before, isn't it? Where you always see these final
I
circles
appreciate
where,
you though.
great
Thank
Optic
you very much.
Gaming
Thank you.
controlled it, and they always looked like they were going to win. But it's before
We
that when
getting
they
out of
cleared
debt,
out the southern
okay?
side of that
That's
zone
my
down.
goal. I am trying to get out of debt.
Managed to survive
I
through all
don't
the
think
carnage that
everybody
went down.
understand or
That put them in that
realize
position
how
to-
much
to
debt
even third party
Facebook put me
have
in,
the
not getting
opportunity
paid
to
for
go forward
8
and win that
months.
But also Optic chose that position very
And
early
still
on
having to
as
pay
well. They
bills
were
and
right there at the
food,
center
like
area. I
that
said
put
there's
me
gonna
in
be a lot of
so
open
much
space.
fucking
There's not many
debt. Is
buildings
be
to
like
really kind of hunt
I was
down
doing
it.
good
Wow,
on
it
getting
went
out
very
of
West
debt,
London
paying
there.
my
100
cars
down.
down,
You do
and
get
then
tired.
it was like
Maybe it's just
a smack in the fucking face. That's why I was so happy when my credit score went back up. Because I'm like, Lord have mercy, now I've hurt my credit score because my credit utilization high and shit.
Teams try and reside
Fucking
in
with
those positions
Facebook.
time and time again, and they'll get bullied off that spot. But Optic held strong.
Yeah, they certainly did it indeed. And the leaderboards obviously will shift and will change. And I think it's good news.
I have to
almost for the bottom
avoid
teams when you
February.
see
That's
one
the
team
month I
that's in
spend
the
money. What's in
qualification spot
February?
Take the game away with some decent KP because it doesn't
That
really
basically
affect
tells me the rest of the year, how the
around
rest
that
of the year. Wait,
qualification
what?
spot in 20th place. So even though it's like, unfortunately, you don't win the game, if you're not the team, if it's not one of your, say, competitors in that bubble winning the game, then you can refocus and you can think about games 5 and 6 being the ones that could be yours.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of the teams that have most likely qualified, just as we look at the match 4 results and we get confirmation, Optic Gaming, 20 points for them, but Sentinels picking up a big 19.
All of them, nobody streams there no more. Not like that. All the partners, they left because they cut everybody contracts early. Mel,
for example,
the contracts were supposed to end in January and they ended them last month.
And also Pioneers, they were in 20th at 91 points, but I don't think that's going to be
They
enough.
cut
Like,
everybody
actually,
contracts
J-Teams
early,
on
so that's why all the
98,
partners,
100
Facebook
Thieves on
partners,
97. Those
stream
are
on
the
Kick
two
now,
teams
either
that are
Kick or
next to
Twitch.
jeopardy.
Even
Those are the next ones
Tactical
that are
Grandma
targeted
left.
here.
That's
Like,
how bad
all
it
of these
is.
teams
Nobody
will
streams
be
there.
able to
Like,
find their way to the winners.
only people stream there is probably people that don't know no better, for real. That's all I'm gonna say. They don't know no
Now they've
better.
got 2 games where they're essentially relying on having absolute bangers to get themselves.
I
to
knew
that winner
Facebook
side
was
of the
going
bracket.
downhill when they deleted the gaming
It's a tough
app.
situation
Like,
to be
why
in,
would
right?
you
Knowing
delete the
that you're gonna be
gaming app?
contested for the next 2 games as well, because why
I
wouldn't
knew it was
Dojo?
gonna
They
go
just won the
downhill
first
from
one.
there,
They
and
put
it sure
good points
did.
on the board in a zone that wasn't favorable to them. You know Dojo will come in.
And then they're gonna try to offer me a new contract, and they hadn't even paid me from the last contract. Motherfucker, y'all owe me money. Y'all think I'm finna sign a new contract? I said, I knew it was gonna hurt financially because the thing about the contracts is guaranteed monthly. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, mentally, doing 120 hours a month with no I can see now if you working like a 9, you working your regular job doing 120, you getting overtime, you got 401k, you getting your medical insurance, you getting your insurance, your benefits. We were doing 120 hours with no benefits. Like when I used to say they working me like a Hebrew slave, literally, that's what it felt like. They were working me like a Hebrew slave. Like they were working the fuck out of us.
what they are set out
I
to
was like,
achieve.
nah, I can't do that, dog. Fool me once, shame on me. Y'all not finna fool me again. No. And I'm so glad I didn't resign, because if I did resign, then I would have just been out of a contract in August, and then I would have had to start, like now I'm starting over, pretty much like gaining my follow, getting my views up, getting, you know, the sub counts back up. I'm having to start all over. But at least I started over before August, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been a later start if I would have stayed and did my contract. And then gonna try to knock 20 hours off that contract. Bitch, what? You gonna knock 20 hours off and then take half of what I was making? No, sir. No, ma'am. No, sir. No ham. No turkey.
What's going wrong for Fnatic?
I said, if you gonna give me, if you gonna take half of my pay, I can do half of the hours. I mean, that's only legitimate. That's the only way I look at it. That's the only way I look at it.
Changed a little bit since Split 2 playoffs, and Fnatic haven't quite caught up with that.
They definitely tried to play me. And luckily, I did finally get my money back. But then, what I have to do with that money? Pay all some more shit, like pay up the shit I already charged on my cards and shit. Like, it really put me in a hole, in a bad predicament. Like, it put me in a bad spot. But you know, they say the storm don't last forever. The community stepped up and helped me pay stuff, and you know, but I still got to get out of this. I'm in this debt. I got to get out of, which is not as bad as it was at the beginning of the year. So, whew. And then everything else so expensive. Sponsorships, I'm trying to do more sponsorships and stuff. Like, I'd rather do sponsorships and say, hey, everybody, we need 50 downloads on this game. But people don't understand that. I'm like, if you're not gifting subs, donating, cash apping, at least you can do is download the game and reach the level. Okay, cool. I help Candy out this way. I ain't got the money, but you know, let me download the game. Okay, you know what? I got this. Let me do this. But baby, people don't understand. They don't understand the logic. I'm like, especially if you're not contributing financially to the stream, the least you can do is the sponsorships. So download the game and play the game. Like, so it's a tough industry. It's a tough business. It's tough being full time. I love it though. I love my community. I love chilling, playing the game and stuff like that. So it comes with its ups and downs, you know. 2024 is the year I pay off debt. 2023 was supposed to be the year, but I kept buying. Yeah, 2024 is looking good. I'm trying to focus up. That's what I had to stop doing, is I stopped buying shit. I stopped going, trying to go to the conventions. Like, I love going to the conventions and networking and meeting people and, you know, but that's out of pocket. Like, everybody like, oh, I want to go, you going to go to TwitchCon? I want to see you at TwitchCon, baby. I'm not going to TwitchCon, unfortunately. Like, the hotel rooms cost $2,000 for them 4 days. Like,
ALGS championships, and we are going to find out who
then I got to buy a plane ticket, TwitchCon ticket, food. Oh, you going to want to drink? Like, you already looking at $3K just doing that.
Birmingham for the ALGS Championships, and it's just going to get better. I mean, this crowd is going to get bigger. The games are going to get even better as well, but we have to send some teams into the elimination bracket, and we have the privilege, or I guess it's not really a privilege if you might look at it that way, to send those teams.
Oh yeah, I'm still playing the new season. Just started to Call of Dragons.
Coming our way, and I tell you what, it's crunch time.
I had
a lot of these teams now are starting to struggle
offer. I think I'm gonna do this other one.
You can send teams to the elimination bracket. I'll send them to the winner's side. I'll be the good guy. You can be the bad guy for once. Usually it's flipped around a little bit.
And that doesn't seem fair. But I
you
could
sleeping
give you the lay
outside
of
on
the
the
land and
strip,
tell you
right?
how things are sitting at the moment.
I was
in
like,
20th
yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to miss it. Like, I gotta put my
Pulverin
financial
on
and
92
my
points.
goals
They have
of getting
just
out of debt
surpassed
first. So
Pioneers,
fuck
which is
everything
bad
else.
news for
Like, as far
Pioneers
as
fans. That means they're
the
done.
conventions
That
and
means
stuff
they'll
like
be in
that.
the
Like, this is my
elimination
first PAX
bracket ahead
West
of
I
them.
missed,
Tom Young
and I love love going to Seattle.
97, so remember, they're not
For
playing
PAX
right
West,
now.
but also the city in general, and the weather, it feels like it's so, oh my gosh, Seattle is beautiful. I love Seattle. But I had to miss it. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to go. I'm not going to TwitchCon. I ain't going to no conventions this year. And next year, it ain't looking good either. I might go to TwitchCon next year.
He's going to fall once more. Ooh. So Timmy for the dojo with the opening pick. Now they just need to play tight, need to play together, and make sure that they don't get kind of the free pick given away to them.
Dojo.
Lions kind of split a little bit differently on their drop this time around, trying to avoid essentially getting
Dojo
that first blood against them. But again, it's the dojo, not just the first pick, but complete control of the
I
high
love
ground
Seattle
as well.
too. Live there for yes. When I tell you I love it, I went for the first time in 2020. I want to say for PAX West, and I've been every year, but this year I love Seattle. Like it was just a vibe, the breeze, the weed. Hello, like Seattle was like heaven sent. Like I love Seattle. I couldn't live there, but I love it. Love visiting.
It's just a matter of finding that last remaining
I want to take my kids there one day too, because to go to the Space Needle and experience that, because I've been to it a couple times.
It would be the end of the world if Alliance were to be in that elimination bracket tomorrow.
Eliminated again.
You have to imagine that they've been practicing with Mandy coming into this tournament. Now Effect is back.
I don't understand why they all land right there.
I actually wouldn't mind an elimination bracket run.
It's more space to land at the
talking about
back.
this in the green room with Genome, I think it was, and I think it might, like you're saying,
What
might
you
be a
up
really
to
good
today,
thing for them just to
Mizuki?
get more practice under their belt, start to feel comfortable again, and also go through and get a few games where the dojo aren't in their group and they're going to be contested
Like,
on
why
World's
not
Edge.
land at the back
I think
over
it's
there?
an
Like,
interesting
you keep
dichotomy, isn't it?
landing
Because you
on
don't
them, and
ever
y'all
want
keep
to
getting
be
beat up.
in the elimination bracket. You want to get to the grand finals as quickly as you can and as successfully as you can, but with what they've had to go through, it's understandable if Alliance gets stronger and stronger through that elimination bracket.
And also with extra points, you can't get any extra points going into the grand final from the elimination side. You can only get it from the winner's side, so of course you would prefer to do that way. However, it would go against the narrative of Alliance usually being very good in groups and then slightly underperforming when we get towards the Championship Sunday. Maybe if they underperform in groups...
Is your voice mod on? No.
On Sunday.
It sound like my voice mod on?
For Alliance here with a little bit of storyline. I love that from you, Northeption, making their rotate, and you can see why they are going where they're going at the moment. It's going to be that high ground around Survey Camp. You would expect that to be where we are going to be finishing this
I don't know
game.
why. I mean, I got my
already
head
there.
down.
Northeption, we just saw them. Complexity in a great spot as well. This is very,
No,
very
I
much
was
home
about
for
to
them
use
dropping.
it.
With their split between
Oh,
Epic
no,
and
no,
Survey
it's
Camp.
not.
Fnatic wrapping all the way to the north side of zone
I
once
got
again,
it
and FaZe
set
gonna have to
up,
be aware of that.
but for some
FaZe at the moment who
reason,
are trailing those top 20 spots by
I don't know. It's
around
weird how
15
voice
points.
mod is now. Like voice mod ain't as easy as it was when we had it peaked, like back in the day. Now you have to change the audio mixer in OBS in order for it to work, or I'll get like a double audio, or you'll hear my voice and the mod voice. Like it's weird as fuck.
Sometimes when you do get these train
Like it ain't as simple as it was back in the day. Like back in the day, you know, you just click a button, bam, that shit was popping. Like, but now it's something you gotta do in OBS. Like it's so fucking weird. Because we was trying to turn it, we was setting it up for
but it's still a road
what was we setting it up for? The stream, the 5-year anniversary stream, 24-hour. But that shit, like it kept doing double audio, like it was weird. I don't know what they did when they updated their stuff.
More than likely have secured their
Like, it should be
winners
so
bracket
simple, and then they
places,
just
but
make
would
it so
like to
difficult.
unsecure it for some other teams, and it is going to be the opener as well, coming from Koifel. They'll get that finish, so Sentinels making sure that they assert their dominance anywhere they may be on the map, but certainly in the surrounding areas of Epicenter, they're going to get a lot of neighbors. So just creating as much space as possible is good, as Aurora, on their rotation, are going to be meeting potentially another squad here.
Fnatic are going to be close by as well. They heard a little bit of gunfire going down, and they were like, hey, maybe we can get a few KP out of this. Elsewhere, you can see the Dark Zero. They're finding their way towards Survey Camp as well, but having arrived, they found that there's quite a few people already at the inn, so they're going to have to just retreat for a few seconds and think about what their next move's going to be.
Dark Zero looking to just go into the winner's bracket as the #1 team as well. They do lead it in the overalls with 166. Blackhand only behind them by 7, but of course Blackhand have already played their game. So Dark Zero looking in really good stead, being the favorites going into that winner's bracket.
Not looking too good here though. They're having to find somewhere to heal up. Sentinels decide to rotate away because they know they've got an engagement to win here against Pulverex. They've got to finish this off. They did get that first knock a few moments ago. They know it's a 3v2 situation, but can they convert? That's the question. The Ornator is hitting, but not quite hard enough here from Zenial.
He's able to just get away temporarily, get those shields back. They're not getting too desperate for kills, but they probably can if they want to get desperate. They can play in whichever way they want, but you also want to practice and making sure you are in the best position as possible. You are locked and loaded, ready to go in the winner's bracket tomorrow. The Pulverex, very different story for them. We mentioned 20th position. They are the bubble team. They are the target for a lot of these squads. And they could do with a few extra points, but what a performance has been. 36 points in this set.
Well, one thing I will say about Pulverex, as we know, and they're about to ruin what I'm about to say, because Saku just took a lot of damage. If any team knows how to play as a duo, it's going to be Pulverex, right? I mean, they played an entire tournament as a duo, and they really gained a lot of traction in the Apex Legends community for what they were able to achieve. But it's F-Chan left on his own now. Can he do something magical for Pulverex in this game?
I mean, I remember a lot of rap F-Chan moments back then, and I'm sure he can do it again as Dark Zero. It's yet another engagement for them. Complexity on the other side there. Another team are struggling a little bit with points. Maybe this could be the Kickstarter though, as it's good damage with the R99.
That's going to be Zainu and Jim Burton down. Zero on his own. Dark Zero eliminated by Complexity. So no points really for Dark Zero in this game. One of the first two teams who are out, but Complexity, I mentioned how this is their home ground. This is a zone they will know so well. Well, coming out of that, taking down Dark Zero in a straight 3v3 has got to feel good.
And it would have to be, again, similarly to Fnatic, back-to-back wins really for Complexity. Big ones as well if they want to find themselves in the winner's bracket. But it's going to be a confidence builder taking down Dark Zero, that's for sure, as Oxygen Esports making their rotation. Now, there was a lot of expectations on Oxygen Esports coming into this tournament, and rightly so. An amazing split 2 performance, but they haven't really matched that as of yet. As for Tom Youngkung, maybe overachieving in terms of what we expected from them, but they deserve every plaudit that they get because they've been playing insane every single day so far.
Should be safer now as well. Nobody really in the vicinity. You can see that they're kind of a little bit aware that there might be a few teams rotating in, maybe from Monument, where Sentinels actually are at the moment. And Complexity have got to be careful here as well. They try to approach Survey Camp once again. Some unfriendly neighbors, though, putting down a little bit of damage for them. Monsoon, he got a little bit of help on his way down from a grenade. But should be safe for now. Nobody really close enough to challenge Complexity here as they just reset, refocus, and think about what the next play is going to be.
The team I am wondering how they're going to make their rotation is FaZe up towards Climatizer. They still haven't really moved. I imagine they will try and take this northern side off of Fnatic, who have been holding it for quite some time. But Complexity, they should be safe for now at Epicenter, but they will be joined because the circle is still moving north, so all these southern teams are going to have to join them. Now this is FaZe, what I was talking about. They're still just chilling, happy at Climatizer, but they are going to be forced in ever so slightly on this northeastern side. And if Fnatic do catch a whiff of it, there could be a little fight happening on the northern tip. But I think Fnatic, they focused their attention so much towards the train tracks where Aurora are that FaZe might be able to scamper in unnoticed.
One thing that's impressive here about Fnatic is the position they managed to get, and also the info they're going to get that there's a couple of white shielded players on FaZe coming towards them. That's a double armor check now. One white, one blue. Fnatic are going to be looking at this and thinking, I don't think you really want to take this fight, FaZe, because we have a strong position up on this rock.
Yeah, just as I said they might scamper in unnoticed, suddenly Yuka whips around and spots them. And there's not going to be an easy move for FaZe now. They're going to have to try and think of a plan B here. As Optic hold a solid position, and it looks like maybe they're thinking about getting aggressive here. It's TSM on the other side.
Drop having to be friendly with this crate for a few seconds while he pops the battery. And instead of taking on the team on the height in the open, he decides that just rotating on this low ground with the natural cover and terrain is a much smarter play to make. The Sky's making their rotate into Climatizer as well, just off screen at the moment. But TSM and Optic, they're creeping up on each other here. Oh, and now they definitely know they're close.
Yeah, and now Dropped is going to be laying down the law. Rolling Thunder comes through as well as Dark Veil. So all of the tools being used for Optic to try and either engage or just try and surpass TSM, but they really want to push up on them here.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to force them back at the moment, and that Rolling Thunder is certainly going to help them do that, just so they can creep into zone, and then maybe they can take a little bit more time to take this 3v3 engagement. Drop does have the Digi threat, and he's also sending a frag grenade up into the skies. Now the question is it going to be a golden one? It doesn't look like it is for now.
No, TSM are playing this one very careful, not taking any risks at the moment, more than welcoming Optic Gaming to just shadow them for a little bit. But we do see Luda getting a knock onto Reps, so they were trying to back off, but now we see other teams getting involved.
We certainly do, and it's going to be complexity, and Monsoon poking, but Monsoon being taught a lesson. You can't poke against Verholst. He gets ripped down, and now Reps tries to move in. TSM though, all of a sudden this is getting a little bit risky. It's all down to Imperial Howl, 142, but Optic are just looking at this and waiting to pick up the pieces. TSM down as Optic move in to surely finish off Complexity.
Yeah, and that's a shame for Complexity. They probably thought their luck was in where they're able to get that initial knock. Not knowing it, maybe fearing that someone else could arrive, but it was Optic Gaming who arrived. That's Complexity eliminated, and that might be their chances of the winner's bracket dying with them, whereas Optic Gaming continue to show why they're a real threat.
I mean, Optic are looking like such a strong fighting team. I mean, we know that, right? Yeah. But in previous tournaments, sometimes we've just seen, for whatever reason, the chemistry has felt a little bit off in those 3v3s.
Not Big 20. Hey, chill. I don't know. I thought I was catching the I know I was starting.
But we also have to remember, in terms of like how many LANs some of these squads have played together, it's often only one or two, and you learn a lot from LAN as Oxygen are going to get pushed on here. Vayne has to back off.
Does a pretty good job of it, though. Let's be real. He's got that digi threat as well, so he'll be able to fire back through the smoke, but Vayne escapes. Much easier to do that on mouse and key than it is on controller. Turn that fast and get out of there.
Use the up your sense, Mark. That's all you need to do. But I know you like to play it on low, and that's fine. It's acceptable. So do the pros. Optic Gaming. They just seem to be confidently pushing into anyone at the moment, and I'm not really surprised with how they've been playing so far today, but they still have to move from this southern side of Epicenter. Oxygen are going to basically mirror them on the other side. Sentinels are going to be the team in Epicenter, maybe holding out a few of these squads here.
Well, the one team who's banged center zone at the moment is Go Next. We haven't even mentioned them yet, and you can forgive us for that. Coming into this lobby, 29th place, I believe. The Sky's taking a little bit of damage themselves, but in the kill feed again, you can see Koifal picking up one for Sentinels. FaZe, though, who have been here for so long inside Acclimatizer, trying to find their way out of it at the moment, because they can see where that zone's going. They know they will not be safe, and the problem for FaZe is they've never been in a position to do damage in this game, being hunkered down in Acclimatizer, so they're still left with 2 whites and a blue. They're going to hope and pray that a third-party opportunity presents itself that they can swoop in and clean up easily so they can get some shield swaps and get upgraded without having to do the work themselves.
Yeah, they've just been slowly walking up a little bit further in Climatizer because they were held out by Fnatic. They can't afford to cross that open ground because they know Fnatic are there. Now, this is the circle you were talking about. This is where Go Next reside. And you're right, we hadn't spoken too much about Go Next. They are 23 points off the cutoff at the moment. That's still achievable though. If they have a circle like this and everyone starts to come towards them, is definitely winnable, but you still have to do it in match 6 as well. As now down at Epicenter, this is where Optic are starting to get involved. As Realize are taken down, Sentinels are above them, but Optic looks like they're wise to it.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight here because you also have Oxygen Esports working their way down from the high ground. So everybody who's in this little area under the central structure of Epicenter is going to be pretty mindful that they can't engage without having a guaranteed knock, or certainly guaranteed damage where they can escape from. Sentinels have got to plan how to leave though, and if they drop from the high ground, it's only Koifal with the Horizon passive who's going to be able to land and shoot almost immediately. So jumping the grab lift down may be a really smart play, and that's exactly what they do.
Sentinels, wow, good damage from the R99, but not enough because Arcane's taken so much, and now Koifal, he's left on his own, and he's hoping probably that Oxygen want to get involved in this one on the other side and maybe hold Optic back. Skittlecake takes down Arcane again. And Optic's still very much ahead in this fight, but Oxygen are still not getting involved in the fight because this is far riskier for Oxygen. Optic and Sentinels can play a little bit more free, as now Sentinels will again be pushed up on.
Scenario goes down once again. Sentinels could not quite finish yet, but they might be in a few seconds' time. Dropped with a beautiful spray, and now snaps onto Koifal as the last player alive for Sentinels. They're out of the lobby. We're down to 13, and Optic, with this smoke, might be able to reset pretty comfortably.
We've got 7 teams outside of the circle, and this circle is closing. All these guys on the western side are going to have to try and force themselves in. Dojo, Oxygen, Aurora, Gambari Otazan, Northeption, MUI White, E36, they all have to move at the same time. It is not going to be pretty in this kill feed.
Gambari Otazan just thinking KP. Forget about getting to zone. We know we're not going to be able to really survive. We've got to clear this side. But they can't quite connect with these shots. The Hemlock's going to come out instead. It's a little bit windy, but snaps on. When needed to. Young Heat moving forward now. Northeption eliminated. And even though the zone is a problem, they might be able to just about get inside. But no, Gambare Artisan will be eliminated, the zone doing so much damage.
Optic Gaming also got forced into Tom Young Kung. They're currently fighting right now, but it is still going towards Go Next as Fnatic on this northwestern side have been holding this rock for so long as Optic Gaming do get eliminated, but still fine. They're still consistent. It's Oxygen, really. Have to do something as Vayne connects with the Kraber.
Someone go and get that bullet back out of his belly button because that needs to be reloaded and used again. That was a beautiful shot coming in from Vayne. Can't quite connect with the 30-30 though. Smokes are going to go down, and with a reload of the Kraber, Vayne is feeling hungry for more.
And that's like with the teams left, who importantly needs points? Oxygen, FaZe, Fnatic. They all need big games here in match number 5 to give them a chance to get into that winner.
Well, how about FaZe, right? I mean, they've kind of crept their way into this endgame. They have barely had an engagement, barely had a position to fight against. And they are still involved, and speaking of Fnatic, they are also still here. They are winning the fights. Yuka Supremacy might still be something we can talk about, because we mentioned that Fnatic need to win back-to-back games to have a chance of going to the winner's side. It's looking like they may be in a position to do that now.
Oxygen are also pushing up on Tom Young Kung, and it looks like it's going all right, but Vayne's just been taken down, and as I say it though, Tom Young Kung eliminated, so Oxygen have won that fight on the southern side. Oxygen still alive. Fnatic and FaZe also on the northern tip are alive. By the way, Disguised still alive on the eastern side as well. They've been very quiet this game.
FaZe finally up to blues. That's good news for them. Maybe a fighting chance in a 3v3. But this passive playstyle has worked well for them up until this point. As we jump over for Fnatic, they need this more than anyone. Let's jump into the comms with Fnatic.
取り切りに行くのありだなこれ左下どうも左下にいやありかもありかもあり行こう行こう今行こう今行こう
Oh, I broke your
このターンねアンチ絶対
左下俺登ってる
ホライゾン100壁越える俺いやーアンチ来るよめっちゃ撃ってるめっちゃ撃ってる上右上もいる左上見てラスト左上にマジュルと来たいいよ左上後ろ入れてる左上押さえてる左上めっちゃ何もできないよサップいけるか左上押さえてる左上押さえてるオッケー下安全な場所ここいや右上上がんね待って巻き終わって2秒たまない俺もくない俺もくない
Well, the comms through the win of the fight. Fnatic still alive here, Dan, and picking up KP alongside it.
Yeah, really bad news. Go Next, go down, and now we see FaZe also fall. They're the next team to get knocked out of this lobby. Fnatic down to 2, but might be able to get the revive. It's Oxygen Esports, Disguised, and Fnatic. Now, Oxygen, yes, they've got a lot to do. As for Disguised,
Disguised are walking up on this.
Disguised want to do this. They want to get involved.
They're walking up on this, but that may have been a mistake, Lou, because you're going against Yuka, and he doesn't miss very often.
Straight damage coming out of the Eva 8, and now just trying to use the natural cover that's available, but now we see Disguised! They re-engage, but Fnatic, they're holding strong.
Umachan gets the armor swap though. Can he win this fight? Can he look for the KP on the down players? That's the question. Fnatic will be eliminated. Disguise survived, but it just opens the door for Oxygen Esports to finally announce themselves here in Birmingham.
Oxygen Esports keep their winners bracket dreams alive as they start to get a little bit closer to those top 20 positions. And how important could it be that they beat Disguised to it? Disguised were about 7 points off of the top 20. Things are getting really close around that benchmark in that 20th position. This is going to be terrifying going into match number 6.
Feel very lucky that we're privileged to be able to cast this final game that's coming up in just a few moments, because my goodness, it is going to be a bloodbath here in Birmingham. For Oxygen Esports though, confidence restored, belief restored, a big win when you needed it the most. Well, they just got it on the main stage.
And it's so impressive how disciplined they were throughout that game. They were on that southern side. They could have got involved in the fight when Optic and Sentinels were scrapping, but they knew it was a risk. They knew getting involved there would just leave them to a potential fourth party. So instead, they just played their position a bit better.
I will also say the power of the Kraber. We always talk about it, right? We saw Vayne. He was able to pick a few players up. We also saw Aiden pick up the Kraber out of nowhere in the kill feed, and he managed to clear a path for Oxygen to move towards that end zone. But it was Fnatic on the northern side of the zone, clearing everything out so close to turning that fight on its head as well. But they do secure a top 3 position with some good KP alongside it. The question is, Does it leave them with enough room to maybe make a run in this final game?
And this just gets even more worrying for teams like 100 Thieves and J-Lings watching on, hoping that they've done enough to get into that winner's bracket, because if teams who are further outside of the top 20 continue to score points, it's more likely that we would see J-Lings and 100 Thieves knocked down into that elimination bracket, and that's what Oxygen Esports want to achieve, as do Disguised, who are also there on the brink. But for Oxygen, you mentioned it, it was that Kraber that gave them the confidence to push into several fights. They had this kind of western side, and then they heard all that gunfire that was going down. And again, as it so often always is, it's about just trying to time it perfectly, making sure that you engage at the right time, you don't push too soon. They get the information that phase are down, so now they're suddenly thinking, okay, is there more gunfire? Yes, there is. Let's make sure we're well equipped, we've got the utility, we're full shields, and then we'll start to push up.
2 shots in the Kraber.
That is crazy.
Plenty of light ammo to play with in the final battle as well. And like you say, as soon as that knock comes in there from Yuka, you know that's the trigger for Oxygen Esports to move on, take the high ground of this building, and just survey what should be an easy win for them. No pressure really in Oxygen in those final moments. It's all
the bottom
about
fell
discipline.
out on the
We've
way
talked
home.
about it so many times today in these situations, Dan, but Oxygen showing as well that they've got that in the tank.
So much information they gathered from Bloodhound as well. Reed's able to just get that scan as Oxygen put 23 more points on the board, which could do them absolute wonders. I believe that will put them up to around 88.
That is
which will have
crazy.
them
This
about
little girl
6
looks
points
just
off
like Journey.
top 20.
The rain
Very
came
doable.
down.
Very doable. But again, there are other teams they are
gonna
competing
sleep?
with. It's not as simple as
No, that's
surpassing
that
a
be
point
that best
system
sleep right
here.
there, baby.
You have to make sure you also beat the teams that are trying to race you there.
That'd be some good
Match 5 is done and dusted. ANC is not disappointed, and now we go to the final game of group play. This is going to be ridiculous, but Alliance, I think they've got to be looking at the elimination bracket now, Dan. That's 2 contests, both lost to the Dojo, and that might be the difference between Alliance going to the elimination bracket and the Dojo going to the winner's side.
Well, Alliance, they're on 90 points, I mean, Oxygen on around 88, so 2 teams who are very close to the top 20, but 2 very different stories. And for Alliance, it's as simple as that. They have to win the contest against Dojo in this match 6, otherwise they will be going to that elimination bracket.
What's up, Carla? How
0
you
points
doing?
in both matches 4 and 5. Dojo winning that one is so important for them, but it is going to be scary times for Alliance in match 6.
I mean, scary times for Alliance, for the Dojo as well. If they win the contest, it's not just winning the fight, is it? It's the fact that you get the KP, which is feeling pretty good as well. Just got a little thumbs up from Design4 as well as he went past. You guys are talking about the right stuff right now. But Oxygen Esports, here's some stats from that match 5 from them. 11 kills, 11 assists, all the placement points that you could possibly want. Good damage dealt from them as well.
Yeah, and stats can tell you a lot, but I think it was the positioning, it was the discipline from Oxygen Esports that really won them that game. And the calls were absolutely perfect from them, and it now gives them a chance of potentially getting into the winner's bracket after match 6. It's doable for Oxygen Esports.
Who's doing it? Who's going through?
I'm worried about Alliance, I will say. Who's
going through?
Oh, I think Oxygen are going to do it. I think they might make it in.
Okay, I love that call. And Oxygen obviously feeling pretty good after what we just saw in that last game. But it's got to be eyes on have we ever had a contest which is so important in a final game of groups that could decide what team goes to the winner's bracket? I certainly can't remember it.
I mean,
I'm about to drop out of life. No, you
because
ain't.
people want to eliminate another team
Not
to
allowed.
get them
Thank
off of
you,
their
Tiffany.
drop spot. But this is just a drop spot situation where it's been happening all week long, or we expected it to happen. It was doing it in scrims, and now it happens here in tournament play. And I think that Dojo, after 2 successful wins, they're going to be more than confident. And also, Dojo don't really have anything to lose with the amount of points they've been able to secure so far. It is all Alliances to lose in that contest.
Well, we've got some more stats for you to bring up as well, and a little bit of leaderboard action for you to show. Essentially what you've got to be keeping your eyes on as we head in towards our final game here. This is ANC. This is how it stands at the moment with one game to go. Optic Gaming on the top of the leaderboards, 53 points for them. Sentinels just in behind them with 49, but we were looking at the bubble teams coming in. Oxygen, that win is massive.
I believe I asked. I do a lot of stuff my mama didn't do for me.
Well.
You know, my mama never asked me how to school. She didn't
Optic
give a fuck.
guaranteed in winner's bracket. Sentinels should be good in winner's bracket. Dark Zero guaranteed. Oxygen still with stuff to do. Pulverex probably still stuff to do as
So
well.
I
They
found
are
myself
right
doing
on
a lot of stuff for the
teetering edge of
twins
top
that I would have
20.
wanted my mama to
It
do for
is
me.
really crunch time now for a lot of these squads. There are a few outsiders that with a huge game, with a win plus
That's how my
kills
mom
could
is too,
still
yeah.
maybe be a surprise package into the winners bracket.
What's your calculator saying about Fnatic's chances?
It's like some stuff you get
very
from your
unlikely.
parents,
I'll
or
say
you
that.
raise
I
your
think if you
kids,
type that
you
into
do
the
the
calculator,
same
it probably
thing. Some
says too
stuff,
many people,
but then
please
there's some
try
stuff
again.
you would
It's
have
just
wanted to
gonna
be
be
done
error
different.
codes happening.
And
Fnatic,
my mama
they
really didn't
are
give a
leaving
fuck about what I
themselves
did in
too
school.
much to do.
All she knew is I was
in
throwing them
match
hands.
number 6. It would
And
probably
she
have
had
to be a
come sign me out, pick
record-breaking
me up.
game for them to find themselves in winners bracket.
Well, as we wait for match number 6 to get underway, you're probably thinking, why do those players look so comfortable? Well, we the people, he's got the answer for you.
What up, everybody? I am here at the forum, and I have one of the coolest things to show you guys. So Herman Miller, an official partner of the
Ooh, that
ALGS,
chair
is hooking up the
nice.
winners with a custom
Oh,
chair. So not only are they walking
Ooh.
away with $600,000,
That's what
but
they
they are
sent me?
walking away with something that you cannot get unless you become a world champion of Apex.
That's
so this is also part of your
nice.
passport. So if you want to win some free prizes, you got to come
I
down,
like that black
take
and
a
gold.
picture.
That's
but that's
real
not all.
nice.
So the most important thing
Hey, them
that
chairs
they are all
feel
fighting
so
for is not only a
fucking
chance
good,
at glory,
y'all.
but a chance to be holding this trophy up at the end of the championship.
When I say them
on
chairs, they
Sunday.
$1,500.
On day one, I
But
said
it's worth
one shot,
every
one
dollar,
opportunity.
okay? Especially if you're
everything
in your
they've ever
chair
wanted.
all day, every day,
One
all day,
moment.
every day. Not no, I'm
capture
here
it
and there.
just let it
If you
slip.
in your chair a
So
lot,
Casters, back
that
to
chair
you
is
to
worth
see
every
who
dollar.
captures that moment.
I want to give me one day. I'm gonna
Thank
give
you
me
so
one.
much, peeps, and I've got to say, that is... it's got
I want
something
that
quite
white and
special,
purple
isn't
one.
it, right? The custom Herman Miller that you get if you take that trophy home.
That chair
beautiful,
feels
beautiful. It's almost
good.
artistic. It's almost it's not antique. It's brand new. Bad word.
Brand spanking new. One day could be an antique.
Should be an antique. Valuable.
Make sure you keep
Valuable
it pristine.
like an
I'm
antique.
good,
Also
you know,
impressed
I
that
had
you
to
used
cut
stop
bitches'
speaking.
ass, let them know about their life.
during that little video there. So hats off to him, or well, hats on to him, should I say, as we haven't seen Pips without one yet. But I tell you what, I'm going to get one off him as this week goes on. But match 6 is almost locked and loaded. We've already mentioned where our eyes will be focused right at the start of the game. It's Alliance versus Dojo. It means far more for Alliance here. If they want to get into their winners bracket, they have to win this contest. Now for Dojo, it's about making sure that Thermal Station will be theirs in that winners bracket, and they would or should have it for free.
Probably one of the most important contests we're
I'm
going to see
happy
in
to
quite
see
some
it's
time.
Timmy finally competing.
Between a team who has essentially owned the POI for so long, and the team of
On
upstarts,
across,
that's
hello,
what we like
one
to call
table
the
at a
Dojo.
time. You hear me?
Not afraid to take the fight, and certainly not
Definitely
afraid to
throwing
cause an
across the
upset.
table, baby.
Auction
Had old
Esports
nasty
on your screen, they
cafeteria
were the
fight
winners
one
of
time.
game number 5. We're into the character select screen. One more game here
I was a
in
menace.
Birmingham, and our bracket
I'm so
teams
glad I
will be
changed
set.
my ways.
This is going to be a brilliant match 6
I mean,
because
to a certain
these
extent, 'cause I
last
still
few
get somebody anything
places
about one.
in the winners bracket still firmly up for grabs, and there's what, like 8 teams that could still push themselves into that winners bracket
But
as
I
well.
changed my ways.
This is going to be pretty nuts. For those watching on, the likes of Jay Lings
Oh
and
yeah,
100
this
Thieves
this
who are
the
still
lobby right
waiting
here,
eagerly
anti.
to see whether
This
they
the
will
lobby
hold
right
on
here,
to those
baby. They've
winners
been
bracket
shooting.
spots. I'm sure they've lost their nails by now.
I really hope they bring it back to the States next year.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The last game of group play. It's live and the dropship is flying. The legends are selected. And there's only one thing to focus on at the start of this game. All eyes on Thermal Station, all eyes on the Dojo, all eyes on Alliance. This could decide the fate of who goes through
bullied?
to
Oh,
that
baby,
winners
see,
bracket.
yeah, I
I
ain't
tell
do
you what,
bullies.
it's the perfect
And that was another thing. I wasn't a bully, but I didn't allow nobody else to pick on nobody that I was cool with, close to. I really didn't even have to know you. If you got a problem, come talk to me. I'm gonna handle it for you. You understand? Hey, I'm gonna handle it for you.
Where are you guys?
Harashi has no gun. Harashi has no gun.
Come inside, kill us out if you can. What's
Yeah, here on me.
yeah, left side, left side.
Damn.
Thermal, let's put my door down. Nading
Where
in.
are you,
Effect, you good?
I'm outside, yeah.
30 on
Nice
me.
one.
Nice, nice. On the
Okay,
bin, on the
Okay,
bin, on the bin.
you got this Timmy down.
One is too high.
Can we kill the guy in the bin? Can we kill the guy in the
Yeah,
bin?
that's what my cousin, she was like, I ain't have no bullies in high school because they knew I was gonna go get my cousin. And was. Come get me.
You kill them together? Yeah,
I'm here.
Climbing.
Come get me. Ain't nobody pick. Hey, if I know you ain't gonna pick.
I'm one.
Baby, he out here with this P20 with 2 bullets left.
Crack him.
Flash, I'm going on him. Kill him.
41 flash, 1 HP.
Nice, let's go. Lock it in.
Oh, I got some women.
Look for 3P, lock it in. Yeah, lock it in.
Yeah.
Lions win the contest.
I mean,
the
and that's
dojo will
crazy,
fall,
but
and
y'all
Alliance's
generation
chance
different.
of
See,
the winners bracket is still
we didn't
alive.
even
That
like
puts
my
Alliance into
homeboy Chris. He was
21st
gay growing
position,
up.
1 point away from top 20,
and
1 point behind Disguise.
all of
who
us, we
currently
still
hold
was hanging out
that
with him. We was
20th
cool. That's one of my
position.
still
J-Lings and
cool to this
100
day.
Thieves still are in
But
18th
even
and
the guys
19th
in my
at the
class,
moment
like
on
if somebody
98
else from another
and
school was
97
picking on him or
points.
something, we would
All
go whoop
of
their
these
ass.
following
You're not
teams
picking on him,
still
no.
with the potential to overtake them. Alliance,
No, you're not
Overex,
picking on him.
Oxygen,
Let him live his
FaZe,
life.
They can
Hell.
all be able to jump and leapfrog them as we get a circle, which
Like,
looks
we didn't,
somewhat similar to what we've just seen, but it is going to be ever so slightly more northeast, and maybe we'll
I think
favor
our
Centrals
bullying
who are
back
on that
then
eastern
was a
side.
little different
Very,
than the
very
bullying
similar
now.
zones
Now
to
they
what we've
be on
seen
some more shit,
pretty much the
especially because
last two
social
zones,
media
yeah.
is so much
So
involved
teams will be
in the
expected
schools
to
and
take
stuff.
a very, very similar position.
Like, we didn't
as you
have no
would expect if
Facebook
you've won a
and
game recently.
Instagram and Twitter
If
to
you're
post or
if you're Optic
none of
Gaming,
that
if
shit.
you're Oxygen Esports, you're probably thinking, huh, cool. Okay, we're going to go a long way, but we've already proved that we can do it here. Pulverex on their way to Fragment at the moment. Dark Zero just ahead of them.
So for Alliance, who have to go all the way from Thermal Station, they don't just have to get a couple of kills and that will be it, that will be enough. They need to outplace or outfrag Disguise, Pulverex, and Oxygen.
Hey, Jojo.
We're going to see some hearts broken, I think, here on the main stage because there are some squads who probably think they would have done enough as Dark Zero are getting aggressive.
Yeah, they know there's only 2 players left because Jim Burton got the info that one was still trying to cross at the back. So Dark Zero will want to try and press this advantage. And if someone peeks it, that might be the knock. Flesh all over the place, but nobody on their back quite yet.
The cyberbullying, yeah. Yeah, see, we didn't
Plenty of
have
players
that.
in and around Fragment and Monument at the moment as they're all
And that's
making
out
their
for the
rotation
world,
through to
right.
this northeast side. Dark Zero, they're just on the hunt right now as Jen Burton rips through the shields of Saku. And that will be an easy finish afterwards as Zero also gets one too. Dark Zero playing
Not just as
ruthless
well,
at the
all them
moment.
cabinets open like
Ruthless
that.
is kind of, I think, the perfect way to summarize what Dark Zero's
Justice.
performance has been so far here in Birmingham. Elsewhere, TSF, surprise, surprise. The macro looking the same, and Sentinels, well, they're finding out for themselves. Go Next have been eliminated in the meantime. TSM looking to clean up the damage that they've started here on Sen.
That's confirmation. Go Next
I
will
told her to
be in the
respray, let it
elimination
soak,
bracket. Their
because I was
chances
trying to
are
clean
gone,
it and let it soak.
as we expected.
Now it ain't work. I don't know
after
what you
their
did.
unfortunate
You had it
early
last.
exit
I don't know where
in
that spray bottle
final
is.
circle
You had that
just in
last
match
one.
number
Playing
5
off
as
the bed.
TSM.
I don't know
I
what
can
you
hear
did.
their comms here from the
You could
caster
do.
booth, let alone what the audience might be able to hear with
I
their
was looking at the
shouting and
teachers
screaming,
out
but
there.
complexity also getting loud at the
I
moment,
mean,
trying to win this
Star,
engagement.
he had poop
Oh,
on her
Monty
booty
goes down
and then
though.
came
The
upstairs.
Peacekeeper inside of the bubble now turns this fight around. MDY
That was
White,
cool.
get that first
Tiana.
knock, and you just felt like Monsoon, you
That
would
was cool.
thought he had a guaranteed kill with the amount
You
of
gotta
damage he
go
done,
with
but
your
it
words,
doesn't
you
come
know
through.
you're
And now the PK, it's going to come back to haunt you.
Northeption eliminated. MDY White still alive and still with a very outside
What's up,
chance
Pops?
of
How
getting
you
that winners
doing?
bracket, but going down means that this is not going to be good as a 2 against what is now going to arrive very shortly.
They
their
will leave
doorstep.
every
Sentinels also
cabinet
eliminated in the
open,
meantime.
Tiffy. Every single
Here
cabinet.
comes FaZe. They want to get very much involved in this
And
one.
why you still got that pan
See
in
if
there?
they
You
can
can
give
clean it.
themselves a
It's a
chance of
scrub
getting
thing
to
to
that winners
clean it.
bracket.
You don't have to put everything in the
Fifth
dishwasher.
place overall in the group.
You don't know how to hand wash dishes? Well, get it out. Clean it
20th
up.
and above, all that they're really
Yeah.
concerned about at this point, trying to get into that winner's side. Dan, how are they looking right now?
Well, they're in 24th at the moment, 88
Oh my
points.
God,
They
hi.
are, what, 6 points behind Disguise? So, again, achievable. But again, you also have to hope Disguise don't get any points, right? And this is why it's going to be so difficult. We have about 4 or 5 teams all fighting for just a couple of spots. And unfortunately, they all cannot make it. There is not room in this winner's bracket anymore.
I was going to say, FaZe have taken the, I would say, the most nervy position you could possibly have for not only their position in the leaderboards, but also the spot they're trying to hold down, right? That truck is, we know it's a minefield. We know it's so difficult. And it's not just difficult to hold down inside. Controlling the space around it is almost impossible as well, because either side of it is this extreme elevation. So you step out for a second, there's going to be people with 30s, with scouts, whatever it might be, just chipping away. And if you put one step wrong, then you're going to fall on your back. So FaZe have chosen what I might call the path less traveled, or the most difficult path, to try and put themselves in a qualification position. But All power to them. Let's see if they can do it.
It's just such a tough spot to try and escape if you do end up getting pressure from either angle. As now we'll see a couple of squads making their move, arriving from Countdown and through the northern side of Landslide.
Okay, I'm back.
Aurora behind Realize.
Data Dave with the follow. Appreciate that follow. Welcome.
Shields, but also just try and make sure that they're going to have an easier rotation through.
Chilling after work, rolling up. Hey, pass it to me, Pots. Hello.
Just one, I think.
Puff, puff, pass,
so
Pots.
far away from Realize and Aurora. And this is nervy times as Imperial Hal also with the kill feed, making sure he gets a kill.
This might well be almost an identical zone.
Shit like that, mate. Yes, Tiffy. Like, all the cat. Baby, hold on. I'm finna send you a picture, Tiffy. I'm finna send you the picture Nicole sent.
Optic will be like, hey, cool. We look like we've got a free southern rotate at the moment. If they take the same building they did before.
And I don't understand. Hold on.
Gaming in that end game once more.
For the team you were talking about in the area that FaZe were holding, I mean, it doesn't look that bad when you look at it in that point of view. We know how bad it feels when you're in that area.
They was getting on my nerves at work, and the day was dragging Gladys over. Ain't nothing like clocking out and coming home and on rolling up, baby.
Maybe that's when they can push out and take a slightly better position on this map. MDY White are the team that are above them.
I just woke up from a nap. That food knocked me out. Not you woke. What you went to sleep after we played?
Zero just causing annoying damage as well, and it's going to be Disguised who are down on that low ground. They're going to have to burn the catwall just to escape, knowing that there's that extreme high ground that they're going to have to go up against. Dark Zero trying to hunt this down, though. You can see that they want to try and get
I
this
hope you get to enjoy the rest of your day.
Being used, but
for this to be a short week, considering Monday, a lot of people didn't have to work. Not everybody. Some people still have to go to work. This been a long week.
I mean, no one really survives very long with Dark
Because
Zero.
today, like, it should have been Friday already.
That's why Dark Zero are just so good at what they do. But now we're going to see Oxygen Esports involved in the scrap, and we know how important this is for Oxygen. GO are eliminated as Oxygen cannot afford to go down here. If they want to be in the winner's bracket, they have to get to the late game.
Also, if they hold down this building for the long game, they're in a great position for the end game. Oxygen Esports know this. They're trying to work around this catwall that's gone down. And now you're seeing the flank come in from Reeds. Can he get the knock? The answer is yes.
It's enough to get the opener, and I love this. Reposition, re-engage with the teammates and make sure that they're going to be the ones who can just play.
Tiffy, it's very much real. And it's I'm sorry, girl. Just close the cabinets.
Lots of damage in this position. The good news for them,
like between closing the cabinets and throwing away empty boxes in the pantry, like after you took the last, just throw it away. Why you leave the box?
Now they're in a great position.
It's stuff I don't understand.
Esports only 4 points away from that top 20 mark in the moment. Just trying to play catch up, but
she was putting the dishes up.
Pulverex Alliance are all alive. Bad news for Oxygen.
You said after the first match, damn.
Found themselves in a very similar spot, which we saw them win a game earlier. Pulverex eliminated in the kill feed, and that means confirmation. Pulverex will be in the elimination bracket. Their chances of winners have dissipated with the early exit in 15th.
And who's taking them out? It's Disguised. Disguised, who disengaged a little bit earlier on from Dark Zero, have come back to maybe give themselves a chance by taking out that team.
They're trying to see a new respawn. Hell no.
That's why you survive in Apex Legends.
I'd be like, what? Just throw the box away. Or they'll leave a bag of chips with 3 crumbs in there. Why? Why would you leave these little crumbs in there? Like, it ain't even, the crumbs be so small, it ain't even enough to, you know how usually, like, if you got the crumbs, you just throw the bag back. It don't even be enough to throw the bag back.
Pulverex just slipped off the pace ever so slightly.
Why would you do that? Just finish it or throw it in the trash. It's not even enough to throw it back. Nicole went in there and got some chips one day. She said, who did this? Why would they do this? There were about 3 crumbs in that motherfucker.
They've given themselves the opportunity. They won the engagement.
Okay, Amai, get your workout in, baby. I'll see you tonight on Kick. We'll be on Kick tonight, y'all. After this,
chilling along and
then he gets shot.
I get shot. Time to lean forward. That's exactly what he does. Alliance probably feeling, I was going to say, a little bit up and down at the moment, but they did win that contest, and they'll get to play some Apex Legends. Disguised.
I know where she's in the house because there's a wrapper of some kind of chocolate.
Blue is removed from the game.
Oh, well, I tell you, that be irking my nerves.
This is massive for the rest of the lobby. Remember, Disguise hold that 20th position
baby,
at the
we
moment.
ain't even talk about the rooms,
it opens the door for the likes of Alliance and for the likes of Oxygen. And unfortunately, it's Dark Zero who are the team are chasing them, who are putting in that damage as Disguise are gone. And now they will just have to watch on and hope that the teams below them do not surpass them, but with only 13 squads remaining,
Ooh,
you'd
big
imagine
bangs,
that there
okay.
are going to be teams that will nick
on,
that
30-30.
20th position away from Disguised.
Fnatic, maybe, just maybe, it would have to be a big game, but there is still a chance for them. They're approaching the zone from the north side. Realize they're going to be pressuring them from behind, and Yuka's taking a huge amount of damage on the cross for his team. Enter Force 36 has been eliminated. Well, Fnatic do have a chance to reset. Realize they're going to slow down because they were actually getting shadowed themselves by Tom Young Kung. TSM overlooking Fnatic in the meantime as well. This is a tough spot, not just to survive in, but to rotate out of here. Especially with FaZe in the carriage just
that
across from
motherfucker,
them.
they've been binking the 30-30 pots. You hear me? Between the 30-30 and my hemlock, I'm love seeing my hemlock in the pros' hands. But the only thing I hate about it, every time I pick up a gun or a gun I play with, like first it was a Prowler. Like I was beating bitches' ass with that Prowler on the ground. Then the thing came out and they was beating bitches' ass with the Prowler. They put that bitch in the care package. The hemlock, they gonna fuck around and nerf that bitch or put that bitch, they gonna do something.
And they've gone
like
down.
every single
Still
time.
holding strong at FaZe,
I be
still
getting
trying to
dizzy
push
watching
their way
these
into
hoes.
the
They be
winners bracket. The
moving
dream is
anti.
very much alive here. In this little crevice that they found themselves in, they
These boys
hold on
be
strong.
moving. These
I
some
said how it would be a
bouncing,
tough
wall
game to win
bouncing
from this position.
motherfuckers. Really?
But if you can hold it down, if you can stop the pressure that's going to continually come your way, you are going to be in a pretty good spot to play from. The only problem is the zone is moving away. MDY under pressure. Complexity eliminated in the meantime as well. It's Feiyu who's the last player alive now, and it's Dark Zero again, who are on a little bit of a tear in this final game.
MDY now eliminated as well. And this is getting
I
difficult
really
for
want
a
to
lot
create
of
a
these
pro
teams that are just desperately
Apex team.
searching
I
for a
ain't got
couple
no
of
pro
kills, a
Apex
little
team.
extra placement point to try and secure their spot in the top 20.
With
As
all
it
black
stands,
men,
Alliance
or
have just moved
all
into
black
20th
men,
position.
I mean,
Aurora get
yeah,
eliminated
that's
as
a
well.
story.
And Alliance
A
are
whole
keeping
black
the dream
man
alive
squad.
of winners bracket.
You said do
Alliance
it.
still alive, Realize alive in the game and looking to clean up some KP. Sangyun goes in with the Peacekeeper. Can he hit the grab flip though? Can he survive? Doesn't quite connect, but the teammates are there to give him the assistance, and Dark Zero's
all
games
black men,
today
because you don't
are done.
see, you see
They're
every
out of
other
the lobby.
race,
They've
you
done
know,
enough. We
competing
all knew
in,
that coming
but you don't
into
never see no
the
black,
final
ain't
group
no
here,
black
but Realize
men,
pick up
no
some
black
important
people
KP.
playing.
7 squads remain. That means extra placement points for Alliance, and that guarantees that Disguised will be in the elimination
And then they
bracket.
messed it up.
Alliance
Yep, the
now
Havoc
do
was the
hold
same way, because
20th
they Havoc
spot
used
and
to
will be in the
eat.
winners
It don't
bracket
eat like
if
it used
stays
to.
like this. But of course, they are still being chased by a couple of teams. FaZe could still
Like a
potentially
whole
ruin
black
their day.
squad,
Oxygen
that'd be
Esports
fucking
could
dope.
still ruin their day, as we have 7 squads left, but still a few
Just to
that
see
could
some
steal away
melanin up in
these
here
final
shooting they
positions.
What I
motherfucking
take away from
guns.
what you just said is someone
We
is about to
definitely
have
do.
their day ruined.
Yes.
Is that correct? 100%. One of
I
those
ain't gonna say
teams you
POC,
mentioned
we need
is
more
gonna be
black
disappointed. One of them
pro teams.
extremely happy. High ground now being controlled by Alliance, and I kind of want to focus on FaZe because their rotate is going to be
What's up,
very, very
Octavius?
tough
Hello,
in the
hello.
next few moments. Oxygen are making a play now for
I
the
mean,
track.
because
Smoking
POC
it
can
off,
be
and I
a
think
broad
they wanna
band
try and
because it's
rotate away
POC
from where
in
they
here.
believe
You know what I'm
a lot of
saying?
teams are going to be stacked up. It's Optic Gaming who are shadowing them, but TSM, they're making their move as well behind them.
black,
But this
all
is the
black,
rotate. This is the moment.
pro team.
Here for FaZe, they have Fnatic in front of them.
I mean,
but they
if
should
Kick
be
can
able
make
to
it, I
eliminate
know
them, and this
if
might
Kick
be
can
now
make it,
a
I
clear
know
run
I
for
can find
FaZe.
3
They've
shooters
cut
that
a
shoot harder than
straight
Kick.
path towards this end zone.
You know what is crazy is that there is a world where Alliance, FaZe, and Oxygen could all get in to the winners bracket. It would mean that Jailings and 100 Thieves would fall out, but Alliance have lost one. They're involved in this fight here.
They certainly are. Yuki's just trying to anchor for his team, but the pressure is coming in.
The only thing
And now
I would
it's
just
down to
need
the
somebody to
long-term
be
duo.
in like
Hackett,
control of it. I wouldn't be
can
able
you
to
win the fight when it
manage
matters?
it.
The
You know what I'm
answer
saying?
is
Like,
yes, Realize are eliminated, and Alliance live on.
Alliance now
and
surpassed
still try to,
Jailings
like,
and
it's a
100 Thieves,
lot.
which guarantees Alliance in the winners bracket into the top 5. So
They
suddenly
low-key
we're
making
looking
it
at
harder
Jailings and
though,
100
but
Thieves
yeah,
and TSM.
yeah,
Looks like they're
of
about
course,
to go down
yeah.
as Hal tries to hold on strong.
Because
as the
you
last
have to, like, we
remaining
have to
player.
get sponsors, which I'm pretty sure I can get some
Chased down,
sponsors
and this
and
is
stuff
going to be
like
KP
that.
secured potentially for Oxygen Esports, and my, hasn't this just got interesting? Optic
Kick
Gaming
got a participation
eliminated.
barely that,
TSM
baby.
eliminated, and it's almost as if it was scripted. Our final 3 teams,
Barely.
Alliance,
And the
FaZe,
Kick was getting
and
beat up so
Oxygen.
bad,
And I
baby.
believe all 3 of them should
Hal
have
said
done
it was
enough
giving
to
him
get to the
brain
winners
damage.
bracket at this point.
He
They
said,
should be
"Get Kick
pushing
out of this
Jailings
lobby."
and 100 Thieves out of the winner's bracket spots, but they will not know that. They will still think they need a victory to try and secure this. And of course, admins will always make the final call here. This is only the math that I'm doing, but it looks good for all 3 teams involved in this final circle. You could not write it.
I always like to rely on your maths more than mine. Thank goodness that you're in charge of that. For now, though, what a performance has been from these 3 teams. And look at Snipedown. He is locked into this game. And let me tell you, I've commentated over this guy for a number of years. And when you see that face on Snipedown, he knows that it's time to turn up.
Who can get that final victory to give them that extra confidence boost to be in the winner's bracket tomorrow? Because FaZe, on to 99 points. They sit in 20th position. They do surpass Jay Lings and 100 Thieves. And that's so tough for both Jay Lings and 100 Thieves as Alliance down to 1, but still trying to stay alive.
Welcome to the stream,
You can see that
everybody.
Alliance, basically all that FaZe were interested in doing there was just forcing Alliance in, but I think you can see the smile on Hackett's face. All of a sudden, I think he realizes that the job might be done for Alliance. FaZe want to close out here. They have the high ground.
FaZe have got the high ground to work with, a very similar circle to what we saw earlier. It was a very
Baby, I don't even think it was 3 minutes, baby.
For FaZe, as they only had 2 players
Who we
last
got
time
left?
they were
Oh,
here,
shit.
but now they have the full 3.
Alliance
This is the last 2
eliminated,
teams right here?
But I think the job was
FaZe?
done
Will
early on when
FaZe
they
do
won
it?
that contest against Dojo.
Alliance,
Now we
okay,
have
so
a
FaZe and
3v3
Oxygen. FaZe got that high
to
ground.
decide who's going to be our
They're gonna have
final
to push
champion of
down.
groups. It's Oxygen Esports versus FaZe.
FaZe got that high ground. Hey, Roya. This making me want to play though. It do be, it be like that. Like, shit, I'm ready to shoot my gun.
Versus low ground. The tale is all this time. I know where I would prefer to be, but there's a lot more involved. It's also who's got the utility, who's got the ultimate. You can see Vayne just waiting for that rolling thunder to come through, and that might give them the ability to just push up on this final circle, and he is going to have it very, very shortly, and that might just be the play that Oxygen go for. And when they do get involved in this
Damn,
fight,
he
I mean,
got
a
7
composition
back.
like this is very
That's
good
how I
for
was the other day.
3v3s.
What I had?
You've got
15
players available
backs?
to give you
20
the scans,
backs?
to give
I
you
had about
information,
10
aiding
or
on the
15
horizon to
backs
try
the
and
other
change
day.
things with elevation.
Well, we've
I'm
heard
like,
from
y'all
those
need some
esports
backs.
players
I
themselves,
got a
right?
lot.
They believe they're one of the best 3v3 fighting teams out there. They relied on those
Oh,
3v3
shit.
fighting skills to get them into
Hold
the
on, I
position
gotta
they
put my
found
headset back
themselves
on.
in just about a month or so ago now. The split 2
I
playoffs.
just
Well, the
puffed to
question
try to
is,
pass
can
it.
they
Me,
take
me,
down
me, me,
the
me.
experience? It's almost the youth versus the
I
experience.
love
in esports
ALGS
against
season.
each
Me
other now.
too. I enjoy watching
FaZe
it.
holding strong.
It's crazy earlier you said one of these teams' days is going to be ruined, and I didn't think it would be 100
Cast the
Thieves
curse.
and Jay Lings, but alas, they will be in the elimination bracket. Now here is that rolling thunder we were talking of. This is where they try and now push up and try and gain a little bit of ground. Dark Veil goes down
Okay.
just to cut that map in half.
Cut that in half
but now
right
the
there.
black hole is going to be available, but does not get used.
He don't see it.
Interesting.
He don't see
FaZe are
him.
holding themselves into a pretty strong position at the moment. The black hole should come in, but FaZe have stepped back. They've almost baited it in. They've destroyed it. And now the question is, do FaZe have it available? Yes, they
Yeah.
do, but Phonyhead's got to get into a position to use this, or maybe he's going to step through the dark veil, excuse me, to do
Woo,
more damage himself,
shit.
but he will go down. Frex now left on his own, and Frex needs to win this for FaZe. He gets 1, but the question is, can he clutch? Playing down by the knockdown shields, stepping forward, popping themselves, but can he pop some bodies?
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck!
Oxygen Esports.
Damn! He should have used his black hole. When they were over there, he should have used that black hole. He fucked up not using that. Oh, he should have used that. When they was right there, he should have sucked all their ass in. Damn!
Need to be considered genuine
What up,
contenders in
Slick
this
Rick?
tournament. It was a slow start, but when they got going, boy, did they show what they meant. They pushed themselves up
Can't
to
be
about
snatching
14
bats from
with
everybody
that
else.
victory. It's
No.
not even a worry when you look at it in that
Just
scheme
the
of
dead
things.
boxes.
But FaZe, even though they lost that
Yeah,
fight,
he should have used
FaZe
that black
still
hole.
did
He
enough.
should have used
FaZe
his
will
black
still
hole
be in
right
that
there.
winner's bracket as well, holding down the 20th position. That means the cutoff was 103 points, higher than both Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs.
And that is the standard that is set here at the ALGS Championships. Alliance fans in the crowd as well, they are on their feet because their team did enough as well to get through to that winner's bracket. What a story though. for so many of these teams. Oxygen Esports, I think most importantly, Dan, we have learned so much about. We've been talking about that trajectory, right? We've been talking about how it's been this consistent upward trend. Now we've just learned that they can deal with pressure when it really is turned up.
I think that was the question that was asked up on the desk. Can they deal with the pressure that's kind of fallen on their shoulders after such incredible performance in Split 2 playoffs? And sometimes when your back is against the wall like that, they needed pretty much 2 wins to be able to qualify for the winners bracket, and they did exactly that.
Amazing performance from Oxygen Esports, but a lot of credit has to be shown to the 2 teams alongside them in that final fight. FaZe, who just crept their way towards zone. Again, the last 2 games from FaZe, you look at them, and you know, very different ways that they played the game, but both got them enough points, we believe, to get them through to the winners' side as well. And for Alliance, I mean, almost knowing that what side of the bracket you're going to is going to be decided by a straight 3v3 contest with the dojo, having just lost 2 back-to-back, to have the ice, to have the nerve to win it when it really matters. Congratulations to them. That is a massive, massive performance.
But then with all winners, unfortunately, there are always going to be on the other side those that go down to the elimination bracket. Commiserations to Jay Lings, who were watching on, 100 Thieves, who were watching on, who were kind of those bubble teams that probably thought they had near enough done enough, but it's an elimination bracket run. Something we thought Alliance were going to have to face. We even had the discussion of, you know what, Alliance, they'll be all right with the elimination bracket, but they said, nah, we're going to do this properly. We're showing what we're made of.
Well, what an end to the day it has been. That's going to do it all for us. Good job, brother. I really enjoyed that cast, and I'm sure that a lot of people out there certainly enjoyed seeing their teams go through to that winner's side. For now, though, we're going to send it over to the desk to send us home.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, I really enjoyed you both, Mark and Dan. You guys had a fantastic cast and a fantastic game as well. Kept it exciting and interesting to the very end. What a showcase. FaZe and Oxygen 3v3 Game 6. Last game of our 3rd series of the day. All fun. And both teams will be playing yet again in our winners finals tomorrow. But before we get to that big moment for Oxygen, we saw the fans, and not just fans. I had a feeling there was a lot of family there.
Now you just being
proud of
nasty.
Oxygen and that team we've been talking about
Not
today.
gonna lie, I be hoarding bags, but I share. Yeah, I share.
There was never a doubt in my
Babe, I
mind.
had a
right?
whole
I got even
bunch
a
of
chance
them
to
the
talk
other
to
day.
Psycho just yesterday, and he looked at me and he said, we've already got a game plan in mind to handle this one out here.
And you know what? I love that talk about how they made it work. Graceful, walk us through the way they executed what worked there to
So
win that
the
game.
biggest thing that I see here in the final circle is that, like you said, they've always had it. You never had a single doubt in your mind. Neither did they. The most important part of fighting when you're in a straight 3v3 is confidence and being proactive. Do you see how they are constantly making them think about the plays? They're not getting played on. They're making plays. They're swinging. They're looking through the walls. They're
If he
holding
would threw
hands.
that
They're
black
doing
hole
everything
right there,
together
that
as a
would have been
team.
at least 2 of them right there. He could have.
They popped off.
I mean, the confidence to even push through that wall, I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, you said proactive. I thought maybe the black hole went in a little too early there, but they do recover for it, you know, frankly, off the back of a phenomenal play by Reeds here at the end.
Exactly. Reeds touches it up, and that's perfect.
And this is the way that Reeds has performed ever since we saw him team up in his debut tournament at TwitchCon with Hal and Sweet, notably some pretty good IGLs in their own right. But Reeds was there turning back what I believe was a 37-point win in the final game to win over the $200,000 prize pool that they were offering. Now, similar clutch-like genes showcasing themselves.
Ain't
here
never
in
been
Game
before.
6.
Okay,
21 points
okay.
for Oxygen, 9 kills. It was close though. If FaZe had won, they would have gotten close and definitely taken 2nd place. It might have still been another team coming out on top.
I
though,
get
for
that. Yeah,
overall
they should
series for
definitely
Alliance.
use that right
Great
there.
performance from them. Optic Gaming, a team
You got
that
your
I
Stellar
talked
Warriors
about doing well
What you
in
looking
this
for?
final series. They have
Who took
performed
my
nicely
charger?
too. And of course, in our back half,
My
of our
charger was
top
right there. Who took
20,
mine?
we're seeing some teams who today maybe played well, maybe not this game, but I think the likes of Sentinels who have actually really performed. Arcane taking on the challenge as an IGL. Yet again, he joined us on the desk in Split 2, saying maybe this is a little bit of a litmus test for me as an IGL, and I think he's passed it so far.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the teams who got the highest point totals out of anyone so far. We even saw
I think
Tom
I'd have made
Young
it
there, obviously,
almost halfway through my
you know,
head.
a roster who have completely retooled themselves for this tournament, essentially, and we're seeing them push through into the winners bracket.
I think APAC North in Split 2 was maybe my most exciting region in terms of stepping up their play. APAC South might be my most exciting region now for what they've done today. But when you take a look at this series, we got to have a winner. And who is it? Let's reveal who took home our final series of the day. You know it's between a few teams right there. It is Oxygen Esports, who with that final 6 points, 3 points for getting the kills, all the knocks onto FaZe Clan, but then taking the 3 points, going from 9 to 12 points and claiming first place. They tie Optic Gaming and have the largest game as a tiebreaker. Psycho, I love seeing the plushie, but what I want to see, and you know, Zephyr, I'm sure you've seen this as well, I want to see the suit come out very, very soon.
Yeah, break it out. Be the Riddler that you can be.
Is that like a grand final special? He only brings it out.
That might be.
It's like a reward for himself.
But Chad, I think we got to see it. I mean, if you want to see the suit, let us know. I'm sure Psycho has packed it. Hopefully, there were no issues getting that through security. They might have had some questions, but hopefully no issues on that one. Of course, when you take a look at the overall standings, here is how it played out. Like I said, they tied Optic Gaming. This is how close it is. Graceful as we get into that. Dark Zero, though, still playing well. Realize also Disguise. Great performance from them in this final series. And soon that will lead us into what it means for our winners finals tomorrow. We are now looking to separate these squads. For those tuning in, for those watching, what does it mean? Well, we've got our top 20 who will have a chance to get
Rick, you done made it home yet?
to the
Mr. Black Hole
on Sunday. Tomorrow, we'll also have a few teams that are now at the precipice of going home if they do not perform. But after this one, this is how it stands. Any quick surprises there, Graceful, on any of these performances that you've seen, either on the good side or the bad side?
TSM came in 10th
on the
today.
bad side that sticks out for me, obviously, would be Aurora. I was having high hopes for them to wake up and go in hard. On the good side of
just
things,
made it home.
Alliance made it in. Tom Yam Kung made it in, so Joy Cup. FaZe slid in. You know, normally you would say somebody slips in on a banana peel. They did a football tackle. They came straight swinging. They got it all.
Damn, Complexity did not make it in.
Fantastic as well. And Genome, just a reaction. This is our winners finals essentially tomorrow. These are the top 20 teams overall in the tournament. They will be in a separate group.
Yeah, look, super excited to see the dojo come in there. Straight
Oh,
from
that's
last
it.
chance
Yeah, that's it. That was
qualifiers
it, guys.
into the winners finals and champs. Incredible effort. Start a fight. Really happy to see one of those teams come through as well. Regional representation.
Damn, Complexity
really fun.
did not
Hopefully,
make it
they
in.
can continue that run and make it all the
Oh,
way to
Rick,
Sunday.
my bad. They named the same color. Shit.
Didn't make it into the championship Sunday moment in our previous split 2. Now we have a chance to see them do it. On this second half, though, Zephyr, we have set up our elimination bracket round
Elimination
1.
bracket.
This is not a place you
Damn.
want to be. It's not
Joe
over.
Lang.
But you now have to start sweating a little bit.
Look
if
at Kick
games
down
1 through
there,
3
number
do not go
40.
your way.
Right, and challenging for so many of these teams, especially the ones that fall out right there on the cusp. I'm looking at Jay
I don't
Links
know.
and the
Y'all
100
might be the
Thieves,
same color
so
now.
close
I
off
know
the
you taller,
precipice
definitely
of our
taller.
last series here.
You know
Not
that
just them,
5'3".
but
I mean,
a good
5'4"
chunk
is
of our
little.
APAC
Oh,
North
wow.
representatives falling in that mid-20th range, still looking to see how they can start to amp the tempo and find a place in this
Complexity
meta.
better,
This
hey,
guy
they
is
gotta
very
do
close
something, man.
to making it as well. Another LCQ team. And remember, for those who think, oh, well, you know, they made it in a last-ditch effort. Furia, in our last championships a year ago, took second place and $300,000 from the LCQ just off of points. So do not misunderestimate what that can mean in terms of changing the dynamic of how these things play out in terms of the prizing and the championship. Of course, there are certain players who make a little bit more of an impact, Genome, and when you see this list, what stands out to you? Familiar names, but also some young names there. I'm looking at Koifel as well, man. 17 years old, picked up from Sentinels, 34 kills. That's impressive.
I mean, I'm not even remotely surprised about Koifel. Anyone who's been watching this kid come up, he has been dominating everything he has put his controller sticks to so far. He is a phenomenal talent and really excited to see him put up there. I mean, number 1, 3MZ, that's actually the surprise for me, right? Because, you know, he gets the name like the knockdown shield, right? They talk about him being like, you know, Captain China, like hiding behind that. But this time, he's leading from the front with 36
I ain't never seen
kills,
it either.
and that's a fantastic sign for
That's new to me.
for DF, if they're not relying on Roy and Peter.
I'll never forget a car ride in London
you
with
got
Restia
on?
FPS, one of our wonderful co-broadcasters and watch party members that we have here at these tournaments, talking about that Captain America. He's so known for holding his knockdown shield up meme that goes on with 3MZ. You're right. If he's not holding the knockdown shield, and he's actually getting the most kills, not just for his team, but in the tournament, That is a scary, scary looking Dreamfire. We'll see if that continues to happen, though. But right now, we know what did just happen. And we've got someone standing by, we the people, in fact, with another championship familiar face himself. Let's talk over to Vane and see what Peeps has to say about Oxygen Esports and their squad coming in first after this final series.
Rain Day, thank you so much. Right here, we have Oxygen's very own Vane. And not only that, my old roommate, for anybody that doesn't know, Vane, insane performance, back against the wall. You guys needed 2 wins to make it to winners. What did you guys mentally do to prepare for that?
I think the biggest thing that we switched going into game 4.
I know I be seeing you call her Nico or whatever that is.
We've been trying to play zone and play spots. And
but I ain't never seen her call you Annie.
All tourney. It just has not been working.
Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Man. I mean, halftime adjustments, that's the name of the game. You know, if something's not working, you got to move some pieces around, and you guys did that phenomenally. So I saw your parents.
All right, let me end TikTok real quick.
How does that feel? You're playing on the biggest stage in the world for Apex, and you have your family there right behind you to support you.
I mean, it's the coolest thing in the world, to be honest. You know, I've been pursuing this for my whole life for a while now, and yeah, it's just cool to see them all here support me, and it means the world to me, so yeah.
I love that, man. I love that.
So
let's talk about your teammates a little bit, Aiden and Reeds. I mean, these guys are phenomenal. What do they bring to the table? And when you started playing with them, what in your mind was like, these are the guys I'm going to compete with?
For Reeds has something that you just can't teach to people. He just has raw passion and just brings so much energy to the team, like it's insane. And Aiden, he can play any character, and he's on roller, so he just brings all the damage, never dies, like just never throws. He's just the perfect player. So yeah, I mean, they're just goats.
Some might say levels. Some might say levels. How has the addition to your coach helped you guys out in the game, whether it's macros or anything at all?
He's always giving us like things we can take into the next game or the next series, and they put in so much work, especially since we had a rough day yesterday. They put in so much work last night after the games and today, getting us ready for today. So yeah, I mean, I really can't say enough about what they bring to the
TJ
table.
with the hairline. Okay.
Wouldn't be here without him, so.
I love that. At the end of the day, it is a team effort. You know, every piece, you got to coordinate. You got to move together. My man's looking like Bill Belichick out there, you know, and we got a Tom Brady right here, right next to me. So we were roommates.
Waiting for his parents.
How badly
he cheesing.
He wanted to just.
Them asses dry as hell. Need some of that. Need to put some of that 985 sauce on.
A better player.
Speaking of 985 sauce,
you know,
I've been challenged to do. If we get 5 orders of the bundle, I get a bonus this month with 985 products. So if y'all enjoy some 985 like we do, if you ain't never tried it, definitely try it. It's a black-owned company. Mr. John R. Carey, it's his business. The 985 hot sauce, and they've got the 985 seasoning. It is thebomb.com.
Passion.
Use code Candy, and you get 20% off this month.
Right there.
Using code Candy at checkout.
He's going to be playing all weekend long.
So yeah, make sure y'all grab y'all some of that 985. Try to grab the bundle. I think you get 3 of each in the bundle. So if you need, you got parents or somebody that cook and like seasoning. The seasoning is like a Tony seasoning, but it's less sodium and it's good. We put that shit on everything, literally. Okay.
A person accomplished something.
Everything.
Or a player was able to achieve something. Is what it takes to go behind the scenes and see how much effort is required.
We are for the raid out though, y'all. I'm for the raid out.
they don't see all the miles beforehand. And so congratulations.
And then I'll be on Kick tonight. If y'all haven't followed me on Kick, make sure y'all go follow me on Kick. If you got mobile, you can download the Kick mobile app. It's a little ghetto sometimes.
Still a lot more to play,
but
and today we've had some great performances as well. So without further ado, let's kick it in to our Monster Energy MVPs.
I'm gonna have to go watch my video.
And that means I've got to talk to my analysts and see who they thought showed up and showed out today. Genome, I'll start with you. Let's start in our first series of the day. Who was your Monster Energy MVP?
Yeah, so I went for Lufka from Ascend. We've talked about them a lot today as a team who picked a little bit, more of an interesting composition. Valk, Watson.
We finna raid out to Mina, y'all. For those that don't know, we raid after each stream, show love to other content creators. If you do not have the Candy Shop emote, you can use the hashtag Candy Shop Raid. I will see y'all later on Kick. I'm gonna get myself together, just taking my hair down, and then I'll be on Kick tonight. Those are all my social links in the chat. Thank you, Rick. If y'all not following me now, make sure y'all drop her a follow and show her some love. And I will see y'all lovely folks tonight on Kick. Peace, love, and chicken grease, y'all.